found myself transmigrated into the world of a reincarnated Empress Feng Jiuxiao as her first spiritual pet. Yet she callously abandoned me just before our contract was to be formed. This was because, in her previous life, Feng Jiuxiao had awakened a formidable talent, the sunlight-level True Eye, which led her to discover a golden-scaled serpent with true dragon bloodline. However, the demonic empress of the previous life, Mu Yunlan, who wielded immense power due to her noble status, seized the golden-scaled serpent and formed a contract with it. To weaken Mu Yunlan's future power, Feng Jiuxiao planned for her to first obtain an ordinary spiritual pet, me. Just an average monkey. However, what Feng Jiuxiao didn't know was that once I formed a contract with a beast master, I could awaken the bloodline of the Six-Eared Macaque, one of the 4 mischievous monkeys. At this moment, Mu Yunlan glanced at the little monkey in her arms, then at Feng Jiuxiao, who was desperately trying to reclaim me, and laughed heartily. Now this divine pet is mine. I've already instructed my father to activate the contract formation early. Let's complete the contract now. Feng Jiuxiao, thank you for selecting a divine pet for me. With that, Mu Yunlan hurriedly left with me. Only after she had gone a distance did the 2 guards release Feng Jiuxiao, who also followed closely, appearing determined to reclaim her spiritual pet. Mu Yunlan reached the contract formation while Feng Jiuxiao was blocked outside, shouting, "No, it's mine." Mu Yunlan looked at the little monkey using the gifted bridge of sharing to establish a connection, and said excitedly, "From now on you are my spiritual pet, accept your fate." Observing Feng Jiuxiao's performance, I realized I was truly abandoned. Calmly, I turned to Mu Yunlan and spoke, "I can form a contract with you, but only as an equal." Through the bridge of sharing, Mu Yunlan could hear my voice. Delighted, she exclaimed, "You can express yourself so clearly? Truly a divine beast with such high intelligence at this young age. Alright, I agree to an equal contract." In order to gain the recognition of a divine beast and to surpass Feng Jiuxiao, Mu Yunlan deemed this acceptable. Contracts could be of 2 types, master-servant contracts and equal contracts. In the former, the spiritual pet could not defy the beast master's orders, while in the latter, the beast master and spiritual pet were equals, unable to command each other. Once signed, contracts could not be broken. Mu Yunlan swiftly completed the contract with me. As the power of the contract surged within me, the bloodline of the Six-Eared Macaque, one of the 4 mischievous monkeys, awakened. Simultaneously, Mu Yunlan's body shuddered, her eyes scanning the surroundings, gradually shifting from confusion to clarity. I have been reborn. I am Mu Yunlan, the holy maiden of the demonic path. The misfortunes of my childhood drove me into madness, filled with jealousy over everything that Empress Feng Jiuxiao had achieved. Yet after I killed her, I found myself engulfed by emptiness and confusion. I ended my life. But now I have discovered that I've been reborn on the very day of contracting my spirit pet. Has the contract been completed already? Wait. Why is it not the golden scale snake but a little monkey instead? I glanced at Feng Jiuxiao, who was kept outside, noticing the sadness on her face, yet her eyes sparkled with hidden joy. In that instant I understood everything. So you have been reborn as well? Turning to the little monkey I had contracted, I flashed a maniacal smile. Now this is interesting, I muttered to myself, pulling the little creature into my embrace. Clearly in this lifetime, under Feng Jiuxiao's schemes, I failed to first contract the golden scale snake and instead ended up with this seemingly ordinary monkey. But that doesn't matter. With the experience from my previous life and the resources of the Mu family, I am confident I can evolve this little monkey into a magical beast. Becoming a god is hard, but turning into a demon is much easier. Returning to this life, I have no intention of reforming my ways. I just need to be more thorough. Currently, I am not strong enough and require the shelter of the Mu family, avoiding being expelled prematurely. Yes, in the last life I was indeed expelled. Like Feng Jiuxiao, I initially thought Lu Zhang was just an ordinary monkey. After all, if it were a high-quality spirit pet, some phenomena would manifest upon activating its bloodline talent post-contract. Such phenomena are especially terrifying with divine beasts. I have no desire to let Feng Jiuxiao know I have also been reborn, so I feigned a look of shock and panic. I rushed at Feng Jiuxiao, seizing her shoulders and harshly questioning her. Why is this just an ordinary quality? Spirit pet? You said at the time it was a divine beast. Feng Jiuxiao offered no resistance, allowing me to grip her. She simply portrayed a look of anguish. In my eyes, it's a divine beast. Give it back to me. Once a contract is established, it cannot be undone unless one party dies. In a servant contract, if the beast master dies, the spirit pet dies too. In an equal contract, the spirit pet's death doesn't affect the beast master. However, regardless of the contract type, if the spirit pet dies, the Beastmaster will suffer some damage, especially if it's their first contracted spirit pet, so returning it to her is impossible. After hearing Feng Jiaoxiao's words, I intentionally showed hesitation. My initial plan was to cultivate the monkey into a demonic form, and a sudden increase in strength in an ordinary spirit pet would be noticeable. But now with Feng Jiaoxiao, a genius beastmaster with a sunlight-level talent of the true eye vouching for it, the monkey's growth would seem more plausible. Are you saying it's truly a divine beast, just temporarily not showing its special traits? I asked. Hearing my question, Feng Jiaoxiao couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in her heart. If Mu Yunlan were truly convinced that this ordinary little monkey was a mythical beast, leading her to waste a significant amount of time and resources on its cultivation, it would undoubtedly grant her the perfect opportunity for growth. She immediately followed Mu Yunlan's lead, saying, "Of course, I specifically selected it from among so many exotic beasts. It is indeed a mythical beast, and even for me, it's incredibly difficult to find another like it. Mythical beasts are exceedingly rare. In a past life, Feng Jiaoxiao had managed to find only one exotic beast with the bloodline of a mythical beast, the golden-scaled serpent, among a million exotic beasts in Lingshu City. Although Feng Jiaoxiao would later possess other mythical beasts, that was after she had grown stronger. Mu Yunlan had snatched the golden-scaled serpent from her hands and nurtured it into a demon dragon. With this demon beast, Mu Yunlan secured her position as the holy maiden of the demonic path. Just as Mu Yunlan was about to speak, a voice rang out from not far away. "Yunlan, are you bullying Jiaoxiao again?" The voice was filled with authority. Upon hearing it, they turned to see a man clad in silver armor approaching. Seeing this man, Mu Yunlan instinctively showed a disdainful expression, but she quickly masked it, replacing it with a look of joy. "Brother, you're back." The man was Mu Yunlan's elder brother Mu Tianqiu, who was a year older than her. Many of the Mu family's men had an interest in Feng Jiaoxiao, and Mu Tianqiu was among them. Originally, Mu Tianqiu and Mu Yunlan had a good relationship. After their father killed their mother, Mu Tianqiu was Mu Yunlan's only family during her childhood, and he was also the person she trusted most. Yet, Mu Tianqiu would always side with Feng Jiaoxiao whenever conflicts arose between her and Mu Yunlan, which only fueled Mu Yunlan's resentment towards Feng Jiaoxiao. In a past life, Feng Jiaoxiao had used Mu Tianqiu's influence to cast Mu Yunlan out of the family, turning her into a lone wolf. Naturally, Mu Yunlan retaliated against Feng Jiaoxiao with even greater ferocity. Upon her rebirth, the image of Mu Tianqiu was devoid of the familial affection she once sought, leaving only a figure who consistently supported her adversary and never stood by his own sister, a cold-blooded creature. Yet outwardly, she had to maintain an appearance of closeness. That's what made it all the more entertaining. Mu Tianqiu blocked Mu Yunlan's attempt to hug him, coldly stating, "I heard you took Jiaoxiao's spirit pet." The smile on Mu Yunlan's face froze momentarily, and she quickly scooped up the little monkey, which had just caught its breath, holding it tightly to her chest. "It's mine. We've already formed a contract." Mu Tianqiu sighed and helplessly turned to Feng Jiaoxiao, saying, "Jiaoxiao, let me help you choose a new spirit pet, okay?" "Thank you, cousin." Feng Jiaoxiao replied, maintaining a facade of sorrow. In truth, Feng Jiaoxiao held little fondness for Mu Tianqiu. Despite his attempts to shield her during her clashes with Mu Yunlan, his efforts were merely sufficient to prevent Mu Yunlan from excessively tormenting her. To put it simply, he maintained a balance that kept her from being bullied to death. As a result, she still endured considerable hardship. Mu Tianqiu's interventions often amounted to nothing more than a few scoldings directed at Mu Yunlan, if even his father couldn't control Mu Yunlan. What hope did he have? Feng Jiaoxiao could sum up her impression of Mu Tianqiu in 2 words: incompetent. After leaving Lingshu City, Mu Tianqiu faded from Feng Jiaoxiao's world. In the grand scheme of things, he was just an ordinary, forgettable person. Reflecting on it, within the Mu family, or even the entire Lingshu City, the only person who left a lasting impression on Feng Jiaoxiao was Mu Yunlan. Yet now she found herself needing Mu Tianqiu's protection once more to ensure she could successfully form a contract with the golden scale snake. As Mu Yunlan watched the two of them walk away, she suddenly felt a warm, slick sensation on her chest. Quickly, she picked up the little monkey. Lu Zhang retracted his tongue, gasping for breath, and exclaimed, "Were you trying to suffocate me?" Mu Yunlan stared blankly at the six-eared macaque before her and then burst into laughter. Seeing her reaction, Lu Zhang thought to himself that she was indeed a madwoman, but it didn't matter. The contract they had was one of equality, meaning she couldn't exert control over him. The power of the contract had already awakened his bloodline talent, granting him his first skill. It also provided him with some spiritual power, elevating him to a first-tier spirit beast in the beast spirit realm. This achievement gave him a preliminary grasp of power. As long as he continued to grow stronger, this madwoman would be unable to harm him. At least she wouldn't be able to assault him with her chest again. Mu Yunlan, having stopped laughing, looked intently at the little monkey in her arms. Upon reincarnation, her mind was flooded with information, momentarily distracting her from her conversation with Lu Zhang during the contract formation. Now, in retrospect, she realized that this monkey wasn't an ordinary spirit pet. Based on Feng Jiuxiao's reaction, Mu Yunlan deduced that the other party was also a reincarnated individual. Obtaining this little monkey must have been part of Feng Jiuxiao's scheme, as she likely perceived it as merely of average quality. Little did she know, this monkey was anything but ordinary. Little one, let me see your talent skills, Mu Yunlan requested. In a servant contract, all information about the spirit pet is accessible to the beast master. However, with an equality contract, viewing the pet's talents requires the pet's consent. Lu Zhang spoke up. First, don't call me little one, I am a six-eared macaque. You can call me Lu Air or Old Six. Secondly, what's in it for me if I let you see? Mu Yunlan murmured to herself, realizing that this spirit pet was called a six-eared macaque. Then with a smile she said, alright little Lu Air, if you let me see your talents I can cultivate you more appropriately. Alright, here is a bottle of beast god pills, it can rapidly enhance your spiritual power. Let me take a look and then I'll give it to you. Mu Yunlan took out a palm-sized jade bottle which contained the beast god pills. These pills are specifically used to cultivate spiritual pets and are quite expensive. However, as the eldest daughter of the Mu family, such things are naturally not lacking. Lu Zhang caught a whiff of the medicinal fragrance, indeed sensing a significant spiritual energy fluctuation from within. Considering the value of the beast god pills, Lu Zhang decided to temporarily forgive the other party for calling him small. Alright, give me the jade bottle and I will let you see. The beast god pill was originally prepared for her own spiritual pet, so Mu Yunlan directly placed it in Lu Zhang's arms. At this moment, Lu Zhang was indeed too small. Holding the jade bottle with his two little paws, he looked quite amusing and adorable. With Lu Zhang's permission, through the contract between them, Mu Yunlan witnessed the first innate skill of the six-eared macaque. Its talent was called listening to all methods, and the effect was consuming a certain amount of spiritual power to randomly acquire a talent or skill from a target within a certain range. The closer the distance and the lower the skill level, the less spiritual power consumed. Seeing this innate ability, Mu Yunlan was utterly shocked. Just this one ability was enough to be considered a divine beast. The ability to acquire others' talents and skills at will was truly terrifying. Often the power of a single skill might not be impressive, but when two skills are combined, their power could be exponentially amplified. Mastering all skills would be akin to being invincible. With this, why would I need to cultivate other magical beasts? With this little monkey, I could easily replace Feng Jiuxiao and become the new legendary empress. Excited, Mu Yunlan hugged Lu Zhang tightly and kissed him several times, leaving his face covered in saliva. She then held him closely to her chest, prompting Lu Zhang to quickly protest through their shared bridge. Let me go. I warn you, without my permission you can't attack me with your chest again. Mu Yunlan released Lu Zhang, surprised and asked, you've already acquired my innate ability? Although Mu Yunlan had established a shared bridge between herself and Lu Zhang, she sensed that Lu Zhang was transmitting information through another bridge. His talent shared bridge allowed him to establish a link with any target, freely exchanging information and sharing spiritual power regardless of distance. Catching his breath, Lu Zhang nodded and said, yes, when I first awakened my talent I directly acquired it. Mu Yunlan marveled, if a moonlight level talent can be acquired so easily, doesn't that mean as long as the distance is close enough you could also obtain Feng Jiuxiao's sunlight level talent? Lu Zhang thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, I estimate my spiritual power isn't sufficient at the moment. Acquiring your talent just now almost drained my spiritual energy. No rush, you should eat the beast god pills first. We have plenty of time, Mu Yunlan said while carrying the little monkey to her room. Once inside she spoke, you can take the beast god pills now and I will help you digest them quickly. Lu Zhang immediately complied. To swiftly become stronger was an opportunity he eagerly sought. After all, the body of this little monkey was practically useless, with no ability to resist at all. Feng Jiuxiao and Mu Yunlan almost suffocated him to death. After Lu Zhang swallowed the beast god pill, Mu Yunlan also ingested a pill herself. At the same time, she channeled her spiritual power, placing her hands on the little monkey's body. Instantly, Lu Zhang felt a mysterious energy flowing within him. It was no surprise to Lu Zhang that Mu Yunlan at just 16-inch had mastered such exquisite techniques. After completing the contract earlier, he overheard Mu Yunlan muttering to herself, realizing that she too was a person reborn. Lu Zhang wasn't particularly concerned with this revelation. After all, he himself was a reincarnated individual and such occurrences weren't rare these days. His main priority was to ensure he grew stronger so that no one could easily suppress him again. As for ascending to the pinnacle of the world or saving it, those were things he had no interest in. With two reincarnated individuals already present as a transmigrated guest, he had no need to worry. Enjoying good food and drink, living as a happy little monkey was enough. In his past life, he lived like a beast of burden, so in this life, why couldn't he live comfortably and carefree? The Beast God Pill was indeed an excellent resource for spiritual pet cultivation. By dusk, after refining 8 Beast God Pills, Lu Zhang had already reached the early stage of the first tier, 3rd level. The cultivation of a beast master relied on spiritual pets. In this world, the spiritual energy was extremely volatile and humans couldn't independently absorb and cultivate it until reaching the 4th tier. They had to rely on spiritual pets and gain cultivation feedback through the power of contracts, thus helping themselves improve their levels. However, since Mu Yunlan was also an emperor-level powerhouse in her previous life, she naturally mastered some special secret techniques that allowed her to begin independent cultivation below the 4th tier. Nevertheless, she wouldn't refuse the feedback of cultivation from her spiritual pet. With a servant contract, a beast master could take 90% of the spiritual pet's cultivation achievements, but an equal contract was a 50-50 split. When Lu Zhang stepped into the 1st tier, 3rd level, Mu Yunlan also reached the same stage. However, because Mu Yunlan had taken an elixir to aid her cultivation, her spiritual power was slightly higher, reaching the late stage of the 1st tier, 3rd level. Mu Yunlan was quite satisfied with this outcome. In her previous life, after refining 8 Beast God Pills, the golden scaled snake only reached the mid-stage of the 1st tier, 2nd level. Much of the medicinal power was wasted. For high-quality spiritual pets, completing a contract merely initiates the unlocking of their bloodline power. As their level rises, other talents will emerge. While both were initially unlocking their bloodline talents, Xiao Luer's ability to refine the medicinal power was far superior to that of the golden-scaled snake. In the mystical world where power and beasts intertwine, Feng Jiuxiao remains unaware of the formidable creature that Mu Yunlan has maneuvered into acquiring, a being surpassing even the divine beasts. Mu Yunlan chuckles darkly, lifting the little monkey with a mischievous grin. "Come on, let's get you cleaned up and rested." Lu Zhang is taken aback at the mention of a bath, wondering if he's included in this plan. In the warmth of the bath, Lu Zhang enjoys the soothing touch of Mu Yunlan's hands, finding a strange comfort in his new circumstances. Abandoned by the Empress, he muses that perhaps being with this demonic temptress isn't so bad after all. A month spent with Feng Jiuxiao had offered little more than face wash. Now he relishes the luxury of his current situation. After a good scrub, Mu Yunlan tucks the fragrant little monkey into her bedding, gently stroking it before settling down. "Rest well," she whispers. "Tomorrow we'll claim Feng Jiuxiao's sunlight-gifted talent." Lu Zhang nestles into his cozy spot, drifting into a peaceful slumber. This level of service, he decides, demands reciprocation. He's determined to secure Feng Jiuxiao's talent no matter what. The next morning, the young men and women of the Mu family, all 16 years of age, gather together. Whether from the main lineage, side branches, or even unrelated family servants, today marks the day they will form contracts with their spirit pets. Contract arrays are rare, with only 3 families in the entire Lingshu city possessing their own. Anyone else must pay and wait their turn at the city lord's array. Family contract arrays open once a year for 10 days. Miss the window and one must wait for the next year, unless, like Mu Yunlan, you can demand the family to open it at will. Each youth is accompanied by a spirit beast cub. While adult beasts can be contracted, young talents cannot bond with high-grade beasts. To secure a quality spirit pet, one must choose a cub. Feng Jiuxiao arrives, a golden shimmering snake coiled around her arm. Mu Yunlan instantly recognizes it as the golden-scaled snake with true dragon blood. Their eyes meet, and suddenly Mu Yunlan's little monkey leaps from her arms to Feng Jiuxiao's, who instinctively cradles it. Lu Zhang inhales deeply, the scent familiar and comforting. The golden-scaled snake on Feng Jiuxiao's arm, irked by the intruder, raises its head and flicks its tongue at the monkey. but Lu Zhang, undeterred by unfinished bloodlines, gives it a firm slap. The snake, still dormant in its bloodline awakening, spirals around Feng Jiaoxiao's arm 3 times before fainting from the blow. The unexpected turn of events startles Feng Jiaoxiao. She quickly checks the snake, relieved to find it nearly unconscious with no lasting harm. She sighs in relief, but before she can act, Mu Yunlan's voice cuts through the air, sharp and reprimanding. Feng Jiaoxiao, what are you doing to my spirit pet? Mu Yunlan rushes forward, reclaiming the little monkey from Feng Jiaoxiao's grasp with a fierce determination. Feng Jiaoxiao initially believed that Lu Zhang had been mistreated by Mu Yunlan, which prompted him to seek help. He gritted his teeth and said, "It was originally mine." Mu Yunlan deliberately looked at the golden-scaled snake and replied, "But now it's mine. Besides, you have a new choice, don't you?" Wu Feng Jiaoxiao misunderstood this as Mu Yunlan's attempt to seize the golden-scaled snake and instinctively took 2 steps back. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Yunlan's words were strategically meant to deepen Lu Zhang's feeling of being abandoned by Feng Jiaoxiao, making it easier for Mu Yunlan to foster a better relationship with him. Mu Yunlan then provocatively challenged, "I wonder what quality of spirit pet you can pick now." After saying this, she moved to the side with a little monkey in her arms, secretly communicating with Lu Zhang. "Did you get it? Let me see." Perhaps it was Mu Yunlan's inherently wicked nature, but the excitement of having stolen something as valuable as Feng Jiaoxiao's prized talent was almost too much for her to contain. Lu Zhang used the power of their contract to reveal the newly acquired talent to Mu Yunlan and then promptly demanded, "Give me a beast god pill. I need to quickly restore my spiritual energy. With so many spirit beasts here, I at least need to acquire a dozen skills. I can't leave empty-handed." The talent known as the Eye of Truth allowed Lu Zhang to expend a certain amount of spiritual energy to see the essence of targets below divine grade, discern all flaws and weaknesses, and ignore mental control or illusion-based attacks. Mu Yunlan was astonished, exclaiming, "No wonder this is a sunlight grade talent. It's incredibly powerful. It's no surprise that when I fought with her I constantly felt suppressed. This talent can actually see through weaknesses and flaws." She let out an eerie laugh, "But now not anymore." As a spiritual energy restorative pill, the Beast God pill had a potent effect, fully replenishing the depleted spiritual energy of Lu Zhang with just 1 pill. Meanwhile, the Spirit Beast contract ceremony continued. The Mu family officials would evaluate and rate the revealed quality of the spirit pets based on their awakened bloodline talents. For branch family members and outsiders, obtaining a high rating meant access to better growth resources. Spirit Beast quality was categorized from low to high into 3 major tiers: Ordinary Bone Beast Pet, Extraordinary Spirit Pet, and Legendary Divine Pet. Extraordinary Spirit Pets were further divided into 1 to 9 stars, with 1 star being the lowest and 9 stars the highest. Those chosen by the Mu family would at least be of the Extraordinary Spirit Pet tier. All extraordinary spirit pets possessed a bloodline talent. Those with a quality of 4 stars or above could undergo a second awakening upon reaching the 2nd tier, gaining a second talent skill. The higher the quality, the more awakenings possible, leading to more talent skills. While most talent skills were of low quality for someone like Lu Zhang, who currently lacked any combat skills, any ability was welcome, and the more the better. Even these low-level talents were valuable even if he hadn't directly interacted with their owners. Acquiring these abilities does not require much spiritual power. However, the process is entirely random, akin to a lottery draw. You expend a certain amount of spiritual power and see what you can obtain. Among the results, there are 3 that are somewhat noteworthy. The first is the talent Fireline Impact, which allows the user to consume energy to unleash fiery shocks on one or multiple targets, causing burn damage. The second talent is Thunder Flash, enabling rapid movement by harnessing the power of thunder. The third, and of the highest quality, is Moon Step, where one can use spiritual power to gather lunar energy underfoot, allowing them to walk in the air. This talent was acquired from a 7-star extraordinary spirit beast. All of these are just bonuses. After obtaining the True Eye talent, Lu Zhang could see that the golden-scaled snake harbored the bloodline of a true dragon. Its talent awakening would surely not disappoint. Next up was Feng Jiaoxiao. As the person in charge called out his name, Feng Jiaoxiao stepped forward, standing in the contract formation alongside the golden-scaled snake to complete the bond. As the power of the contract surged, the true dragon bloodline within the golden-scaled snake was activated. The small snake, initially only as thick as a finger, instantly transformed into a golden dragon over 10 meters long, soaring into the sky. Above this five-clawed golden dragon, an apparition of another dragon over 100 meters long formed with its majestic roar, causing all spirit beasts present except for the six-eared macaque to tremble in fear. This was the spectacle accompanying the awakening of a divine beast. The awakening of the golden-scaled snake's apparition caught the attention of the current head of the Mu family, Mu Nanshan, who was also Mu Yunlan's father. He arrived at the site of the contract ceremony, eyes gleaming with an indescribable light as he watched the soaring golden dragon. Feng Jiaxiao's sunlight-level talent had already piqued his interest on the day of its awakening. It was with his tacit approval that Mu Yunlan took the spirit pet Feng Jiaxiao had chosen. After all, it was him who had preemptively opened the contract formation for Mu Yunlan. However, the small monkeys selected by Mu Yunlan and Feng Jiaxiao showed no unusual signs after the contract was completed, behaving just like an ordinary beast pet. Mu Nanshan had even approached Mu Yunlan asking if he wanted to choose another spirit pet, but Mu Yunlan insisted on the uniqueness of the little monkey, believing it simply hadn't revealed its potential yet. Today, seeing the soaring golden dragon, Mu Nanshan was almost certain that Feng Jiaxiao's talent could indeed uncover spirit pets with divine beast bloodlines. This meant that the small monkey Mu Yunlan had taken from Feng Jiaxiao was likely extraordinary as well. Thus, Feng Jiaxiao's talent was of immense importance to the entire Mu family. With Feng Jiaxiao's ability to select spirit pets for the clan members, the overall strength of next year's younger generation could significantly improve. For a large family, Feng Jiaxiao's talent held enormous strategic importance, therefore it was crucial to win him over. However, when Mu Nanshan's gaze fell upon Mu Yunlan, he couldn't help but frown. Mu Yunlan's face was filled with jealousy and a restless eagerness, as if he was ready to snatch something away at any moment. Disappointment flashed across Mu Nanshan's eyes. Despite Mu Yunlan's awakening of a talent at the moonlight level, which was enough to make him a formidable figure, his personality had seen no growth over the years. He was impulsive and lacked depth, acting with arrogance and conceit. Such a person, many believed, could never achieve great things. Instead of benefiting his family, Mu Yunlan might even bring disaster upon them. When compared to the always obedient Feng Jiaxiao, he seemed even more lacking. Little did they know Mu Yunlan was intentionally portraying himself this way for a reason. Mu Yunlan was well aware of what kind of person his father was. Ever since that fateful day when his father killed his mother without hesitation, Mu Yunlan had seen through his true nature. In Mu Nanshan's eyes, only the family mattered, the Mu family. There was no room for love or familial bonds, only the division and calculation of benefits. To Mu Nanshan, both his son and daughter were mere pawns to be used when needed, only concerned with maximizing his gains. In his past life, Mu Yunlan had mistakenly thought that Mu Nanshan's indulgence and favoritism stemmed from guilt over his mother's death. In truth, it was all a performance for his wife's family, the Song family of Tianyun City, who had been misled into believing it was out of regret. The Song family had sought help to cure Mu Yunlan's mother, but Mu Nanshan, fearing his wife's demonic aura might infect others, chose to kill her instead, even burning the body. Mu Yunlan later learned fragments of the truth, that there had been a rift between his parents, and his mother's demonic possession was likely part of Mu Nanshan's schemes. However, she never uncovered the full truth. Reborn Mu Yunlan was determined to discover what truly happened, even if it meant soul-searching. For now, he hid his true intentions from Mu Nanshan, continuing to act as he always had. As the golden light dissipated, the golden-scaled snake returned to its original size. Although it couldn't transform into a true dragon just yet, its brilliance was fleeting. It had sprouted a pair of dragon horns, signifying a bloodline awakening. Watching Feng Jiaxiao bask in glory, Mu Yunlan outwardly displayed jealousy and admiration, but inside he was delighted. He understood the potential of the golden scaled snake well. In his previous life he had been adored by many and followed by thousands. Such things no longer held any allure for him. Seeing Feng Jiaxiao gain the golden scaled snake as an ally, Mu Yunlan felt excitement rather than envy. With this new aid, Feng Jiaxiao's path would diverge from the one he knew, making things far more interesting. As he petted the small monkey in his arms, he communicated through the shared bridge, asking, "Are you ready? You can act." Lu Zhang replied. Mu Yunlan, with a calculated misstep, seemingly let the little monkey slip away, allowing it to fall. However, before it could hit the ground, a streak of white and purple lightning flashed across its body and a radiant glow gathered beneath its feet. This was the combined use of the skills Thunder Flash and Moonstep. The monkey's speed soared to its peak. In a blink, it was inside the contract formation. Lu Zhang had a clear target, the golden-scaled snake. At that moment, the snake, with its nascent awakening of true dragon bloodline, sensed Lu Zhang's approach, having been slapped unconscious by Lu Zhang earlier. It couldn't hold back upon seeing its adversary. It immediately broke free from Feng Jiuxiao's arm, its body suddenly expanding to over 3 meters, exuding a powerful aura. Yet Lu Zhang felt no pressure. Seeing the snake's wide-open maw, he unleashed a fireline impact skill. The combination of fiery impact and searing burn halted the snake's charge. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Zhang mounted its head, grasping its newly evolved dragon horns with his hind paws, while his forepaws pummeled it fiercely. Simultaneously, he activated the skill. Listening to 10,000 laws, obtaining its innate abilities, everything happened so swiftly. It wasn't until the golden-scaled snake let out a pained howl that Feng Jiuxiao reacted, rushing forward. "Stop, Xiao Liuzi, let go of Xiao Jinzi." At Feng Jiuxiao's call, Lu Zhang, who had initially planned to release the snake, landed a few more heavy blows. "So you raised me and called me Xiao Liuzi, and I reluctantly agreed. Now that you've abandoned me, what should you call me? Call me Lu Yi." Just as Feng Jiuxiao was about to reach them, Mu Yunlan arrived first. She scooped Lu Zhang from the snake, cradling him with a triumphant expression. "Little Six Ears, well done." She praised the little monkey in her arms. Glancing at Feng Jiuxiao, who was worriedly checking the snake's condition, she added, "Though you found a second divine beast, it seems this first one is still more powerful." "Feng Jiuxiao, thank you for helping me select such a formidable beast." Mu Yunlan's mocking laughter made Mu Nanshan, standing not far away, frown. Her demeanor always reminded him of his wife, whom he had personally killed. "Enough, Yunlan, stop fooling around." Mu Nanshan chided Mu Yunlan, then addressed everyone by my order as clan leader. Henceforth, Feng Jiuxiao's status in the Mu family is equivalent to the direct descendant eldest lady. She will receive the highest level of resource support, and no one is to neglect her. Tian Shou, take Jiuxiao to have her spirit pet treated. Having arranged everything for Feng Jiuxiao, Mu Nanshan turned to speak to Mu Yunlan, but she snorted coldly and left with a sullen face. Frowning, he sighed again, contemplating how to handle Mu Yunlan. Suppressing and disciplining Mu Yunlan to gain Feng Jiuxiao's favor was Mu Nanshan's original plan. He had been following through so far. However, seeing Mu Yunlan's little monkey spirit pet, which seemed no less than the legendary divine pet, the golden-scaled snake, he realized he needed to tread carefully. Both divine pets needed to be preserved. In his perspective, Mu Yunlan might not be the sharpest or the most talented, especially when compared to Feng Jiuxiao, who seemed far more valuable. However, possessing a legendary divine pet was still a significant asset. Once both legendary divine pets matured, the Mu family would have the power to control the entire Lingshu city and potentially extend their influence over neighboring cities. Therefore, it was crucial to keep both individuals within the Mu family. This meant that any conflicts between them needed to be resolved, or at least managed, so that neither would be forced to leave. Feigning anger and leaving because of Mu Nanshan's reprimand and favoritism, Mu Yunlan returned to his room with a joyful expression. He was eager to confirm if the first innate ability of the golden scale serpent was indeed the true dragon physique. Looking towards Lu Zhang, he asked for confirmation. Lu Zhang nodded, sharing the information with Mu Yunlan. The ability was described as true dragon physique, which consumed a certain amount of spiritual power to gain the strength of a true dragon. This transformation increased the serpent's size, strength, and defense, with attacks dealing additional damage. Imbued with true dragon power, an ability truly befitting a divine beast, the true dragon power was a high-level force capable of overwhelming lower-level creatures. However, the golden scale serpent had only just awakened and had limited spiritual power. It could only muster enough true dragon power for a single offensive move. Under the suppression of Lu Zhang's Tier 1 level 3 strength, combined with multiple skill layers, the serpent was easily overpowered. If not for its true dragon physique, it would have been easily defeated. Unlike other newly awakened spirit pets that would have been destroyed by Lu Zhang, as a six-eared macaque, Lu Zhang's strength was already considerable, and with his skill enhancements, he rarely met his match at the same level. Now, with the true dragon physique, he could easily overpower the golden scale serpent even at the same rank. Seeing the familiar innate ability, Mu Yunlan chuckled, acknowledging that the little serpent would be completely suppressed by Lu Zhang. However, he noted that this wasn't enough and suggested they go visit someone. It was also the Lin family's contract day, and although they didn't have a divine pet, they possessed a 9-star extraordinary spirit pet, the Galehound, which had impressive skills. Lu Zhang, however, rolled his eyes and spread his small furry paws, indicating that he hadn't recovered yet. after acquiring the golden scale serpent's skills and engaging in a battle. His spiritual power was depleted. Mu Yunlan with one arm scooped the small monkey into his embrace while with the other he retrieved a bottle of pills containing beast god pills from his storage ring. Little Six Ears, it's time for your medicine. Lu Zhang, resigned, took out a beast god pill and swallowed it. Although these pills were best used for breaking through cultivation levels, using them to restore spiritual power seemed wasteful. Yet, as far as Lu Zhang was concerned, he was there to consume whatever was given. If Mu Yunlan wanted more, she could find a way to get it herself. As a spirit pet, it should have the awareness of being nurtured. As Mu Yunlan carried Lu Zhang on her way to the Lin family's residence, the beast god pill had already been absorbed by Lu Zhang, restoring his spiritual power completely. With a slight improvement even, the Lin family's guards clearly recognized Mu Yunlan, or rather, they feared her. Upon seeing her approach from a distance, someone immediately went inside to report her arrival. Once Mu Yunlan reached the Lin family's gate, no one dared to stop her, allowing her to enter freely. Mu Yunlan casually caught a servant. "Where is Lin Yang?" The servant trembling pointed in a direction. "The young master is in the outer courtyard of the ancestral hall." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunlan swiftly headed that way. It wasn't long before she encountered Lin Yang, who was accompanied by 2 guards. Beside him a large blue-furred dog resembling a lion followed closely. This was the newly awakened 9-star extraordinary spirit pet, Gale Howler. "Why does Yunlan's sister have time to visit me today?" Lin Yang asked with a smile. This demeanor made Mu Yunlan pause for a moment. In her past life, after she had seized Feng Jiuxiao's golden scaled serpent contract, Lin Yang's attitude towards her was not just excessively flattering but downright sycophantic, yet today he was so indifferent. But Mu Yunlan quickly understood the reason. Yesterday she had snatched Mu Yunlan's spirit pet contract, but the contract completion caused no unusual phenomenon. This led everyone to believe that the little monkey was merely a mundane beast pet. Despite her moonlight class talent, contracting a mundane beast pet meant she had from the start been set apart from geniuses. Henceforth she would have no connection to the elite of Lingshu City. Lin Yang was the 3rd son of the Lin family. In her previous life, his endless flattery was merely to gain the Mu family's assistance to secure the position of the Lin family's head. Now, seeing Mu Yunlan reduced to being a waste, unable to offer him help, his attitude had changed. The conflict that had occurred in the Mu family had probably not yet reached here. After all, the Mu family was also a large family and internal news couldn't spread so quickly. However, as long as one wasn't blind, anyone in Lingshu City could see the 5-clawed golden dragon phenomenon. Mu Yunlan displayed a cold smile. She hadn't come for Lin Yang in the first place. He was merely a fair-weather friend. Obtaining the Gale Howler's talent was her primary concern. So she adopted an aloof demeanor and said, "You always claimed that the quality of your chosen spirit beast wasn't low, so I'm here to challenge it." Upon hearing Mu Yunlan mention his spirit pet, Lin Yang's face couldn't hide his self-satisfaction. A 9-star extraordinary, just a step away from a legendary divine pet. In all of Lingshu City, originally only 3 people possessed 9-star extraordinary quality spirit pets. They were City Lord Hua Jiufeng, the former Lin family head Lin Bei Gue, and the former Mu family head Mu Yuan. These 3 were the most powerful figures in all of Lingshu City, and with his 9-star extraordinary spirit pet, Lin Yang was almost destined to be among the pinnacle of power in the future. "Yunlan's sister, my Gale Howler doesn't know its own strength. If it accidentally injures your little monkey, that wouldn't be good. I think we should skip the challenge. But I do need to trouble Yunlan's sister to tell me that 5-clawed golden dragon was it the phenomenon produced by Feng Jiuxiao's new divine pet contract?" Mu Yunlan cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yang, who was putting on airs. While gently stroking the fiery golden fur of her little monkey, she coldly declared, "Wanna know who it is? Beat my spirit pet and I'll tell you. And from now on use my full name, Mu Yunlan." Lu Zhang, who in his past life was just an ordinary person, found himself underestimated even in this life where he was no longer human. He felt a pang of empathy for Mu Yunlan, and anger began to stir within him. In a flash, he turned into a streak of lightning and appeared before the green-furred Galehound. As he activated his true dragon form, he unleashed a powerful slap imbued with the force of a true dragon upon the creature. With a deafening crash, the Galehound slammed into the wall, barely clinging to life as it gazed at the little monkey in front of it, eyes filled with confusion and innocence. "Why hit me?" It seemed to ask, its heart shrouded in a shadow of despair. What had it done wrong? It was merely following a fickle master, and now having just awakened, it suffered a harsh blow. Could anyone comprehend the trauma of such a slap on a Galehound that was only 2 months old? But never mind the Galehound's inner monologue. At this moment Lin Yang was both astonished and furious that Mu Yunlan would let her spirit pet attack without warning. This was the Lin family estate after all. It was as if she had no regard for the Lin family's third young master or the Lin family itself. Lin Yang was also astounded that his own 9-star extraordinary spirit pet the Galehound was nearly defeated by what he had assumed was just an ordinary beast pet, a little monkey. Even though the Galehound had just awakened, its reflexes should have been enough to avoid being struck by an ordinary beast pet, and yet the small monkey, hardly larger than a fist, had nearly killed it with a single blow. This defied all logic. Mu Yunlan, make it stop, Lin Yang shouted. Desperately, Mu Yunlan merely waved dismissively, saying it's already stopped. Who knew your spirit pet was so weak that one hit would cripple it? Boring. Shall lure, come back. We're leaving. Lu Zheng had already conveyed a message to Mu Yunlan. He not only acquired the Galehound's talent but also Lin Yang's. Having achieved their goal, there was no need to linger. Just as Lin Yang was about to explode with anger, Mu Yunlan paused in her steps and threw him a parting remark that left him too intimidated to pursue further. Oh, by the way, Feng Jiuxiao did contract a divine pet with true dragon bloodline, the golden-scaled snake, but even it was knocked down by Xiao Luer. The implication was clear. If even a divine pet was bested by Mu Yunlan's spirit pet, then the little monkey in her arms was definitely no ordinary beast pet. Even if it had prematurely awakened its bloodline power and consumed elixirs to enhance its spiritual energy, to defeat a divine pet, its quality would have to be at least that of a 9-star extraordinary spirit pet. After all, it had only been less than a day since Mu Yunlan had contracted the little monkey, so its cultivation level couldn't have been very high, yet the strength of a divine pet's bloodline, even freshly awakened, would have little trouble overcoming a low-quality extraordinary spirit pet at the first or second rank. Based on the information analyzed earlier, it seems that the little monkey in Mu Yunlan's arms is also a divine pet, possibly even superior to the golden-scaled snake. In everyone's eyes, Feng Jiuxiao's first choice for a spirit pet was this little monkey. After the monkey was taken away, he had no choice but to settle for the golden-scaled snake. Reflecting on this, Lin Yang couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He immediately ordered his people to treat the Galehound while also sending someone to investigate the happenings at the Mu family. Upon learning that the golden-scaled snake was beaten by the little monkey after transforming into a dragon, Lin Yang became even more convinced of his theory. He regretted his earlier attitude even more. Lin Yang had been like a loyal dog at Mu Yunlan's side for years, thinking he would finally have his moment of glory today. But not only did he get a metaphorical slap in the face, but he also lost the chance to remain in Mu Yunlan's favor. No, he couldn't let 10 years of effort go to waste. He resolved in his heart that he needed to marry Mu Yunlan to secure his position as the head of the family. Meanwhile, Mu Yunlan left the Lin household feeling quite elated, even letting out a peculiar laugh. Having gained 2 excellent talents in succession, Lu Zheng found his spiritual energy nearly depleted. He leaned against a soft spot to find a comfortable position. That's enough for today. I'm going to sleep, Lu Zheng said lazily. Reflecting on the past day's events, Lu Zheng realized he had just completed a contract and already participated in 2 battles, exhausting his spiritual energy 3 times and acquiring several skills. It was enough to call him a model worker. But this was too much. He wasn't even human anymore, yet the workload was relentless. Lu Zheng decided to take it easy. Feeling pleased, Mu Yunlan tightened her hold on the little monkey. Xiao Luer, you've worked hard today. Go to sleep. I'll get you something tasty. Lu Zheng couldn't be bothered with food or anything else and drifted off. When he awoke, drawn by a sweet aroma, he found a peach larger than his head. Swallowing, Lu Zheng noted that while he never particularly liked peaches, he was a monkey now, driven by instincts he couldn't control. Grabbing it, he took a big bite. Mu Yunlan watched the little monkey eat with such delight and couldn't help but smile. How is it? Delicious, right? This is a White Cloud peach worth its weight in gold, but such spiritual fruits aren't circulated. They're monopolized by the city lord's manor, the Lin family and the Mu family, for trading among themselves. Lu Zheng devoured the peach quickly, feeling the surge of spiritual power within him. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the first tier's 3rd level. This is amazing, tasty, and enhances spiritual power, much better than the beast god pill. Why didn't you give me one sooner? Lu Zheng remarked, grabbing a second peach to devour. Mu Yunlan giggled, I don't have any more left and the Mu family's stock is depleted too. We can only pick them from the Hua family's orchard. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang paused his peach eating and looked up surprised. You didn't sneak in. Did you? Smart guess, Mu Yunlan laughed. The quantity of spiritual fruits for trade is limited and it's not trading time yet, so I had to sneak in. You've got to be kidding me. Lu Zhang was left speechless internally. No wonder Feng Jiuxiao called Mu Yulan a demonic sorceress. In the city of Lingshu there were three prominent families, the Mu family, the Lin family and the Hua family. Mu Yulan, despite being from the Mu family, was at odds with her father. After being scolded, she went to provoke the Lin family and now she's stealing spirit fruits from the Hua family's orchard. She's managed to offend every single one of the three families. No room for further discussion there. Lu Zheng quickly sped up his consumption of the large peaches. If they were discovered, there'd be nothing left to eat. Mu Yulan also started to wolf down the fruits. Unlike absorbing spiritual power from the outside world, the spiritual energy in spirit fruits and elixirs is gentle and can be directly absorbed and refined by beast tamers. Theoretically, if one had an abundant supply of spirit fruits and elixirs, they could grow to the fourth tier without relying on spirit pets advancing purely through personal cultivation. This was one of the reasons why Mu Yulan wasn't initially concerned about the quality of the little monkey spirit pet. Having once been a powerful imperial expert, she was confident in her ability to regain her peak strength on her own. However, having an additional comprehensive advantage over Feng Jiuxiao wouldn't hurt. The number of white cloud peaches was limited as only a few peaches on the trees were ripe. The others were still small and lacked spiritual power. Both Lu Zhang and Mu Yulan managed to elevate themselves to the first tier 5th level, realizing they had devoured everything edible. Just then a sudden shout erupted. Who's there? Mu Yulan sprang up, clutching Lu Zhang, a burst of dark light emanating from her body. With a swoosh they flew out of the orchard. Even the formation protecting the orchard couldn't stop them. Nothing seemed capable of obstructing the dark light's charge. After escaping, Mu Yulan didn't leave but instead boldly carried Lu Zheng towards the main entrance of the city lord's mansion. As they reached the gate, she acted as if nothing had happened and instructed the gatekeeper, "Take me to see Brother Hua." Watching Mu Yulan walk into the Hua residence with a composed demeanor after committing mischief, Lu Zhang felt the weight of the term demonic sorceress increase. Truly impressive. The brother Hua, in Mu Yulan's words, was Hua Zhengtang, 2 years older than her. An obsessed martial artist and an upright gentleman. As the city lord, Hua Jiufeng was naturally a sly old fox, but Hua Zhengtang was among the few genuine good men and gentlemen Mu Yulan had ever met. Hua Jiufeng had already given up on the idea of having his only son succeed him and was trying to create a minor role. However, it seemed he was unsuccessful. Until Mu Yulan left Lingshu city in her previous life, she never heard of Hua Jiufeng having a brother or sister. For Hua Zhengtang, Mu Yulan enjoyed dealing with upright gentlemen. They are principled and have boundaries, making them the easiest to handle. She was led to a side hall to wait. Not long after Hua Zhengtang walked in, "Miss Mu, sorry to keep you waiting. There was an intruder in the peach orchard and I went to check it out, which is why you had to wait." Mu Yulan feigned surprise and said, "Someone tried to steal the spirit fruits. Were they caught?" Hua Zhengtang shook his head. "No, the person ran too fast and somehow managed to ignore the orchard's formations. They must be at least at the 6th tier. I'll let my father worry about this. What brings you here today, Miss Mu?" "Oh, a 6th tier expert, huh? There aren't many of those in Lingshu city. The city lord should catch them soon," Mu Yunlan said, pausing with a hint of regret. "I came hoping to buy some white cloud peaches. This is my spirit pet, the Six-Eared Macaque. It has eaten a lot of beast god pills and I thought it might want a change of taste. Seems like it won't get any today." Lu Zheng the macaque looked at Hua Zhengtang with wide, innocent eyes as if it really craved a peach. In truth, it was already quite full. Without any hesitation, Hua Zhengtang took out 2 white cloud peaches from his storage ring. "These are the last 2 I have left. Miss Mu just got her spirit pet and using white cloud peaches for nurturing is perfect. My spirit pet has reached the 3rd tier, so they don't really benefit from the peaches anymore. I'll give these to you, Miss Mu." Hua Zhengtang was a gentleman but not a fool. He understood the nuances of social interactions. The 2 peaches weren't worth much, but giving them to Mu Yunlan could perhaps strengthen their relationship a bit. Mu Yunlan showed no hint of guilt for having previously taken a lot of Hua Zhengtang's peaches without permission and accepted the 2 peaches directly. "Thank you, brother Hua, you really are a kind person." Internally, Lu Zhang was silently complaining. So a kind person is supposed to be bullied by you? After feasting and taking away things from the Hua family, Mu Yunlan left and returned to the Mu family. On her way back, she happened to run into Feng Jiuxiu, who had also just returned from outside. Feng Jiuxiu was accompanied by a guard. The guard didn't have a spirit pet with him but had a bag at his waist. It was a spirit beast bag. Spirit beast bags allow pets to rest inside, making them easy to carry. They are not particularly rare but are quite valuable. A guard who is given a spirit beast bag typically has at least a 5th-tier combat power. There aren't many 5th-tier beast tamers in the entire Mu family. The fact that a 5th-tier beast tamer was specifically assigned to protect Feng Jiuxiu shows how much Mu Nanshan values her. Even his own daughter Mu Yunlan did not have such a guard, although in Lingshu City Mu Yunlan didn't need a guard anyway. Feng Jiuxiu keenly sensed the spirit power fluctuations on the little monkey in Mu Yunlan, which belonged to the 1st-tier 5th level. This did not surprise her. At lower levels, there are many things that can quickly boost spirit power. With the resources of the Mu family, advancing to the 1st-tier 5th level in one day is not a difficult task. However, she still felt a sense of urgency. As someone reborn, she should have greater strength than Mu Yunlan. Everything was progressing according to her original plan. The only variable in the equation was that Six-Eared Monkey. Initially perceived as an ordinary beast companion, it had unexpectedly beaten the golden-scaled serpent into submission. Despite the serpent having just awakened, most extraordinary beast companions would be powerless against the aura of a true dragon, yet this little monkey seemed entirely unaffected. Coupled with the array of skills it unleashed, it could only be concluded that the monkey was indeed a divine beast with a hidden lineage. Even her sunlight-level talent, the Eye of Truth, could not discern its true nature. In her previous life, she had no recollection of such a monkey. She speculated that it might have died prematurely without a contract, never turning into a beast or demon. By a twist of fate, she had chosen it in this life and inadvertently delivered it to her past life's nemesis. Realizing all this, Feng Jiuxiu deeply regretted her decision. In hindsight, she should have picked an ordinary monkey. At the time, she was merely attracted by its appearance, with 6 ears adding a sense of allure. Who knew it was a divine creature? Now it seemed she needed to devise a new strategy to curtail Mu Yunlan's growth. Her initial plan to burden Mu Yunlan with a mundane beast companion and be done with it had failed, hence she moved to the next best course of action, seizing the Mu family's resources to ensure Mu Yunlan couldn't access sufficient resources. If Lu Zhang knew her thoughts, he would likely question her approach. Wouldn't the most direct and permanent solution be to eliminate Mu Yunlan? This only affirmed her reputation as the righteous empress, even after being killed once by her adversary. Her primary intent was merely to hinder the other's growth to prevent future harm. In contrast, if it were Lu Zhang, he would have seized the first opportunity to eliminate the threat once empowered. Feng Jiuxiu and Mu Yunlan crossed paths at the doorway, exchanging a glance charged with hidden sparks. Mu Yunlan snorted coldly and entered the Mu family estate first. Once inside, she turned back and stated, "Don't think entering the Mu family's gates makes you one of us, you're just an outsider." Her words barely settled before she had already turned toward her courtyard. Feng Jiuxiu was accustomed to Mu Yunlan's provocations and mockery. If Mu Yunlan ever treated her kindly, that would indeed be peculiar. She paid no heed to the words, instead pondering her next steps. Though Mu Yunlan had acquired the 6-eared monkey, likely a divine beast, Feng Jiuxiu had also successfully reclaimed her golden-scaled serpent as planned. Starting with a divine beast was already a significant improvement compared to her previous life. Moreover, she had secured substantial support from the Mu family. With these advantages, she was poised for a much better beginning this time around. Moments ago, she took the initiative to help the Mu family select a batch of high-quality spirit pets, gaining the favor of many. Soon, she would receive a generous reward and resources, but even that wasn't enough. To defeat fierce beasts, slay demons, and overthrow the path of evil in the future, she needed more resources and faster growth. It seemed she had to obtain the opportunity hidden in that secret realm ahead of time. Feng Jiuxiu thought to herself, the levels of a beast master correspond one-to-one with the levels of spirit pets. After the initial bloodline awakening, a spirit pet becomes a first-tier first-level beast spirit. Thus, the beast master is also a first-tier first-level spirit beast master. The beast spirit realm has 9 tiers, each with 9 levels. Above the 9th tier and 9th level is the beast king realm. A beast master with a beast king is known as a beast king master. City Lord Hua Jiufeng, along with the old patriarchs of the Mu and Lin families, were all at this level. In the entire Lingshu city, the 3 Beast King Masters controlled everything within the city. In the early stages of her previous life, Feng Jiuxia was able to rise quickly because she found a Beast King Master's cave abode during the Secret Realm trial 3 months later. This was one of the most crucial opportunities in her past life, without these resources laying the foundation for her growth and speed of improvement, she couldn't have reached the king level so swiftly and acquired a second spirit pet, which was also her first divine pet in her previous life. Now, if she could seize this opportunity in advance, she would surely develop rapidly, surpassing Mu Yunlan. Such an opportunity from a Beast King Master was unique within Lingshu City. While Feng Jiuxia was plotting her next move, Mu Yunlan was soaking in a fragrant petal bath with a little monkey. Although Lu Zhang was quite exhausted today, the bright scene invigorated him. He didn't mean to, but his body was very honest. Mu Yunlan was indifferent, rubbing the little monkeys for a while. Asking Lu Zhang to share the acquired talents and skills for her to see, Lu Zhang naturally wouldn't refuse. She had shown him everything, so he couldn't be too stingy. As a monkey, one must be generous. First, he looked at the talent obtained from Lin Yang. Lin Yang's talent was also moonlight level of high quality. Talent, ninefold law ring effect. Cast on any target, adding a law ring increases the target's spiritual power recovery speed and operation speed by double with an additional doubling of the spiritual power limit, stacking up to 9 law rings. Seeing this talent, Mu Yunlan laughed. This is quite a powerful amplification ability, ninefold stacking, tenfold spiritual power. The skill of the Swift Wind Ho consumes a lot of spiritual power, and with this talent, Lin Yang's combat power is enough to crush most spirit pets of the same level. With this skill, it's also greatly beneficial for you to use the listening to 10,000 laws talent to acquire high-level target talents and skills. Lu Zhang nodded his small head, commenting, "Indeed, very powerful, and the skill of this Swift Wind Ho is also impressive. Talent, 10 directions in wind effect, consumes a certain amount of spiritual power, summons 10 directions of Yin wind, causing an attack effect within a certain range or riding the Yin wind for rapid movement. This isn't just a simple attack skill. The essence of mastering and manipulating the gusts of wind allows for incredible feats such as transforming them into razor-sharp blades for attack or even using them to propel oneself through the air. It's truly impressive. When combined with skills like Thunder Flash and Moonstep, not only can one enhance long-distance flight speed but also significantly boost instantaneous speed. As the saying goes, in all martial arts, speed is the only unbreakable truth. Speed is indeed one of the key factors to victory. Lu Zhang was particularly fond of this innate skill. Unfortunately, Hua Zhengtong's level was too high, and with Lu Zhang's current spiritual power, he could not acquire the skills of the other party. Witnessing Lu Zhang's skill display, Mu Yunlan embraced him tightly and gave him a heartfelt kiss. "Every time I think about how Feng Jiuxiu abandoned you and left you to me, I feel incredibly happy. Xiao Luer, you're amazing." Feeling the softness of her touch on his skin, Lu Zhang decided to abandon resistance, allowing Mu Yunlan to have her way. Mu Yunlan's excitement eventually subsided. After freshening up and getting dressed, she carried the little monkey back to her room. She fed Lu Zhang a beast god pill and took a spiritual elixir herself, then they began their cultivation together. The results were remarkable. Having already consumed a large number of white cloud peaches, their bodies were brimming with spiritual energy. After a night of cultivation, Lu Zhang reached the early stage of the first rank sixfold, while Mu Yunlan reached the later stage of the same rank. Mu Yunlan could cultivate on her own and also benefit from half of Lu Zhang's cultivation progress, which explained her slightly higher level. Lu Zhang harbored no resentment over this. After all, he was being cared for by Mu Yunlan. All the food came from her, and he knew that wanting more would be pure greed. Spiritual power was only part of one's strength. With enough innate skills, Lu Zhang believed he could eventually surpass Mu Yunlan and take control of his destiny. At present, Lu Zhang lacked the confidence to do so. His opponent was not only a reborn individual but also a demonic enchantress. The black light ability she used to escape from the peach garden was beyond his current grasp. He reminded himself to take things slow and not rush. The next morning, the Mu family's contract ceremony continued. With Feng Jiuxiu choosing new spirit pets, many of the Mu family disciples acquired high-quality extraordinary spirit pets. Although none were of 7-star quality or higher, the 5-star and 6-star quality pets were more than sufficient for their foundation. Many were grateful to Feng Jiuxiu for her generosity. Mu Nanshan was a man who placed great importance on family dignity. As the head of the family, he attended every day's contract ceremony. Mu Yunlan appeared with the little monkey, intending for Lu Zhang to acquire more skills. Although these skills were not of high level, they were still somewhat useful. Suddenly Feng Jiuxiu entered the scene. Many people nodded and smiled at her, showing their goodwill. Feng Jiuxiu responded to each gesture and then approached Mu Nanshan. Master, I wish to enter the Dragonbone Mountain secret realm and advance to participate in the trial. Around Lingshu City there are only two secret realms controlled by the Lin family and the Mu family respectively. The reason these areas are called secret realms is because ordinary people cannot enter. Only a select few can. For instance, the Dragonbone Mountain secret realm controlled by the Mu family, though called a mountain, is actually marked by a mountain. The real secret realm is an underground cavern, but the entrance is guarded by a formation. Only beastmasters and spirit pets below the third rank can enter. The secret realm is extremely sturdy, impervious even to beast kings. To enter, one must go through the controlled entrance, making the secret realm essentially owned by the Mu family. Beyond its restricted access, a secret realm has another significant feature. Entering it always yields benefits. Without some form of positive feedback, no one would be willing to venture inside. The Dragonbone Mountain secret realm consistently produces a resource known as Dragonbone grass. The Mu family's primary ingredient for making beast god pills is this very Dragonbone grass. The presence of Dragonbone grass also means that many dragon-blooded fierce beasts reside within. Although the true dragon bloodline in these beasts is quite rare, they are a great supplement for most ordinary extraordinary spirit pets. The so-called secret realm trial of the Mu family involves having their younger second and third rank members enter the realm to hunt these fierce beasts and strengthen their own spirit pets. Hearing Feng Jiuxiao's words, Mu Yunlan thought of something and immediately declared, I will go too. As soon as Feng Jiuxiao mentioned the Dragonbone Mountain secret realm, Mu Yunlan recalled Feng Jiuxiao's sudden rise in a previous life. In her memories, Feng Jiuxiao gained some unexpected fortune from the Dragonbone Mountain secret realm, which allowed her to grow rapidly. Although Mu Yunlan had no intention of killing Feng Jiuxiao, she did want to suppress her. She decided she must get involved in this secret realm opportunity too. Mu Nanshan, who was already not quite in agreement with this request, spoke up upon hearing Mu Yunlan's interjection. He turned to Feng Jiuxiao and said, the Dragonbone Mountain secret realm is too dangerous for you right now. It's better not to take the risk. Feng Jiuxiao had prepared her argument well in advance. Master, my spirit pet is the golden scale snake, which needs to acquire more blood and flesh from dragon-blooded creatures to evolve faster. The Dragonbone Mountain secret realm is an ideal place for the growth of the golden scale snake. If the master is worried, you can assign 1 or 2 third-rank beastmasters to accompany me, and I assure you my life will not be at risk. As a legendary empress, she was confident in her abilities. Having someone accompany her was not a problem. When acquiring the secret realm's resources, she would simply put them to sleep. This way nothing would be exposed. The dangers within the secret realm were not a concern for her. She knew exactly how to find that fortuitous encounter. With the protection of third-rank beastmasters, there would certainly be no danger. Feng Jiuxiao's words indeed made Mu Nanshan ponder. The golden scale snake's awakening vision is a 5-clawed golden dragon, and the Dragonbone Mountain secret realm surely contains something suitable for its growth. Mu Yunlan understood that Feng Jiuxiao's words held truth. Dragonbone grass and the fierce beasts known as dragonblood beasts within it are indeed beneficial for the growth of the golden-scaled serpent. In her previous life, after acquiring the golden-scaled serpent, she entered the secret realm of Dragonbone Mountain, where she devoured a large number of dragonblood beasts, allowing the serpent to evolve rapidly. However, beasts are still beasts. The invasion of fierce energy into her body ultimately played a role in her descent into the demonic path. This influence also contributed to the golden-scaled serpent evolving into a demon dragon later on. When Mu Nanshan heard Feng Jiuxiao's words, he couldn't help but nod. Indeed, this could work. Lingshu City is one of the 12 cities of Yuanzhou. Every other year, it hosts a youth beastmaster exchange conference among the 12 cities. Only those under the age of 18 are permitted to participate, targeting young individuals who have awakened for half a year or a year and a half. This event is essentially a redistribution of interests among the smaller cities and mineral resources of Yuanzhou. Apart from the 12 main cities, helping Feng Jiuxiao grow stronger sooner would undoubtedly be more beneficial for the conference 6 months later. Originally, Mu Nanshan hadn't considered having Feng Jiuxiao participate in the upcoming exchange conference. After all, with 1 less year of cultivation, even if she is a divine beastmaster, the gap in strength compared to other participants who are a year older is significant. But when Feng Jiuxiao mentioned the possibility of rapid evolution her strength could also increase swiftly. In that case, it might be worth taking the gamble. I want to go too, Mu Yunlan declared with a haughty demeanor. If she can go, then I can also take the trial early. She is my defeated opponent after all. Seeing Mu Yunlan, Mu Nanshan couldn't help but frown once more. He reprimanded, nonsense. Jiuxiao can help the golden-scaled serpent evolve its bloodline. What would you do there? Upon seeing Mu Nanshan's demeanor, Mu Yunlan's expression turned gloomy, and this time it wasn't an act. Based on her experience, Mu Nanshan's attitude signified a firm refusal to let her undertake the trial at Dragonbone Mountain. He believed everything Mu Yunlan did was merely for play. It seemed that this time, she couldn't interfere with Feng Jiuxiao obtaining that opportunity. Humph, if I can't go, then I can't go. I'll go find grandfather. Changing her approach, Mu Yunlan tossed out a remark and headed toward the Mu family's main gate. Hearing Mu Yunlan's words, it was Mu Nanshan's turn for his expression to darken. The mention of her grandfather's family, the Song family, was something Mu Nanshan could hardly tolerate. Years ago, he personally killed his wife Song Xiang, leading to a near-total rift between the Song and Mu families. Over the years, the two families had no contact. Because Mu Tianqiu was often away guarding family assets and battling fierce beasts and demons, he rarely returned home. Thus, Mu Yunlan, the youngest daughter, was the only link with the Song family, out of fear of the Song family's reprisal. Mu Nanshan had indulged Mu Yunlan, allowing her to act as she pleased. As the situation unfolds, Mu Yunlan brings up the Song family in her argument, wielding it almost like a weapon to assert her dominance. This behavior greatly irritates Mu Nanshan, the head of the family. He feels his authority being challenged, yet he finds himself unable to confront or stop Mu Yunlan. His gaze towards her is now tinged with a hint of disdain. Mu Yunlan, though she has turned her back, can almost picture the sour expression on Mu Nanshan's face. To her, he is a father devoid of familial warmth, concerned only with calculation and strategy. She knows all too well what his attitude towards her truly is. If it hadn't been for the Song family's misfortune, even if he suspected her of dabbling in dark arts, Mu Nanshan would never have dared to cast her out. This is the face of a father who always plays the bigger picture. Perhaps if her mother Song Xiang were still alive, Mu Yunlan might have grown up as a cheerful little princess. But there are no ifs in life. She is Mu Yunlan, the saintess of the dark path. At first, Lu Zheng pays little attention to Mu Yunlan's performance, but soon through their shared emotional link he senses the genuine sorrow she feels. Naturally kind-hearted, Lu Zheng quickly offers his reassurance, softly telling her, "I'm here." Feeling the warm pressure in her chest, Mu Yunlan can't help but smile. She reaches out to ruffle the little monkey's head, then gives it a firm kiss. Yes, now she has him. 2. In her past life, she acquired the golden-scaled serpent, but its intelligence was initially limited. Later, as it grew more intelligent, it became tainted by malevolence and dark energy, ultimately degenerating into a savage demon dragon. To Mu Yunlan, the demon dragon was merely a tool, but her attitude towards the little monkey is clearly different. On one hand, Shaolur exhibits intelligence akin to a friend. On the other hand, her current outlook, having been reborn and now playing life by her own rules, also influences her perspective. In her previous life, faced with Mu Nanshan's obstruction, she would have tried every possible means to secretly follow Feng Jiuxiao to the secret realm of Dragonbone Mountain, but now, she directly leaves the city for the Song family in Tianyun City. She is not alone, a fifth-tier beast master accompanies her. To be precise, she arrives at the Song family riding the spiritual pet of this beast master, her grandfather and uncle warmly welcome Mu Yunlan, preparing a feast for her and the spiritual pet, even presenting some spiritual fruits. However, her visit is not merely to reunite with her maternal family. Just as Feng Jiuxiao seeks his destined opportunity, Mu Yunlan, who achieved the imperial realm in her previous life, naturally has her destiny to pursue as well. This opportunity lies just outside Tianyun City. Before that, she must first visit the city lord's mansion. Unlike the tripartite balance of Lingshu City, in Tianyun City the Song family and the city lord's Duanmu family are at each other's throats. After the old patriarch of the Song family, Mu Yunlan's grandfather, was murdered by evil forces, the Song family's core lineage was almost completely purged within a year. The entire Song family was uprooted, leaving only the Duanmu family in Tianyun City. When Mu Yunlan was expelled from the Mu family, she realized that the Duanmu family would inevitably be her target for elimination in the future, and indeed, she eventually fulfilled that goal. Today, however, she surprisingly arrived at the Duanmu family residence with a cheerful expression, a little monkey cradled in her arms. Her intentions were clear as she made a beeline for Duanmu Hongzhong's granddaughter Duanmu Yinghua. Yinghua's sister, let me see if your spirit pet is as cute as mine, Mu Yunlan declared in her usual overbearing manner, her tone akin to issuing a command. Duanmu Yinghua frowned but noticed that Mu Yunlan had already taken her newly bonded spirit pet into her arms. This spirit pet was about the size of a small dog, resembling a tiny pig at first glance, yet its paws were like chicken feet and its body was as hard as stone. Ugh, so ugly, Mu Yunlan exclaimed, shoving the spirit pet back into Duanmu Yinghua's hands. The latter wanted to argue, but upon seeing the little monkey's appearance her eyes sparkled. With its crimson golden fur, large eyes and 6 small ears, compared to this adorable creature her own spirit pet indeed paled in comparison. Duanmu Yinghua, regaining her composure, proudly picked up her spirit pet and said, my spirit pet is a 9-star extraordinary spirit pet, it's called Li, and it can burrow through the earth. She placed Li on the ground, and the tiny pig-like creature seemed to sink into the ground as if into water, reappearing several meters away. It doesn't fly, it's the power of the earth veins pushing it when it leaves the ground. This capability was precisely Mu Yunlan's objective in visiting the Duanmu family. Earlier she had already received a response from Lu Zhang. Not only did she acquire the burrowing ability, but she also managed to obtain Duanmu Yinghua's moonlight-level talent. Given Lu Zheng's current spiritual strength, obtaining a moonlight-level talent and a 9-star extraordinary talent wouldn't deplete his spiritual power entirely, leaving him with 2/10 of his strength. Knowing she had obtained what she wanted, Mu Yunlan quickly became dismissive. Very impressive, Yinghua's sister, I just remembered I have something to do. I'll come back another day to play with you. With that, she rose abruptly, carrying the 6-eared monkey as she headed out. Duanmu Yinghua barely had time to react, only managing to get up to see her off. Mu Yunlan had always been this way, doing as she pleased without regard for others' thoughts. As she watched Mu Yunlan leave, Duanmu Yinghua began to ponder, was that truly the 6-eared monkey that defeated the golden-scaled snake with true dragon blood? Besides being overly cute, it didn't seem particularly special. Returning to the Song family's small courtyard, Mu Yunlan eagerly said to Lu Zhang, come try it out, take me underground. Talent, earth burrowing technique effect, consumes a certain amount of spiritual power, allowing the user to perfectly merge with the earth, travel underground swiftly using the power of the earth veins. The deeper one goes, the more spiritual power is consumed. Lu Zhang, however, did not rush, instead first enveloping himself with a 9-fold magical ring. Once the extra spiritual energy of the 9th layer was fully replenished, he initiated the earth travel technique, enveloping himself and Mu Yunlan in a unique spiritual force. At this moment, he was still nestled in Mu Yunlan's embrace. Together, they plunged directly into the ground, losing all visual perception. They could still breathe and speak freely, although their voices couldn't carry. Nonetheless, they were able to communicate through a shared bridge or contract power. Lu Zheng delved about 5 meters underground, advancing at a speed of roughly 10 meters per second while transmitting a message. This is the depth and speed I can sustain for a long period right now. Any deeper or faster and my recovery won't keep up with the consumption. Mu Yunlan replied, no, we can slow down, but we need to go deeper. Let me try. Lu Zheng attempted again, realizing that by reducing speed they could indeed go deeper. However, there was a limit to this as well. The earth traveling technique relied on the earth veins' spiritual energy, and the deeper they went, the greater the pressure they encountered. Resisting this force required a significant amount of spiritual energy. They could reach a depth of about 1,000 meters. Staying still was manageable, but moving would accelerate energy consumption, forcing them to ascend. Lu Zheng concluded, that's enough. The place we're heading to was about 600 to 700 meters underground. Mu Yunlan excitedly said, let's go up first, rest properly, and sneak out of the city tonight. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang couldn't help but sigh inwardly once more. As expected of the demoness of the demonic path, everything she had done in recent days involved either strong-arming or sneaking around. There hadn't been a single thing done in an open and above-board manner. However, Lu Zhang felt no ill will. After all, he was himself a beneficiary and wasn't about to criticize while reaping the rewards. You can't have your cake and eat it too. As night fell, Lu Zhang first took Mu Yunlan about 5 meters underground, sneaking out of the city. Following the direction and distance she provided, they quickly arrived above their destination. They emerged to the surface to breathe in the fresh air. Mu Yunlan solemnly explained, below us is a corpse demon black bear, equivalent to a beast king realm. Corpse demons are a type of demonic creature extremely terrifying. However, this corpse demon is severely injured and in a deep sleep. At the place where the corpse demon sleeps, a dense aura of Yin and corpse energy gathers, and then a type of orchid with pink petals and leaves resembling a blood-red tongue will bloom. This flower is called the blood tongue orchid, and our goal is to pick it. But we mustn't anger the corpse demon, or it will be dangerous. Understood? No problem. Lu Zhang nodded in agreement. Mu Yunlan patted the little monkey's head, smiling as she said, once we get the blood tongue orchid, I can become very powerful. Little Six Ears, I will protect you from now on. She spoke while holding the little monkey in her arms. Meanwhile, Lu Zhang reinforced himself with a 9-layered magic ring before delving into the earth once more. The location provided by Mu Yunlan was not pinpoint accurate, but Lu Zhang, mastering the earth travel technique, could rely on the earth veins to locate anything underground. Thus, they quickly reached a massive underground cavern about 700 meters deep, filled with Yin and malevolent energy. With the tenacious skill of the 10 directions Yin wind acquired from the Galehound, Lu Zhang was able to control the ominous energy that threatened to corrode his body. In the midst of 8 pools filled with thick, dark blood, a massive bear demon lay dormant. It appeared lifeless, as though it had succumbed to death. Indeed, it had already perished, transforming into a corpse demon, a creature born from death itself. Not far from this formidable entity, Mu Yunlan's sharp eyes caught sight of the blood-red orchid swaying in the eerie wind. There were 3 in total, with 2 already in full bloom. Shall lure go? Without hesitation, Lu Zhang employed his earth travel technique to position himself beneath one of the blood-red orchids. Using the spiritual energy of the earth veins, he enveloped the orchid and swiftly pulled it underground. The moment this orchid vanished, the surrounding Yin wind surged wildly. Lu Zhang immediately employed the 10 directions Yin wind skill to calm the disturbance. After securing the first orchid and delivering it to Mu Yunlan, Lu Zhang proceeded to the second orchid. This time, the chaotic Yin wind was even more turbulent, causing the bear corpse demon to shudder slightly, yet Lu Zhang remained composed, promptly activating the 10 directions Yin wind skill once more to pacify the agitated energies. After a brief struggle, Lu Zhang emerged with 2 intact blood-red orchids. Mu Yunlan, overjoyed, scooped up the little monkey and showered him with kisses. Shao Luer, you're amazing. Huh? I can't imagine how Feng Jiuxia would react if she knew you secured 2 blood-red orchids for me. She might regret it deeply. She reclaimed that little snake, but sent a treasure like you my way. What a kind soul. But alas, I'm not as benevolent. I'll use these orchids to show her my strength. Lu Zhang, slightly exasperated, used his tiny claws to tidy the fur matted with the exuberant girl's saliva. If it weren't for the fact that she provided him with pills and baths, he might have demanded her to call him Master Six. After her moment of exuberance subsided, Mu Yunlan found a quiet spot and settled on a large rock with a serious expression. Shall Lure, no matter what happens next, you must not come near or allow anything else to approach me. Lu Zhang nodded, his 6 ears twitching in agreement. Don't worry, with me here no one will disturb you. Mu Yunlan's burgeoning strength seemed to have an adverse effect on her independence. However, in the long run, her rapid growth would likely lead her to find ways to enhance her spirit pet's abilities as well. As for Lu Zhang, the power he currently wielded was not yet enough to allow him complete independence. Since Mu Yunlan needed to be nurtured, she realized that the stronger she became, the better she could eat. With renewed determination, Lu Zhang perked up and meticulously surveyed the surroundings once more. He then conjured a gust of ghostly wind to swirl around, effectively isolating Mu Yunlan's aura. This was to create a safe environment for her as much as possible. Once Mu Yunlan had calmed the spiritual energy within her, she took out a blood tongue orchid and placed a petal into her mouth. It dissolved instantly. She immediately mobilized her spiritual energy to guide the overwhelming energy from the petal into her body, employing a secret technique called blood burning to spirit transformation. The energy contained within the blood tongue orchid was immense, with a profound Yin attribute. Without any means, consuming it directly could lead to death before any benefits could be gained, as the energy would erode the heart's pulse. Mu Yunlan dared to consume it because she had something to rely on. The blood burning to spirit transformation technique was a secret method that helped refine spiritual energy by burning blood. If it were other spiritual medicines, she might worry about insufficient blood. However, one of the effects of the blood tongue orchid was to help generate blood energy, creating a positive cycle. A small part of the refined spiritual energy would foster blood energy for continued refinement, while the rest transformed into Mu Yunlan's spiritual power. Originally, Mu Yunlan's spiritual cultivation was at the first stage, 6th level. after consuming the 6 petals of the first blood-tongue orchid, her cultivation broke through to the second stage 4th level. The powerful enhancement effect of the blood-tongue orchid was evident, incomparable to the Baiyun peaches of the Hua family. Generally, such things were beyond the enjoyment of ordinary people. If not for Mu Yunlan's past as a demonic saintess mastering various esoteric techniques, she would have been left staring blankly at such an item. Mu Yunlan then consumed the second blood-tongue orchid, which propelled her spiritual cultivation straight into the 3rd stage 1st level, a 3rd stage beast spirit realm beast master. Such strength finally afforded her a certain degree of self-preservation, feeling a renewed sense of control over her powers. Mu Yunlan was in high spirits. She noticed the little monkey diligently monitoring the surroundings and immediately rushed over to embrace it. "Little Six-Ears, don't worry, I'll help you level up next." Mu Yunlan held Lu Zheng tightly in her arms. Suddenly Lu Zheng realized that Mu Yunlan's spiritual power had reached the 3rd stage, allowing him to use the shared bridge to access her energy. This meant that he now effectively had a spiritual power level equivalent to the 3rd stage 1st level, releasing skills with. This power would undoubtedly yield more potent effects. He shared his thoughts with Mu Yunlan, who promptly instructed Lu Zheng to establish the shared bridge and then release the earth movement evasion technique. Indeed, their speed of travel elevated to the 3rd stage level and they swiftly returned to Tianyun City. After a night's rest the next day, Mu Yunlan met her cousin Song Xiao. Song Xiao possessed only a 9-star level of star brilliance talent, but his spiritual pet boasted a 9-star extraordinary quality. He was 2 years older than Mu Yunlan and was already a 4th stage 7th level beast master. Mu Yunlan invited Song Xiao to touch the little monkey and Lu Zheng seized the opportunity to acquire Song Xiao's talent and the abilities of his spiritual pet through contact. Once both talents were in hand, Mu Yunlan finally spoke of the other purpose for her visit to Song Xiao. "Cousin, I need to make a trip to Demon Ape Valley. Would you accompany me?" Demon Ape Valley is one of the assets owned by the Song family. This place is home to a ferocious beast known as the 4-armed demon ape. An adult 4-armed demon ape has a strength of around the 3rd tier 5th level. However, there is also a 4-armed demon ape king with a strength of the 4th tier 5th level. Although Mu Yunlan has the means to handle a 4th tier beast on her own, this is ultimately a property of the Song family. Despite her somewhat extreme views, she is clear about her debts and favors. The Song family has treated her well, so she can't just destroy Demon Ape Valley without their consent. Hence, it would be best for Song Xiao to accompany her. Upon hearing this, Song Xiao glanced at the little monkey and smiled, saying, "No problem, that place is indeed very suitable for your spiritual pet's growth. Within Demon Ape Valley, there is a spiritual pool that aids in the cultivation of spiritual pets, having the most significant effect on monkey-type creatures. It is believed that the formation of Demon Ape Valley was influenced by this pool. However, Mu Yunlan knows a bit more. In her past life, after the Song family was destroyed, the Duanmu family took over Demon Ape Valley. Duanmu Yinghua was injured by a demon ape there and, in a fit of rage, ordered the slaughter of all the 4-armed demon apes in the valley. During the battle, a mountain wall beside the pool was shattered, revealing a massive blood-colored amber. Later, specific details were leaked out. It turned out that this was the heart of an 8th-tier beast king, a Vajra monkey. It had undergone unknown experiences, condensing a massive amount of spiritual energy to become a piece of amber and was compressed and fused into the mountain. The spiritual energy from this blood-colored amber is what gave the pool in Demon Ape Valley its miraculous effects. Mu Yunlan not only wants to obtain this blood-colored amber but also wants to do so openly. This way it won't arouse any suspicion from Feng Jiuxiao, allowing him to continue believing he has everything under control, with the only variable being a little monkey. This makes it all the more interesting, and it also helps avoid trouble. She has always taken things from the Song family without any complaints from her grandfather and uncle because they genuinely treat her as family and do not care about the gains or losses. Her father Mu Nanshan only sees benefits in his eyes. Secretly taking it and suddenly increasing her strength wouldn't be as satisfying. Song Xiao acted swiftly and soon the two of them were riding Song Zhao's spiritual pet, the Blazing Lion, to Demon Ape Valley. Demon Ape Valley is one of the Song family's important assets with daily patrols and guards. As Lu Zheng entered the valley, he felt many heated gazes upon him. Quite a few 4-armed demon apes were staring at him. The meaning of those gazes was evident at a glance. Courtship. Lu Zheng quickly hid in Mu Yunlan's arms, exclaiming inwardly, "My goodness, an ordinary adult 4-armed demon ape is over 4 meters tall. How could they feel an attraction towards someone as small as me?" Lu Zhang was utterly speechless. With the blazing lion leading the way, they quickly arrived at the edge of the pond. Song Xiao spoke up, "You can also take a dip. This place is a rare training ground for low-level beast tamers. The blazing lion and I will stand guard outside, ensuring those four-armed demon apes don't approach." "Thank you, cousin," Mu Yunlan replied, then turned to Lu Zhang saying, "Little Six Ears, you should go in and train." Simultaneously, she transmitted a secret message to Lu Zhang. "After a while, act as if you sensed something, come back and just point in the direction of the mountain wall." Lu Zhang surveyed the area, noticing the group of four-armed demon apes glaring at them. Clutching his rear with both hands, he expressed his hesitation. "I don't think this is a good idea." Mu Yunlan assumed he was worried about being mobbed by the apes and immediately reassured him, "Don't worry, with my cousin and me here, even if the four-armed ape king comes, it won't harm you." Glancing at the nearby blazing lion, Lu Zhang felt slightly more at ease. Mu Yunlan had already informed him about the treasure within the mountain wall. This item was of great benefit to him and was not to be missed. Resolute, Lu Zhang leaped into the pond. Upon entering, he immediately felt a surge of spiritual power flowing into his body, causing a faint resonance within his bloodline. However, his own six-eared macaque bloodline was too powerful, and this enhancement could only affect other lower-quality ape-type spirit pets. Swiftly, Lu Zhang swam to the mountain wall and let out a call. Mu Yunlan feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Cousin, Little Six Ears seems to have sensed something." Before long, Lu Zhang returned to the pond's edge, pointing towards the mountain wall. Mu Yunlan added, "Little Six Ears says there seems to be something inside the mountain wall that would greatly enhance its cultivation." Song Xiao puzzled, questioned, "Inside the wall? Are you sure?" It conveyed that clearly. "Of course, there's no mistake," Mu Yunlan asserted confidently. "How about this? I'll try to open a hole and see what's there." Clearly indulging his cousin, Song Xiao made a swift decision. He instructed the blazing lion to launch a fiery explosive orb at the mountain wall. Boom! The wall crumbled, revealing a mass of blood-red stone. There really seems to be something," Song Xiao remarked, moving forward to clear the debris. Embedded within the wall was a massive blood-red amber towering over a meter tall, glimmering faintly. Such dense blood energy, rich spiritual aura, and formidable pressure, Song Xiao marveled. At this moment, Lu Zhang let out another call. Mu Yunlan immediately chimed in, "Cousin, my spirit pet says this is it. It feels that consuming this would significantly enhance its power." "Can it really eat such a large piece?" Song Xiao eyed Lu Zhang's small frame skeptically. "It can eat it bit by bit," Mu Yunlan said, stepping forward and producing a dagger, thrusting it into the blood-red amber. Concurrently, she took out a cup, catching the blood-red liquid flowing from the dagger. Seeing the liquid trickle into the cup, Song Xiao was stunned. "Wait, how are you so skilled at this?" Before he could react, Mu Yunlan had already passed a cup of crimson liquid to Lu Zhang, who accepted it without hesitation despite its unsettling appearance. Lu Zhang could sense the immense energy contained within. Just one gulp promised more potent energy than consuming an entire Baiyan peach. He downed it all in one go. The blood seemed to boil within him, and steam began to rise from his body as his spiritual cultivation advanced to the late stage of the first tier's 6th level. The effects were evident and swift. "Another cup, please," without needing a request from Lu Zhang. Mu Yunlan had already taken his empty cup and replaced it with another filled to the brim. Song Xiao watched with bewilderment. "Is the plot advancing this quickly? We've just discovered something and haven't even confirmed if it's dangerous, and now you're already refilling cups." Just as Song Xiao was about to voice a cautionary word, a sharp screech pierced the air, followed by the cacophony of more monkey calls. Turning his gaze, he saw a horde of four-armed demon apes charging toward them. The command had come from the four-armed demon ape king, compelling the apes to risk everything in a mad dash forward. Song Xiao had no time to ponder further. He quickly summoned the blazing lion to join him in fending off the frenzied ape assault. A fierce battle erupted instantly, yet amidst the chaos, Mu Yunlan remained composed, continually refilling Lu Zhang's cup. The heart of the golden-armored ape king, though ancient, contained finite energy. Nonetheless, for a low-level beast spirit realm creature, it was a substantial boon. Lu Zhang, being of the ape lineage himself, absorbed the blood's energy with remarkable speed. 10 minutes later, having lost count of how many cups of the Ape King's blood he had consumed, Lu Zhang's energy level had surged from the first tier's 6th level to the 9th. As he absorbed the energy from this latest cup, Lu Zhang let out a mighty roar. In that instant, his aura transformed, signifying his entry into the ranks of the 2nd tier's 1st level beast spirit realm. With the awakening of his 2nd bloodline ability, Lu Zhang now possessed the talent, Law of Heaven and Earth. This allowed him to expend spiritual energy to expand his size by at least tenfold, with corresponding increases in strength and other attributes. In a blink, the once baby-sized monkey swelled into a towering figure over 8 meters tall. Roar! The surge in power prompted Lu Zhang to let out another exhilarating cry. He then employed his earth-burrowing technique to extract the entire blood-red amber. Opening its seal, he absorbed the energy in a whirlwind. As the surging energy poured into him, Lu Zhang's aura shifted again and his size increased further. After consuming the remaining energy, his energy level rose from the second tier's first level to the seventh. His size continued to expand until he stood an imposing 12 meters tall. At this moment, Lu Zhang tapped into the shared bridge to draw upon Mu Yunlan's third-tier spiritual energy, using it to unleash his abilities. 9 layers of magical rings encircled his body, each overlapping the last. His golden fur gleamed brilliantly amidst the 9 radiant halos. Suddenly the ground began to tremble. A vast collection of rocks began to gather before Lu Zhang. In the blink of an eye, the rubble coalesced into a massive stone pillar. This was a skill acquired from Duan Muinghua. The talent known as building castles from sand had the effect of consuming a certain amount of spiritual energy, using the power of the earth as a foundation to condense sand and stone. This skill could exert pressure on targets within the sand or create rock barriers to block attacks. Combined with Tanuki Power's earth-traversing technique, it allowed Duan Muinghua to stand almost invincible. However, Lu Zhang had his unique approach. He used this skill to forge equipment for himself, gripping the stone rod with both hands. Harnessing the power of the moonlight, he activated the lightning flash skill. In an instant, he appeared before a 4-armed demon ape and swung down with the stone rod. The absolute speed coupled with immense strength led to an inevitable outcome. The 4-meter-tall demon ape was slammed to the ground, its upper body and head utterly crushed. As the stone rod struck the ground, the surroundings quaked violently. Witnessing this scene, both Song Xiao and Mu Yunlan were taken aback. Song Xiao sensed the aura of a second-tier spirit pet in the small monkey, yet this second-tier creature had managed to kill a third-tier 4-armed demon ape with a single strike. It was simply astounding. Even Mu Yunlan was momentarily stunned by Lu Zhang's ferocity. Once she regained her composure, she clapped her hands and laughed. "Well done, little Six-Eared." Hearing Mu Yunlan's voice, Lu Zhang became even more ferocious. "I've grown so much, yet you still call me little, unbearable." With a furious roar, Lu Zhang smashed another third-tier 4-armed demon ape. Witnessing this, the 4-armed ape king, who had been observing, charged forward. The ape king was enraged by the consumption of the heart's blood of the monkey king. Although it hadn't noticed the blood-colored amber's presence earlier, anything found in its territory belonged to it. Now it had been consumed by an outsider. If it didn't kill the intruder, its status as the demon ape king would be at risk. But Lu Zhang was no brute. His spiritual energy was limited, entirely dependent on Mu Yunlan's supply. Despite being enhanced by the 9-fold magic ring, his foundation was still only second tier. Already battling third-tier creatures was a cross-level fight. Facing a 4th-tier one was an unnecessary risk. Thus he stepped aside. The blazing lion charged at the 4-armed ape king. Meanwhile, Lu Zhang continued dealing with the other third-tier 4-armed demon apes. No surprises arose. Song Xiao's blazing lion was incredibly powerful, and with Song Xiao, a 4th-tier beast master, assisting, slaying a 4th-tier demon ape king was straightforward. Gazing at the field strewn with corpses and chaos, Song Xiao sighed. This wasn't the plan. He'd come here with his cousin to strengthen her spirit pet, but ultimately they'd slaughtered the entire demon ape valley. It seemed the spiritual pool had also likely lost its effectiveness. The resource point of the entire demon ape valley had been utterly destroyed. Mu Yunlan noticed the change in Song Zhao's expression and immediately stepped forward to comfort him. "Cousin, it's all the trouble caused by my spirit pet. I'll take full responsibility. I'll go explain to Grandpa so you don't have to worry." Song Xiao forced a smile. "Yunlan, I'm counting on you, cousin. You're the only one who can help me smooth things over. Otherwise, if this big mess gets out, Uncle will definitely give me a harsh lesson." Mu Yunlan hugged Lu Zhang, who had reverted to his monkey form, and said with a smile, "Cousin, don't worry, neither of us will be in trouble. My little 6-eared monkey gained so much this time. Losing a mere demon ape valley is nothing compared to the benefits. When the 12 cities young beast masters exchange conference begins, I'll represent the Song family of Tianyun City in the competition. The resources I'll win will be even more." This was a decision Mu Yunlan had made long ago. The Mu family already had a Feng Jiuxiao, and that was enough. Presumably Mu Nanshan also thought the same from the start. As the granddaughter who wasn't favored by the Mu family. Why should she earn any benefits for them? What she earns for the Mu family has to be shared with Feng Jiuxiao, but what she earns for the Song family, Mu Yulan can take the majority and still get a share from the Mu family. Mu Yulan, known as the demonic enchantress, naturally understood how to calculate this. Besides, she also wanted to have a showdown with Feng Jiuxiao in the arena. In the entire Yuan prefecture, only Feng Jiuxiao was worthy of being her opponent. The rest were mere ants. Hearing Mu Yulan say this, Song Xiao couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. If Mu Yulan could really represent the Song family and win resources, then the loss of that resource point wouldn't matter. Will the head of the Mu family agree? Song Xiao asked. Ever since Mu Nanshan personally killed Song Xiang, everyone in the Song family only referred to him as the head of the Mu family. There were no close familial bonds left. He doesn't need to agree. Besides, he has already made his new choice, Mu Yulan said flatly. Just as Feng Jiuxiao abandoned the six-eared monkey to choose the golden-scaled snake, Mu Nanshan had also chosen Feng Jiuxiao, abandoning his own daughter. Her kindness to Lu Zhang might also stem from a sense of shared plight. Song Xiao ordered the cleanup of the mess at the mountain and together with Mu Yulan returned to the Song family manor in Tianyun City. Upon learning that Song Xiao had gone to the Demon Ape Valley and ruined the entire resource point, Uncle Song Yuanqiu was furious. I sent you to train with your sister and you destroyed the resource point. I'll dismantle you today. Mu Yulan quickly stepped forward to shield Song Xiao and explained, Uncle, this isn't cousin's fault. It's my spirit pet who sensed something inside that could help it evolve. Little six-eared one, come here. As Lu Zhang appeared before everyone, they realized that the little monkey, who was only at the first tier 6th level yesterday, had now reached the second tier 7th level. Mu Yunlan's grandfather Song Tianran chuckled warmly and said, if sacrificing that resource point means Lanlan's spirit beast can evolve to this level, then so be it. Grandfather is always the best. Mu Yunlan, with a playful pout, approached and said, Grandfather, rest assured I won't let you down. At the 12 Cities Young Beastmaster Exchange Conference in 6 months, I will represent the Song family and ensure we bring back resources 10 times, no 20 times that of the Demon Ape Valley. Song Yuanqiu and others were momentarily taken aback by her confidence. If that were indeed the case, then even if 10 Demon Ape Valleys were to be destroyed, it would be worth it. Song Yuanqiu pondered for a moment before speaking. If that's the goal, having only a second-tier spirit power level might not be enough. At the 12 Cities Young Beastmaster Exchange Conference, the young talents who participate each year usually have spirit power levels of tier 3 or higher. In the beast spirit realm, there are 9 stages and 81 levels. The first 3 stages are relatively easier to progress through. The resources held by the major families in the 12 cities mostly benefit beastmasters or spirit beasts at this stage. However, advancing beyond tier 4 becomes significantly more challenging. The core strength of major powers is composed of 3rd and 4th tier beastmasters. Beastmasters at tier 5 and above are considered high-level combatants and are relatively rare in each city. Typically, only the direct descendants of large families reach this standard. Beastmasters at the 8th or 9th stage of the beast spirit realm are often the leaders of these major powers. Song Tianran spoke in a determined tone. At the exchange conference 6 months ago, it was Feng Chao from Fengguo City who claimed the top spot. At that time, his cultivation was at the first level of tier 4 with a moonlight grade talent and a 9-star transcendent spirit beast. The combat power he displayed was formidable. In the matches, he defeated 3 beast masters at the 2nd level of tier 4 and 1 at the 3rd level of tier 4. Yunlan, if you wish to secure a good ranking, you must raise your spirit beast's level to at least the 7th level of tier 3. With less than half a year left, you still have a chance if you work hard. Mu Yunlan confidently replied, Grandfather, rest assured this year's top spot at the exchange conference is mine for the taking. Haha, such ambition. Song Tianran decided, I will mobilize all the resources of the Song family to support you fully. Lan, our family is counting on you. Mu Yunlan gladly accepted the challenge and then left the meeting hall. After she departed, Song Yuanqiu's second son is Song Yuandong voiced his concern. The Mu family has Feng Jiuxiao, who has a spirit beast, the golden scale snake containing true dragon blood. Although rumors say that little monkey defeated the golden scale snake, I understand that the snake's bloodline had only just awakened at the time, while the monkey known as the Six-Eared Macaque was already at the 3rd level of tier 1. Perhaps its quality is not low, reaching the level of a 9-star transcendent spirit beast. However, it lacks the divine presence of a mythical beast. At the same level, it might not be a match for the golden scale snake. are we taking a risk by investing all our resources in Mu Yunlan considering she carries the Mu surname? Song Yuanxiu, however, snorted coldly. Mu Nanshan never considered Yunlan part of the Mu family. In my heart, Lan Lan has always been a part of the Song family bloodline. At this moment, the elder patriarch Song Tianran once again made a decisive statement. Mu Yunlan is part of the Song family. The Mu family is not worthy of Song Xiao, who had always kept a low profile, took the initiative to step forward and said, "Grandfather, father, second uncle, I believe that Yunlan's six-eared monkey's bloodline quality is not inferior to the golden-scaled serpent." During the battle in the Demon Ape Valley, the little monkey, after advancing to the second tier, gained a new innate ability, transforming into a 10-meter-tall giant ape. Although it only possesses spiritual power at the 7th level of the second tier, it was able to tear apart a 4-armed demon ape at the 8th level of the third tier. Moreover, judging from its combat state, that was not its limit. If it unleashes its full potential, even a low-tier 4th-level fierce beast might not be its match. I believe that as long as we elevate Yunlan's six-eared monkey to the third tier, we can at least secure second place. There is a 50% chance of clinching first place. Upon hearing this, Song Tianran immediately smiled and declared, "Good, since the combat strength is assured, we will fully support Yunlan." Second brother, arrange for the collection of spiritual fruits. Eldest brother, go to the Ma family in Fidu City and inform them that we will add another slot for the 100 Treasure Mountain secret trial a month from now. With the elder patriarch's decision made, the others had no choice but to carry it out immediately. The slots for the 100 Treasure Mountain secret trial were determined 3 months ago, set for 5 individuals. These slots were won through beast battles. It would dishearten the clan members to take away any of these slots, so an additional slot was required. This would necessitate offering some resources in exchange, thus Song Yuanxiu was sent to negotiate. It was evident from this that Song Tianran was truly willing to invest resources in his granddaughter Mu Yunlan, unlike Mu Nanshan. In the 2 days since Mu Yunlan's awakening, apart from the beast god pill she had already received from the Mu family, she had not received any other resources. Perhaps Mu Nanshan never had faith in that monkey from the start, nor in his daughter. Meanwhile, back in her small courtyard, Mu Yunlan thought of Feng Jiuxiao. She murmured softly, "I have already advanced to the third tier, and my spiritual pet has reached the 7th level of the second tier." Feng Jiuxiao, having entered the secret realm ahead of time, "Please do not let me down." Mu Yunlan did not want Feng Jiuxiao to surpass her, but neither did she want him to be too weak or confined to mediocrity. After all, as an adversary, only when they are evenly matched does it become interesting. On the other hand, Feng Jiuxiao, who occupied Mu Yunlan's thoughts, had indeed made significant progress. In the Dragon Bone Mountain's secret realm, within a hidden cavern, the walls were encrusted with resplendent night pearls of various colors, creating an intricate yet harmonious display of beauty. The cavern was expansive. The golden-scaled serpent swallowed the last bit of dragon bone marrow, allowing the spiritual power to circulate as it began the process of refinement. The dragon bones, the greatest opportunity within the Beast King's sanctuary, are composed of 4 pieces. Though these are not from a true dragon, they originate from high-level dragon-blooded beasts, containing potent dragon essence within their marrow. In a past life, Feng Jiuxiao allowed his first spirit pet, which had only a 9-star extraordinary quality, to absorb the dragon bones, transforming it into a dragon-blooded beast of lower legendary status, significantly enhancing its level. This time, the golden-scaled serpent, already imbued with true dragon blood, was to absorb this dragon essence, promising an even greater augmentation. After approximately 2/4 of an hour, amid Feng Jiuxiao's anxious anticipation, a dragon's roar echoed through the air, unveiling a powerful aura. The golden scaled serpent transformed once again into the form of a 5-clawed golden dragon, soaring upward, its noble golden light illuminating the entire sanctuary with brilliance. After 2 breaths, the golden light receded, and the 5-clawed dragon vanished, revealing the evolved golden-scaled serpent. Now, beyond its dragon-shaped head, its tail too had become a dragon's tail, its body swelling to over 8 meters in length. Its spiritual cultivation had astonishingly risen from the first tier of the Dragon Bone Mountain's secret realm to the 4th tier of the second level. Observing the substantial increase in the serpent's power, Feng Jiuxiao revealed a faint smile as everything was progressing according to plan. At that moment, a sweet, childlike voice echoed in his mind, exclaiming, "Master, I've become stronger. I want to go and beat up that little monkey." Startled, Feng Jiuxiao turned to see that it was indeed his spirit pet, the golden-scaled serpent, speaking. Although communication was only through the power of their contract, it was still quite astonishing, as typical spirit pets rarely communicated, especially those so young, initially. The golden-scaled serpent did not speak. In past memories, even after Munlanlan transformed it into a demon dragon, Feng Jiuxiao never heard it speak. Subconsciously he assumed the golden-scaled serpent lacked intelligence and couldn't speak. However, after absorbing the dragon essence, its bloodline had further awakened, granting it some inherited knowledge. Coupled with its level advancement, its ability to speak became understandable. Hearing the sweet childlike voice, it seemed the serpent was a little female dragon. For someone reborn, such secrets were impossible to share with another soul, making the presence of a spirit pet to converse with a source of immense joy for Feng Jiuxiao. Seeing the golden-scaled serpent's indignant demeanor, Feng Jiuxiao clenched her fist and waved it firmly, declaring, "Next time we meet, we'll fight back." It was surprising how vengeful the little serpent was. Although she felt some guilt about abandoning the little monkey, her stance remained clear: if she didn't stand up for her spirit pet, it would affect their combat effectiveness. Despite her remorse and regret for the six-eared macaque, it was now the spirit pet of the demoness Munlanlan. With her spirit pet wronged, she had to stand up for it. "A master is so good." The golden-scaled serpent nodded, trying to nuzzle Feng Jiuxiao as it had before. However, it forgot how much its size had grown. Any ordinary beast tamer would have been frightened away by such an action, considering a poke from those dragon horns could be fatal. But Feng Jiuxiao, having once been an emperor-level beast tamer, was unfazed. A sudden white light enveloped her, and an apparition identical in appearance to her, but over 5 meters tall, manifested. With this apparition, she easily soothed the golden-scaled serpent. This journey to the secret realm had been quite rewarding for her as well. The Beast King's lair contained numerous resources, elevating her spiritual power to the 2nd tier 9th level. Her advancement to the 3rd tier beast tamer was only hindered by the lack of subsequent energy. After returning from the Dragonbone Mountain secret realm, Feng Jiuxiao immediately paid her respects to Munanshan. Her attitude greatly pleased Munanshan. Seeing the golden-scaled serpent now grown to over 8 meters and immensely powerful, he felt reassured in his decision. The thought of his rebellious, disobedient daughter caused a sigh to escape his heart. At this moment, Feng Jiuxiao spoke up: "Patriarch, I plan to represent the Mu family in the 12 cities exchange competition in 6 months. However, my current strength cannot guarantee a first-place finish, therefore I hope to secure a spot in the 100 Treasure Mountain secret realm in a month." The 100 Treasure Mountain secret realm posed no inherent dangers, only offering various opportunities. It was originally monopolized by the Ma family of Fidus City, but after being besieged by several cities, they finally opened it up. Yet, this opening wasn't without conditions. Entry was granted in exchange for resources, and what one could obtain depended solely on their skills. Most crucially, life and death were disregarded within the secret realm, so while the realm itself wasn't dangerous, the individuals entering it were. To prevent high-level combat losses and to train the younger generation, entry was restricted to those below the 4th tier in spiritual power, meaning only 3rd tier 9th level beast tamers and their pets could enter. Typically, if not for training the younger generation, each family would send 3rd tier 9th level beast tamers to compete. For resources, the 100 Treasure Mountain secret realm opens once every 3 years with an opening period of only 7 days. Those who fail to exit within 7 days are never heard from again, marking the realm's only intrinsic danger. Mu Nanshan pondered briefly before responding, "Very well, I will arrange for 4 others entering the realm to protect you. However, you must also strive to train diligently over the next month. Here are some beast god pills to aid in your progress. I expect you to secure first place for the Mu family in the exchange competition. When the time comes, I'll dedicate half of the resources I win to you." Clearly, he didn't care about the feelings of the person being replaced, nor did he consider using additional resources to secure a new spot. In Mu Nanshan's eyes, the interests of the family were paramount. Everyone could be discarded at any time for the absolute benefit of the family. "Thank you, Patriarch." Feng Jiuxiao respectfully expressed her gratitude before returning to her own courtyard. She had a new residence now. After all, her current golden-scaled serpent had grown too large for most places, so she was assigned a courtyard near the back mountain. Feng Jiuxiao was quite satisfied with Mu Nanshan's arrangements. In her previous life, even though her divine pet was snatched by Mu Yunlan, her 9-star extraordinary spirit pet and her talent for selecting spirit pets still earned her Mu Nanshan's favor. Now, as the sole focus of cultivation, she received even more resources and care. Mu Yunlan she Thought, although you have the variable of the six-eared monkey now, I have made great strides forward. I have surpassed you and will continue to lead. This time I won't let you have a chance to fall into the demonic path. With these thoughts, Feng Jiuxiu calmed her mind, took out a beast god pill, handed it to the golden-scaled serpent, and began cultivating together the 100 Treasures Mountain secret realm. Are you really giving me a spot? Mu Yunlan asked with slight surprise. She had been calculating what nearby opportunities she could compete for next when Song Xiao approached to tell her she could participate in the secret realm trial in a month. Not giving it to you, Song Xiao replied sweetly. My father has already gone to fight his city to negotiate. He should be able to secure a spot from another family. Grandpa really treats me well. After encouraging Mu Yunlan, Song Xiao left and Mu Yunlan began preparing for the 100 Treasures Mountain secret realm. In Yunzhou's 12 cities, half shared the 100 Treasures Mountain secret realm: Faida's City, Tianyun City, Lingshu City, Yunmeng City, Lingshao City, and Yanshui City. Each major family had 5 spots. Faida's City, Lingshu City, and Yanshui City each had 3 families, while the other 3 cities had 2 families each. 6 cities, 15 families, 75 people. Mu Yunlan suddenly laughed out loud. What a brutal battle this would be. In her arms, Lu Zhang, who was dozing off, was startled awake by this peculiar laughter and, in his irritation, bit at her. Mu Yunlan didn't plan to return to Lingshu City. She decided to train in Tianyun City at least until the 100 Treasures Mountain trial began. Meanwhile, upon learning of Mu Yunlan's visit to Demon Ape Valley, Mu Nanshan unexpectedly felt relieved that she wasn't around, as it saved him the headache of reconciling the relationship between Mu Yunlan and Feng Jiuxiao. It seemed there was no need now. With the two far apart, they couldn't possibly cause trouble for each other daily, could they? In reality, both Feng Jiuxiu and Mu Yunlan thought of each other almost every day. Mu Yunlan pondered what level Feng Jiuxiu had reached, what abilities she had mastered, and what threats she might pose. Meanwhile, Feng Jiuxiu was apprehensive that his interference might trigger a chain of unforeseen events, potentially leading Mu Yunlan to fall into the demonic path prematurely. Cultivating spiritual power is a tedious process, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, Mu Yunlan leveraged the spiritual fruits and resources provided by the Song family to help Lu Zheng elevate his spiritual power from the 2nd tier 7th level to the 2nd tier 9th level. Although he was unable to break through to the 3rd tier, advancements below the 2nd tier are relatively easier to achieve. Many spiritual fruits and elixirs from the 12 cities of Yunzhou lose their effectiveness once reaching the 3rd tier, such as the Baiyun Peach from the Hua family in Lingshu City. The Beast God Pill from the Mu family still has some effect, but overconsumption leads to drug resistance. Presently, it holds little benefit for the Six-Eared Macaque. One day, Mu Yunlan happened to overhear some intriguing news. In 3 days, the Yi family of Frostly City was set to hold a martial arts tournament to select a husband for their 2 daughters. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunlan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Naturally, she wasn't interested in becoming a son-in-law to the Yi family. What she sought was their treasure. The Yi family with declining connections had only 2 daughters under the age of 30. Yi Wuxuan the elder with a 9-star stellar talent, and Yi Tianwu the younger with a moonlight talent. Both sisters possessed extraordinary 9-star spiritual pets. However, for the Yi family to continue its lineage, 2 daughters alone were insufficient. Large families value having many children and branching out. Consequently, the old patriarch of the Yi family decided on this martial arts competition to recruit a son-in-law. According to the plan, 5 finalists would be selected from all the contestants, and then the sisters would choose their ideal spouses. Mu Yunlan scoffed at such arrangements. She despised being manipulated and even more so having one's lifelong happiness dictated by others. However, she wasn't the kind to meddle in others' affairs. Everyone has their destiny, and if one cannot fight against it, they cannot blame others. What she contemplated was the Yi family's treasure. The Yi family possessed a Yuan Dan. Above the 9th tier beast spirits is the Beast King, and one of the signs of becoming a Beast King is the ability to condense a Yuan Dan, yet slaying a Beast King does not guarantee obtaining a Yuan Dan. Whether it's killing a ferocious beast at the Beast King level or slaying another Beast Master Spirit pet at the Beast King level, its Yuan Dan will dissipate. Only if the Beast King willingly separates its Yuan Dan before death can it be acquired, which is exceedingly challenging. For a Beast King, as long as the Yuan Dan remains intact, recovery is possible even from near death. However, separating the Yuan Dan is tantamount to suicide. To Mu Yunlan's knowledge, throughout the entire Yuan state, the Yi family possessed the only Yuan Dan, and it wasn't even complete. Much of its energy had already dissipated. Nevertheless, this Yuan Dan later aided the Yi family's son-in-law Huang Tianyu in helping his spirit pet break through to the Beast King level. However, the allure of the Yuan Dan was undeniable to Mu Yunlan. After Huang Tianyu ascended to the position of the Beastmaster, he took control of the Yi family with an unrestrained arrogance. His marriage was to his sister-in-law Yi Wushuang. Once he had the family under his thumb, he humiliated Yi Tianwu, Yi Wushuang's younger sister, right in front of her. He forced the sisters to become his slaves, threatening to annihilate the entire Yi family lineage if they refused. Ultimately, the Yi family met its downfall. Driven to madness, Yi Tianwu summoned a beast tide, and the entire Frost Leaf City was reduced to ruins under the assault of 3 Beast Kings. This Yuan Dan is the root of all evil, so I should take it away. With this thought, Mu Yunlan felt a twinge of righteousness, as though she was still a good person. Stroking the little fur ball in her arms, Mu Yunlan chuckled, "Wake up, let's go do a good deed." Lu Zheng, upon hearing this, displayed a puzzled expression. "You doing a good deed? What are you up to?" Mu Yunlan shot him a glare and replied haughtily, "Why can't I do a good deed?" After a pause, she continued, "We're going to steal something." Lu Zhang was momentarily at a loss, questioning whether all 6 of his ears were malfunctioning. Mu Yunlan added, "And maybe we'll ruin a wedding while we're at it." "Wait, my brain is catching up. Stealing, disrupting a wedding, how is that a good deed?" Before Lu Zhang could voice any objections, he found himself lifted up without warning. Monkeys have no rights, he thought, speechless. Ever since joining Mu Yunlan, his days had been filled with petty mischief. "I, a noble Six-Eared Macaque, and this is what you have me doing. It's infuriating. I could bite you." "Oh, stop it, little Six Ears." Mu Yunlan ruffled the little monkey's head before striding into Song Zhao's courtyard. "Cousin, I want to go to Frost Leaf City to watch the martial arts competition." For a lawless young lady like her, making any request at any time seemed perfectly reasonable. Song Zhao, upon hearing her idea, wasn't surprised at all. After a brief consideration, he nodded and said, "It's a good idea to have a look. Not only can you relax, but you can also gain some insight into battles among Beastmasters." "Wait a moment, I'll inform our grandfather and father." As a proper gentleman, Song Zhao adhered strictly to etiquette, ensuring he reported everything. Before long, Song Zhao returned. "Our grandfather agreed and reminded us to observe the battles carefully. When we enter the 100 Treasures Mountain secret realm and face other Beastmasters, it will be good to have some experience." With this decision finalized, they planned to depart in 2 days' time, setting off in the afternoon. Frost Leaf City wasn't far from Tianyun City, the 6 cities sharing the 100 Treasures Mountain secret realm are known as the northern 6 cities of Yunzhou, with Tianyun City being the southernmost. Frost Leaf City is the northernmost of the southern 6 cities, making them quite close. Under the escort of a 5th-level Beastmaster, the pair reached Frost Leaf City within an hour. Tomorrow was the day of the martial arts competition. According to their plan, they would rest that night and watch the competition the following day. Frost Leaf City was bustling, with many inns lacking available rooms. Some were participants in the competition, but most were there to watch the spectacle. After all, it was a rare source of entertainment. Naturally, Song Zhao had reserved a room in advance, one with a courtyard and a secluded lodging. They needn't worry about the crowds or being disturbed. Looking at her cousin's arrangements being so thorough and meticulous, Mu Yunlan suddenly had an idea. She quickly and quietly took the little monkey away, made some swift arrangements, and then returned. The next morning, Mu Yunlan and her 2 companions arrived at the venue for the martial contest for marriage. The vast arena was divided into 5 sections. The rules were simple. 3 hours after the competition began, the 5 individuals still standing would be eligible for marriage into the family. The host began to announce the names of the contestants for each match. In the 3rd match, it was Chen Tao from Fenghua City versus Song Zhao from Tianyun City. Upon hearing the host's words, a look of bewilderment appeared on Song Zhao's face. Mu Yunlan nudged him, reminding him, "Cousin, there calling you up. What are you standing there for?" Song Zhao instinctively questioned. "Me." By this time, Chen Tao, who was already on stage, noticed that the person named Song Zhao hadn't stepped up. He couldn't help but laugh. Seeing me, Chen Tao, are you scared? If you're afraid, just admit defeat." Chen Tao was a rogue cultivator with some repute in Fenghua City. His spiritual pet was a formidable 8-star extraordinary spirit pet, an iron-backed gorilla. This creature's appearance was quite similar to his own pet, muscular and hairy. No one would doubt they were brothers. Those participating in this martial contest for marriage were naturally not direct descendants from prominent families. In Yunzhou, marrying into a family, whether it was a man into a woman's family or vice versa, was akin to selling oneself. Which prominent family would allow their descendants to do such a thing? They themselves wouldn't be willing. Therefore, the contestants were all heroes from humble backgrounds. The martial contest imposed an age restriction requiring participants to be under 25. Yi Wuxuan was 23 this year and Yi Tianwu was 22. This age limit was not only to match them but also to find a husband with better qualifications. For beast masters under 25 from non-prominent families, reaching the 5th tier was practically impossible. Chen Tao was 24 with a spiritual power cultivation of 4th tier 6 levels, and his spirit pet was also 4th tier 6 level beast spirit. Realm. Seeing Song Shao still in a daze, Mu Yunlan gave him a push. With the spells Mu Yunlan mastered, Song Shao found himself on stage before he realized it. Seeing a handsome man step up, Chen Tao's face immediately turned sour. It's human nature to fear comparison. Standing alone, Chen Tao's burly figure didn't seem out of place, but as soon as Song Shao stepped onto the stage, Chen Tao looked like a villain. Chen Tao immediately shouted, "You've got guts, since you dared to come up, prepare to be defeated by me." Behind the scenes, Mu Yunlan shouted loudly, "Cousin, knock those two brothers off the stage." Her words prompted much laughter from the surrounding crowd. Chen Tao was instantly enraged, jumping up and down in fury. At once he ordered his 6-meter-tall iron-backed gorilla, "What, Black Stone, get up there and flatten him." Upon seeing the situation, Song Shao couldn't help but understand the reason behind it. It must have been his mischievous cousin Mu Yunlan who had stealthily signed him up without his knowledge. She probably leveraged his status as a direct descendant of the Song family from Tianyun City, otherwise how could the organizers agree to register someone without their presence? Song Shao found himself caught between laughter and tears. This cousin of his was truly incorrigible. Marriage is a serious affair, not something to be taken lightly. Song Shao was well aware that his marriage was a significant event within the family, one that even he couldn't decide on a whim, yet his cousin had pushed him into the spotlight without warning. However, he couldn't afford to lose the match carelessly, for he represented the face of the Song family. As his mind raced, Song Shao released the Blazing Flame Lion from his spirit beast pouch. Go Blazing Flame! As soon as the 4th level 7th tier Blazing Flame Lion appeared, it completely overpowered the black-backed gorilla with its aura. The quality of spirit pets signified the disparity in strength even among those of the same rank. Chen Tao quickly realized this difference, his expression turning grim. His spirit pet boasted an extraordinary 8-star quality, a top-notch achievement for a solo cultivator. Unlike heirs of prominent families with ample resources and support in acquiring spirit pets, obtaining an 8-star extraordinary pet was a stroke of great fortune. Yet the Blazing Flame Lion before him, though not a divine beast, possessed a 9-star extraordinary quality. Seeing his black-backed gorilla being suppressed in the skirmish, Chen Tao asked with a stern face, "You're not a solo cultivator, are you? Which prominent family do you belong to?" With so many eyes on him, Song Shao knew he couldn't conceal his identity any longer. He decided to admit it openly. "From Tianyun City, the Song family, Song Shao, at your service." Upon hearing his words, the crowd below erupted in astonishment. The 12 cities of Yunzhou and their prominent families were not hard to remember. Moreover, with Tianyun City just north of Xuanye City, the Song family's reputation was well known. "I remember him, the second young master of the Song family's main branch. Isn't he only 19 now?" "Yes, that's him." The eldest son of Song Yun left Yunzhou in pursuit of ultimate martial arts, causing quite a stir back then. Isn't the Song family relying on him for succession? Why is he here as a prospective son-in-law? Could it be that the Song family intends to ally with the Yi family? The crowd buzzed with speculation. In a nearby pavilion, 2 elegant figures watched through the curtain. Both Yi Wuxuan and Yi Tianwu were taken by surprise. They had expected only some martial artists today, never imagining a young master from a prestigious family would appear. From every aspect, Song Shao matched the criteria for an ideal husband. If one were to set aside personal preferences and simply compare and choose, Song Shao would undoubtedly stand out. The 2 women exchanged glances, each guessing the other's thoughts. At this moment, Chen Tao, observing his black-backed gorilla's signs of defeat, suddenly burst into laughter. "So it's the young master of the Song family gracing us with his presence. Chen naturally cannot compare to young Master Song, I concede. This round goes to young Master Song." With those words, he called back the black-backed gorilla and stepped off the stage. His actions left Song Shao momentarily stunned, but then he understood the situation. After revealing his identity, those low-level rogue cultivators didn't dare to challenge him openly anymore. the fear of potential retaliation loomed large, even if the Song family chose not to retaliate. Others who feared offending the Song family would certainly make life difficult for Chen Tao in various ways. As an old hand who had been navigating the underworld since childhood, Chen Tao was well aware of this fact, not to mention he was not nearly a match for Song Xiao in the first place. Admitting defeat directly at least allowed him to retain a shred of dignity. The host, seeing this, stepped forward and called out, "Next challenger, please." Yet the next one and the one after that all conceded without a fight. This situation left Song Xiao awkwardly elevated on a pedestal. He glanced at Mu Yunlan, who was gloating in the audience, and shot her an annoyed glare. His cousin was truly too mischievous. It seemed he would have to apologize to the Yi family after stepping down from the stage. Meanwhile, the battle still raged on intensely. There were still 4 slots available for contention. Even if one of the 2 women inevitably chose the Song family's young master as her husband, there was still another opportunity to fight for. This spurred the competitors to perform with even greater vigor. As for Mu Yunlan, who had been glared at, she turned her attention to another arena. Upon spotting a particular individual, her eyes lit up with excitement. She quickly transmitted a message to Lu Zhang, "Little Six Ears, do you see that man named Su Ziming? Go and acquire his spirit pet's talent." With that, she casually placed Lu Zhang on the ground, clearly intending for him to sneak over and steal the skills. Lu Zhang sighed helplessly. When would these days of sneaking around and pilfering finally come to an end? When could he return to being the great sage? The Yi family's original 2 live-in sons-in-law were Huang Tianyu, who had ruined the Yi family, and this unfortunate Su Ziming. Su Ziming was Yi Tianwu's husband. His character was decent and he had considerable talent and potential, though his thoughts were a bit not v. Ultimately he was harmed by Huang Tianyu and failed to reach his potential. Mu Yunlan had no interest in this man whatsoever. What caught her attention was Su Ziming's spirit pet. Su Ziming's spirit pet was a strange beast that resembled a pig but lacked ears and a nose. It had only a pair of eyes, a mouth, and 3 stubby legs. Su Ziming called it Qiuqiu, unaware of its true name. As a former Imperial Realm expert, Mu Yunlan naturally recognized what it was: a wuxiang beast. Capable of myriad transformations, it could change into any form. In water it became a fish, in the sky a bird, and on land it could run. It could transform into any living creature it had encountered, gaining their basic abilities. As its level increased, the wuxiang beast's ability to alter its size also grew. It's worth noting that Lu Zhang's second innate skill as the Six-Eared Macaque, transforming heaven and earth, could only enlarge him, not shrink him. Shrinking was a rare and valuable skill for avoiding disasters. However, Mu Yunlan was not concerned with these matters. She simply thought that if the little monkey mastered this ability, combined with his skill-stealing capability, he could practically morph completely into the form of any spirit pet. When the time comes to engage in deeds that must remain hidden and might risk exposure, transforming a little monkey to shift the blame onto someone else could be a brilliant move. Lu Zhang remained unaware of Mu Yunlan's inner thoughts. If he had known, he would surely have praised her, saying, "That's just like you." Following Mu Yunlan's instructions, he stealthily reached the foot of the wuxiang beast and activated the listening to all skills ability. Initially, he thought it would be easy, but unexpectedly, it consumed 2/3 of his spiritual power, and even that wasn't enough. He hurriedly established a shared bridge between himself and Mu Yunlan to draw upon her spiritual power. Only after depleting over 90% of both their spiritual powers did he finally succeed in acquiring the skill. The talent was named Formless and Invisible, and its effect allowed the user to transform into any creature they touched, gaining its basic abilities. Maintaining a form larger or smaller than one's own required additional spiritual power. Upon seeing this talent, Lu Zhang's eyes widened in amazement. Before stealing the skill, Mu Yunlan hadn't disclosed what it was capable of, and such an ability was clearly not something an ordinary spiritual pet could possess. It was practically a divine skill. Yet, the 3-legged little pig in front of him didn't resemble a mythical beast at all. If it were truly a divine beast, it shouldn't have been so unknown. The sudden realization left Lu Zhang astounded, and no wonder Mu Yunlan was so excited upon discovering this spiritual pet. Just as Lu Zhang rushed back to Mu Yunlan's embrace, Su Ziming commenced his battle. The 3-legged pig suddenly transformed into a green giant wolf over 7 meters long, unleashing a green wind vortex from its mouth. It was apparent that it had obtained some basic abilities, including part of its innate talent. However, this was the extent of it. The green giant wolf was a fierce beast known as the Qingyu demon wolf, which besides the wind vortex also possessed the powerful skill Qingyu demon light, yet this wuxiang beast had not mastered it. Still, this power was sufficient to dominate other competitors. After all, most participants in the martial arts competition were merely commoners from the martial world with beastmasters' talents below 8 stars in the starlight tier, and most spiritual pets were of 4 or 5 star extraordinary quality. As the 3-hour competition concluded, only 5 remained: Song Xiao, Su Ziming, Huang Tianyu, and 2 others known as Person A and Person B. After the host announced the names, he continued, "Now will all selected individuals please proceed to the second floor where the young ladies will choose their suitors." It was Mu Yunlan's first time seeing the reputed Huang Tianyu, and he indeed lived up to his reputation. No wonder he was selected. Without Song Xiao among the 5, perhaps only Su Ziming and Huang Tianyu were decent looking. After all, they were choosing for wealthy young ladies, and they needed someone who was at least presentable, someone who wouldn't make them want to vomit at first sight. First impressions were crucial. As Song Xiao was escorted to the second floor, the entire Yi family was engrossed in the martial arts competition, and Mu Yunlan quietly slipped away unnoticed. Upon arriving near the rear courtyard of the Yi family mansion, she immediately invoked a secret technique, Yuan Dan Lead. This was originally a spell used during battles to disrupt a beast king's ability to channel spiritual energy by targeting its core. However, it was now being employed for a different purpose, locating the core itself. The Yi family's old patriarch Yi Qingsong was a Beast King master, but during a fierce battle he suffered severe injuries and his Beast King level spirit pet was left critically wounded. The core he held was a gift from his spirit pet. Due to the significant damage, the core's spiritual energy was greatly depleted, retaining only its basic properties. While it couldn't directly elevate a spirit pet to Beast King status, it could enhance a 9th-rank spirit pet's chances of breaking through to such a level. Typically, such treasures would be kept on one's person. However, Mu Yunlan was aware that preserving a damaged core required a specific method. It needed to be nurtured by the energies of heaven and earth, meaning an array had to be established on the ground to gather ambient energy to sustain it. As the saying goes, anything that falls to the ground belongs to whoever picks it up. Mu Yunlan planned to retrieve the item from the Yi family. Once the Yuan Dan lead was activated, a wave of spiritual energy was released. Mu Yunlan promptly tapped the sleepy little monkey in her arms, saying, "Little Six Ears, wake up. We're going to get something delicious." Lu Zhang groggily awoke, placing his small paws on 2 fluffy dumplings, looking up with a skeptical expression. "This time, it won't be stealing, will it?" he seemed to ask. "You guessed it, let's go." Mu Yunlan replied without a hint of shame. Clearly she already regarded the item she intended to steal as her own property. Lu Zhang sighed helplessly, thinking to himself that this would surely be a dark chapter in his future recollections. Six-Eared Macaque. Oh well, might as well take advantage of it. Utilizing Earth Traverse technique wrapped in the spiritual energy of the Earth's veins, the 2 of them burrowed underground, quickly pinpointing the location of the core by the energy waves. Meanwhile, Lu Zhang had already transformed his appearance as per Mu Yunlan's instructions into that of a fire rabbit spirit pet they had casually encountered on the road. He suddenly leaped out from the ground, activating the 10 direction shadow wind skill. The shadowy wind swirled fiercely, blurring visibility and creating a chaotic atmosphere. Using moonstep and thunder flash techniques, he swiftly grabbed the core and returned underground in one seamless motion. Back beneath the surface, Lu Zhang was cradled in Mu Yunlan's arms as she urged the Earth's vein energy to quickly escape the Yi family premises. Through their psychic connection, Mu Yunlan offered sincere praise. "Little Six Ears, you truly have a bit of a natural talent for thievery." Hearing Mu Yunlan's words, Lu Zhang found himself at a loss for words. Every time, these escapades were so perilous. If his movements weren't swift and precise, they could both end up in serious trouble. "What talent do I have that you don't already know about?" he thought to himself, resigned to his fate. "That's all thanks to your excellent training." Lu Zhang responded with a sarcastic tone. However, Mu Yunlan took it as a compliment. Yes, I do have a tiny bit of talent, but the most important thing is our cooperation. Luckily Feng Jiuxia let you work with me, otherwise that silly snake wouldn't have the same level of understanding with me." Lu Zhang was genuinely proud of their teamwork. A demonic woman indeed can't be judged by common sense. The Yuan Dan was an incredibly important item, and naturally, the Yi family had people guarding it. The moment Lu Zhang appeared, he was detected. He released a chilling wind to disrupt their senses and prevent a timely response. Coupled with his lightning flash and moon-treading skills and the power of the earth's veins propelling him, he managed to snatch the Yuan Dan in an instant before disappearing into the ground. By the time the Yi family guardians dug 3 feet deep, they found no trace of him. Elder Yi Yushu of the Yi family wore a grim expression as he entered the front hall where Yi Qingsong was preoccupied with his granddaughter's wedding plans. That's how it happened. We didn't see the full picture, only the outline of a rabbit, Yi Yushu reported, standing aside and bracing for Yi Qingsong's anger. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingsong did not lose his temper. Forget it, he sighed. Such an item should have been used long ago. Keeping it at home is always a hidden danger. I had hoped to use this Yuan Dan to quickly elevate our family to have a beast king. Now I might as well let it go and focus on organizing Shuanger and Xiao Wu's wedding. The news of the Yuan Dan's theft should be spread and the necessary searches must not be neglected, Yi Qingsong continued. Since it's gone, we must make others believe it. Otherwise, someone will continue to covet it, causing more trouble. Yi Yushu frowned deeply. Such a family treasure being stolen right under his nose was a great humiliation, a crime against the family. I'll go look again, he declared unwillingly before turning to leave, seemingly intent on conducting a thorough investigation throughout the city. Observing his determination, Yi Qingsong did not stop him. It's the right attitude to have, he thought, though he didn't have much hope for retrieving the Yuan Dan. Only a few major families in the 12 cities knew about the Yuan Dan. If they took it, it was unlikely to be returned. In fact, Yi Yushu had been worried that the Frostleaf City Yao family might forcefully take it. If that happened, the Yi family would face annihilation. Now that it was merely stolen, it wasn't the worst outcome. Had Mu Yunlan known his thoughts, she would have praised him. This old man does have some smarts, but not much. Thus, while the excitement of selecting a son-in-law hadn't subsided, the Yi family initiated a grand investigation. Frostleaf City became even more lively, but Mu Yunlan, who had obtained the Yuan Dan, certainly wouldn't let Lu Zhang consume it immediately. It wasn't the right time. After leaving the Yi family, they found a place to emerge and quickly proceeded to the second floor of Yi family's son-in-law selection. After revealing her identity, a servant went to report, and before long she was allowed upstairs. At this moment, Song Xiao was explaining a misunderstanding about his registration to Yi Qingsong. Seeing Mu Yunlan appear, he immediately brought her forward. Yunlan quickly explained to the old master, but Mu Yunlan pushed in front of Yi Qingsong, feigned confusion and asked, "Explain what?" Yi Qingsong cleared his throat lightly and asked, "Young girl, was it you who secretly signed up without telling Song Xiao?" "Yes, indeed." Mu Yunlan nodded as if it were the most natural thing, saying, "Cousin often praises sister Yi Wushuang in front of me, saying she is both valiant and gentle, a perfect match. I thought cousin had feelings for her but was hindered by family rules, so I took the initiative to sign him up." As she spoke, she turned to the dumbfounded Song Xiao and inquired, "Cousin, didn't you always say sister Yi is both valiant and gentle?" Song Xiao was taken aback. In the presence of her elders, could he possibly deny it? "Miss Yi is indeed extraordinary, but you're still hesitant, aren't you? You're worried that our grandfather and others won't agree." Mu Yunlan pressed on. Song Xiao nodded subconsciously. However, Mu Yunlan turned to Yi Qingsong and suggested, "Old master, how about this? The Yi family is only recruiting a groom for the second young lady. Let's let my cousin formally marry the eldest young lady. By then, my cousin can give the eldest young lady 2 children in 3 years, one surnamed Song and the other Yi. What do you think?" Mu Yunlan, after all, was once a saintess of the demonic path and an imperial-level expert. Her experience in handling various forces was not negligible. She could clearly see the current situation of the Yi family. Recruiting 2 sons-in-law was not the most pressing issue. What was crucial was finding a family to form an alliance. Mu Yunlan's intention was to propose a marriage alliance between the 2 families. Previously, Yi Qingsong was focused on nurturing a new beast king within his family, neglecting the fact that the current situation of the Yi family was precarious, like oil boiling over a fierce fire. If not for the fact that the Yao family, the lord of Shuangye City, was itself a laid-back family, the Yi family might have been wiped out by a more aggressive family like the Mu family or the Duanmu family. Sometimes people, despite understanding everything, still harbor wishful thinking. They fail to see the true situation because they are too close to it. Trapped within their circumstances, they easily become confused. With Mu Yunlan's prompt, Yi Qingsong suddenly understood. Marrying into the Song family was indeed the best choice. Firstly, Tianyun City is close to Shuangye City, but one belongs to the northern 6 cities while the other to the southern 6 cities, with no conflicting interests. Secondly, both the Song family and the Yi family stood alone against the city lord's mansion. If they united, neither the Duanmu family nor the Yao family could act recklessly, as any misstep could trigger a north-south war across the 12 cities of Yunzu. This alliance would help consolidate their positions and weather difficult times together. Good, let's do it this way, Yiqing Song said, standing up with a smile as he took hold of Song Zhao's arm. Son-in-law, come with me and I'll introduce you to your bride. Song Zhao was still bewildered. How did it come to this? He had only come to accompany his cousin to watch the martial arts competition, and now he was suddenly engaged. Mu Yulan waved her hand and laughed as Song Zhao looked back. Cousin, no need to thank me. This is exactly what I should do. Wishing you all happiness. In a previous life, the Song family met its demise and Song Zhao had no wife. Yi Wushuang, on the other hand, would be considered an excellent match. Mu Yunlan picked up the little monkey, gave it a kiss, and said joyfully, I've done another good deed. She then sighed. Who would have thought? I am actually a good person, Lu Zhang interjected. Huh, you a good person? Who said that? Upon meeting Yi Wushuang in person, Song Zhao's initial resistance wavered. He was inherently a sincere gentleman, and Yi Wushuang's candidness and spirited demeanor were precisely what he envisioned in a wife. As for Yi Wushuang, since she had agreed to the family's proposal of inviting a live-in son-in-law, she was ready to embrace her fate. With low expectations, suddenly encountering someone as outstanding as Song Zhao, she found herself quite satisfied. Witnessing Yiqing Song directly call Yi Wushuang and Song Zhao to a separate room for a private conversation made the other 4 candidates visibly anxious. Huang Tianyu in particular was focused on Yi Wushuang, as the eldest sister becoming her live-in husband would be most advantageous for his future control over the Yi family. Huang Tianyu had no intention of being subordinate to others. His goal in marrying into the Yi family was clear: to use the Yi family as his support to become a powerful figure and take control of the family. Those who caused him humiliation, regardless of how helpful they might be, would face his retribution one by one. As for those who stood in his way, such as the unexpected emergence of Song Zhao, they were undoubtedly his enemies. With Yi Wushuang seemingly out of reach, Huang Tianyu turned his attention to Yi Tianwu, stepping forward boldly. Miss, please forgive my impudence, I simply cannot restrain my feelings. From the moment I first saw you, I felt you were the person I most wanted to protect in my life. Please give me a chance to take care of you. I will offer you all my tenderness and love. At this moment the other 3 candidates stood dumbfounded. As wanderers and beast tamers accustomed to roaming in the wild, they were taken aback by Huang Tianyu's fluent romantic words. Passers-by A and B became flustered, their faces turning red and necks swollen, making the situation even more awkward. Yi Tianwu, never having received such passionate attention from a man, blushed deeply, unsure of how to respond. Just then a light voice came through. Is there really such a person? I'm quite curious. Mu Yunlan, holding her little monkey, approached from behind. Yi Tianwu asked in confusion, Sister, who are you? Mu Yunlan smiled and replied, I'm the eldest daughter of the Mu family from Lingshu City. Mu Yunlan, my cousin was the one who just went in to have a private chat with your elder sister. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianyu felt a surge of joy. The Mu family was far more powerful than the declining Yi family. If this Mu family heiress showed interest in him, marrying such a woman would undoubtedly be a greater asset. Little did Huang Tianyu know the Yi family possessed a precious Yuan Dan. From a purely familial perspective, the second daughter of the declining Yi family naturally couldn't compare to the eldest daughter of the Mu family during its heyday. However, Huang Tianyu wasn't foolish enough to directly switch allegiances. Instead, he continued to feign deep affection, saying, I fell in love with Miss Yi Tianwu at first sight. I only wish for her happiness. Even if she doesn't choose me, I will strive harder for her sake until she sees my worth. This statement was a clever ploy, providing him an opportunity to change his target of flattery while maintaining a persona of genuine emotion, ready to pivot to another prospect if rejected by Yi Tianwu. As he spoke, a flicker of purple light flashed in Mu Yunlan's eyes. She looked at Huang Tianyu and questioned, Oh, if you became the son-in-law of the Yi family or the Mu family, what would you do? Without hesitation, Huang Tianyu blurted out, If I were to become the Yi family's son-in-law, I would find a way to eliminate Yi Wushuang and Song Zhao, fully take control of the Yi family, and use their resources to aid my rise as a beast king. If I could become the Mu family's son-in-law, that would be even better. The Mu family holds far more power than the Yi family, and I could leverage their influence to expand my own power, first joining forces to eliminate the other 2 families in Lingshu City, and then swallowing the Mu family itself. He said this all in one breath, leaving everyone present in a state of shock, including himself. He couldn't understand why he suddenly spilled his inner thoughts and quickly denied it in a panic. No, these aren't my true feelings, Mu Yunlan. With a cold expression replied Miss Yi, I don't know how your Yi family deals with such treacherous intentions, but in the Mu family we bury them. Hearing Mu Yunlan's words, Huang Tianyu suddenly remembered the purple light he had glimpsed earlier. He frantically shouted, Miss Yi, I was under her spell, she must be too fond of me, and seeing my deep feelings for you couldn't have me, so she wants to destroy me. You must believe me, Yi Tianwu wasn't a fool. It was clear that Huang Tianyu's earlier confession was out of character and certainly not something he wanted to say. However, the idea that the dignified Mu family's eldest daughter would fall into a love-hate relationship with someone she'd just met was utterly ridiculous. Mu Yunlan might indeed have used some means, but its effect was likely only to compel him to speak the truth. Guards, Yi Tianwu called out loudly. Seeing this, Huang Tianyu reacted swiftly, turning to flee immediately. His years of mingling among flowers had taught him the art of escape. Mu Yunlan did not intervene. The Yi family's Yuan Dan had been stolen and the entire Frostleaf city was under lockdown. Huang Tianyu would struggle to escape even this street. Sure enough, moments later Huang Tianyu was captured and brought back. By then the process of selecting a husband was complete. Yi Tianwu chose Su Ziming as her husband. After a brief exchange, Song Xiao and Yi Wushuang were very pleased with the Yi family's eldest daughter. They agreed to report to their family and arrange for someone to propose marriage in Frostleaf City. Before leaving, Mu Yunlan specifically sent Lu Zheng to confirm that Huang Tianyu had been executed, decapitated no less. In the 12 cities of Yunzhou, the major families within each main city hold absolute power. Any threat they discover is met with swift and decisive action. The Yi family is currently conducting a thorough investigation of all outsiders in Shuanye City. Little do they suspect that the person who stole the Yuan Dan is one of the two individuals they personally escorted back to Tianyun City. Mu Yunlan, however, remains calm and composed. The thought of the six-eared monkey absorbing this Yuan Dan and subsequently overwhelming Feng Jiuxia with ease brings a sinister grin to her face. This unsettling laughter causes Song Xiao, standing nearby, to shiver involuntarily. He then speaks with a hint of resignation. Cousin, even if your plan succeeds, there's no need to be so delighted, is there? And that laugh, it sounds like you're the villain here. Mu Yunlan stifles her laughter and gives him a sharp look. I'm helping you win over your beloved, and yet you criticize me. Without me your bride would be someone else's by now. Song Xiao nods in agreement, acknowledging Wushuang is indeed a perfect match. Thank you for your help, but how will I explain this to the family when we return? My marriage isn't something I can decide on my own. Mu Yunlan waves her hand dismissively. Grandfather is shrewd, he'll understand the intricacies of the situation. Don't worry. Your marriage is a done deal. Upon returning to the Song family, Mu Yunlan recounts the entire sequence of events. Once again, Song Yuandong, the second elder of the Song family, jumps in with criticism. What nonsense! Family alliances are not decisions for youngsters like you to make. Participating in some kind of martial competition and becoming a live-in son-in-law. What about the dignity of the Song family? Before Song Yuanqiu can defend his son, the patriarch Song Tianran interrupts. Enough. Although Yunlan's actions were abrupt, this is indeed a beneficial marriage. You, the eldest, make the arrangements quickly, set the date soon, and have Song Xiao bring the girl home. By next year, I expect to be holding a great-grandson. Mu Yunlan gives the elder a thumbs up in admiration. Grandfather, your foresight is impressive. Song Tianran glares at her affectionately and teases, you cheeky girl. Regardless, you acted without permission and that's wrong. You're grounded for 10 days, stay home and focus on your cultivation. Off you go. Witnessing this, Song Yuandong is left speechless. What kind of punishment is this? The girl should be concentrating on her cultivation anyway, preparing for the upcoming Baibao Mountain Secret Realm trial. The old man's favoritism is blatant. With permission granted, Mu Yunlan promptly leaves and returns to her courtyard. She first takes out over 20 spirit crystals to set up a formation. Only then does she retrieve the Yuan Dan. Little Six Ears, come here. I'll guide the spiritual energy so you can integrate it into your body. A 9th-tier spirit beast could directly consume this Yuan Dan to break through due to its capacity to withstand the immense energy. However, Lu Zhang, at only the 2nd tier's peak, is clearly incapable of such a feat. In order to facilitate the absorption of spiritual energy by Lu Zhang, Mu Yunlan needed to guide the energy flow. This process inevitably led to some energy loss, but that was of little consequence. Mu Yunlan's expectations with this elemental pill were simply to help Lu Zhang step into the 3rd tier. As for the heights he might eventually reach, she decided to take it one step at a time. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang immediately complied, sitting cross-legged on Mu Yunlan's lap, his small body leaning against her abdomen with his head just reaching up to something above. Mu Yunlan held the elemental pill in one hand while the other was placed on the little monkey's belly. She activated her guiding technique, allowing a stream of spiritual energy to flow through her body into Lu Zhang's. Lu Zhang absorbed it swiftly, though a portion still scattered. However, he paid no mind to this. As a spirit pet, he didn't need to worry about wasting resources. That was the beast master's concern. His responsibility was simply to eat well, drink well, and cultivate diligently. An hour later, a powerful aura emanated from Lu Zhang's body. Though it was contained by a formation and did not dissipate, he had successfully broken through to the first level of the third tier. Mu Yunlan put away the elemental pill, ceasing the transfer of spiritual energy to let Lu Zhang stabilize his current cultivation level. As soon as he stabilized, Mu Yunlan eagerly inquired, "Little Six Ears, have you gained any new innate skills?" The higher the quality of a spirit pet, the more innate abilities it typically possessed, unless it was a unique beast like the Wuxiang beast, which only had one or two skills but could still exert immense power. She had high hopes for Lu Zhang. Despite him already possessing skills like listening to all laws and heaven and earth transformation, which could be considered godly, she still hoped for more. "Woman, your eyes are full of greed." Lu Zhang couldn't help but take a few steps back from Mu Yunlan's gleaming eyes, feeling as though she might scoop him up and smother him any second. "Yes, see for yourself." Lu Zhang shared his innate skill information with Mu Yunlan. His new ability was external incarnation, allowing him to consume half of his spiritual energy to create an incarnation. This incarnation had half the spiritual energy cultivation of his main body and mastered the same skills. Unless the main body died or the incarnation was destroyed or recalled, it would exist indefinitely. Upon recalling the incarnation, the spiritual energy value of the incarnation would be immediately restored. The total number of incarnations he could have was capped at 49. "Wow, that's incredible," Mu Yunlan exclaimed excitedly, pulling the little monkey into her embrace and squeezing him tightly. Resigned, Lu Zhang gave up resisting. He had attempted to use his earth escape technique to hide underground, but Mu Yunlan's speed was too swift. With her higher cultivation level and mastery of many spells, he simply couldn't escape her grasp. Lu Zhang too was quite pleased with his newfound ability. With sufficient spiritual energy, he could essentially create 49 incarnations, each possessing all his skills at the same level, but with only half the spiritual energy serving as formidable allies in battle. A single person can achieve the effect of group combat. Lu Zhang relished this feeling of completely dominating his opponents. Moreover, for dangerous tasks like stealing, he could entirely rely on his avatars to handle them. This undoubtedly increased his survival rate around Mu Yunlan. Who knows what other perilous tasks she might ask him to undertake in the future. It's a pity that the avatars can't cultivate, otherwise he could simply relax completely. After a while, Mu Yunlan, who had been laughing strangely, finally returned to normal. "Right, you just gained the power of the Wuxiang beast. Try combining these two skills and transform into something else," she suggested. Lu Zhang asked, "Transform into what?" Mu Yunlan casually replied, "Transform into a human, something you're most confident in." As soon as she finished speaking, another little monkey appeared in front of her. Then, in the next moment, there was an exact duplicate of herself standing before her. Mu Yunlan was initially baffled, but she quickly rushed forward and threw a robe over it. Her face turned red with embarrassment and she exclaimed angrily, "Ah! Shaolur, it's one thing to transform into me, but why didn't you put clothes on it?" Lu Zhang awkwardly replied, I forgot this transformation can't create clothes. It can only make the fur a bit longer." Hearing this, Mu Yunlan immediately imagined herself covered in golden fur, shivering at the thought. "Quickly dismiss it," she demanded. Lu Zhang complied, and just as he completed the recall, he found himself seized again. Mu Yunlan held him and sat on a chair, trapping him between her long legs. With both hands she grabbed 3 of Lu Zhang's ears on each side. "Shaolur, you must never let your avatar transform into my likeness again, understood?" Lu Zhang, with all his vital points grasped, dared not argue and promptly responded, "I understand, let me go. It was your idea in the first place." Mu Yunlan, however, did not release her grip. Instead, she tightened it further. She lowered her head and gritted her teeth, saying, "The avatar just now was even more endowed than me. Did you do it on purpose?" Lu Zhang blinked innocently and said, "I didn't know. I judged based on perception." Seeing his cute, bewildered expression, Mu Yunlan thought to herself, "Why am I arguing with a monkey?" she immediately picked him up again and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to touch some other spirit pets so you can have more transformations in the future, it'll be handy for your outings." Lu Zhang was speechless. This girl was just embarrassed a moment ago and now she was back to scheming. The skill of Wuxian merely allowed for transformation and acquiring basic abilities. Meanwhile, the six-eared macaque's talent for listening to all things perfectly complemented this shortcoming. Now, with the added talent of creating avatars, he could manufacture different versions of himself. This meant Lu Zhang could disguise himself as various spirit pets with a 99% chance of not being discovered. However, Mu Yunlan clearly had other ideas. She not only took him to interact with many spirit pets but also exposed him to numerous fierce beasts. 3 days later, Tianyun City and Xuanye City were celebrating together. Song Xiao of the Song family in Tianyun City and the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Wushuang, in Xuanye City were engaged with their wedding set for the 22nd of the next month. On the same day, the second young lady of Frostleaf City, Yi Tianwu, married Su Ziming, the son-in-law. The alliance between the Song family of Tianyun City and the Yi family of Frostleaf City was no small event in the 12 cities of Yuanzhou. The significance lay in the unique positions of these two cities, with one being part of the northern 6 cities and the other belonging to the southern 6, both located at the central junction. This strategic alliance hinted at a potential new dynamic, possibly leading to a confrontation between the inner and outer cities of Yunzhou. Trust among the great families was already scarce, and even familial ties through marriage could be sacrificed for substantial benefits. Upon hearing this news, Mu Nanshan's expression turned notably grim. The marriage between the Song and Yi families meant that the Yi family, having lost their Beast King level combat power, would inevitably shift all their resources towards the Song family. This effectively provided the Song family with the resources of an additional great family, forging a strategic alliance within the inner cities. The expansion of the Song family was disheartening for Mu Nanshan, who, since killing Mu Yunlan's mother Song Xiang and thus creating a rift with the Song family, had hoped daily for their downfall. Now, the situation was evolving in a direction he dreaded. Further investigation revealed that the marriage alliance between the Song and Yi families was a consequence of Mu Yunlan's mischievous antics. This revelation felt like a thorn in Mu Nanshan's throat. That Mu Yunlan really considers himself part of the Song family now, he muttered angrily, though no one was around to hear his words. This incident only solidified his resolve to cultivate Feng Jiuxiu and abandon Mu Yunlan. Once Jiuxiu came of age, he planned to marry her to Tianzhou, ensuring the birth of a child to establish an unbreakable alliance of interests. In the wake of this decision, Mu Nanshan resolved to allocate more resources to enhance Feng Jiuxiu's abilities. 2 days later, Mu Yunlan discovered that the golden-scaled serpent had advanced to the 3rd tier through the Mu family's resources. The discovery traces back to 5 days prior, specifically the day Lu Zhang stepped into the 3rd tier. Mu Yunlan had been roaming with Lu Zhang, seeking various transformations and acquiring skills. During this time, he obtained a concealment-type talent from a 7-star extraordinary spirit pet. The talent, known as Harmony of the 5 Elements, allowed him to expend a certain amount of spiritual power to merge his aura with nearby objects of the 5 elements. Once merged, he became undetectable while slowly absorbing a small portion of spiritual power from the merged element. Although this ability couldn't truly integrate him into the land or other elements like the earth movement technique, it effectively concealed his aura from detection. However, visual identification remained possible and sounds like breathing and heartbeat could still be heard. This ability primarily shielded against spiritual perception, which was a common method of detection for the strong, often overlooking the senses. Additionally, this talent could slightly restore spiritual power. When paired with a certain type of stealth technique, it becomes the ultimate skill for infiltration. Coincidentally, Lu Zhang has mastered a skill known as earth walking technique. Furthermore, he possesses the ability of the formless beast, allowing him to transform into a smaller, almost undetectable beast form, devoid of any telltale signs like heartbeat or breathing. This significantly enhances his stealth capabilities. On that day, Mu Yunlan tasked Lu Zhang with sending an avatar to infiltrate Feng Jiuxiu's location within the Mu family, ensuring that Feng Jiuxiu's every move and cultivation progress was under her scrutiny. As a result, when the golden scale snake advanced to the 3rd tier, Mu Yunlan was immediately informed. She couldn't help but sneer. Mu Nanshan is really willing to invest in you, isn't he? the rapid advancement of the golden scale snake to the third tier, despite Feng Jiuxiu only having had one opportunity at the Dragon Bone Mountain secret realm, suggested that Mu Nanshan must have used his most precious resources and treasures to bolster Feng Jiuxiu's strength. However, Mu Yunlan remained unfazed, thinking to herself that he was still a step behind her own companion, the little six-eared monkey, had already reached the 6th level of the 3rd tier. Glancing at the little monkey nestled in her arms, a smile spread across Mu Yunlan's face. In terms of spiritual power and skills, her six-eared monkey had far surpassed the golden scale snake. The sense of always having Feng Jiuxiu beneath her feet was immensely gratifying to her. A few days passed swiftly. On this particular day, all the families participating in the 100 Treasures Mountain secret realm gathered in Faidu City. As agreed, 15 families were represented by a total of 75 people. However, the Song family from Tianyun City had an additional member, Mu Yunlan, making them 6 in total. Yunlan, this is Uncle Chen Xinbing from the Chen family in Yanshui City. Your spot in the secret realm was made possible by the Chen family. Song Yuanqiu introduced proactively. Chen Xuanbing's sister was Song Yuanqiu's wife, making the two families related by marriage, which allowed them to allocate an extra spot. The 100 Treasures Mountain secret realm, although ostensibly intended for training disciples, did not always have sufficiently powerful disciples from each family qualified to enter. Sending someone of insufficient strength was akin to sending them to their death. Once inside, life and death were left to fate. The Chen family, lacking young participants this time, opted to send guards or death warriors, driven by the principle of acquiring as many resources as possible. Thus, giving up a spot was of little consequence compared to the uncertain resources inside the secret realm. The items the Song family offered were far more tangible. "Hello, Uncle Chen," Mu Yunlan greeted sweetly. Her demeanor could easily fool anyone into thinking she was an obedient little girl. Chen Xinbing looked at Mu Yunlan and then at the little monkey, smiling as he praised, "I've heard from my brother-in-law that his niece is exceptionally talented, and seeing you today, it's clear why. You've only awakened your talent a few months ago, yet you've already cultivated your spirit pet to the 3rd tier, remarkable." With a glance at Song Yuanqiu, he added, "Isn't it a bit risky to let such a prodigy enter the 100 Treasures Mountain secret realm without protection?" Before Song Yuanqiu could respond, Mu Yunlan took the initiative, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Chen, but if anyone should be feeling danger, it's others, not me." As she spoke, she couldn't help but let out a strange, eerie laugh. This behavior left Chen Xinbing momentarily stunned. What was wrong with this girl, behaving like she was out of her mind? Just then, the head of the Ma family announced, "The secret realm is open. Participants in the trial enter with your token." "I'm off," Mu Yunlan called out, quickly making her way inside. She needed to make good use of her time. Inside, her goal was treasure hunting, and with only 7 days, finding what she desired would not be easy. Previously, she had relied on luck, but now, with the Six-Eared Macaque's newly acquired ability to create an external avatar, she could conduct a wide-ranging search. Given enough time, she could potentially claim all the treasures for herself. Yes, she was that greedy. The entrance to the Baibao Mountain secret realm was a stone platform. At the opening time, the platform would light up and it would stay illuminated for 7 days. Once the light was gone, it indicated the realm was closed. It was a single-person teleportation array, allowing only one person to stand on it and be transported into the realm at a time. Each person would arrive at a different location within. To exit, they had to first find a similar stone platform inside. Within the secret realm, when someone used a teleportation platform, the other platforms would go dark, so waiting until the last minute to exit was a suicidal move. Typically, participants would begin leaving by the 6th day to avoid the heightened risk. The Baibao Mountain secret realm was vast, but the teleportation platforms were relatively concentrated, giving entrants the chance to meet and ally with others. However, this also increased the likelihood of ambushes. Many lay in wait near the platforms, hoping to intercept others. Feng Jiuxiu watched as Mu Yunlan rushed into the secret realm, her brow slightly furrowed. In the previous life, neither she nor Mu Yunlan had participated in this trial of the Baibao Mountain secret realm. She had thought that securing a spot this time would allow her to gain more resources and suppress Mu Yunlan. Yet, she hadn't expected the Song family to let Mu Yunlan partake in such a perilous trial. Though the realm itself posed no danger, the true risk lay in the battles among beastmasters. Feng Jiuxiu, armed with the secret arts of an imperial beastmaster, felt confident entering the realm with her initial 3rd-tier strength. On what basis could Mu Yunlan dare to enter? Could it be that the blood-red amber she acquired in Demon Ape Valley enhanced her cultivation beyond merely advancing the six-eared macaque to the second tier? With questions swirling in her mind, Feng Jiuxiu entered the secret realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, as soon as Mu Yunlan entered the realm, she released Lu Zhang from her spirit beast bag. Through the bridge of communication Lu Zhang conveyed upon entering the secret realm, the avatar that was outside following Feng Jiuxiu vanished. It seems my avatar cannot remain within the secret realm. Mu Yunlan had initially planned to have Lu Zhang leave a clone inside the secret realm before they departed. This way they could sense any changes within the 100 Treasure Mountain's secret realm once it closed. However, it seemed this notion was now unattainable. Alright, let's release the ninefold magic rings and create those clones. Mu Yunlan was not one to dwell on the past. Although she felt a tinge of regret at not being able to uncover the realm's secrets, it was merely a whimsical idea, inconsequential in the grand scheme. Upon hearing her decision, Lu Zhang immediately commenced his spell. First, he enveloped both himself and Mu Yunlan with ninefold magic rings, thereby expanding their spiritual energy capacity to 10 times its original limit, while also boosting their recovery speed by the same factor. Next, Lu Zhang began the process of creating the clones. Each clone required half of his mana reserve. As they emerged, each transformed into a fearsome beast known as the Golden Horn Pangolin, using its earth-tunneling ability to venture in a specific direction. The creation of all 49 clones did not consume much time. With a tenfold increase in both spiritual energy recovery speed and capacity, along with the ability to draw upon Mu Yunlan's energy, the task was completed within half an hour. 40 of the clones were dispatched in 8 different directions to explore, while the remaining 9 pursued a primary direction chosen by Mu Yunlan. Mu Yunlan gently stroked the head of a small monkey. Little Six-Ear, whether we strike it rich depends on your clones. Of the 75 individuals who entered the 100 Treasure Mountain secret realm, Lu Zhang alone had 49 clones. Forget about the treasures. He could easily capture the remaining 74 beast masters in one fell swoop. However, the 5 members of the Song family and the 4 from the Chen family were off limits. As for the others, apart from Feng Jiuxiu, Mu Yunlan had no intention of sparing them. Feng Jiuxiu was untouchable. Killing her would eliminate any challenge, and Mu Yunlan didn't believe she currently possessed the strength to defeat Feng Jiuxiu. That woman had many tricks up her sleeve to become an imperial-level powerhouse. Truly killing her was no simple task. In her past life, Mu Yunlan had only managed to slay Feng Jiuxiu by taking advantage of her grievous injuries from a battle against demons. As for the others, they were all fair game. Entering the realm meant they were prepared to face death. Essentially, if you encountered someone who wasn't an ally and you were confident in your strength, a fight was inevitable. No one could expect mercy. The 12 cities of Yunzhou were already lawless and chaotic, and in the secret realm it was even more so. Although the 100 Treasure Mountain's secret realm was rich with treasures, its vast expanse and uncertain locations made finding them a gamble. Mu Yunlan entered mainly to try her luck without any specialized treasure hunting abilities. However, with Lu Zhang's numerous clones, she wasn't worried about leaving empty-handed. Another half an hour passed and they discovered a teleportation stone platform. To avoid the hassle of finding the way back later, Mu Yunlan decided to have Lu Zhang leave a clone behind to guard the stone platform. With an assured retreat, they could proceed more boldly. Half a day passed in a flash. Yet despite the many clones they deployed, not a single treasure was found. Instead, they encountered 2 individuals. Mu Yunlan couldn't discern which city or family these 2 belonged to. Seeing that Mu Yunlan was alone and only accompanied by a seemingly weak monkey, the 2 immediately launched an attack. Both of them possessed spiritual power at the 3rd rank 9th level, and their spirit pets were of the same tier. In fact, their spirit pets were of the same species, a 4-star extraordinary spirit pet, the iron-feathered sword eagle. Mu Yunlan quickly deduced that these were death warriors or loyal servants cultivated by a certain family rather than young disciples sent to gain experience. The iron-feathered sword eagles charged aggressively. However, before these 2 iron-feathered sword eagles could approach Lu Zhang and Mu Yunlan, 9 fiery red griffins with wings swooped in from all directions, surrounding and attacking the 2 iron-feathered sword eagles and their beast trainers. These 9 were naturally the clones Lu Zhang had positioned to guard them. Not only did they transform into the formidable 7-star extraordinary spirit pets, the red-scaled griffins, but they also used the skill of heaven and earth manifestation. Each griffin had a terrifying wingspan that exceeded 17 meters. Faced with an assault from these enlarged red-scaled griffins, even 4th-rank fierce beasts would be vanquished on the spot. Watching the two iron-feathered sword eagles and the two unidentified death warriors from some family being effortlessly surrounded and killed, Mu Yunlan couldn't help but let out a chilling, eerie laugh. Quick, little six-ears, grab their spirit beast bags and check if they have any treasures on them. Lu Zhang promptly had the clone revert to the form of a small monkey, swiftly retrieving their spirit beast bags and anything held in their arms. Spirit beast bags were not common and were considered valuable items in Yuan province. Only beast trainers above the 5th rank in the Mu family were qualified to be equipped with them, and the same held true for other families. However, entering a secret realm required using a spirit beast bag to contain one's spirit pets. Otherwise, if separated during teleportation and the distance was too great, a beast trainer and their spirit pet could be intercepted and killed before they could reunite. The spirit beast bags were indeed a gain. For Mu Yunlan, it meant he could store Six-Eared Macaque's clones in them, keeping them close for release whenever needed. Staying in the spirit beast bag did not sever the perception and control over the clones, so they could still exist. There's something here. What is it? One of Lu Zhang's clones approached Mu Yunlan holding an object resembling a three-legged bronze wine vessel. Lu Zhang had little knowledge about this world, but Mu Yunlan, having been reborn, was undoubtedly experienced and knowledgeable. Indeed, as soon as Mu Yunlan cast her eyes upon the item, she immediately discerned its purpose. It was a spirit wine vessel. With a swift motion, she infused her spiritual energy into the bronze vessel. Miraculously, as the energy flowed, a transparent liquid resembling wine emerged within, accompanied by a faint, enticing aroma. Come, let your avatar try it out and see what effect it has, Mu Yunlan eagerly suggested. Lu Zhang's face twitched at her words. It seemed that his avatars would now serve as tools for testing poisons and medicinal effects. He felt fortunate to possess the skill of creating avatars. Otherwise, with this devilish woman's personality, he'd be the one personally testing poisons. Lu Zhang quickly instructed his avatar to lift the wine vessel and take a gulp. It's rich and tastes quite good, he commented. In the next moment, he found his face pressed against something soft. Mu Yunlan hugged the little monkey tightly, laughing. Who asked about the taste? I asked about the effects. Struggling for breath, Lu Zhang quickly begged, let go of me. I'll tell you. Only then did Mu Yunlan release him. Glancing at the spot dampened by his saliva, Lu Zhang hastily replied, this wine can enhance the speed and recovery rate of spiritual energy circulation by about 30%. In other words, after drinking it, skills can be cast faster and recovery is quicker. Mu Yunlan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That's great, we should store more of it. Come on, let's keep searching. There's plenty of other treasures. Experiencing the wonders of this wine vessel piqued Lu Zhang's interest in the treasures within the 100 Treasures Mountain's secret realm. This place was no ordinary location. Even a small wine vessel could bring significant benefits. As his level increased, the effects of the wine might diminish, but at least until the 6th tier it should remain effective. No wonder the Ma family, who initially tried to monopolize this realm, ended up beaten by others, and no single family or city could claim it entirely. The stakes were simply too high. One family or city alone couldn't handle it. The 12 cities of Yunzhou, with the combined strength of the northern 6 cities, managed to secure this realm. The southern 6, like Frostleaf City, had no qualifications to participate. Furthermore, the various families had numerous other interests intertwining, stabilizing the economic foundation of Yunzhou. But even so, this place remained one of the most chaotic. After acquiring the spirit wine vessel as their opening prize, barely a quarter hour passed when one of Lu Zhang's avatars discovered another treasure. These treasures were actually floating in midair, shrouded in a gray mist with a faint light emanating from within. Upon retrieving the treasure, both the light and mist dissipated. The item appeared to be a folding fan, though its specific function was unknown. Lu Zhang decided to have the avatar bring it back first. After all, it's wise to secure what one has found. For an avatar to find a treasure was quite fortunate. During previous secret realm trials, out of 75 participants, only about 30 would make it out, with most acquiring just 1 or 2 treasures. The most fortunate might not exceed 5. The expanse inside was overwhelming. Without a specialized method for treasure hunting, obtaining a single treasure and safely returning to the teleportation platform within 7 days was considered quite fortunate. As for those less lucky, they would naturally remain inside, never to emerge again. As Mu Yunlan retrieved the fan and unfurled it, a flick of the wrist sent a flurry of ice spikes hurtling in a chosen direction. This fan, known as the Ice Soul Fan, was a 9th level spirit weapon. By channeling spiritual energy into it, one could conjure varying numbers and Strengths of Ice Soul spikes to attack targets, making it a precious artifact. At least for Mu Yunlan at the moment, it significantly enhanced her combat capabilities. Holding the fan, Mu Yunlan was visibly pleased. Spirit weapons, abbreviated as spirit-grade weapons and artifacts, correspond to the beast spirit realm level. A 9th level spirit weapon symbolizes the capacity to unleash power equivalent to a skill released by a 9th tier beast spirit realm spirit beast. In Yuan state, spirit weapons are exceedingly rare. Not to mention 9th level, even the highest quality spirit weapon the Mu family possesses is only 8th level. Altogether, the Mu family owns fewer than 50 spirit weapons, the reason being no one in Yuan state can forge such items. They must either be obtained from secret realms or imported from outside. Spirit weapons are crucial for beast tamers. Though most beast tamers harbor considerable spiritual energy, they lack the magic techniques to learn, having devoted all their time and effort to cultivating spirit pets, leaving no capacity to learn themselves. With a spirit weapon, however, one can rely on it to unleash skills, thereby possessing formidable attack power. This way they won't become a burden to their spirit pets in battle and can even join forces with them, achieving a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. As a former Emperor Realm expert, Mu Yunlan naturally mastered numerous secret arts. Yet using spirit weapons was evidently simpler. Moreover, it wouldn't expose her extensive capabilities. Besides, many of the spells she mastered were demonic arts, making her an easy target. It's far more convenient to use a spirit weapon directly. Another excellent find. Keep going, keep going. Shall lure, get your avatars moving quickly, don't slack off. Mu Yunlan was evidently addicted to this effortless treasure hunting and urged Lu Zhang to seek treasures promptly. Inside, Lu Zhang was indignant, thinking one of the 4 mischievous monkeys, the Six-Eared Macaque, and am being used as a treasure hunting mouse. The notion of turning the tables grew stronger. On the first day in the secret realm, they killed 2 people and found 3 treasures. Besides the spirit wine vessel and the ice soul fan, there was also a flying carpet. The second day, they hadn't gone far when they encountered a death warrior from the Chen family who then accompanied Mu Yunlan. Throughout that entire day they found nothing. Mu Yunlan strongly suspected that the Chen family member was bringing bad luck. On the third day they encountered several more people. By the afternoon, Mu Yunlan's party had gathered 2 Chen family members and 2 Song family disciples. And then a large group of people appeared. A loyal guard from the Chen family immediately stepped forward, tense and on alert, warning Miss Mu, be careful. They are from Lingxiao City and Yunmeng City. Both Lingxiao City and Yunmeng City each have 2 major families. In Lingxiao City, there are the Ling and Lu families, whereas in Yunmeng City, the Yun and Meng families hold sway. The 2 cities are adjacent and the 4 families are intermarried, supporting each other closely. Therefore, it's not surprising to see people from these 4 families gathered together. In the secret realm of Baibao Mountain, killing is not forbidden, making forming alliances crucial. Although this place is vast, finding trustworthy allies is difficult. Yet each of the 4 major families dispatched 5 people, totaling 20. In 3 days, gathering 7 or 8 people is quite easy. Before them were 9 people. Meanwhile, Mu Yunlan's side had only 5. The opponents were all at the 3rd level of the 9th stage, while Mu Yunlan and the 2 disciples of the Song family had yet to reach the full 3rd stage. That's why the Chen family's guard was so anxious. As loyal guards, they absolutely obey the orders of their master family. The guard's tension wasn't because he feared for his life, but because he was worried about Mu Yunlan getting hurt. Suddenly Mu Yunlan feigned weakness, addressing the 9 who had surrounded them. Gentlemen, I can offer all my possessions and treasures to you. Could you let us go? The 9 exchanged glances, and a man who appeared to be in his 30s with a hooked nose spoke. All right, you come over here alone and the others stay put. Upon hearing this, the 2 guards of the Chen family and 1 person from the Song family were visibly startled. One of the guards even directly intervened. Miss Mu, be careful, it might be a trap. In truth, any intelligent person would see the situation clearly. The hook-nosed man's plan likely involved having Mu Yunlan hand over all the battle-enhancing treasures. At the same time, they could capture Mu Yunlan directly and force the others into mutual destruction. By doing so, they could eliminate all 5 of them with minimal cost. Mu Yunlan, however, smiled bitterly and said, "This is our only hope. I don't want to die here." With that, she briskly walked towards the hook-nosed man. The people from the Song and Chen families were extremely anxious. Yet at the moment, they had no way to respond. As Mu Yunlan approached within 5 meters, everyone's eyes were fixed on her. At that moment, the hook-nosed man noticed a strange smile on Mu Yunlan's face. His right eyelid began to twitch frantically. In the next instant, 9 flames erupted from beneath the feet of the hook-nosed man and his companions, shooting skyward. Along with the flames, a bull-sized orange-red fireball soared through the air. The explosive fireballs combined with the fiery onslaught caught them completely off guard, rising unexpectedly from beneath. Following 9 cries of agony accompanied by the explosion of the fireballs, 9 splendid fireworks blossomed in the sky. The 9 who had been smugly ready to eliminate them with minimal effort were all instantaneously defeated. The 2 disciples of the Song family and the 2 loyal guards of the Chen family were left utterly stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. They were unsure of what had transpired, merely assuming that Mu Yulan had employed some sort of treasure to deal with all those people at once. In reality, Mu Yulan had simply drawn the attention of 9 individuals while Lu Zheng dispatched 9 avatars to stealthily position themselves beneath the ground under each of the 9 people, launching a coordinated surprise attack. Had they confronted them head-on from the start, there was a high probability someone would have been injured. After all, there were 9 opponents, plus 9 spirit pets, making it difficult to handle in a chaotic skirmish. Most importantly, it would have wasted time. When Mu Yulan noticed that these 9 beast tamers were all standing on the ground without any flying spirit pets, she made the most advantageous decision immediately, to directly attack and kill the 9 beast tamers. These death warriors, trained by their family, had signed slave contracts with their spirit pets. When the 9 beast tamers were blown to bits, the 9 spirit pets also died instantly due to the contract's backlash. Lu Zhang then quickly sent his avatars to search the scattered remains and found only one piece of treasure, a sandalwood box. This group of people had even worse luck. Not only did they only find one treasure, but they also encountered Mu Yulan. The 9 spirit beast bags also fell into Mu Yulan's hands. Let's go, continue searching for treasures, Mu Yulan said. After this battle, both the 2 disciples of the Song family and the death warriors of the Chen family became utterly obedient to Mu Yulan, even speaking with a hint of flattery. This was not something distasteful but rather a survival tactic for small individuals. Killing 9 people at once, even though it was with Lu Zheng's help, filled Mu Yulan with a sense of exhilaration, as if something deep within her had awakened. Everyone has a dark side akin to having emotions like anger, jealousy and disgust. To become demonic is to completely unleash the restraint on one's negative energy and let it grow unchecked. The demonic path uses this energy to fight. At the same level, not only does the demonic path possess spiritual cultivation, but it also gains a combat boost from the energy of negative emotions. This is why the saying 3 times stronger when blackened exists. However, the result of becoming demonic often leads to being completely consumed by negative energy. Mu Yulan was acutely aware of this. Her reason for suicide in her past life was rooted in this. She was too obsessed with competing with Feng Jiuxiao, solely focused on killing Feng Jiuxiao, believing that she had taken and destroyed everything she once had, including her former self. Thus, after truly killing Feng Jiuxiao, she completely lost her sense of life, choosing suicide in boundless despair. Reborn, the demonic nature in Mu Yulan's mind began to deeply integrate into her current soul. Killing was inherently a way to grow this demonic nature, and she realized this, yet she did not attempt to control it. On one hand, she was originally the demonic saintess Mu Yulan. Without this demonic nature, she wouldn't be herself. On the other hand, she needed this demonic nature as bait, knowing that someone would take the bait eventually. As the 4th day unfolded, Mu Yulan suddenly received a feedback from Lu Zhang. There was a fight ahead. Feng Jiuxiao, along with 2 members of the Mu family, were under siege by 8 attackers. Mu Yulan immediately chuckled and said, "Let's go, there's excitement up ahead." They hadn't traveled far when the ground began to tremble, accompanied by the sounds of explosions and roars from the battle. In the sky, a golden scaled snake had transformed into a true dragon, engaging in a 1 versus 3 battle against 3 flying spirit beasts. Despite the golden scaled snake's slightly lower spiritual power level, it completely overpowered the 3 3-star 9-tier flying spirit beasts in combat. However, it was unable to assist Feng Jiuxiao and the others on the ground as it was entangled with the flying beasts. Mu Yulan led her group closer, mercilessly mocking as they approached. "Feng Jiuxiao, can't you handle just 8 people? They're nothing but trash and you can't even defeat them? Truly disappointing, even though you gave me the more powerful 6-eared monkey. I didn't think the spirit pet you chose for yourself would be so useless. Does this even deserve to be called a true dragon?" Lu Zheng, cradled in Mu Yulan's arms, couldn't resist giving her a sharp punch. This girl truly seemed like a villain. Lu Zheng found himself wanting to give her a good beating. yes, shut her up and see if she can still make that strange laugh. In truth, Feng Jiuxiao didn't feel much pressure from the 8 attackers, as an existence at the Emperor realm level she possessed some techniques up her sleeve. She simply didn't want to reveal too much in front of the 2 Mu family members, so she refrained from using any conventional methods. They had only just begun the battle, but now Mu Yunlan had appeared. The pressure and danger Mu Yunlan brought to Feng Jiuxiao was far greater than that of the 8 attackers. Feng Jiuxiao couldn't be certain that she wouldn't suffer a sneak attack from Mu Yunlan. To ensure her safety, she couldn't afford to be careless. A swift resolution was necessary. Immediately, she took out a treasure she had recently acquired in the 100 Treasures Mountain secret realm. Upon seeing the item, Mu Yunlan's eyes narrowed, the ruby golden body lamp, so she obtained this treasure from the 100 Treasures Mountain secret realm. What good fortune she has! Feng Jiuxiao held the lamp aloft. After infusing it with spiritual power, the lamp glowed, sending a beam of golden light into the golden scaled snake, which had taken on the form of a 5-clawed golden dragon. In an instant, the dragon, originally about 24 to 25 meters long, suddenly doubled in size, reaching approximately 32 meters in length. Its entire body shone with a resplendent golden light as if coated in a golden armor. The aura of the golden scaled snake surged dramatically. A moment later, it swung its dragon claw. A massive dragon claw over 10 meters long appeared and struck one of the flying spirit beasts attacking it. The terrifying power instantly turned the 3-starred 9-tier spirit beast into a cloud of blood mist. This was more than just a display of brute strength, otherwise it would have been knocked down and smashed onto the ground before exploding rather than being turned into a mist mid-air. Mu Yunlan recognized this move immediately. It was the second innate skill awakened by the golden scaled serpent after advancing to the 2nd tier, the Dragon Claw of Divinity. This skilled Dragon Claw of Divinity allows the user to expend a certain amount of spiritual power to create a massive dragon claw with the true form of a dragon. Its attack power increases several times over, causing a powerful reverberating shock effect upon impact. This is an absolutely formidable offensive skill, already enhanced by the Rui Golden Body Lamp. The Golden Scaled Serpent's release of this skill unleashed a power far surpassing the typical attack effects of a 5th-tier spirit beast. This is the skill of a divine beast, undeniably formidable. With the blessing of the Rui Golden Body Lamp, the Golden Scaled Serpent transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon and commenced a massacre. Each claw strike was lethal. With a flick of its tail, another spirit beast was sent crashing to the ground, reduced to a bloody pulp in a single hit. The 8 beast tamers who had been besieging Feng Jiuxiao were utterly stunned. They couldn't comprehend why someone who seemed to be at a stalemate moments ago would suddenly erupt with such power. With such strength, it should have been revealed much earlier. The surviving beast tamers didn't hesitate and turned to flee. At this point, staying meant no chance of survival. By splitting up and running, perhaps there was a slim chance of escape. However, they were destined to be unable to escape. After slaughtering 3 flying spirit beasts in succession, the 5-clawed golden dragon shimmered with golden light, appearing above one of the beast tamers in the blink of an eye. It launched an attack without needing to check the result, then moved on to the next target. Within a dozen breaths, all 8 beast tamers and their spirit pets were annihilated. Mu Yunlan also recognized that golden light skill. It was the 3rd innate skill of the golden scaled serpent, the golden dragon light escape. This skill allows the user to consume a certain amount of spiritual power to transform into a dragon-shaped golden light and escape, traveling 1,000 miles in an instant. After the golden scaled serpent transformed into a dragon, it directly acquired the ability to soar through clouds and mist, a passive talent of true dragons. Any true dragon can fly using this ability. The speed of soaring through clouds and mist is already comparable to that of ordinary flying divine beasts of the same level. However, the golden dragon light escape is a terrifying ability akin to teleportation over 1,000 miles, an outstanding skill for escaping and pursuing enemies. In a previous life, Mu Yunlan relied on this demonic version of the golden scaled serpent's talent to escape death multiple times, many of which were from Feng Jiao's pursuits. Now, watching an old adversary also use this skill, Mu Yunlan felt a strange sensation. Lu Zhang leaned against Mu Yunlan, seemingly doing nothing. In reality, he had secretly sent a doppelganger to the fallen bodies of the 8 beast tamers, retrieving 2 treasures and 8 spirit beast bags. Feng Jiuxiao had no time to worry about such matters. As she was directing the golden scaled serpent to wipe out the 8 enemies, she suddenly saw it charging towards Mu Yunlan's location. Feng Jiuxiao immediately intervened. Little Jean, stop right there. Bound by the servant's contract, the golden-scaled snake halted immediately, yet it couldn't hold back its telepathic message to Feng Jiuxiao. Master, it's that little monkey, I want revenge. Evidently, the slap it received from Lu Zhang that day left a lasting impression. After all, a single claw strike had knocked it out cold. How long had it been since it was born? It had just awakened its bloodline powers, and then it was slapped. At such a tender age, the psychological shadow cast by that slap was immense. Feng Jiuxiao, however, had no desire to stir up any conflict with Mu Yunlan here. Her purpose for coming was to seek treasures and enhance her strength, not to engage in battles. In her view, it was fortunate enough that when she was besieged earlier, Mu Yunlan merely watched and did not add insult to injury. Her expectations for Mu Yunlan's moral conduct were indeed low, thus if she were to provoke them now, she would feel she was in the wrong. As a righteous empress, Feng Jiuxiao had principles. She couldn't engage in demonic actions, otherwise what would differentiate her from those of the demonic path? Nonetheless, she understood that the golden-scaled snake harbored hatred and would need to vent it sooner or later, so as she said, during the 12 cities exchange competition in 4 months, I'll let you teach that little monkey a lesson, but not now. We can't fight internally. She's the eldest daughter of the Mu family and we're in this together. We can't truly battle her for now. Be good, little Jeansy. In 2 months, when you have greater strength, won't you be able to crush that little monkey with more power? Let's spare it this time, shall we? Feng Jiuxiao had plenty of experience soothing spirit pets. In her past life, she had a high-intelligence divine pet, so she naturally knew how to calm its agitated emotions. The golden-scaled snake indeed calmed down. All right. Next time I must get revenge. The little girl's voice was finally placated, although it continued to hover in mid-air with a fierce gaze fixed on the little monkey. At least it wasn't impulsively charging forward anymore. Lu Zheng meanwhile paid no mind to the tiny snake lounging lazily in a soft embrace. Mu Yunlan gently massaged his little belly as a reward. Not only had he just returned with 2 treasures, but he had also managed to steal the second and third innate skills of the golden-scaled snake. There was no need for Mu Yunlan to give any commands. His self-initiative and high thieving talent were very much to Mu Yunlan's liking. As the battle concluded, Mu Yunlan once again let out a taunting laugh. Took this long to deal with 8 little fish? A true dragon at this level, might as well call it a little mudfish. The Chen family death guards beside her were left speechless. Although they didn't know what skill you used to instantly defeat 9 beastmasters earlier, the opponents were clearly not to be trifled with. Can we not be so reckless? A death guard's life is still a life after all. Feng Jiuxiao, with a serious tone, spoke. Mu Yunlan, I know you have many grievances against me. Let's settle things at the 12 Cities Junior Beastmaster Exchange competition in 4 months. Right now, we're in a secret realm facing enemies from various families. Here, we find ourselves unable to fully immerse in the battle. 4 months from now, at the exchange conference, do you dare to accept the challenge? Mu Yunlan laughed eerily. All right. 4 months from now, at the exchange conference, I will represent the Song family and challenge you. As she uttered these words, images of the proud Empress Feng Jiuxiao being humiliated under her feet flashed in her mind, making her laughter even more wild and unrestrained. Lu Zheng couldn't help but bite this woman again. She seemed to have become more deranged. Feng Jiuxiao, observing Mu Yunlan's demeanor, also frowned. At this point in time, she should not have come into contact with demonic paths yet, so why does she already exhibit signs of demonic influence? No wonder she would become a saintess of the demonic path. It seems she had demonic roots early on. It's apparent that to prevent her from becoming a demon, one must not only stop the emergence of that person but also find a way to purify her demonic nature. Feng Jiuxiao never intended to kill Mu Yunlan as she is now. Although Mu Yunlan has the temperament of a spoiled lady and targets her, she hasn't committed any grave mistakes. As a person of the righteous path, Feng Jiuxiao wouldn't turn uncommitted acts into someone's guilt. Thus, her reborn intention was merely to prevent Mu Yunlan from becoming a demon while also making herself stronger to withstand demonic invasions. I await your challenge, Feng Jiuxiao said, leaving behind a remark before swiftly departing with 2 members of the Song family and the golden scale snake. Watching Feng Jiuxiao's departing figure, Mu Yunlan communicated to Lu Zhang, send 3 avatars to follow her, see which direction she heads and explore first to intercept her opportunities. Hearing this, Lu Zhang marveled. That's truly you, this girl is genuinely cunning. But Lu Zhang felt there was absolutely nothing wrong with this strategy. 3 might not be enough. Send 6 in, she casually responded, directing the avatars to follow. Time quickly advanced to the 6th day. Mu Yunlan dared not linger any longer, and with 3 members of the Chen family and 3 from the Song family gathered around her, arrived at the teleportation platform, leaving the secret realm directly. She couldn't gamble on the last moment. If sealed within the secret realm, survival might not be possible. Upon exiting, she couldn't leave immediately and had to wait until the 7-day trial period was completely over to tally the total number of people. In the end, 4 from the Mu family were alive, along with Feng Jiuxiu and her 3 loyal servants. The Chen family went in with 4 and came out with 3. The Song family, including Mu Yunlan, went in with 6 and came out with 5, losing 1 member possibly to death or failure to exit in time. The situation was even more dire for the other 12 families. Altogether, only 11 people came out, averaging less than 1 person per family, with several families completely wiped out. A total of 75 individuals entered from all families, but only 23 returned, less than a third. Judging by the remaining personnel ratio, it's evident that many might have been killed by members of the Mu and Song families. This situation has drawn hateful glares from numerous families. But rules are rules. Within the secret realm, life or death matters not. However, outside one cannot kill at will. Of course, this refers to the members of the prominent families from the 12 cities. Everyone returned to their respective places. Mu Yunlan naturally reaped abundant rewards. Although Feng Jiuxiao, after her encounter with Mu Yunlan, found no further gains, the treasures she initially discovered were snatched away on 3 occasions. Nevertheless, she did manage to acquire some valuable items at the start, not to mention the Rui gold body lamp she acquired was an exceptionally rare treasure. Moreover, she had other gains, making the journey worthwhile. Upon returning to the Song family, Mu Yunlan retreated to his small courtyard, shut the door and activated the array formation. Once everything was in place, he began to tally his spoils. In this secret realm venture, he amassed a total of 13 items. Besides the spirit wine goblet and the ice soul fan, there were 7 spirit weapons, 3 treasures and a single spirit pill. The spirit pill was the content of a sandalwood box left behind by the 9 beast tamers who were ambushed to death. Inside the box was a metal sphere sealing the spirit pill. There was also a paper detailing the pill's effects. Mu Yunlan recognized the metal sphere as a method for preserving spirit pills over long periods. Known as the spirit-containing pill, it could maintain the pill's efficacy for hundreds or even thousands of years without dissipating. The sphere itself was a special treasure capable of slowly absorbing spiritual power to autonomously sustain the internal array. It was a sophisticated structure. In a place like Yunzhou, no one could possibly craft such an item. Most people wouldn't even know how to open it. Any pill preserved by such a method must be of high quality, otherwise its value wouldn't surpass that of the spirit-containing pill itself. The yin supplement pill. When yang energy is excessive, taking this pill harmonizes yin and yang. The description was simple and the effect seemed ordinary, yet Mu Yunlan did not underestimate this spirit pill. The physical body is yang while the soul is yin. Many cultivation methods are based on the great path of pure yang, thus, most pills are designed to supplement yang energy. Pills that can supplement yin energy and balance yin and yang are rare indeed. Although he had no immediate use for it, it was certainly a rare spirit pill that might prove useful in the future. Mu Yunlan then examined the 3 treasures. The first was a red and blue flying carpet, over 5 meters long and nearly 3 meters wide. The water-fire flying carpet, it soars in the sky with the power of water and fire, immune to water and fire attacks, capable of flight and submersion. The introduction was provided, and after refining it, Mu Yunlan obtained this information. Although it claimed water and fire immunity, Mu Yunlan suspected there was likely a limit. As a tool for traveling, it was quite excellent. The second treasure was something resembling an oversized swana but with a diameter of over a meter, the magic sound roar. By infusing spiritual power, it can unleash a magic sound attack with the ability to record up to 3 types of magic sounds. This item was intriguing. Its utility depended entirely on the type of magic sounds that could be found. The device itself seemed akin to a loudspeaker capable of recording and amplifying magic sounds. The third treasure is a ring known as the Xin Shui ring. By channeling spiritual energy into it, it can store the energy and either passively or actively trigger a black water barrier, providing defense or ensnaring enemies. This item is considered a type of spiritual weapon, but unlike the more singularly purposed spiritual weapons, it truly deserves to be called a treasure. Alongside it are 7 other spiritual weapons. 4 of the 5th level, 1 of the 7th level, 1 of the 8th level, and 1 of the 9th level. Anything below the 9th level doesn't catch Mu Yunlan's interest. She plans to give them all to the Song family in exchange for other resources. The 9th level spiritual weapon alone is as powerful as the Ice Soul Fan, the Thunder Strike Sword, which can release a single bolt of lightning at a target within a certain range upon spiritual energy infusion, pales in comparison to the Ice Soul Fan's barrage of ice spikes. However, the power of the two cannot be compared. The Ice Soul Fan is a group attack spiritual weapon, while the Thunder Strike Sword is a single target attack weapon, perfectly complementing each other. Mu Yunlan is quite satisfied with this, although she didn't acquire an enhancement treasure like Feng Jiuxiao's Rudi Golden Body Lantern. These gains made the trip worthwhile. Now she plans to focus on cultivation, awaiting the exchange conference in 4 months, where she intends to humiliate Feng Jiuxiao. Truly something to look forward to. 4 months is ample time, with other tasks looming like heading to the 6 cities in the south to see something. Mu Yunlan gave all 6 spiritual weapons to the Song family, greatly pleasing Song Tianran. After all, securing Mu Yunlan's spot only cost a 6th level spiritual weapon. Mu Yunlan, however, returned with 6 spiritual weapons, making it a profitable exchange. Although Mu Yunlan didn't hand them over to the Song family for free, she had some demands concerning spiritual fruits and the like, yet the total value of these things pales in comparison to even one spiritual weapon. Rarity determines value. Spiritual fruits are produced by many families and can be obtained periodically, but no one in Yunzhou has the capability to forge spiritual weapons. They are of immense value. Upon learning of this, Mu Nanshan's expression turned frighteningly dark. Feng Jiuxiao didn't bring anything back to the Mu family. Moreover, Mu Yunlan still bears the Mu family name. All he could do was curse at her betrayal, but he didn't dare confront the Song family directly. After all, both Song and Mu family patriarchs are still alive, and neither would allow any harmful actions against Mu Yunlan, who has ties to both families. Mu Nanshan wouldn't dare vent his anger on Feng Jiuxiao either. Not to mention, Feng Jiuxiao has already chosen a batch of high quality spiritual pets for the Mu family. Now he relies entirely on Feng Jiuxiao to win the championship at the 12 Cities Exchange Conference to make up for the losses, so he can only simmer in silent frustration. Mu Yunlan and Feng Jiuxiao decided to settle down for a while, focusing all their energy on cultivation. Lu Zhang had already mastered plenty of skills, but he knew that his spiritual power was fundamental and required undivided attention to enhance. Once reaching the 3rd tier, methods to rapidly advance spiritual power became scarce, especially within Yunzhou, where such opportunities were nearly non-existent. However, there was something in Chang'e City, one of the 6 southern cities, that might aid him in about a month and a half. Time flew by and the month and a half passed quickly. Without special auxiliary cultivation treasures, even a heavenly gifted spirit pet would find it challenging to advance more than 1 level in such a short time. Fortunately, Mu Yunlan still possessed an unused Yuan Dan, which allowed Lu Zhang to elevate his spiritual power from the 6th level of the 3rd tier to the 9th level within that period. The remaining energy of the Yuan Dan was sufficient for Lu Zhang to break through to the 4th tier, but Mu Yunlan was determined not to miss the opportunity in Chang'e City. On that day, Mu Yunlan, Song Xiao, and Yi Wushuang returned to Shuangye City to visit family. Yi Wushuang had married into the Song family, and among the bride price was a 7th level spiritual weapon brought back by Mu Yunlan, along with countless other gifts. The wedding was a grand affair, with gifts pouring in from nearly all the major families across the 12 cities. Even those who couldn't attend sent their presents, for this was a union between the northern and southern 6 cities, impacting many areas. Mu Yunlan attended the wedding, seizing the chance to exchange words with people from Chang'e City and other places. After arriving in Shuangye City with Song Xiao, she continued southward under the protection of a 6th-tier beast master. She first stopped by Guiyan City to pick up Yen Jiro, the 2nd young lady of the Yen family, before heading to Chang'e City together. Upon reaching the gates of Chang'e City, Mu Yunlan spotted someone. She immediately confronted Feng Jiuxiao. "What are you doing here? Are you following me?" Yen Jiro, standing beside her, whispered to Yunlan's sister, "Is this the woman you said bewitched your brother and caused chaos in the Mu family?" Feng Jiuxiao, initially surprised to see Mu Yunlan there, felt a surge of anger upon hearing Yen Jiro's words, dismissing her earlier suspicions. "Mu Yunlan, stop slandering me everywhere. I've done nothing wrong." Perceiving her master's anger, the massive golden-scaled snake beside her let out a furious hiss. Lu Zhang, nestled in Mu Yunlan's arms, was napping with the comforting scent of milk when he was awakened by their bickering. He first gave Mu Yunlan a playful bite before using his skill-shared bridge to link with the golden-scaled snake, scolding little mud eel, "Shut up, you're disturbing my sleep." The golden-scaled snake was taken aback by the sudden voice in its mind, realizing it was from the little monkey who had inexplicably knocked it out before, and angrily retorted, "Smelly monkey, I haven't settled the score with you for last time and now you dare to scold me." Hearing the childish yet spirited girl's voice in his mind, Lu Zhang paused in surprise. "You're a female snake," the snake snapped back. "So what if I'm a female snake? Is that your reason for attacking me?" The golden-scaled serpent was seething with rage, continuing its tirade. "If it hadn't been for the master's intervention last time, I would have pinned you to the ground and given you a good beating. Humph, just you wait, I'll knock you out cold the first chance I get." Meanwhile, Mu Yunlan and Feng Jiuxiu were oblivious to the fierce exchange of insults between their spirit pets. Hearing Feng Jiuxiu's words, Mu Yunlan let out a derisive laugh. "If you don't want people to know, don't do it yourself. Enough with the nonsense about the Mu family's mess. Why did you follow me here? Were you tailing me ever since I went to Guiyan City?" Of course, Mu Yunlan knew the answer all along. The commotion caused by that thing in Chang'e City was no small matter. Being a reborn, Feng Jiuxiu wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Mu Yunlan had been having Lu Zhang send a doppelganger to shadow Feng Jiuxiu, tracking her movements. She deliberately appeared before Feng Jiuxiu entered the city to create the illusion of a chance encounter. After all, she didn't want Feng Jiuxiu to suspect that she too had been reborn. She needed to give Feng Jiuxiu a reason for her presence here, to prevent any doubts. The appearances of Yan Jiro and the ethereal Yun, whom she was supposed to meet in Chang'e City, were merely distractions. At this moment, she was executing her plan of playing the villain first, directly accusing Feng Jiuxiu of following her to trap her in a self-justification dilemma. It's a common tactic employed by those who operate with cunning intent. As expected, upon hearing Mu Yunlan's accusation, Feng Jiuxiu was almost immediately infuriated. Had it been anyone else, her tranquil mindset as a former emperor-level expert would have remained unshaken, but Mu Yunlan was different. This woman, who had intertwined with her life for decades and ultimately ended it, lingered in her consciousness like a heart demon. She was the only one capable of stirring turbulent waves within her otherwise calm heart. "I never went to Guiyan City, let alone tailed you. I have my own matters to attend to here, so don't cause me any trouble," Feng Jiuxiu retorted, calling for the golden scaled serpent to leave. However, she soon realized it hadn't followed. Turning around, she saw the serpent hissing at the little monkey in Mu Yunlan's arms. Feng Jiuxiu could sense her spirit pet's mental agitation, a clear indication it was speaking. Puzzled, she asked, "Little Jean, are you talking to that little monkey?" Her inquiry prompted the golden-scaled serpent to whimper and complain, "Master, that nasty monkey called me a mud eel and told me to go roll in the mud. Please help me scold it. I want to hit it now, just let me do it." Feng Jiuxiu glanced at the lazy little monkey nestled comfortably in Mu Yunlan's arms and felt a wave of exhaustion. Why did it feel like taking care of a child? Before Feng Jiuxiu could say anything, Mu Yunlan had already snorted coldly, turned around, and led Yan Jiro into the city. The two guards quickly followed. Seeing this, Feng Jiuxiu hurriedly consoled the golden scale snake, "We can't make a move now. Be good, that little monkey has help on purpose to provoke you. If a fight breaks out, even though I believe you can defeat the monkey, its helpers are all 5th-tier spirit beasts, you'd get hurt and I would feel bad. You're destined to become a noble true dragon, so let's not stoop to the level of a wild monkey, alright?" Hearing these words, the golden scale snake felt its grievances soothed. It proudly declared, "Yes, I will transform into a true dragon. It's just a smelly monkey, I'm too lazy to bother with it." "Goodness, you're too lazy to bother with it. If I hadn't stopped you, you'd have rushed up to fight it," Feng Jiuxiu muttered inwardly, quickly stowing the golden scale snake into a spirit beast pouch as he headed into the city. Lu Zhang's size could vary, so he could be carried into the city, but large spirit pets weren't allowed in directly. The golden scale snake, even without transforming, was now 10 meters long and needed to be stored in a spirit beast pouch. With the spirit pet put away, Feng Jiuxiu dared not delay any longer. Calculating the time, there were about 2 hours left before that item would appear. It had to be snatched immediately upon emergence. Soon an hour and a half passed. In the southwest corner of Chang'e City, at the Yuan to Spirit Mine, a huge crowd gathered around a massive stall. Everyone focused intently on the source mines within the 10 mining arrays, their expressions both tense and excited. Source mines are stones found near spirit crystals, initially used as building materials to construct houses that seal spiritual energy. People later discovered they could contain fragmented spiritual weapons akin to discovering a new world. The news spread rapidly, and soon everyone was imitating this discovery, confirming that large source stones could contain various spiritual energy releasing artifacts such as spiritual weapons, pills, spirit beast bones, or other treasures. Thus, a new industry emerged: source mining. Buying a source mine cheaply and uncovering a treasure meant profit, finding nothing was a loss. The price of each source mine wasn't low, and certainly not affordable for ordinary people. Sellers wouldn't accept gold or silver, only spirit crystals. Without them, one couldn't even enter the venue. At this moment, Mu Yunlan was gambling on a piece of source mine alongside Kong Lingyun, the 7th miss of the Kong family from Chang'e City, and Yen Jiro, the 2nd miss of the Yen family from Guiyan City, Feng Jiuxiao. And Mu Yunlan's goal for this trip was one of these source mines. It was on this day that someone unearthed something extraordinary from a source mine: a blood jade formed by a drop of true dragon's blood. Initially, the person who found it mistook it for a blood-colored spirit crystal and sold it to someone else. That person, upon receiving the blood jade, accidentally dropped it on the ground. The blood jade shattered, revealing the aura of the true dragon's blood. In a world where mythical creatures roamed, one beast consumed another, elevating its status to a divine level and turning into a low-grade dragonblood spirit beast. True dragons, creatures beyond the imperial realm, had long vanished from sight, leaving only their blood to inspire transformations in lesser beings. Even in her past life, Mu Yunlan's evolution of the golden-scaled snake into a demon dragon was merely a title, lacking the purity of a true demon dragon. A single drop of authentic dragon blood, though its power had waned over countless eons, still held profound potential. Such an essence could fundamentally enhance the life force of the golden-scaled snake, something Feng Jiuxiu was determined to obtain. Conversely, for Mu Yunlan, it promised a significant boost in spiritual power for her little monkey, making it an equally coveted prize. Feng Jiuxiao, you still deny you're following me? Mu Yunlan's voice rang out, filled with indignation as she berated the bewildered Feng Jiuxiao who had just walked in. Her shout drew the attention of many around them. In this tense environment where the gambler's mindset prevailed, her outburst startled more than a few individuals, causing them to shudder. Some were on the verge of rebuking the unruly interruption, but upon seeing Kong Lingyun, they all held their tongues. In Yunzhou, the great families of the 12 cities were akin to deities, regardless of which main city one lived under. Remembering the names and faces of these families' scions was essential, for offending any one of them could bring ruin upon one's own family. Kong Lingyun, the 7th miss of the Kong family, the most favored in Chang'e City's Lord's Manor, was recognized by everyone present. Naturally, none dared to harbor any grievances against her companions. Oh, is this the pervert you mentioned, Yunlan? Kong Lingyun's voice, as sweet as cherries, delivered words that struck Feng Jiuxiao like poison arrows. Feng Jiuxiao clenched his fists, his teeth grinding in frustration. This demonic woman of the dark path, wherever she went, spread malicious rumors about him, tarnishing his reputation. It was utterly infuriating. I am not a pervert, Feng Jiuxiao retorted angrily. Mu Yunlan coldly countered, how will you prove you're not? I saw you at the city gate and now hear you are. You're obviously tailing me. Surely you didn't travel all the way from Lingshu City to Chang'e City just to mine, did you? Wu Feng Jiuxiao quickly replied, yes, I'm here to mine. Is that not allowed? Expecting further confrontation, he was caught off guard when Mu Yunlan suddenly laughed. Of course you can. Go ahead, mine and then leave, she said. Feng Jiuxiao was momentarily stunned by her words. Leaving was not an option for him. He responded with a cold voice, why should I leave? Just because you tell me to. At this moment, Kong Lingyun interjected, because this is my family's domain. If I tell you to leave, you should comply, shouldn't you? Faced with another arrogant young lady, Feng Jiuxiao felt his fists tighten involuntarily. It wasn't entirely Little Gold's fault. Sometimes even she found it hard to control her impulses. I really feel like hitting someone right now. Just as she was feeling a bit troubled about how to break the deadlock, Mu Yunlan spoke again, just let her stay here. What if she escapes first, finds a place to hide, and then follows me again? Before we leave this time, let's have someone keep an eye on her and see if she dares to follow me again. Since Mu Yunlan had spoken, Kong Lingyun naturally didn't say anything further and continued to pick source minerals with Yanji Ro. Seeing the strange looks from those around her, Feng Jiuxiao felt her face burning with embarrassment. Truly, she thought, as an empress, when had she ever been so humiliated? Being watched like a pervert or a clown, if not for her strong mental fortitude, she would have already exploded or simply fled the scene. I must endure. I must get the true dragon's blood. Feng Jiuxiao steeled herself internally, choosing to ignore the gazes of others. Her eyes were fixed intently on the few spirit arrays opening the mines, as if trying to see through them. Unfortunately, her true vision could not penetrate, and the source mines were blocking any spiritual energy, making it impossible to sense what was inside. Everything could only be known once the stones cracked open. Suddenly, a flash of blood-red light appeared. That's it. It was a source mine bought by a bald middle-aged man, just opened by the spirit array. A flicker of crimson light shone through. With her innate ability of true vision, Feng Jiuxiao could instantly perceive the immense energy contained within it. There was no mistake. This was the one. Suppressing her inner joy, she kept her demeanor calm. The unknowing buyer sighed and said, "Does anyone want this blood spirit crystal? You can have it for 10 spirit crystals." "I'll take it," Feng Jiuxiao said, producing 10 spirit crystals. With that, she moved towards the true dragon's blood. Just then someone stepped in front of her. "I'll offer 11 spirit crystals. Sell it to me," Mu Yunlan said with a smile. Seeing the true dragon's blood that was about to be hers snatched away by Mu Yunlan, Feng Jiuxiao said in a deep voice, "Mu Yunlan, if you're just doing this to oppose me, there's no need to waste spirit crystals. It's just a blood spirit crystal. Surely you won't bid higher for everything I want?" Mu Yunlan chuckled lightly and said, "I'm not doubling the price, but since you followed me today, which annoyed me, I'll outbid you by 1 spirit crystal on everything today. If you can't afford it, just go back to Lingshu City." Feng Jiuxiao was furious and had no choice but to bid again. 20 spirit crystals, 21 spirit crystals, 100 spirit crystals, 101 spirit crystals. Watching the bidding war, the person who felt they had lost initially grew more and more excited. They had purchased this source mine for 15 spirit crystals and thought selling it for 10 was already good, but unexpectedly, there was an unexpected windfall. Just when they thought they might make a big profit, Kong Lingyun spoke up. In the bustling city of Chang'e, a lively scene unfolded as Mu Yunlan stepped forward, determined to claim the coveted blood spirit crystal with a confident declaration. 102 spirit crystals. This blood spirit crystal is mine. I'll gift it to you, Yunlan. For descendants of such prominent families, spending a few hundred or even 1,000 spirit crystals was trivial. Building a connection with Mu Yunlan made the expense worthwhile. The sellers, sensing the weight of her words, dared not hope for more and promptly agreed. Deal. In Chang'e City, offending Kong Lingyun was unthinkable. It could cost not just profits but one's very life. Feng Jiuxiao, witnessing the swift acquisition of something she dearly valued, felt a surge of boundless anger, yet she dared not oppose Kong Lingyun here. She was no longer an imperial beast master, merely a third tier one. Should conflict arise, she wouldn't need Kong's family to send reinforcements. Even the local guards could suppress her. Still, she shot Mu Yunlan a fierce glare. Despite this, her feelings towards Mu Yunlan weren't filled with murderous intent. In her mind, Mu Yunlan was merely acting out of routine malice rather than intentionally seizing her. Chance, if she knew Mu Yunlan's true motives were deliberate, her reaction might still be tempered. After all, she was a righteous empress, preferring persuasion over violence unless faced with a true enemy. Mu Yunlan, having secured the dragon's blood, embraced Kong Lingyun warmly. "Sister, you're the best." Their display of sisterly affection drew an eye roll from Lu Zheng, caught between the towering peaks. "If I didn't know you two were in it for mutual benefit from the start, I might have believed it." Feng Jiuxiao, eyeing the dragon's blood in Mu Yunlan's hands, quickly calculated a way to turn the situation to her advantage. "Mu Yunlan, I need that blood spirit crystal. I can offer you a secret technique in exchange," she proposed. Mu Yunlan's mind raced at Feng Jiuxiao's words. The dragon's blood primarily served to awaken true dragon bloodlines. Using it merely to boost spiritual power felt wasteful. For common spirit beasts, it could transform them into dragon-blooded beasts. However, her six-eared macaque was a formidable divine pet, perhaps even surpassing a true dragon's bloodline. The dragon's blood might taint its purity. Realizing this crucial point, Mu Yunlan's brow furrowed as she considered Feng Jiuxiao's insistence. If the item couldn't directly enhance her strength, it was worthless to keep it, yet trading it for a mere secret technique seemed beneath her. As an imperial powerhouse herself, she had little interest in Feng Jiuxiao's offerings. Contemplating her next move, Mu Yunlan sneered inwardly. "Humph, you're just a parasite clinging to the Mu family. What secret technique could you possibly have?" Mu Yunlan first mocked before pausing briefly, then continued, "It's not impossible to make this exchange. But I want the lamp you used in the secret realm last time." Hearing this, Feng Jiuxiao's eyes widened and she blurted out, "That's impossible, absolutely impossible." Mu Yunlan turned to leave. "Then there's nothing to discuss." Lingyun Roro, "Let's go." Feng Jiuxiao instinctively wanted to stop them, but she didn't know what to say. The Rui golden body lamp was one of her greatest assets in her past life. Now, to hand such a treasure to the witch who had killed her in her previous life. Her heart was full of resistance. It was a difficult decision to make. In her heart, Mu Yunlan was utterly certain that Feng Jiuxiu would choose to make the trade. The effects of true dragon blood could directly evolve and enhance a divine pet, which was an opportunity that seldom came by. Although the Rui golden body lamp was also extremely precious, it had its limitations. Mu Yunlan was just waiting for Feng Jiuxiu to come to her. She didn't have to wait long. Half an hour later, Feng Jiuxiu had thought it through. The Rui golden body lamp was something she relied on in her past life, but she had already failed then. Following the same path as before, she would still be unable to defeat evil. Having been reborn, she was determined to live a second life. Since she had chosen the golden scaled serpent as her spirit pet, she would base her new legend on it. The importance of true dragon blood to a dragon-blooded spirit beast was self-evident. Although the Rui golden body lamp was valuable, it was, after all, just an external object. At the city gate of Chang'e City, Mu Yunlan jumped down from the carriage. "Have you figured it out?" She wore a smug, self-satisfied smile on her face. Feng Jiuxiao forced herself to breathe steadily. "This is the Rui golden body lamp. Give me that blood spirit crystal," she said. Mu Yunlan took out the blood spirit crystal but held it in her hand, smiling ambiguously. "What's your attitude? Right now you're the one who wants to make a trade with me. You should show me your sincerity." Feng Jiuxiao gritted her teeth and whispered angrily, "Mu Yunlan, don't push it too far." Mu Yunlan stood on the carriage looking down at Feng Jiuxiao with an air of superiority. "What can you do?" Feng Jiuxiao's fists clenched so tightly that they made a cracking sound. Lu Zhang could hardly bear to watch. "She's truly rotten to the core. This girl has become increasingly twisted," he thought. Seeing Mu Yunlan's arrogant, disdainful and unrestrained expression, Lu Zhang felt an impulse to side with Feng Jiuxiao. But after comparing the size of the cushion, considering the need to oversee this mad girl Mu Yunlan, he didn't leave. Feng Jiuxiao was filled with rage, but it was a fleeting anger. Regardless of her personal principles, even if she set them aside and took action, the 6th-rank beast master driving the carriage was no pushover. There was no chance of victory. "I'm begging you, make the exchange with me." Feng Jiuxiao almost spat out each word as if squeezing them through clenched teeth. As if using all her strength, it takes immense courage to suppress one's pride and plead with the person who killed you. Mu Yunlan burst into a maniacal laugh and then leaped off the carriage. The exchange between them was complete. With the blood spirit crystal in hand, Feng Jiuxiao left without a backward glance, accompanied by a 5th-rank beast master from the Mu family as her guard. Watching her silhouette disappear into the distance, Mu Yunlan turned his gaze to the Rui golden body lamp in his hands, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. This was truly a treasure of immeasurable worth. It could be said that all the discoveries made by the 6 northern cities of Yunzhou from the 100 Treasures Mountain secret realm paled in comparison to the value of this lamp. Above the beast spirit realm is the beast king, and above the beast king is the beast sovereign. The Rui golden body lamp is a 9th-level supreme grade spiritual treasure. Without a doubt, the mere revelation of this treasure's existence would ignite a massive conflict across Yunzhou. Such a treasure was irresistible to any great family, and now it was his. For Mu Yunlan, the joy of acquiring the treasure was secondary to the satisfaction of seeing Feng Jiuxiao willingly hand over something that should have been hers. As for the concern about the true dragon blood enhancing the golden-scaled snake, he was not worried at all. Mu Yunlan had utmost confidence in the 6-Eared Macaque spirit pet he had acquired in this lifetime. Even with his experience as a former emperor-level beast master, he had never encountered a spirit beast with abilities as terrifying as the 6-Eared Macaque. Even if the golden-scaled snake fully evolved into a true dragon, Mu Yunlan believed that at the same rank, the 6-Eared Macaque would triumph effortlessly. "Fubo, don't return immediately, find a few fierce beasts first. I want to test the treasure's effects," he said eagerly. Fubo, ever efficient, stopped the carriage near a hill a little over an hour later. "Miss, there's a 4th-rank triple-layered 2-headed fire lizard ahead and 6 3rd-rank ones. Should I take care of the 4th-rank fire lizard first?" Fu Bo asked respectfully. The old master had been quite explicit when he left, either they both return safely to the Song family or neither should return. He was deeply concerned for Mu Yunlan's safety. Mu Yunlan patted the little monkey's head, pulled out the freshly refined Rui golden body lamp and said excitedly, "No need, little six-eared, go." With that, she tossed the little monkey into the air. Freed from the warm embrace, Lu Zhang felt somewhat exasperated. Was this how a dignified six-eared macaque was treated, just casually thrown out like that? However, it had been a while since he had stretched his limbs, time for a good warm-up. In an instant the heaven and earth transformation skill was activated. The tiny monkey, no bigger than an infant, suddenly transformed into a terrifying giant beast standing 20 meters tall. Simultaneously the ground shook and sand and stones converged. The innate ability Sand Gathering Tower was activated. In the blink of an eye, a massive 30-meter-long stone club formed, gripped firmly in Lu Zhang's hand. Meanwhile, Mu Yunlan also activated the Rui golden body lamp she held. A sudden beam of golden light enveloped Lu Zhang, making his already crimson gold fur shine even brighter. The golden light solidified and his height, originally 20 meters, rose to approximately 26 meters. Even more dazzling was the fact that Lu Zhang's entire body was encased in a golden armor-like energy form. The brown rock staff he once wielded also transformed into a brilliant gold. In this moment, Lu Zhang seemed to have reclaimed his former self, the great sage who could pierce the heavens with a single staff. With a roar, Lu Zhang couldn't help but shout out. The golden light flashed, accompanied by a thunderous descent. He arrived above the fourth stage two-headed fire lizard, gripping the staff with both hands and swinging it down with force. Boom! Lu Zhang had utilized the golden dragon light to teleport himself here. The 10-meter-long fourth stage fierce beast had no chance to dodge this attack. It could only manage to glance upward. In its vision, a pillar rapidly enlarged, followed by an endless darkness. The ground cracked open, forming a crater with a radius of over 100 meters. Under the power of this strike, the body of the two-headed fire lizard had been reduced to a heap of flesh. It was utterly annihilated. Fifth stage beast tamer Uncle Fu stood in a daze, watching the scene unfold, unable to believe his eyes. You're telling me this 30-meter giant beast is only a third-stage spirit beast? What third-stage spirit beast could kill a fourth-stage fierce beast with a single strike? Even his own fifth-stage spirit beast wouldn't withstand such a blow. It was simply put terrifying. The remaining few third-stage fierce beasts couldn't escape Lu Zhang's assault either. With a swing of his staff, the earth trembled. After completely annihilating them, Lu Zhang still felt unsatisfied. He then swung his staff again, leveling a nearby mound to the ground. Only then did he disperse the sand and stone pillar in his hand, reverting back to the form of a small monkey. Mu Yulan embraced the little monkey, giving it a fierce kiss. "Little Six Ears, you were so amazing just now. I really like you," she exclaimed, hugging the little monkey tightly as if trying to merge it with her own body. Fortunately, Lu Zhang had now mastered the talent of the formless beast, capable of changing size at will and not afraid of being smothered. Beside them, Uncle Fu gathered his wits, casting a respectful glance at the monkey he once regarded merely as a pet. The young lady's divine pet was so powerful, surely it would secure the top spot at the 12 Cities Exchange Conference. "Congratulations in advance, miss," he said. Mu Yulan's lips curved into a beautiful smile at his words, and she waved her hand saying, "Let's go, time to head home." Once on the carriage, Mu Yulan's thoughts turned to Feng Jiuxiao. She wondered what expression he would have when he saw little Six Ears after being enhanced by the Rui golden body lamp. She was genuinely looking forward to it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Feng Jiuxiao, after enduring immense hardships, sacrificing his dignity and a valuable treasure to obtain the true dragon's blood, released the golden scaled serpent. He handed the true dragon's blood to it. "Consume it and you will achieve evolution." As soon as Feng Jiuxiao finished speaking, the golden scaled serpent swallowed it without hesitation. In the next moment, it emitted a dragon's roar. The passive talent of the true dragon body was triggered, transforming it directly into a 5-clawed golden dragon form. A powerful aura emanated, not of rank but of lineage. Once the dragon's might manifested, ordinary spirit beasts and fierce beasts found their movement and reaction abilities severely hindered under its oppressive force. The spirit pet of the 5th-tier beast tamer escorting Feng Jiuxiao trembled uncontrollably in the face of this formidable pressure. Fortunately, the oppressive aura did not linger for long. The 5-clawed golden dragon, initially 30 meters long, swiftly shrunk to around 13 meters. To Feng Jiuxiao's delight, the golden scaled serpent had not only acquired the head and tail of a dragon but had also sprouted 4 dragon claws. Although it still had just 3 claws, it could now be considered a golden scale jiao. After its transformation into a golden scale jiao, the creature's spiritual power advanced to the 3rd tier 9th level. It was now only a step away from breaking through to the 4th tier. Feng Zhouxiao couldn't help but cast her gaze into the distance in the direction where Mu Yunlan had departed. Mu Yunlan, she vowed silently, the humiliation of today will be repaid twofold in the future. Unbeknownst to her, at the very moment the golden-scaled serpent transformed into a jiao, a bell tolled somewhere outside Yunzhou. In the Yaoguang domain within the borders of the Qi Kingdom stood the 9 Dragons Divine Fire Palace atop Dragonwatch Peak. Several elders gathered around the peak, observing as the sect's treasured dragon awakening bell rang without wind. The bell tolled 10 times, signaling the descent of a true dragon. This meant that somewhere in the world a spirit beast with the potential to evolve into a true dragon had emerged. In ancient times, the 9 Dragons Divine Fire Palace was rumored to be a top-tier sect boasting 9 true fire dragons. However, after the conclusion of the ancient war, the 9 dragons fell and the palace gradually declined, now reduced to a second-rate sect confined within the Qi Kingdom. Within the sect, everyone knew that their path to revival lay in a single solution: finding a true dragon. Only with the fire of a true dragon could they reignite the glory of their sect. The legend of the dragon awakening bell was known to every disciple. This treasure served no other purpose than to detect the presence of true dragon bloodlines. All disciples within the 9 Dragons Divine Fire Palace chose dragonblood spirit beasts as their spirit pets, though their bloodlines were quite diluted. The highest quality among them was merely a yellow vein divine pet. For a spirit beast to evolve into a true dragon, it must reach the level of a profound vein divine pet. In the remote regions of Yunzhou, spirit beast quality was thought to be categorized into 3 major tiers: common bone beast pets, extraordinary spirit pets, and legendary divine pets. However, within the legendary divine pet tier, there were vast differences, categorized into 4 levels: heavenly, earthly, profound, and yellow, with yellow vein divine pets being the lowest and naturally heavenly vein divine pets being the pinnacle. The golden-scaled serpent, in its initial awakening state, was merely at the yellow vein divine pet level, yet after evolving by consuming a drop of true dragon's blood, it transformed into a profound vein divine pet, thus triggering the ringing of the dragon awakening bell. Dragonblood spirit beasts, once they reached the profound vein divine pet level, could enter the imperial realm and transform into true dragons. The quality of one's bloodline greatly influences the level required to transform into a true dragon. It's happening. It's truly happening. This is the sole opportunity for the revival of our 9 Dragons Divine Fire Palace, and we must not let it slip away. Announce this to all disciples, stewards, and elders. Leave a 10th of our members to guard the sect, while the rest must immediately head southwest to search for the Dragonblood spirit beast and bring it back. If someone has already formed a contract with the spirit pet, then that person shall be instantly conferred the title of Young Palace Master of our sect. Ensure their safety at all costs. The Grand Elder Tai Shi fervently issued these commands. Upon hearing this, everyone sprang into action. The actions of the 9 Dragons Divine Fire Palace have certainly caused significant changes compared to Feng Zhouxiao's previous life's developments. In his past life, Mu Yulan evolved the golden scale snake into a demon dragon, which completely stripped it of the possibility of becoming a true dragon. Consequently, it did not attract the attention of the 9 Dragons Divine Fire Palace. However, this time the fates of both individuals have seen massive changes. After evolving the golden scale snake into a golden scale flood dragon, Feng Zhouxiao returned to the Mu family and immediately received more resource support from Mu Nanshan. Mu Nanshan placed great importance on the upcoming exchange conference set to occur in 2.5 months. He directly approached the former patriarch of the Mu family, Mu Yuan. "Father, I hope you can personally escort Feng Zhouxiao to Moyu City and request Senior Mo Feng from Moyu City to perform a bloodline baptism for Feng Zhouxiao's spirit pet." Moyu City boasts only one prominent family, the Mo family. The Mo family is the sole family among the 12 cities of Yunzhou that possesses 2 beast kings. This is why they can dominate an entire city. Within their family, there are numerous high-quality spirit pets. All of these achievements are due to Mo Feng's Yue-level talent, the bloodline baptism ability. This ability involves consuming a certain amount of spiritual power to perform a bloodline baptism on spirit beasts of specific levels. The higher the spirit beast's level and bloodline quality, the greater the consumption. Feng Zhouxiao's golden scale flood dragon is considered a divine pet, Counting the unclear divine pet in Mu Yulan's possession, Yunzhou's 12 cities have a total of only 4 divine pets. One of them is the celestial eagle, one of the 2 beast kings under Mo Feng's control. Although Yunzhou is not large with 12 cities and their subsidiary towns, the total population barely exceeds 10 million. However, many high-quality spirit pets have emerged from various families. Most of the geniuses, though, have left Yunzhou and never returned, such as Song Zhao's elder brother Song Yun. These matters aside, the rarity of divine pets makes assisting them in undergoing a bloodline baptism an extremely costly endeavor. It's not merely a matter of expending some spiritual power. It often requires Mo Feng to permanently lower his spiritual cultivation level, although cultivation can be regained through training. This is entirely different from simply consuming spiritual power and then recovering it. Mu Nanshan's personal influence is insufficient to achieve this. Only if the old patriarch Mu Yuan personally intervenes might Mo Feng be persuaded to use his gifted skill. Is Feng Jiuxiao truly more reliable than my own daughter? Mu Yuan's question caused a tremor in Mu Nanshan's heart. He couldn't help but grit his teeth as he replied, Mu Yulan is incorrigible. She has long since strayed from the Mu family and now aligns herself with the Song family, which is a clear indication of her allegiance. Although Feng Jiuxiao is of a different surname, if she marries Tianqiu in 2 years and bears children, she will be considered a member of the Mu family. Mu Yulan's departure is irreversible, but Feng Jiuxiao remaining is crucial for the growth of our Mu family. I implore you, father, to take action. Mu Yuan let out a cold snort. That little monkey was undoubtedly a divine pet as well. Having 2 divine pets in one family was the true foundation for the Mu family's rise. Mo Feng of Moyu City and Wang Yang of Xiang City had both gradually expanded their influence by relying on their divine pets, showing signs of unifying Yunzhou. Mo Feng would never lend a hand to help. Instead, they would find ways to eliminate these 2 divine pets. Last time when the 2 of them went to the 6 southern cities, Mu Yunlan had a 6th level beast master openly protecting her, but secretly an 8th level beast master was also following. On Feng Jiuxiao's side, you only sent a 5th level beast master for protection. What a fool! If I hadn't secretly dispatched an 8th level beast master, some people might have already made their move. Both divine pets must remain with the Mu family, no matter what. Bring Yunlan back to me. Get out. Mu Nanshan left Mu Yuan's courtyard in a daze after being harshly scolded. Fortunately, this happened in the secret chamber. If other clan members had heard these words, Mu Nanshan's authority as the head of the family would have utterly vanished. Let Feng Jiuxiao come in. To see me, Mu Yuan's voice echoed again, startling Mu Nanshan into a shiver. He quickly gathered his wits and hurriedly found Feng Jiuxiao leading her to Mu Yuan's courtyard before swiftly taking his leave. When Mu Yuan saw Feng Jiuxiao, the icy expression on his face melted away. He smiled warmly at her and said, sit down, there's no need to be formal. Your mother is one of the Mu family, and you carry the Mu family bloodline, making us family. You've been with the Mu family for quite some time, but this is only the 2nd time you've seen me, correct? Feng Jiuxiao nodded respectfully, replying, the first time was when I just arrived, and you confirmed my status as an external member of the Mu family. Do not underestimate the status of an external member, Mu Yuan continued. In Yunzhou's 12 cities, among 25 families, this status places you above millions. In terms of living standards, you'll never have to worry. What you eat every day may not be delicacies, but a meal could easily be worth dozens of silver taels. It's unimaginable for ordinary people. Even if Mu Yunlan targets you within the Mu family outside, no one dares to provoke you. Feng Jiuxiao felt grateful for Mu Yuan acknowledging her status, understanding that it offered her protection and privilege. However, she also knew that her identity was a gift from her parents, and it was only right for the Mu family to recognize her. Allowing a family member with their bloodline to suffer humiliation outside would bring shame to the Mu family. Moreover, Feng Jiuxiao was aware of how cold-hearted Mu Yuan truly was. Therefore, her gratitude remained minimal. Mu Yuan was unaware that Feng Jiuxiao had already seen through him. He maintained a gentle smile as he spoke. Jiuxiao, you and Yunlan are the hopes of our Mu family. With 2 divine pets descending upon our family and you possessing the first ever sun talent in Yunzhou, it is destiny's will for our family's prosperity. Therefore, I hope you both can work together and not let minor misunderstandings cause any conflicts. My age has caught up with me, and without leaving Yunzhou, I can't progress any further in this lifetime. The future of the Mu family rests on your shoulders. Jiuxiu, promise your grandfather when Yunlan returns, don't hold a grudge against her. All right. His words were met with silence from Feng Jiuxiao. This outcome was as Mu Yuan expected. Young ones like Feng Jiuxiu tend to hold grudges, especially within great families. Mu Yunlan's animosity towards Feng Jiuxiu was not a recent development, such a deep-seated resentment couldn't be resolved with just a few light words. Mu Yuan then took out something. Jiuxiao, this is a spiritual fruit I acquired in my early years from the secret realm of 100 Treasures Mountain. If your golden scale Jiao consumes it, it should directly break through to the 4th tier and even progress further. Feng Jiuxiu accepted the spiritual fruit and nodded. Rest assured, as long as Mu Yunlan doesn't trouble me, I won't provoke her. Hearing this, Mu Yuan squinted his eyes slightly, then cheerfully allowed Feng Jiuxiu to leave. Once her figure vanished, the smile on Mu Yuan's face faded completely. From start to finish, Feng Jiuxiu hadn't addressed Mu Yuan as grandfather despite his guidance. Evidently Feng Jiuxiu did not regard Mu Yuan as a close elder, merely seeing him as an old family head. This indicated that Feng Jiuxiu did not feel a sense of belonging to the Mu family. Outsiders, after all, cannot be wholly trusted. On the other hand, no matter how much Mu Yunlan disliked Mu Nanshan or the Mu family, she bore the Mu surname. Growing up here, she naturally felt a sense of belonging. In Mu Yuan's heart, he still leaned towards nurturing Mu Yunlan, with Feng Jiuxiu only playing the role of an enforcer. However, Yunzhou was too small to accommodate these two great figures. They would eventually leave. In Mu Yuan's mind, the most suitable successor was neither Mu Yunlan nor Feng Jiuxiu, but Mu Tianqiu. As he watched Feng Jiuxiu's departing figure, Mu Yuan's thoughts were calculating. Mu Nanshan was right about one thing. There was a need for Mu Tianqiu and Feng Jiuxiu to unite and have a child. Not just the people, but the two divine pets must also find a way to pass on their bloodline. Only in this way can the family's legacy endure. Far away in the Song family of Tianyun City, Lu Zhang suddenly shivered and suspiciously glanced around. Then he snuggled deeper into Mu Yunlan's clothes. It shouldn't be. I've buried everything completely. How could there be a cold breeze? He wondered. Hey, little Six-Eared, stop moving, it tickles. Mu Yunlan knocked on the little monkey's head and said, displeased. This time going south without obtaining the true dragon's blood, they couldn't directly advance Lu Zhang to the 4th tier. Therefore more efforts in cultivation were needed to fully absorb that Yuan Dan. She had already discovered through Lu Zhang's sent-out avatar following Feng Jiuxiu that the golden-scaled snake had transformed into a golden-scaled Jiao, with its cultivation reaching the peak of the 3rd tier. Upon returning, the first thing to do was to diligently train, ensuring that Lu Zhang's spiritual power would once again surpass the golden-scaled serpent. Such a thorough defeat would deliver a direct blow to Feng Jiuxiu, exactly what Mu Yunlan hoped to see. Yunlan, grandpa wants you to come over, Yu Wushuang called from the door. Unlike other gentle and soft-spoken ladies, this sister-in-law was straightforward and unreserved, her voice loud and clear. It's the same at night, no wonder my cousin likes it so much. Coming, Mu Yunlan dashed out of the room clutching a small monkey in her arms tightly to avoid it being thrown off by her speed. The monkey, indeed, had remarkable resilience. Mu Yunlan linked her arm with Yu Wushuang's and together they went to Song Tianran's courtyard. After Yu Wushuang took her leave, Mu Yunlan followed Song Tianran into the closed inner chamber. Yunlan, it seems you've encountered quite the opportunity. Your spirit beast's cultivation level has increased swiftly. However, the Song family can't just stand by without expressing anything. He handed over 10 drops of spiritual essence. This should be enough for your little monkey to advance to the 4th rank. Mu Yunlan was pleasantly surprised and quickly accepted it. In her previous life, she hadn't received such treasures from the Song family. Clearly, these grand families had their share of hidden treasures. Thank you, Grandpa. Song Tianran chuckled warmly. We're all family, no need for formalities. Yunlan, there's another matter I want to discuss with you. Of course, there's no such thing as a free lunch. What is it? Mu Yunlan asked with a polite curiosity. Song Tianran glanced at the lazy little monkey and spoke a sentence that nearly drove Lu Zhang to madness. Yunlan, you know how essential high-quality spirit pets are for our family's legacy. Divine pets are rare and precious. Currently in all of Yunzhou, only Yu Feng Jiuxiu and 2 other old fellows from Xiang City and Mayu City possess divine pets. Your grandpa hopes you can allow your little monkey to leave some lineage within the Song family. This way the Song family would have a high-quality spirit pet legacy, perhaps even another divine pet. What do you think about this? Mu Yunlan covered her mouth in disbelief. What do I think? I think it's hilarious. This old man is quite sneaky. Absolutely not. Lu Zhang, on the other hand, was sending a mental message to Mu Yunlan while glaring fiercely at Song Tianran. Being so aggressive towards a beast king was Incredibly risky, but with Mu Yunlan backing him up, Lu Zhang felt emboldened. The monkey takes advantage of the situation. Song Tianran, observing the little monkey's reaction, was astonished. A divine pet indeed lives up to its name. So young, yet its intelligence is so high it can even understand our conversation. Good heavens, this old man is indeed crafty, accusing me of not understanding human speech. Lu Zhang was infuriated. He tightened his grip on the two dumplings, squeezing him. Mu Yunlan winced in pain, communicating angrily, Xiao Luer, why are you pinching me? It's Grandpa who wants you to have baby monkeys, go pinch him. Lu Zhang turned a deaf ear. What a joke! If I dared to capture it, wouldn't I have done so already? A third-tier 9th-level spirit beast daring to attack a beast master king, surely it's asking to have its skull cracked open, its brain scooped out to make tofu pudding. After Mu Yunlan sent a message to Lu Zhang, she quickly responded to Song Tianran. Xiao Luer indeed understood, clearly resisting the idea. Moreover, Grandpa, you can see it too. It's still very young, not yet mature, and we don't even know at what level it can reproduce. Wanting it to breed is really overthinking. Hearing this, Lu Zhang was once again infuriated. How dare this girl suggest I have no reproductive ability? That's the ultimate insult to a male. Song Tianran, upon hearing this, glanced at the small monkey's size and couldn't help but shake his head. Although he knew the little monkey could apparently grow larger, that was merely an effect of its skills. It seemed it truly couldn't. His fists clenched in irritation. Song Tianran's skeptical gaze was almost too much for Lu Zhang to bear. Transforming from a human into a monkey had already been a psychological blow. Discovering he could enjoy the service of face-to-face milk cuddling had been a small comfort. But now even his reproductive capability was being questioned. This was simply intolerable. Mu Yunlan tightly hugged the little monkey that seemed about to erupt, quickly telling Song Tianran, Grandpa, don't worry, I will find a way to obtain the divine pet's bloodline legacy for the Song family. But not now, I need to let Xiao Luer absorb the spirit marrow first. With that, Mu Yunlan hurriedly ran off. If she didn't leave soon, she really wouldn't be able to restrain the little creature. Although the monkey was small in size, its strength was enormous. Mu Yunlan felt as if her two buns were about to be crushed by the little guy. She had to leave immediately. Back in her courtyard, Mu Yunlan handed the spirit marrow to Lu Zhang, instructing him to absorb it drop by drop. This spirit marrow was a precious substance that a spirit crystal mine could only produce a few drops of each year. Consuming and absorbing it would allow him to step into the 4th tier. Mu Yunlan comforted the little monkey for a while before pondering over Song Tianran's request earlier. She wasn't opposed to the idea. For a family, ensuring the continuous inheritance of powerful bloodlines and spirit beasts was essential. Any truly great family would need to do so. However, in reality, Yunzhou lacked any truly powerful spirit beast bloodline inheritance. The truth was, in Yunzhou no spirit beast bloodline had reached a truly formidable level. For any pet with a bloodline quality of 7-star extraordinary or above, it must reach maturity to gain reproductive capability. For such spirit beasts, maturity meant evolving to the beast king level. However, once they reached this level, they needed to find a mate of the same level to reproduce. The difference in life levels was significant. From size alone, the difference between a beast king level and a spirit beast realm level was immense. As a former emperor-level expert in her previous life, Mu Yunlan understood that the waters in Yunzhou ran deep. Yunzhou, known to the outside world as the land of exile, was the most spiritually barren place on the entire continent and perhaps the entire world. The spiritual energy in the region is so scarce that it can't nurture spirit beasts beyond the level of beast kings. Even those who manage to reach the beast king level find it challenging to progress further here. To become stronger, one has no choice but to leave Yunzhou. At the very edge of Yunzhou lies a forest known as the Swallowing Spirit Forest. As the name suggests, any external beings or spirit beasts that enter are drained of their spiritual energy, causing their cultivation to regress rapidly to the highest level of a 9th-tier beast king. This is why those who leave never return, who would willingly let their cultivation level fall after achieving powers beyond that of a beast king, weaker individuals can't even venture in. Within the Swallowing Spirit Forest resides a fierce beast known as the 3-legged demon toad, which reaches the beast king level upon maturation. Weaklings stand no chance, and even those with the prowess of a beast king find it almost impossible to enter. However, at the same time, Mu Yunlan is aware of another title Yunzhou holds. Known as the Land of Divine Awakening, Yunzhou has an exceptionally high probability of birthing spirit beasts with high quality bloodlines. Many of them even possess divine beast bloodlines, and with proper cultivation they have a significant chance of evolving into divine pets. Take for example Su Ziming's Wuxiang beast. Anyone who leaves Yunzu is quickly selected by various sects or other forces to become core members for training. The 12 cities of Yunzu each have influential families that, in reality, have strong descendants continuing their lineage outside. In the previous life after the Song family was annihilated, a group of Song family members returned to Yunzu to continue their lineage. A beast king level beast tamer has a lifespan of 300 years, and only these old fellows hold the true secrets of the family along with the entire secret of Yunzu. Matters within Yunzu are resolved internally. If a family is wiped out, members are sent back to continue the lineage. Therefore, while the families here seem weak, they actually possess immense fortune and heritage. However, Yunzu is rife with hidden dangers such as the demonic path. Many practitioners of the demonic arts with no place to escape drift here to avoid calamity. The black bear corpse monster that killed Song Tianran was something left behind by a demonic practitioner. The outside world has stationed patrol envoys to monitor Yunzu, conducting inspections once a year to prevent demons from causing widespread death and thus depriving external families of strong beast tamer legacies. There are still 4 months until the next patrol envoy's arrival. The black bear corpse monster will awaken after the 12 cities exchange tournament ends, so there isn't much time left. After the tournament, the monster must be dealt with. Mu Yunlan is adept at handling such demons. If only he had the strength of a beast king level, he could confidently take down the creature alone. But growing to beast king level strength in such a short time is nearly impossible, and he must rely on other forces. While Mu Yunlan was contemplating the situation deeply, a powerful aura emanated from the little monkey that was refining spiritual marrow. It had reached the 4th tier. Mu Yunlan's face lit up with a joyful smile. In the previous life, even with the golden scale snake at her side, she hadn't managed to possess a 4th tier spirit pet at this point in time. Starting anew, it's as if victory is already in our grasp. Xiao Luer, have you acquired any new talents? Mu Yunlan asked expectantly. Lu Zheng, uninterested in demonstrating, directly synchronized the information of his newly acquired talent with her. The talent Immobilization and Revelation effect consumes a certain amount of spiritual energy to target a single entity, sealing their spiritual energy and immobilizing their body and soul, while also negating transformations and revealing their true form. It's a hard control type of talent skill. It can immobilize the target and render transformation type skills ineffective. Skills like heavenly form are also considered transformations. This talent is practically a nemesis to spiritual beasts with transformation abilities. However, this skill doesn't completely rob the target of their ability to fight back. While their body and soul can't move and their spiritual energy can't be harnessed, their mental energy remains usable and they retain consciousness. Therefore, if the target possesses mental attack methods and extremely strong soul energy, they can still retaliate. But at the very least, for most spiritual beasts, this basically means they would just stand there and take a beating. Mu Yunlan immediately thought of the black bear corpse demon. Corpse demons are thick-skinned close combat monsters. If it could be immobilized long enough, it could be defeated. But she quickly dismissed the idea. A 4th tier beast spirit level little monkey certainly couldn't immobilize a black bear corpse demon that could tear apart a 5th tier beast king of the Song family for long. It's better to find another, more reliable method. No matter what, the talent obtained is still incredibly powerful. Xiao Luer, congratulations on acquiring another powerful ability. Mu Yunlan picked up the little monkey and took a deep breath in satisfaction. Then she patted its little head and said, "Hurry up and absorb the last drop of spiritual liquid, and then we can go out for a walk." Pure cultivation does little to enhance strength. Mu Yunlan thought it was more suitable for the little monkey to go out and acquire some other spiritual beast's talents. But no rush. Her clone sensed a change in the golden scale Jiao. Lu Zhang had always had his clone follow Feng Jiuxiu, but he had never let the clone get too close to Mu Yuan's courtyard. What Feng Jiuxiu discussed with Mu Yuan was unknown, but after she left, she returned to her courtyard and took out the spiritual fruit Mu Yuan had given her, allowing the golden scale Jiao to swallow it. Lu Zhang was aware of these happenings. The clone relayed the information and Lu Zhang immediately informed Mu Yunlan. Upon hearing that the golden scale Jiao had advanced directly to the 4th tier 3rd level of spiritual energy through the spiritual fruit, Mu Yunlan sneered coldly. I knew that old fox had something hidden away. Back in her day her progress wasn't nearly as fast, and by the time she reached the 3rd tier 9th level she was already expelled from the Mu family, naturally missing out on the spiritual fruit. Old Mu Yuan, like Mu Nanshan, was just the same. In their eyes there's no such thing as family relations. Mu Yuan knew the truth about everything. His plan was to quickly secure a new beast king to oversee the Mu family, allowing him to leave this place. During this time he had no intention of getting entangled in any affairs. Mu Yunlan had dabbled in the demonic path and he abandoned her without hesitation. However, at that time Mu Yunlan had not fully fallen into the demonic ways and still possessed the divine pet, the golden-scaled snake. He could not directly kill Mu Yunlan, or people outside would find out and certainly lay the blame on him. Even if he left he wouldn't get the resources he wanted for priority cultivation. Yet he also didn't want to be held accountable by the patrolling envoy. The only option was to expel Mu Yunlan from the Mu family, effectively cutting ties. Throughout this process Mu Yuan never regarded Mu Yunlan as his true granddaughter but merely as a tool, a nuisance. Without Mu Yuan's directive, Mu Nanshan would not have dared to expel a divine pet beast master from the Mu family. In Mu Yuan's view, for the entire Mu family's grand lineage 1 or 2 divine pets were insignificant. What truly mattered was anything that could affect his future prospects, and that was the gravest sin. In her past life, Mu Yunlan's fall into the demonic path was partly due to her own character and partly due to external influences. Having such cold-blooded relatives was the root cause, yet at this moment Mu Yunlan didn't hold these people in blame. She harbored only the same indifference they showed her. She understood that the rulers of these great families, including her grandfather Song Tianran, possessed little benevolence. After all, Yunzhou was such a place. She merely repaid kindness with kindness. Her grandfather's family treated her well, so she felt obliged to lend a hand. As for true familial affection, she had none in her past life and none in this one either. Suddenly Mu Yunlan felt warmth in her chest. It was the little monkey crawling into her embrace to sleep. At this moment Lu Zhang had finished absorbing the last drop of spiritual essence, successfully reaching the pinnacle of the 4th stage. Looking at the little creature in her arms, the coldness in Mu Yunlan's eyes vanished, replaced by a joy as warm as sunlight. In this life she still had this little one. Mu Yunlan glanced into the distance. There was still an interesting opponent to contend with. 2 days later, someone unexpected appeared at the Song family's door, Mu Nanshan. The fact that he dared to show up in Tianyun City was definitely not of his own volition. Mu Yunlan immediately understood the reason behind this. The Song family would never allow Mu Nanshan to enter their gates. Although seething with resentment inside, Mu Nanshan had to present his stance due to Mu Yuan's intimidation. Thus he directly rode his spirit pet into the sky and shouted downwards, "Yunlan, stop being stubborn and come home with me." Seeing Mu Nanshan's high and mighty demeanor, Mu Yunlan suddenly laughed. This laughter, in Mu Nanshan's eyes, seemed like mockery, instantly bringing a look of anger to his face. He growled, "Look at yourself. Where is the dignity of the Mu family's eldest daughter? Come home with me. What good is it to cling here? You've lost all face." Mu Yunlan remained silent, her eyes filled with a detached coldness as she looked at the stranger before her. Inside she seemed devoid of any emotional turmoil regarding this person. However, Lu Zhen couldn't hold back. "That old geezer, I'll send you flying with one strike." In an instant he vanished from Mu Yunlan's embrace. Simultaneously his body expanded dramatically. In a blink of an eye he transformed into a gigantic ape over 26 meters tall. As he hovered in mid-air, sand and stones gathered, forming a rock pillar that flew into his hand. Witnessing this scene, Mu Yunlan was taken aback. There was no time to stop him. All she could do was take out the Rui golden body lamp and bestow Lu Zhang with a golden armor, turning the rock pillar in his hand into a golden staff. Mu Nanshan, upon seeing Lu Zhang's transformation, was momentarily stunned, but immediately his eyes filled with ridicule. A mere 4th-tier little monkey, even if it's a divine pet, dares to challenge me, a 9th-tier beast master? How naive! However, in the next moment he suddenly found himself unable to move, and that staff was almost instantly upon him. The immense force struck both him and the spirit pet beneath him, sending them flying. The force was so great that it launched them skyward. Seeing this, Mu Yunlan couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Little Six Ears, well done!" In truth, after ensuring that he successfully sent Mu Nanshan flying, Lu Zhang also breathed a sigh of relief. He had indeed taken a gamble. If he had been alone and using the immobilizing skill, he might not have been able to land that strike on Mu Nanshan, nor could he have simultaneously immobilized the spirit beast beneath Mu Nanshan. But fortunately he had recently broken through his cultivation level and created a new batch of avatars. At this moment, aside from the one with Feng Jiuxiu, he had 48 avatars hidden underground, including himself. 49 immobilizing skills were unleashed upon Mu Nanshan and his spirit beast. The innate skill of the Six-Eared Macaque is just that domineering. No matter how high the opponent's level, the skill can take effect. It's just a matter of duration, and when 49 spells were cast simultaneously, the effect was significant. At the very least, it ensured his strike did not miss. He had fulfilled the bold claim he made earlier. With one strike, he sent a 9th-tier beast master and his spirit pet flying into the sky. You're courting death. Mu Nanshan's extremely furious voice came from above. However, by this time Lu Zhang had already shrunk back into Mu Yunlan's embrace. He knew that Mu Nanshan's attack wouldn't land. Sure enough, in the next moment a thunderous roar appeared, followed by a blazing lion as fierce as a volcano blocking the sky. The pressure from the Beast King level was released, causing everyone to feel immense fear. Song Tiannan's voice rang out. Mu Nanshan, the Song family is not a place you can run amok. Go back to your Lingshu city. Yunlan is staying with my Song family. If you want her, let your father come and fight for her. His domineering voice rolled like thunder in the heavens. The cool sweat trickled down Mu Nanshan's back as he cast a venomous glance at Mu Yunlan, regretting deeply ever bringing this daughter into the world. With a clenched jaw, he said nothing further, choosing instead to sweep away in silence. Watching his retreating figure, Mu Yunlan burst into a hearty laughter, then showered the little monkey in her arms with kisses. "Thank you, little Six-Ear," she exclaimed. Meanwhile, Lu Zhang struggled to create breathing room for himself, wedging two buns apart with effort. Time swiftly flew by and over 2 months had passed. Around half a month ago, the bustling traffic in Xiang City, one of the 6 southern cities, had doubled. This surge was due to the upcoming 12 Cities Young Beastmaster Exchange Conference. The location for this grand event rotated with each occasion, and this time it was Xiang City's turn to host. Small family clans eager to witness the competition arrived in droves, purchasing entry tickets to watch the matches. The enormous arena, now completed, was ready to accommodate a crowd of 100,000. It wasn't a matter of space, but rather a strict limit set, allowing only 100,000 spectators. This exclusivity was a status symbol. As the event drew near, families from all regions began to pour into the city. Each family had their designated courtyard purchased in advance. Every city had spies and businesses operated by these families, a fact well understood by all. Although competitive amongst themselves, these families collectively represented an upper echelon interest group, monopolizing Yunzhou's resources. Smaller families stood no chance of rising. Only a few scattered geniuses managed to train to the Beast King level and leave, but such achievements weren't enough to ensure a family's prosperous continuation. Mu Yunlan hadn't traveled to Xiang City with either the Mu family or the Song family. After Mu Nanshan's visit to the Song family that day, she had left wandering between various cities. On the surface, her aim appeared to be sparring with the scions of different families. In reality, she was targeting the innate abilities of their spirit pets. The abilities of a beastmaster were secondary. Compared to the concentrated inheritance of high-level spirit pet bloodlines, a beastmaster's talent awakening was much more random. In the entire Yunzhou, only Feng Jiuxiu had demonstrated a sun-level talent as a beastmaster. Those with moonlight-level talent numbered fewer than 5 annually. Over a generation, this added up to just over 20 individuals. Even when considering 3 generations, the total remained under 100. A 9-star starlight-level talent was no small feat, yet it was not the norm. Most descendants of influential families possessed talents around the 6 or 7-star level. For the Six-Eared Macaque, these talents offered little enhancement in strength, instead of beastmaster talents. Yunzhou placed greater emphasis on the quality of spirit pets. Initially, the cultivation of a beastmaster heavily relies on their own spirit beasts. Even though in the later stages beastmasters can cultivate themselves, having a powerful spirit beast as an aid makes the process much faster than cultivating alone. Every family has its own lineage of spirit beasts, and although they might only be of a 7-star extraordinary level, there are always some exceptional offspring among them. The Song family's legacy beast is the Flaming Lion King, while the Mu family's is the Red-Scaled Griffin, which was the form Lu Zhang took in the 100 Treasures Mountain secret realm. The Beast King level Flaming Lion King of Song Tian Ran and the Beast King level Red-Scaled Griffin of Mu Yuan are both of 8-star extraordinary quality. As long as a beast has a 5-star extraordinary level or above, it qualifies for promotion to Beast King. This demonstrates the profound heritage of the great families in Yunzhou's 12 cities. Almost every disciple's inherited spirit beast has the potential to become a beast king, but due to Yunjo's limited resources and sparse spiritual energy, only a few can truly stand out. Yet, without a doubt, anyone who emerges from here is destined to become a formidable force. Mu Yunlan was aware of the powerful figures secretly escorting her along her journey. She had become quite renowned not because she sought out challenges, but due to the incident where a small monkey from the Song family struck a ninth-stage beast master with a single blow. It sounded unbelievable, almost mythical, yet it was true. This confirmed the bloodline of her small monkey, the Six-Eared Macaque, as a divine pet. The Mu family, boasting 2 divine pets, suddenly found themselves in the spotlight. Although there seemed to be discord between father and daughter, Mu Yunlan still bore the Mu family name. Even if, hypothetically, Mu Yunlan joined the Song family or Tianyun City, the northern 6 cities would gain 2 divine pets, breaking the monopoly that only Xiang City and Moyu City in the southern 6 cities held. The changes in Yunzhou would gradually reflect outside, and only the beast kings of the great families would truly grasp the implications of these shifts. If these 2 divine pets matured and ventured into the wider world, they would undoubtedly bring monumental changes. Underlying currents were stirring. Mu Yunlan, however, paid little heed to this. As she stepped into Xiang City, she spoke to the small monkey in her arms. The timing is perfect. Tomorrow marks the official start of the exchange conference. Are you ready? Lazily, Lu Zheng responded telepathically. Prepare for what? Even those spirit beasts that have awakened for a year and a half can't withstand a single strike from me, right? Besides, haven't we already defeated them all before? Mu Yunlan gave him a sudden kiss, laughing with delight. That's my little 6 years, always so domineering. Let's go, let's see which spirit beast dares to raise its head in front of us. The 12 Cities Youth Beast Master Exchange Conference has an age limit of under 18 with a maximum of 4 slots per city. There can be fewer than 4-inch, but regardless of the number of families, each city is limited to 4 participants, meaning at most 48 individuals. After registering, Mu Yunlan found that there were only 32 competitors in total. Those brave enough to compete were at least 3rd-stage beast masters. Even for a prominent family, gathering a team of elite youth capable of competing every 2 years is no small feat. Within the confines of the Song family's courtyard in Xiang City, Song Xiao arrived accompanied by a timid-looking young man. Yunlan Song Xiao introduced. This is Song Li, a child from the 2nd branch of the Song family. He just turned 17 this year, about your age, and is one of the young beast tamers representing the Song family in the upcoming competition. Yunlan glanced at the boy, but he didn't seem familiar at all. It doesn't matter, Yunlan nonchalantly declared. The first place in this competition is already mine. The competition followed a one-on-one knockout format. Song Li, with only a 3rd tier 4th level cultivation, was likely to rank among the lower middle tier of the contestants. However, the creature in Yunlan's arms, Lu Zhang, suddenly stirred. It relayed the information it had just gathered from Song Li's innate abilities to Yunlan. Upon receiving this insight, Yunlan's eyebrows slightly twitched. You better not use your abilities on me, she warned with a slightly threatening tone. This caused Song Li, who was already nervous, to cower further behind Song Xiao. Song Xiao glanced at Yunlan in surprise. You actually know his abilities? This kid has been hidden by our Song family for a year, and it's his first time being brought out. Song Li's talent was soul eavesdropping, which allowed him to consume a certain amount of spiritual energy to perceive the mental fluctuations of a single target, essentially overhearing their innermost thoughts and sensing their mental state. It was indeed a remarkable ability, perhaps not at the moonlight level, but certainly a 9-star starlight talent. However, Yunlan had no desire for her own thoughts or those of Feng Jiuxiao to be monitored. The secret of reincarnation was something that only she and Feng Jiuxiao should know. The more people who were aware, the greater the risk and uncertainty it posed. Make sure he forfeits in the first round. Don't let his abilities be revealed, she instructed. Even if you let Luer fight with his eyes closed, none of these people would stand a chance. Song Xiao hesitated for a moment upon hearing these words, but eventually nodded in agreement. 2 months ago, Luer the macaque had struck a blow above the Song family estate, an act that still lingered vividly in Song Zhao's memory. A 4th-tier spirit beast had managed to send a 9th-tier beast tamer and a 9th-tier spirit beast flying with a single blow. Such an extraordinary event, had he not witnessed it himself, Song Xiao would surely dismiss it as an absurd rumor. The Song family had brought Song Li primarily to provide limited assistance rather than expecting any significant achievements from him. Now that his ability had been so easily discerned by Yunlan and possibly by others, withdrawing him seemed the wiser choice. After all, they didn't anticipate Song to secure any notable ranking in the competition. After Song Xiao and his team left, Mu Yunlan looked at the little monkey in her arms and sternly warned, "You must not eavesdrop on my thoughts." Lu Zheng turned his head away, communicating through the shared bridge. He said, "I'm lazy, I don't even bother listening to your usual ramblings." Pretending to be angry, Mu Yunlan retorted, "No, you must listen to everything I say." Suddenly an idea struck her and she let out a mischievous laugh, quickly swapped the avatar and listened to what Feng Jiuxiu was thinking. Lu Zhang glanced at Mu Yunlan, showing a look of helplessness. "Other beastmasters have increasingly adorable beasts, but my girl is getting more and more peculiar. What else can I do?" Lu Zhang had no choice but to swiftly send an avatar to complete the swap, acquiring new skills in the process. At that moment, Feng Jiuxiu was in the Mu family estate in Xiang City. Mu Nanshan looked at the two people before him, Feng Jiuxiu and Mu Liming, a 17-and-a-half-year-old auxiliary beastmaster from the Mu family. "Jiuxiu, I've already spoken with the Hua and Lin families. The members of both families, along with Mu Liming, will help you eliminate as many opponents as possible. No matter who encounters you, they will concede to preserve your energy." Pausing, Mu Nanshan's already deep voice turned even more sinister. "I have only one request: defeat Mu Yunlan and completely disable that monkey." Upon hearing these words, Feng Jiuxiu furrowed her brows. In her heart, she did not wish to truly harm the little monkey. Even though her spirit pet, the golden-scaled serpent, had been knocked unconscious by the little monkey once, she believed it was due to the monkey's anger over being abandoned in favor of the serpent, which was understandable. She even harbored thoughts of rescuing the little monkey from Mu Yunlan, whom she saw as a demonic woman. However, she did not refute Mu Nanshan's words, understanding that his humiliation at the Song family and subsequent reprimand by Mu Yuan had left him with a grudge that overshadowed any father-daughter bond. Agreeing silently was enough. How she acted was up to her discretion. As for defeating Mu Yunlan, Feng Jiuxiu was confident. Despite learning that the Six-Eared Macaque had once sent a 9th-tier beastmaster flying with a single strike, she believed it to be a mere momentary burst of power. Over the past 2 months, her golden-scaled Jiao had grown to the 4th-tier 8th level. With such formidable spiritual power, along with the spells she had mastered in the Jiao's divine-level bloodline, she was certain of victory against Mu Yunlan. Back at the Song family estate, after hearing Feng Jiuxiu's thoughts from Lu Zhang, Mu Yunlan coldly remarked, "4th-tier 8th level, her progress is indeed quick. But to think such strength guarantees victory, that's truly arrogant, and she wants to reclaim my little 6-eared 1-inch self-righteous fool." She was like this in her past life, and even after being reborn, she remains unchanged, true to her nature, always believing her ways are right, forcing others to act according to her so-called righteous ideals. "It's just like you, Feng Jiuxiu." Mu Yunlan, after delivering a series of mocking remarks at Feng Jiuxiu from afar, turned to Lu Zhang with a gentle demeanor. "Little 6-eared, you'll never leave me, right?" Lu Zhang turned his head arrogantly. "Woman, you'd better treat me well." Hearing this, Mu Yunlan immediately stepped forward and embraced the little monkey again, kissing it while speaking. "Am I not treating you well? Which other beast master could raise your level so much in such a short time? Just follow me with peace of mind. Once we leave here, there's a wider world outside with even greater treasures waiting for you. Let me tell you, outside of Yunzhou, there's a place called the Peach Blossom Holy Land, full of delicious and spiritual peaches. When we get out, I'll take you to pick peaches. I promise you'll be able to eat to your heart's content." Upon hearing the word peach, something deeply ingrained seemed to stir within Lu Zhang, prompting him to swallow instinctively, but he quickly remembered something and asked suspiciously, "When you say taking me to pick peaches, you don't mean stealing again, do you?" This girl did have a history of such things. Mu Yunlan chuckled, wearing a look that said, "You guessed it again?" Lu Zhang rolled his eyes at the sky. Suddenly, it was the next day. In the Beast Arena with 100,000 seats, there wasn't an empty one to be found. As contestants from various families entered one by one, the cheers never ceased. The noise was so loud that Lu Zhang couldn't even nap. 32 contestants were present, with pairings drawn randomly on the spot. The arena was divided into 16 areas, with all matches happening simultaneously. After determining the top 16, another draw was immediately conducted for the next pairing. The top 8 were decided, then the top 4. Finally, the last 2 would compete for the ultimate title of the Young Beast Master King. In other words, to secure first place, one needed to win 5 consecutive matches. In such a gathering of top talents, any opportunity for rest was incredibly precious. Lingshu City implemented a 3-protect-1 strategy highly likely to exempt Feng Jiuxiao from one round of combat. As for Mu Yunlan, she had no such requirements, just like Lu Zhang said at the beginning, it doesn't matter which spirit pet can withstand its strike. The draw results were announced. 10th match, Mu Yunlan from Tianyun City against Ma Tianlin from Faidu City. The Ma family's ancestral spirit pet was the Bloodhoof spirit horse, its forehooves seemingly ablaze with blood-red flames, which were actually a form of blood energy. The Bloodhoof spirit horse was white overall, with only its eyes and hooves being blood-red. Ma Tianlin wielded a long spear, a level 7 spiritual weapon, and wore armor of the same quality, all blood-red. At first glance he resembled a general emerging from a sea of corpses and blood. Seeing Mu Yunlan, Ma Tianlin shouted in a deep voice, Mu Yunlan, you surely cannot be blameless for my brother's death. Today I will avenge my brother. As soon as the words left his mouth, a mist of blood erupted around him. Both he and the blood-stained spirit horse beneath him unleashed the aura of a 4th-rank, 2nd-tier spirit power. In reality, this fellow was only at the 9th tier of the 3rd rank. He had immediately activated the Ma family's secret technique of blood combustion, temporarily boosting his cultivation level. Mu Yunlan felt somewhat puzzled. She had no idea who Ma Tianlin's brother was, so how did an enemy suddenly appear? The specific reason didn't matter. Watching the figure charging through the air, Mu Yunlan smirked and said to the little monkey, shall lure make him step down quickly. Where did this madman come from? As she spoke, she didn't let go of the little monkey, clearly believing that this opponent wasn't worth the monkey directly entering the fray. Before her words had fully settled, the rider and horse plummeted towards the ground mid-gallop. Lu Zhang hadn't moved an inch, instead unleashing a remote skill combo. The 7-star Transcendent Spirit Pet Hercules Ox's innate gravity pull combined with the 6-star Transcendent Spirit Pet Cloud Crane's innate 1000-layer cloud. The combination of cloud impact and gravity guidance caused Ma Tianlin and his blood-stained spirit horse to crash hard into the ground. Before they hit the surface had transformed into a quagmire, an effect of the 6-star Transcendent Spirit Pet Black Swamp Lizard's innate trait of turning earth to mire. Finally, the Sands to Towers talent brought it all to a close. The power of the earth pressed against Ma Tianlin and his spirit horse, trapping them underground. Even a rock spike pressed against Ma Tianlin's neck. It could have ended him in the next moment, yet Lu Zhang didn't let the spike advance further. Despite his seamless combo leaving even 8th and 9th tier beast tamers unable to react, this was a friendly exchange meet. Lu Zhang didn't want to cause trouble for himself or Mu Yunlan. He still had plans to go outside for peaches and didn't intend to die here. Simultaneously, through his newly acquired soul eavesdropping talent, he successfully gleaned Ma Tianlin's inner thoughts. His brother had gone to the 100 Treasure Mountain's secret realm last time, becoming one of the Ma family members you killed. Lu Zhang conveyed to Mu Yunlan. Mu Yunlan suddenly realized, then looked at Ma Tianlin with disdain. Avenging one's brother was right, but once out of the secret realm, life and death inside are irrelevant, that's the rule. If you can't handle it, don't play. Losing, and then trying to overturn the table without the ability to do so, a waste of a person. With no doubt Mu Yunlan claimed victory in this round. After waiting in the standby area for a quarter of an hour, all battles concluded and the top 16 were decided. A new draw was made. For the second match, Mu Yunlan's opponent was Yen Jiro. Yen Jiro was only a year older than Mu Yunlan, with a spirit cultivation of nearly 4th rank, 2nd tier, not particularly high. She had previously sparred with Mu Yunlan. Upon stepping into the arena, she directly chose to forfeit. Yunlan, make sure to claim the title. Losing to the champion isn't too shameful, Yen Jiro remarked with a cheerful smile. Mu Yunlan responded with a smile as well, though it was merely for appearances. Yen Jiro wasn't someone to be underestimated. In their generation, only a few managed to leave Yunzhou, and among them was Yen Zizhu, who later gained considerable fame in the outside world. As the tournament progressed, the top 8 were determined. At this point, the remaining 8 contestants each boasted at least a 2nd tier 4th level spiritual power. However, the other 6 participants were all a year older than Mu Yunlan and Feng Jiuxiao, making their superior talent quite evident. The battle for the final 4 intensified. Mu Yunlan's opponent was Feng Chaoyang. In the previous tournament, the champion was Feng Chaosheng from Fenghua City, who was Feng Chaoyang's elder brother. Feng Chaoyang, although a weakened version of Feng Chaosheng, only had a 9-star Starlight grade talent with a spirit pet of 8-star extraordinary quality. Even though he was at the same level as Feng Chaosheng during his competition, he lacked the capability to challenge beyond his level. Despite being a genius, none standing here were mediocre. The saying goes, clouds follow dragons, winds follow tigers, and the Feng family's inherited spirit pet was the divine wind. White tiger. A massive white tiger over 8 meters tall descended with the wind. Beside it stood Feng Chaoyang, donning armor and wielding a battle knife. As a direct descendant of a prominent family, he lacked no spiritual weapons. Though his level wasn't high, it sufficed for now. Come fight. Mu Yunlan shook her head at his enthusiastic demeanor and tossed her little monkey upward. Go little six ears, give him a whack and let him realize his place. Although somewhat displeased with being thrown like a weapon, the monkey thought, I could have teleported myself, but you threw me, making me lose face. With a roar of indignation, its figure grew rapidly, reaching 30 meters in height in the blink of an eye. It could become even larger, but Lu Zhang felt this was sufficient. Gather sand to form a tower rock sky pillar. With both hands it wielded lightning, increasing gravitational pull to enhance a critical strike, and brought the rod down heavily. To Feng Chaoyang's eyes it appeared as though a mountain-sized monkey suddenly emerged wielding a heavenly pillar. Under the pressure of such a formidable aura, there was no escape. The divine wind white tiger roared, activating its innate divine wind, releasing a fierce gust to confront the sky pillar. Simultaneously, the white tiger raised its giant paw with the wind. It seemed poised to ascend against the gale, intending to shred the terrifying dark gold monkey. Unfortunately, it lacked the strength to ascend against the current. The rock sky pillar descended without the slightest pause from the gale. The white tiger's giant paw shattered upon contact with the pillar, and its entire body was heavily struck to the ground. Stop, I concede. The strike shattered Feng Chaoyang's hopes of a comeback. Although the divine wind white tiger had other innate abilities left unused, if he didn't concede, this strike could have nearly killed the white tiger. This force was terrifying beyond belief. Even a 5th-tier extraordinary spirit pet renowned for its strength might not possess such immense power. No wonder rumors spoke of this monkey striking down 9th-tier beast masters and spirit pets with a single blow. Against such strength, any thoughts of a comeback were futile. While others could overturn the table, merely flipping the plate wouldn't bring you a meal. In the spectator seats, everyone cheered enthusiastically. The monkey's overwhelming power filled them with excitement. Only Mu Nanshan wore a dark, fearsome expression. Meanwhile, in another nearby battle arena, the golden-scaled flood dragon also won with a crushing display. From the main seat, Wang Yang commented with a half-smile, such a prodigy, truly terrifying in strength. Both divine pets belong to the Mu family, and it seems the Mu family is poised to rise strongly as the foremost city among the 6 northern cities. Although Wang Yang was only about 10 years older than Mu Nanshan, as a beastmaster possessing a beast king-level divine pet, his seniority was on par with Mu Nanshan's father, Mu Yuan. Whatever he said, Mu Nanshan didn't dare to refute, only managing a forced smile and nodding along. There was an unwritten rule in Yunzhou: the king does not leave the city. A beastmaster king must not easily leave their territorial city, otherwise it would be considered a provocation to other forces. Although the talent exchange tournament brought many prodigies to Xiang City, each family only sent 9th-tier beast spirit realm beastmasters. As the city's sole beastmaster, King Wang Yang alone could massacre everyone here. Whatever anger Mu Nanshan harbored, he had to suppress it. He knew Wang Yang's words were laced with sarcasm, yet he had to put on a smiling face. Glancing at Mu Yunlan, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. With the emergence of the Final Four, it was time for another draw. The first semi-final match was announced: Lingshu City's Feng Jiuxiu versus Tianyun City's Mu Yunlan. As the host announced the draw results, all eyes turned to this arena, with the other match receiving little attention. Everyone knew this was really the battle for the championship. The clash of two divine pets, the 4th-tier 8th-level golden-scaled flood dragon against the 4th-tier 6th-level six-eared monkey. The transformation of the golden-scaled flood dragon into a 5-clawed golden dragon imposed immense pressure on almost all beastmaster spirit pets, while the shock of the six-eared monkey's strike instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers. Which was stronger, the golden dragon or the monkey's staff? Everyone eagerly awaited the outcome. As both parties entered the arena, the golden-scaled flood dragon beside Feng Jiuxiu immediately transformed into a dragon, a 5-clawed golden dragon. About 27 meters long, soared into the sky. A dragon's roar echoed, accompanied by a mental wave that entered Lu Zhang's mind. Stupid monkey. Today I'll definitely knock you out, Lu Zhang replied directly through the shared bridge. Little mudfish, I'll smack you into the ground with one swing." Unaware of the bickering between the two spirit pets, Feng Jiuxiu gazed intently at Mu Yunlan. She could sense that in this lifetime Mu Yunlan was far more powerful than in the same period of the previous life. Initially, she thought it was merely the change brought by the six-eared monkey, but increasingly she felt something was amiss. Just like now, under the intense gaze of a former empire-level powerhouse, Mu Yunlan surprisingly did not appear to be at a disadvantage. Even though the little monkey had demonstrated a divine-level talent, Feng Jiuxiu had never thought the final outcome would exceed her expectations. After all, she was once an Emperor Realm powerhouse, even when the monkey had knocked Mu Nanshan of the 9th rank flying. She had no concerns about her success. This was the pride of a legendary empress. However, the aura Mu Yunlan was now displaying made her feel a sense of unpredictability. This shouldn't be happening. In an instant, she made a decision to change her initial strategy of hiding her trump card. 6 flags emitting golden light suddenly flew into the sky. In the middle was a 5-clawed golden dragon. As waves of spiritual energy fluctuations emerged, the formation was activated. Suddenly, a strong light fell from the direction of the sun, entering the body of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Roar! The golden dragon's body grew larger with the wind, reaching nearly 50 meters in length. Moreover, flames began to burn all over its body. Witnessing this scene, Mu Yunlan was immediately alarmed. Not good, this is the 6 harmonies returning to the sun formation. She hadn't expected that at this moment Feng Jiuxiu would have a set of king-tier spiritual treasures. Shaolure, be careful. Mu Yunlan's voice carried a rare urgency since her reincarnation. Clearly, the appearance of this formation was beyond her expectations. No wonder Feng Jiuxiu was so confident. She had a trump card all along. Even if Mu Yunlan had taken the 9th level spiritual treasure, the Rui golden body lamp, Feng Jiuxiu could still turn the tables with this king-tier formation flag, an emperor level formation. What if a 9th rank beast master was knocked away? At this moment, the 5-clawed golden dragon could contend with 9th rank spiritual beasts in 3 moves. Lu Jing, during Feng Jiuxiu's activation of the formation, had already completed his transformation, turning into a 36-meter-tall giant ape. Mu Yunlan immediately used the Rui golden body lamp to enhance him. His height soared to 40 meters and the rock pillar in his hand was enveloped in a golden glow. Both giant beasts shone brightly, making it impossible for lower-level individuals to look directly. The powerful aura spread, leaving many high-level beast masters astonished. In past exchange conferences, there were always prodigies like Wang Yang and his year who dominated the competition and took the first place, but even then his divine pet didn't exhibit such a formidable aura. It was only at the 4th rank, yet exhibited fluctuations of the 7th rank and the pressure of the 9th rank. However, it was clear to everyone now that the aura of the Six-Eared Macaque was noticeably weaker than that of the 5-clawed golden dragon. As the sunlight illuminated the majestic 5-clawed golden dragon, Lu Jing didn't wait for Mu Yunlan to voice his thoughts before springing into action. In an instant, 9 rings materialized behind him and his aura surged to new heights. Witnessing this, Lin Yang, who had been watching the spectacle unfold, leapt from his seat in astonishment. This is my talent, the 9-fold law rings. Lin Shang, the head of the Lin family, furrowed his brow in response. While other talents are harder to distinguish, Lin Yang's 9-fold law rings are unmistakably distinctive. This moonlight-level amplification talent, how could this monkey possess it? Aside from the Lin father and son duo, many others soon realized what was happening. According to the intelligence gathered by various spies, the moonlight-level talent had only awakened in 3 people across the 6 northern cities this year: Mu Yunlan, Lin Yang and Duan Muinghua. Among them, Lin Yang's talent was the most conspicuous and prominent. The 9 rings were too iconic, and now they adorned this spirit beast. It wasn't a difficult conclusion to reach. Everyone quickly thought of a possibility. The monkey had acquired the talent from Lin Yang. This conclusion left the onlookers even more astounded. A talent ability signifies the potential of a spirit pet or a beast master, yet this monkey could acquire others' talents. This implied limitless potential. Lu Jing, however, had no time to consider what others thought. At that moment, he was determined to use every means at his disposal to strengthen himself. By activating the heaven and earth phenomenon, he reached about the 6th stage. With the 9 rings augmentation, his spiritual power increased tenfold, nearly reaching the 6th stage's 9th level. But this was still not enough. Lu Jing stomped forcefully on the ground, causing it to crack open as fierce lava erupted forth. The lava surged like flowing water into the air, swiftly spreading from beneath his feet. in the blink of an eye it enveloped his entire body. Yenjiro's eyes widened in shock because this was precisely her moonlight-level talent. Lava fire armor. Effect: envelop the body with the inexhaustible power of lava, enhancing spiritual power, greatly boosting defense, granting immunity to fire damage and enabling lava energy attacks. It also causes lava backlash when attacked. With this fire armor, Lu Zheng's aura stepped into the 7th stage. Meanwhile, the 5-clawed golden dragon launched its attack. It charged forward with the true fire of the sun, its direct assault already immensely powerful. Lu Zheng gripped the flaming lava stone pillar with both hands and fiercely struck at the massive dragon's body. The two flame-engulfed colossal beasts seemed about to set the entire sky ablaze. Just as everyone thought Lu Zheng's stone pillar would collide with the dragon's claws, the 5-clawed golden dragon suddenly hesitated for a split second. In that brief moment, Lu Zheng's stone pillar bypassed the dragon's claws and struck the 5-clawed golden dragon, sending it plummeting to the ground like a cannonball. This was Lu Zheng utilizing his transformation to activate the talent ability of immobilization manifestation. Seeing this scene, a sense of deja vu washed over Mu Nanshan, igniting his fury. It was this very ability that had caused him, a dignified 9th-stage beast master, to lose face before the entire Song family. Upon returning, he had been severely reprimanded by Mu Yuan. Feng Jiuxiao observed the unfolding scene with a calm demeanor, her hands beginning to channel spiritual energy, indicating she was preparing to cast a spell. However, just then, hundreds of ice spikes came hurling towards her. Interrupting her spellcasting and forcing her to dodge, she glanced over to see Mu Yunlan standing confidently on a red and blue flying carpet holding an ice soul fan, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Behind Mu Yunlan, 9 magical rings hovered in the air. Feng Jiuxiao felt a sinking feeling in her heart. She recalled that Mu Yunlan was someone who would never personally engage unless her spirit beasts were defeated. Yet here she was taking the initiative to confront Feng Jiuxiao, a beast tamer. Something was definitely off with Mu Yunlan. Without giving Feng Jiuxiao a moment to ponder, Mu Yunlan activated her ice soul fan once more, unleashing another barrage of ice spikes. The proximity made it difficult for Feng Jiuxiao to evade, forcing her to employ a secret technique in defense. A red glow enveloped her, and soon a series of red flying blades emerged to meet the ice spikes, with some even targeting Mu Yunlan directly. Yet Mu Yunlan did not dodge nor defend. She continued her assault. As the red flying blades approached within a meter of her, they were suddenly intercepted by black water screens that appeared out of nowhere. This was the effect of the Xin Shui ring, a treasure that passively triggered a protective black water barrier. Without other spiritual weapons or treasures at her disposal, Feng Jiuxiao relied solely on her secret techniques to defend, but the efficiency was low. Managing to fend off Mu Yunlan's attacks was already a commendable feat. She was in no position to aid the golden-scaled Jiao, which had transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon, in breaking free from Lu Zheng's control. The golden-scaled Jiao, after being struck 3 times while immobilized by Lu Zheng, finally found an opportunity to unleash its attack. The dragon claws. The massive dragon claws swiped at Lu Zheng, and judging by the shockwaves in the air, even a 9th-tier spirit beast would suffer greatly from such an attack imbued with the true fire of the sun. In response, Lu Zheng swiftly activated his innate abilities. Thunder Flash and Moon Step, combining the power of moonlight with thunder. His massive form instantly shifted to the side, simultaneously delivering a powerful strike towards the 5-clawed golden dragon. The dragon attempted to evade but found itself immobilized once more, forced to watch helplessly as a staff came crashing down on its head. Boom! The colossal body of the 5-clawed golden dragon crashed to the ground, creating another large crater. The intense heat of the sun's true fire turned the entire pit into scorched earth, white smoke rising from the charred ground. The Six-Eared Macaque, empowered multiple times, could easily kill a 5th or 6th tier spirit beast with a single strike, and even the current 7th tier 5-clawed golden dragon, after enduring 4 direct hits, was severely injured, especially since the final blow struck its head. The scene was electrifying, almost to the point where the dragon's horn could have been snapped clean off. Such a breathtaking spectacle sent the entire audience into a frenzy, their cheers echoing through the arena. At this moment, the golden-scaled flood dragon realized a grave problem. Feng Jiuxiao had promised to help it break free from the control effect, but now it seemed impossible. With no other option, it decided to make a final stand and unleashed its 4th innate ability. Lu Zheng had been using soul eavesdropping to tap into the thoughts of the golden-scaled flood dragon. He discovered that this creature was somewhat lacking in intelligence. the effect of the shared bridge could be passively rejected, and since Lu Zhang's power level wasn't significantly higher than the dragon's, it could have severed the connection. Yet it didn't. Through the shared bridge, Lu Zhang was able to use soul eavesdropping akin to watching a live broadcast. With no energy cost, he could anticipate every action the dragon was about to take and know the exact skills it would release. This wasn't mere prediction, it was foresight. The activation of the dragon's fourth ability was unstoppable, but that was of little concern to Lu Zhang because he possessed the same skill. His innate ability, the Azure Dragon's dominance, allowed him to consume half of his spiritual energy to enter a dominant state, rendering him immune to all control abilities. This state doubled his defense and strength with the duration depending on the energy consumed. With a fierce mental roar, the enraged dragon lunged at Lu Zhang. Unfazed, Lu Zhang activated his own dominant state and charged forward. Had the dragon used its dominant state from the beginning, Lu Zhang might have been more cautious. However, after enduring 4 heavy strikes, the dragon was already heavily wounded and in poor condition. Its enhanced state was thus weakened. The Six-Eared Macaque, also in a dominant state, boasted greater amplification and formidable power. When the magma-coated rock pillar collided with the dragon claw, the golden-scaled flood dragon, initially brimming with confidence, instantly realized something was amiss. Despite the significant boost it had gained, the power gap between it and Lu Zhang had widened even further. The overwhelming force sent it crashing to the ground, once more shattering its dragon claw and eliciting a pain scream. Witnessing this, Feng Jiuxiu grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, the voice of Mu Yunlan interrupted her thoughts. Distracted during our battle, Feng Jiuxiu, you underestimate me. The voice echoed in her mind and she immediately sensed danger. Mu Yunlan unveiled a treasure, the sonic roar, launching an attack. Abruptly, a sound pierced her soul. Feng Jiuxiu was no stranger to this sound, having encountered it in past battles against fierce beasts. It was the cry of the wailing ghost mantis, an insectoid beast. This sound, a magical sonic attack, pierced the soul and could temporarily strip any target below the 6th tier of their awareness. When Feng Jiuxiu's senses returned, she was engulfed in excruciating pain, as though she had been burned to the core. Assessing her condition, she realized she had been struck by lightning. Her entire body was charred, without a patch of unharmed skin, and her spiritual energy had been shattered by the lightning, leaving her powerless to resist. With difficulty, she opened her eyes and saw the Six-Eared Macaque standing on the golden-scaled Jiao, pounding it relentlessly with a giant rock pillar. The 5-clawed golden dragon's body was already buried deep in the ground, and with each strike flames spurted from the earth. Mu Yunlan stood on a flying carpet of water and fire, wielding the Thunderstrike sword, a 9th-level spiritual weapon. She looked down at Feng Jiuxiu with a mocking gaze. Feng Jiuxiu, you lost. Give up. I concede, Feng Jiuxiu replied calmly. Though today's defeat was unexpected, accepting a loss wasn't difficult for her. In her previous life, she had grown into a legendary empress, having faced countless failures, some of which even threatened her life, yet she ultimately succeeded in reaching the imperial realm. Today's defeat and suffering, when viewed from the pinnacle she aimed to reach, would merely be a fleeting hardship. This battle, according to Feng Jiuxiu's original plan, was merely to temper Mu Yunlan's arrogance a bit. Winning or losing wouldn't significantly affect her overall strategy. However, it was unfortunate for the golden-scaled Jiao. The little creature had been eager to redeem itself in this tournament, seeking vengeance for the humiliation it suffered on its awakening day, but now it had been thoroughly trounced, leaving it in a pitiful state. Hearing Feng Jiuxiu's concession, Mu Nanshan nearly spat out the word useless through gritted teeth. Beside him, Wang Yang spoke. If the Mu family head is dissatisfied with Feng Jiuxiu, our Wang family welcomes her. I can offer a year's worth of resources to you if you transfer Feng Jiuxiu to us. How about it? Mu Nanshan forced an awkward smile and replied, you're joking. Our Mu family would never abandon a clansman. Feng Jiuxiu carries half of our Mu family's blood. How could we let her go? Wang Yang chuckled and dropped the matter, knowing he was merely jesting. Despite her loss, Feng Jiuxiu's displayed prowess clearly indicated she was destined to become a beast king in no time. Such talent, if given away, would lead Mu Yuan to break Mu Nanshan's spine, stripping him of his position as head of the family and leaving him a cripple. At this moment, on the beast arena, Mu Yunlan extended a hand toward Feng Jiuxiu. Seeing the offered hand, Feng Jiuxiu was taken aback. Just moments ago, Mu Yunlan had been mercilessly mocking her, and now she was offering assistance. This was entirely out of character for Mu Yunlan. You've won already. What more do you want from me? Feng Jiuxiu asked warily. Mu Yunlan withdrew her hand with a smile, saying, you should realize that I could have killed you just now, but I didn't. You owe me a life, so I want you to promise me something. Is that too much to ask? Feng Jiuxiu hesitated slightly before nodding. I can promise you something as long as it doesn't go against my principles. Mu Yunlan smirked, thinking that this woman was afraid she'd ask her to commit some heinous crime. Don't worry, it definitely won't be. After a pause, Mu Yunlan flashed a broad smile. I want that set of formation flags and the secret technique you just used to invoke the true fire of the sun. Originally, Mu Yunlan was pondering how to deal with the black bear corpse demon that was about to emerge after the competition. The 6 harmonies returning yang formation was perfect for this. For ordinary spirit beasts, this formation was undoubtedly a powerful enhancement technique. However, for demons, especially corpse demons, it was a deadly attack formation. As long as the formation was released at noon and the black bear corpse demon was lured out, taking it down would not be a problem. Mu Yunlan was nearly 10% confident, despite the fact that the creature could tear apart beast kings with ease. Hearing this, Feng Jiuxiao's mind instinctively conjured not the power Mu Yunlan would gain from the formation, but whether with such a righteous and powerful secret technique Mu Yunlan might not fall into the demonic path she had always hoped. To save Mu Yunlan, Lu Jin almost laughed out loud upon hearing Feng Jiuxiao's thoughts. Mu Yunlan was thinking about how to humiliate and toy with Feng Jiuxiao, yet Feng Jiuxiao, who had been killed by Mu Yunlan once, still wanted to redeem her, truly worthy of being the empress of the righteous path with a heart yearning for the light. Alright, I promise you. Hearing Feng Jiuxiao's agreement, Mu Yunlan gestured to Lu Jin. Lu Jin immediately understood and released a gifted ability. Spring breeze turns rain. Over the past 2 months, Mu Yunlan had been stealing, no borrowing, from many spirit beasts and beast masters' gifted abilities. However, among them only this one had a healing effect. A gentle breeze swept over Feng Jiuxiu and the golden-scaled Jiao as spiritual energy transformed into fine rain threads and poured into them. In an instant, their injuries were mostly healed. The golden-scaled Jiao, still connected by a shared bridge with Lu Jin, was filled with anger. Stupid monkey, even if you've healed me, I won't forgive you. Someday I'll beat you up, knock you out cold. Its voice, though still with the fierce cuteness of a little girl, was clearly filled with genuine anger. This was unsurprising, as it had been trampled under Lu Jin's foot and poked numerous times with a big stick. The ground had cracked open and true sunfire had splattered everywhere. Enduring such great pain, a bit of a tantrum was normal. Lu Jin dismissively said, that day will never come, you. Wah! The little serpent, still too young and lacking emotional resilience, was retorted by Lu Jin and didn't know how to respond, ending up crying out of frustration. Master, look at him. Like a child who, unable to win a fight, calls for a parent. The golden-scaled Jiao could only appeal to Feng Jiuxiao, but Feng Jiuxiao, unaware of what the 2 spirit pets had discussed, could only comfort it helplessly. Little gold, be good. This time it was my lack of preparation that made you suffer. Next time when we find the opportunity, let's give that monkey a good thrashing, shall we? Although she spoke to the golden-scaled flood dragon through telepathy, Lu Zhang could still understand what she meant. Once again he spoke to the golden-scaled flood dragon, saying, you won't find the opportunity. Initially the dragon was almost pacified, but these words immediately soured its mood again, breaking its defenses entirely. Mu Yunlan noticed how the little monkey was bullying the young serpent with its intelligence and burst into laughter. Meanwhile, in another arena, 2 beastmasters were concluding their battle. The next match was to be the championship between Mu Yunlan and another contender. However, the opponent promptly conceded. The earlier clash between the Six-Eared Macaque and the 5-clawed golden dragon had forced them to halt their fight temporarily. Even if those 2 joined forces, they would be crushed by the Six-Eared Macaque. It was simply more straightforward to concede than to endure a beating and then admit defeat. Thus, Mu Yunlan secured first place in this Youth Beastmaster Exchange competition of the 12 cities. Song Yuanqiu, representing the Song family, gained the authority to redistribute resources while the leaders went into a meeting. Taking advantage of this time, Mu Yunlan sought to learn the Liuhai Guiyang formation from Feng Jiuxiao. As an imperial-level formation, mastering it was no simple task. Feng Jiuxiao remarked, this formation is challenging to begin with. I will need about 3 months to teach you. I will explain it once now. Any questions you have can be addressed in our next meeting. With the intention of guiding Mu Yunlan onto the right path, Feng Jiuxiao taught meticulously, spending a full half-hour explaining the essence and structure of the entire formation before handing the formation flags to Mu Yunlan. With a meaningful tone, Feng Jiuxiao added, "I hope you will always use this righteous energy in the future." With those words she turned and left with the golden-scaled flood. Dragon, Mu Yulan, still engrossed in the formation, paid no attention to what she said. Being a former imperial-level powerhouse, Mu Yulan already had command over some top-tier formations, however, they were not part of a cohesive system, thus, mastering it at first glance was impossible. Careful contemplation was necessary, but that was all. Feng Jiuxiao did not need to invest 3 more months of teaching. With just a day or two of insight, Mu Yulan was confident in successfully executing it. After leaving the beast arena, Feng Jiuxiao encountered Mu Nanshan. "I'm sorry, Patriarch, for disappointing you," Feng Jiuxiao said with her head lowered. Regardless of the situation, she had used many of the Mu family's resources to assist herself, yet she had not achieved the initially promised goals. This was indeed her fault and she needed to acknowledge it. Mu Nanshan was furious at this moment, but he dared not act aggressively towards Feng Jiuxiao. Last time, Mu Yuan had already made it clear. Letting Mu Yunlan go was one thing, but if Feng Jiuxiao were also allowed to leave, he might as well never return to the Lingshu city as the head of the family. Not to mention, the potential Feng Jiuxiao had shown was extraordinary. Even if she lost, she still surpassed the prowess of Wang Yang from back then. This implied that in less than 10 years she could reach the level of a beast sovereign. Once the news reached Lingshu city, Feng Jiuxiao's status in the Mu family could surpass his own as the family head. A new family head could be appointed, but there was only one Feng Jiuxiao. Thus Mu Nanshan forced a smile. "It's fine, who would have expected that monkey to be so strong? The formation you used was impressive too, and that set of formation flags was obtained from the 100 Treasures Mountain secret realm, wasn't it?" Feng Jiuxiao nodded. "Indeed, but I just gave it to Mu Yunlan." Mu Nanshan's smile became even more strained. "And you'll teach her the formation as well?" Upon hearing this, the smile disappeared from Mu Nanshan's face entirely. Feng Jiuxiao's formation was evidently of immense power. It could elevate a 4th-tier spirit beast to the 7th-tier spiritual level and even allow it to wield true solar fire. Such a formation could become a family legacy. In Mu Nanshan's mind, despite the loss, having the family acquire this formation would be a form of compensation, yet now he, the family head, hadn't even learned it. Feng Jiuxiao had already handed over the flags and the formation to an outsider. At this moment, in Mu Nanshan's eyes, Mu Yunlan was an outsider, or more precisely, an enemy. The fury in Mu Nanshan's heart was almost tangible. However, fearing another reprimand from Mu Yuan, he forcibly suppressed his anger and asked in a deep voice, "Why did you do this?" "She just defeated you. She has already betrayed the Mu family." Feng Jiuxiao replied righteously, "She could have killed me just now, but she showed mercy. I owe her a debt. This formation and the flags repay that debt." "One must know gratitude, don't you agree, family head?" This question left Mu Nanshan momentarily speechless. His strategy for keeping Feng Jiuxiao in the Mu family, ensuring her service to the family, was based on garnering her gratitude. To deny this would imply that Feng Jiuxiao could abandon the Mu family at any time, hence Mu Nanshan could only grit his teeth and nod. Indeed, one must know gratitude. Alright, let's put that aside for now. But since you didn't secure resources for the Mu family this time, shouldn't you repay the family with the formation? Feng Jiuxiao nodded and said, "I can teach this formation to the Mu family, but I can't guarantee anyone will master it. It's an imperial-level formation not easily learned by ordinary people." Her willingness to teach Mu Yunlan was due to the latter's potential to become an imperial-level expert and her innate talent in comprehending the Great Path. Feng Jiuxiao could ensure Mu Yunlan would learn it in 3 months, while it might take 3 years for Mu Nanshan to learn, if at all. It's a matter of insight, an unsolvable problem. As long as you're willing to teach. Mu Nanshan wasn't overly concerned. With his limited perception, he only recognized the power of the 6 Harmonies solar return formation but couldn't discern its true level. He assumed it was merely somewhat difficult to learn. With so many people in the Mu family, surely someone could master it given enough time, right? In the heart of the arena, Mu Yunlan emerged from a meditative state that lasted a good half an hour, a smile slowly spreading across her face. At last, she had a preliminary grasp of her goal. Lu Zheng, observing her, couldn't help but jest, "Really? With so many eyes on you, you decided to just stand there and nap?" Mu Yunlan, ignoring the jest, scooped up her little monkey companion, planting a hearty kiss on it before striding purposefully out of the arena. Just beyond the entrance, she encountered Lin Yang and Yen Jiro, both standing as if waiting for her arrival. "Mu Yunlan, how does your spirit pet possess my innate ability?" Lin Yang demanded loudly. Initially, he had hoped to mend ties with Mu Yunlan to secure her support in his bid for the leadership of the Lin family. However, things took a turn when Mu Yunlan severed ties with her own family, the Mu. Despite the competition among the three prominent families of Lingshu City, they usually presented a united front against other cities. Thus, Lin Yang felt no need to consider Mu Yunlan's status anymore, as she now belonged to the Song family of Tianyun City, which offered him no direct benefit. Yet the mystery of his innate ability being acquired by another was something he was determined to unravel. Mu Yunlan, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "It's simple, my spirit pet's innate ability is to acquire the abilities of other spirit pets." She was fully aware that the unique capability of her six-eared macaque couldn't be kept secret indefinitely. After all, abilities acquired must eventually be used, or else obtaining them would be a wasted effort. Once utilized, exposure was inevitable. Nonetheless, she knew others could not prevent her macaque from acquiring abilities. Her straightforward response only served to intensify Lin Yang's anger. "What makes you think you can let your spirit pet take my ability at will?" Lin Yang retorted with fury. Mu Yunlan responded with a cold smile. "So are you thinking of challenging me to a fight? In such matters one mustn't show weakness or others might take advantage." Confronted with Mu Yunlan's bold stance, Lin Yang found himself at a loss for words. Fighting was out of the question, as the monkey's power was absurdly formidable. Using force to intimidate her was equally impossible given Mu Yunlan's affiliation with the Song family of Tianyun City, which Lin Yang's Lin family dared not provoke. At this juncture, Yen Jiro stepped forward, linking arms with Mu Yunlan and smiling at Lin Yang. "Acquiring abilities is just part of my sister Yunlan's spirit pet's talent. Do you think you can restrain her spirit pet?" She then turned to Mu Yunlan. "Sister Yunlan, your divine pet is truly impressive. I'm quite envious of you. I owe my victory this time to your sister's ability." "Thank you, sister." Mu Yunlan simply expressed her gratitude, offering no tangible benefit in return. Yen Jiro took it in stride, and together they walked past Lin Yang, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Lin Yang watched their departing figures, teeth clenched and fists tight with frustration. As he stood there seething, a voice whispered in Lin Yang's ear, "Are you willing to let her humiliate you like this?" Turning, Lin Yang realized it was Ma Tianlin of the Ma family from Faidu City, the same person who had just faced Mu Yunlan in battle. "If you're not content, you could always kill her." Lin Yang suggested, his words directed at Ma Tianlin. Lin Yang, although adept at shifting with the winds and a sly individual, was not lacking in intelligence. Naturally, he understood that Ma Tianlin's words were meant to provoke him. Striking at Mu Yunlan would be akin to declaring war on the entire Song family. At this moment, Mu Yunlan's strategic importance was even higher than that of the Song family head. Even a fool would know that she should not be touched. "I am unwilling, but I know you are too," Ma Tianlin said in a calm voice. Abandoning his impulsive demeanor from the arena, "Now is not the time to avenge our past humiliation. The opportunity will come. No one outside of the Song family wants her to grow." Lin Yang nodded in agreement. "Yes, we just need to wait for the right moment." After exchanging a few more words, the two parted ways, unaware that a small figure was trailing them. Every word of their conversation, along with their inner thoughts, was picked up by Lu Zhang, who related via the bridge of sharing to Mu Yunlan, who was playfully bantering with Yen Jiro. "Humph, planning to take advantage of me? You won't have the chance," Mu Yunlan thought. "Little Six-Ear, these two are yours to handle. Find an opportunity and send them on their way." Mu Yunlan was no righteous sage. She was once a holy maiden of the demonic path and had never been outmaneuvered by others. After the match, Ma Tianlin, who had shown intense murderous intent in the arena, was followed by a clone dispatched by Lu Zhang. Just now Mu Yunlan overheard Ma Tianlin and Lin Yang plotting and confirmed their murderous intentions against her through their inner voices. There was no room for hesitation. It was better to eliminate them in advance than to face disruptions at a crucial moment in the future. Even if it wouldn't cause her any loss, it would still be unpleasant. Feng Jiuxiao might need evidence to deal with someone, but she didn't. As long as she knew someone harbored ill intentions towards her, she would act preemptively even if they hadn't done anything yet. To prevent future troubles? Lu Zhang was a bit bewildered by this task. "Leave it to me. Aren't I just responsible for eating and sleeping? Now I have to do this dirty work too. Well, I'd better plan this carefully," Lu Zhang thought. He wasn't one to be taken advantage of either. Knowing that the other side intended harm, he had to act first. However, his skills didn't include stealthy assassinations. Therefore, he needed to await the right opportunity to strike when they least expected it. For now there was no rush. After dealing with Yenjiro, Mu Yunlan returned to the Song family's estate in Ziyang City to rest and continue her study of formations. Suddenly an idea struck her. Right, little Six-Eared, let me synchronize my insights on the formations with you, see if you can master them. If you can, try using your clone to execute them, this might yield unexpected results. Formations typically require the use of formation flags to be executed, and the types of formations cast with human participants differ from those using spirit crystals. Mu Yunlan had some expertise in formations. In her view, the 6 harmonies returning to young formation could be released using spirit crystals or other materials with the same attributes. However, compared to formation flags, their capacity to bear the formation is weaker and the power of the formation released would be greatly reduced. Employing humans to form the array makes the release of this formation extremely challenging. The greatest difficulty lies in the uniformity of the extreme yang attribute. Even a slight mistake could lead to the collapse of the formation, yet Lu Zhang's avatars were identical. On the yin-yang attribute scale, there was no disadvantage of yin-yang differences, making it very likely for the formation to be successfully executed. Lu Zhang found it quite interesting and immediately focused on absorbing the knowledge shared by Mu Yunlan. With the talents of soul eavesdropping and bridge of sharing coupled with the bond created by the power of the contract, Lu Zhang could easily gain insights from Mu Yunlan. It was almost as if Mu Yunlan directly synchronized her understanding to Lu Zhang, allowing him to rapidly grasp the 6 harmonies returning to young formation and imperial realm formation. Lu Zhang wasn't completely ignorant of formations. Song Zhao's talent, named the Mars Spirit Array, was a type of formation and a naturally occurring one at that. Others hadn't seen this talent, but even just this one formation had provided Lu Zhang with considerable insights. In 2/4 of an hour, Lu Zhang had mastered the 6 harmonies returning to young formation to the same level as Mu Yunlan. Having initially grasped the formation, Lu Zhang couldn't wait to release 6 avatars and then guide the spiritual power to construct the formation. The first attempt failed. The spiritual power was just a tad slow in linking, and in that fleeting moment the formation crumbled. Fortunately, it did not fully activate, and the collapse of the formation did not backfire, merely consuming a bit of spiritual power. He continued to try. On the second attempt, the 6 points were in place, connecting heaven and earth, capturing the divine sun. In an instant, the 6 avatars became one with the universe, transforming into something akin to a transit station. Spiritual power swiftly traversed between the 6 avatars, and if any position showed a yin-yang imbalance, it would inevitably lead to unstable transmission, eventually clogging up, leading to collapse or even an explosion. But Lu Zhang's avatars were identical, maintaining perfect operation. The 7th avatar in the center received a stream of true solar fire. Suddenly, its form involuntarily expanded, its entire body engulfed in solar fire, with its aura rapidly rising. Lu Zhang quickly halted the formation. He realized that the power of the formation he had released this time was no less than the power released by Feng Jiuxiu in the Colosseum. This implied that the avatar might also be amplified to the 7th tier level. He needed to be discreet now, especially since he was on someone else's turf. It was best to remain cautious and keep a low profile. Wow, little Luer, you're amazing, you really did it. Mu Yunlan, filled with excitement, rushed forward to hug the little monkey again and showered it with kisses. What began as a mere whim had turned into an astonishing reality. The Six-Eared Macaque had quickly mastered the formation she had just learned, and even more remarkably, it had successfully unleashed it. The power was unexpectedly immense. Although this formation was of an imperial level, its true strength depended on the array flags and the person guiding the formation. For a 4th-tier spiritual pet like the Six-Eared Macaque to wield power comparable to a king-grade array flag was simply thrilling for Mu Yunlan. On the other side, Feng Jiuxiu, who was instructing Mu Nanshan on the Liuhai Guiyang formation, glanced at the sun and then in the direction of Mu Yunlan, his face showing astonishment. Mu Nanshan, frustrated by his inability to grasp the formation, noticed Feng Jiuxiao's distraction and asked irritably, "What's wrong?" Feng Jiuxiao replied honestly, "I just sensed someone successfully deploying the Liuhai Guiyang formation in the direction where Mu Yunlan is. I only explained it to her once and she has already mastered it. Her talent is exceptional." Upon hearing this, Mu Nanshan, who had been floundering despite listening to Feng Jiuxiao's explanation twice, felt his face burning with embarrassment. Feng Jiuxiao's words seemed to be a direct insult, implying that Mu Nanshan's talent in formations couldn't even compare to a hair on his daughter's head. This humiliation nearly drove Mu Nanshan to the brink of exploding, but in the end he dared not. Never mind her, continue teaching me, he said, trying to keep his tone as calm as possible. However, Feng Jiuxiu shook his head. Let's stop for today. You need to reflect on this yourself, find a set of array flags and experience it thoroughly. Mu Nanshan understood the underlying meaning of this statement. It meant that his talent had reached its limit. No matter how much was explained, he wouldn't grasp it fully, and it would be commendable if he could just comprehend what had already been taught. Taking a deep breath, Mu Nanshan realized that his daughter had aggravated him, but what was more infuriating was that Feng Jiuxiu, whom he regarded as a future daughter-in-law, also sparked such anger in him. Alright, get some rest. Early tomorrow we'll return to Lingshu City, Mu Nanshan said as he rose to leave, watching his retreating figure. Feng Jiuxiu shook her head. With such aptitude in formations, mastering this imperial-level formation without at least a decade of rigorous practice seemed impossible. Turning her thoughts away from these frustrations, Feng Jiuxiu began to focus on her next steps. The patrol envoy would arrive in less than 2 months, and if nothing changed, in about 3.5 months the person from the demonic sect would emerge. The urgent task was to identify and eliminate this individual immediately to prevent Mu Yunlan from acquiring the complete demonic cultivation methods. Meanwhile, Mu Yunlan, hearing Lu Zheng's recount of Feng Jiuxiu's inner thoughts, felt an intense killing intent flash in her eyes. Lu Zheng, surprised, asked, "Who do you want to kill?" "Let me guess, it can't be Feng Jiuxiu. So, do you intend to kill that person from the demonic sect? Technically speaking, since they taught you cultivation, they should count as your master, right?" Mu Yulan's expression was icy, her voice filled with chilling resolve as she declared, "She's no master of mine. For in the demonic path, there are no masters and disciples, that which will regret setting foot here." As she finished speaking, Mu Yulan suddenly shifted her demeanor. With a smile she added, "We have several months, still no rush. First we must deal with the corpse demon of the Black Bear." The division of benefits concluded on the same day, and by the next morning people from various cities returned to their respective homes. Upon returning to the Song family, Mu Yulan was greeted with a warm celebration. After the raucous festivities late that night, she ventured to the hiding place of the Black Bear corpse demon accompanied by a small monkey. Once again, Mu Yulan found herself at the resting place of the Black Bear corpse demon holding the little monkey in her arms. She communicated through sound transmission, "The third blood tongue orchid has matured, which means the Black Bear corpse demon's wounds have nearly fully healed. At dawn, send an incarnation to pick the blood tongue orchid. By then, the Black Bear corpse demon will awaken." She continued, "The next step is to lure it to the surface and activate the 6 harmonies returning sun array. Let the true sun fire annihilate this creature. 1 layer of the formation might not suffice, so I will initiate the array flags. You should deploy 48 incarnations to activate an 8-layer formation. With the array flags, that makes 9 layers. This should be enough to destroy it." Lu Zheng pinched her, glaring, "What do you mean? Should be? Can you do it or not? Don't end up releasing something we can't control, causing immense trouble." Mu Yulan winced in pain, puffing her cheeks in mock anger. "Little Six Ears, stop pinching there." Seeing the little monkey's indifferent demeanor, Mu Yulan quickly surrendered. "Don't worry, you'll definitely have a way to escape if things go south." Though she spoke lightly, Mu Yulan felt confident deep down. Besides, if she did nothing, the Black Bear corpse demon would break free in a few days, causing real chaos and destruction. By slaying this demon, Mu Yulan would feel no debt to the Song family, allowing her to leave Yunzhou for broader horizons once her strength reached a certain level. Time swiftly passed by. At the break of dawn, the red sun began to rise. Before the sunlight reached the ground, Lu Zheng's incarnation sprang into action. Having already stolen 2 orchids before, it was an easy task. This time, there was no need to comb the unruly Yin Sha Qi. With the blood tongue orchid in hand, they quickly retreated. Meanwhile, in the underground lair, the Yin Sha Qi suddenly erupted into chaos. The Black Bear corpse demon abruptly opened its eyes, devoid of eyeballs, only hollow sockets spewed black smoke. Roar! Sensing the absence of the blood tongue orchid's aura, the Black Bear corpse demon was furiously enraged. The 3 blood tongue orchids were treasures for enhancing its power, and now not a single one remained. The colossal Black Bear corpse demon struck the ceiling of the underground lair with a mighty claw, sending chunks of earth and rock cascading down. Swiftly, it followed the scent of the blood orchid to the surface, unaware of the impending danger it was about to face. With the sun yet to make its appearance, the creature sensed the presence of numerous weak prey and let out an excited roar. Despite possessing a rudimentary intelligence and the capacity for emotion, its cognitive abilities were quite limited. Standing at an imposing height of 26 to 27 meters, The black bear corpse demon was covered in hardened corpse fur. If not for the dark red ominous aura surrounding it, it would be indistinguishable from a regular black bear. A low thunderous roar echoed, unleashing a terrifying presence. At that moment, Lu Zhang's avatars completed their transformations. The technique of heaven and earth manifestation was activated along with the 9-layered law rings. 48 giant apes, each adorned with 9 halos towering at 30 meters, appeared. Lu Zhang himself didn't grow larger. This size allowed him to maximize the efficiency of spiritual power transmission while conserving the spiritual energy expended by the heaven and earth manifestation skill. He needed to reserve energy for other abilities. Beneath each giant ape, 13 flaming starlights formed, connecting at various angles. This innate ability, the Mars Spirit Array, consumed a certain amount of spiritual power, transforming into 13 fiery stellar cores that linked spiritual energy to construct the array. Under its influence, control over fire spiritual power was enhanced with any attack carrying additional fire damage. The simultaneous detonation of the 13 fiery stellar cores unleashed a massive burst of fire damage, a natural array technique derived from Song Zhao's talent, mysterious and profound. 48 pillars of flame erupted from beneath the giant apes, soaring skyward. Just then, as sunlight swept across the scene, the sun emerged at that precise moment. Mu Yunlan bellowed, casting 6 king-grade formation flags and activating the array. As her voice faded, the black bear corpse demon seemed to realize something and attempted to burrow underground. However, Lu Zhang's true form had been watching closely. Seeing the creature's movement, he immediately activated his innate ability, gathering sand to form a tower using the power of the earth veins to propel a massive stone platform, lifting the black bear corpse demon skyward. With a roar of pain, the first ray of true solar fire, guided by the formation flags, descended upon the black bear corpse demon. It became more agitated as the energy inflicted considerable damage but failed to render it incapable of resistance. Realizing it couldn't burrow underground, it charged towards Mu Yunlan's direction, yet before it could act, Lu Zhang expended 90% of his spiritual power to unleash the immobilize and reveal innate skill, freezing the creature in place. Even though Lu Zhang, now at the 6th stage of the beast spirit realm after amplification, couldn't hold a king-level target for more than a few breaths, it was enough. The 48 avatars successfully activated the formation, summoning 8 rays of true solar fire. Under the Mars Spirit Array's enhancement, the energy invoked by this single formation was even more immense and explosive. The solar fire clinging to the black bear corpse demon had not yet extinguished. The eightfold solar fire descended, instantly clearing the dark, ominous aura surrounding it. Its dense corpse fur turned to ash under the flames, revealing the shriveled muscles and blackened bones beneath. The intense layers of the ninefold true sun fire engulfed the black bear corpse demon, subjecting it to a rapid, overwhelming purification by the extreme yang energy. Its roars ceased, and like peeling an onion, the black bear corpse demon dissolved into nothingness layer by layer. Before long, amidst the blazing sun fire, only one object remained. Mu Yunlan's heart stirred with curiosity. Could it be a corpse core? These were energy cores formed only by corpse demons at the Beast King level, akin to the primordial cores of Beast Kings, yet typically just as fleeting. Upon the death of a corpse demon, its core would dissipate. However, as Mu Yunlan drew closer, a revelation hit her. The item before her was brimming with extreme yang energy, a stark contrast to a corpse core's inherently yin nature. Could this be a transformation from extreme yin to yang, a true fire refinement of the core? Mu Yunlan began piecing together the puzzle. It seemed likely that the true sunfire had altered the corpse core during its purification. The 6 harmonies returning yang array by nature was an amplification formation. In the recent battle, it had indeed been augmenting the black bear corpse demon using true sunfire. However, the clashing attributes led to the demon's destruction. Now, it appeared that the amplification's ultimate effect had manifested in this transformed corpse core. Mu Yunlan sensed its power carefully. The core, now infused with blazing true sun energy, had reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier, the Beast King realm. This unexpected bounty was indeed a remarkable find, Mu Yunlan exclaimed with joy. Meanwhile, Lu Zhang had instructed his avatars to hide while he himself shrunk in. Sighs leaped into Mu Yunlan's embrace. I can't take it anymore, I'm exhausted, give me a sip of milk, he declared cheekily. Mu Yunlan, both embarrassed and annoyed, promptly knocked him on the head. What nonsense are you spouting? Stop listening in on the minds of those uncouth fools. Clearly, Mu Yunlan assumed Lu Zhang had picked up such phrases through his soul eavesdropping abilities. Lu Zhang, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, hit me and I'll bite you. and promptly nipped at her. Playfully, by the following morning Feng Jiuxiu had arrived in Sky Cloud City. Mu Yunlan sat regally atop a chair looking down at Feng Jiuxiu standing at the foot of the steps with a smile that was part mocking, part amused. The steps in question had been conveniently arranged by Lu Zhang for Mu Yunlan purely to allow her to look down on Feng Jiuxiu with authority. Seeing Mu Yunlan perched above, Feng Jiuxiu couldn't help but chuckle. As expected, you always want to be above me to overshadow me. Isn't winning at the tournament enough for you? Mu Yunlan laughed, a sinister edge to her voice. Of course, it's not enough, Feng Jiuxiu. That was the first formal defeat you suffered at my hands in your life, and from now on you'll never have the chance to win again. Feng Jiuxiu, recognizing Mu Yunlan's unchanged nature, decided not to argue further and said, "You've mastered the 6 harmonies returning yang array, haven't you?" Mu Yunlan nodded confidently. "Naturally. It's just a mere formation, nothing that can pose a challenge to me." "Alright then, Feng." Jiuxiao's tone grew serious. "I want you to accompany me on a mission. This task is dangerous, but it concerns the safety of the Song family, and I believe it's necessary for you to come with me." Mu Yunlan, despite having Lu Zhang monitor Feng Jiuxiao's thoughts, did not do so constantly. As a former empress herself, Mu Yunlan understood that Feng Jiuxiao, also an empress, had a highly sensitive soul and consciousness. Continuous surveillance would surely be detected. She could only eavesdrop occasionally when Feng wasn't in a deep state of cultivation. Moreover, once Feng Jiuxiao advanced to the level of a beast king, eavesdropping would be impossible. At that point, her imperial consciousness would mature, and even those of the same kingly level would be discovered. Today Feng Jiuxiao had come with a purpose, but Mu Yunlan hadn't received any feedback about it. Puzzled, she asked, "What is it?" Feng Jiuxiao replied gravely, "Outside Tianyun City, within the territory of the Song family, lies a king-level demon. Its combat power is terrifying. Even if the head of the Song family fought it with the fierce lion, he would likely be defeated and killed. It will soon awaken, emerge from the underground, and start a massacre. I need you to use that array flag and join me to deploy the 6 harmonies returning to Yang array to eliminate it." As a righteous empress, upon learning that the Song family would face annihilation by a demon, she couldn't just sit idly by. She knew that with her current status she couldn't persuade those beast kings from their main cities to come and help. She could only rely on her own power. Originally, her plan was to use the 6 harmonies returning to Yang array along with other auxiliary methods to destroy the corpse demon. However, she didn't expect to lose the array flag to Mu Yunlan at the exchange conference, requiring her to team up with Mu Yunlan to complete the plan. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunlan immediately realized the demon in question was the Black Bear Corpse demon, yet she feigned ignorance and coldly responded, "Are you joking? If it truly were a king-level demon, even my grandfather couldn't withstand it. Do you think with just that formation, just the 2 of us, we can kill it? You really have high opinions of yourself." Lu Zheng praised Mu Yunlan's performance silently, thinking she truly lived up to her reputation as a demonic maiden. Feng Jiuxiao confidently replied, "Come with me, and you'll see the truth for yourself." With a twinkle in her eye, Mu Yunlan said, "I'll go with you, but you must promise me one thing." Hearing Mu Yunlan make another demand, Feng Jiuxiao frowned. The exchange competition had already seen her lose the array flag to Mu Yunlan, impacting her plan slightly. She didn't want to be further coerced by Mu Yunlan, but without the array flag she couldn't handle the demon, so she sighed reluctantly. "Alright, what is it?" Mu Yunlan waved her hand dismissively. "I haven't thought of it yet. I'll let you know when I do. Let's go and see this demon you speak of." With it she descended from the high platform. Lu Zhang used his power over the earth veins and talent for gathering sand to level the platform. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up!" Mu Yunlan's voice called from the doorway, and Feng Jiuxiao snapped out of her daze. Mu Yunlan's sudden agreement had caught her off guard, but this unpredictable capriciousness was indeed a hallmark of Mu Yunlan's character. Feng Jiuxiao quickly followed. Before long, the 2 figures appeared at the city gate. "Let that little mudfish out to carry us. Do you really expect me to walk all the way?" Mu Yunlan remarked to Feng Jiuxiao once more, hastily. Feng Jiuxiao released the golden-scaled flood dragon from its spirit beast pouch, feeling a bit odd about the situation. Why did he suddenly feel like Mu Yunlan's personal attendant? As soon as it was released, the golden-scaled flood dragon sensed Lu Zhang's presence. Although its physical wounds had been healed in the beast arena by Lu Zhang, the trauma to its spirit was far greater. Upon seeing Lu Zhang, the flood dragon immediately bared its fangs and claws, seemingly eager for another round of combat. You pesky monkey, here you are again looking for a beating, are you? Come on, I'm not afraid of you. The flood dragon projected its mental waves with an arrogant air. Lu Zhang mused that this serpent seemed to have a few screws loose. Just a couple of days ago, it had been thoroughly thrashed. Where did it find the courage to provoke him again? I'm not in the mood to fight you today. I want to ride you, said Lu Zhang. At these words, the flood dragon exploded with anger. No way! Impossible, absolutely not. I possess the noble bloodline of a true dragon, only my master can ride me. You stinky monkey, what gives you the right? No sooner had it voiced this complaint to Lu Zhang than Feng Jiuxiu interjected, little gold, take us to a certain place. The flood dragon immediately replied with grievance, Master, are you really going to let that stinky monkey ride on me? Feng Jiuxiu understood the deep-seated grudge between the flood dragon and the six-eared macaque. Being ridden by the little monkey would surely be a blow to its pride. He quickly explained, it's not riding you, you're carrying me and Mu Yunlan. Isn't the little monkey being held by Mu Yunlan? That doesn't count as riding you. Be good, little gold, we're going to eliminate demons and need their help. You with your true dragon bloodline represent justice, and eliminating evil is exactly what you need to do. Just endure it this once, alright? If it had been Lu Zhang, he might have simply slapped it and loudly questioned, why not endure it yourself? Why is it always me enduring? But the golden-scaled flood dragon evidently hadn't developed such a high level of intelligence. Persuaded by Feng Jiuxiu's words, its eyes gradually filled with resolve. Yes, I have the bloodline of a true dragon and aim to become one in the future. Upholding justice and vanquishing evil is my mission. It's nothing to endure a little for the sake of eliminating evil. With this resolve, the flood dragon descended to the ground. Feng Jiuxiu promptly had Mu Yunlan mount it and he followed suit. In the next moment, the golden dragon soared skyward to 1,000 meters, flying towards the direction Feng Jiuxiu indicated. At this point, Lu Zhang leaped from Mu Yunlan's embrace and directly onto the dragon's head, clutching onto one of its horns. Pesky monkey, let go of my horn. The flood dragon screeched again with a sharp cry. But seeing that Lu Zhang remained unmoved, it chose to endure the humiliation with resignation. For justice, for the eradication of evil, I will endure. Over. Half an hour had passed and Feng Jiuxiu stood puzzled before the cavern in her memory where a corpse demon should have been lurking. With her confidence and her comprehensive knowledge of Yunzhou's geography, she found the absence of the expected king-level black bear corpse demon quite bewildering. Could she have mistaken the location? No, that couldn't be it. There were still remnants of sinister energy lingering around, unmistakably indicating the presence of evil. Yet, if this creature had emerged ahead of time, it should have caused some commotion. Mu Yunlan, looking impatient, chimed in, Feng Jiuxiu, are you messing with me? Where's the king-level demon? I'm telling you, whether there's a demon or not, you owe me a favor and must do something for me. Feng Jiuxiu paid little attention to Mu Yunlan's demands as her mind raced to determine the demon's whereabouts. The consequences of not finding it could result in a disastrous outbreak. With a swift motion of her hands, she formed a series of seals and reached into the void. A black butterfly crafted from spiritual energy appeared but was quickly consumed in flames. It's been destroyed already, Feng Jiuxiu murmured to herself in astonishment. The secret technique she had employed, known as the Thousand Mechanisms Soul Butterfly, used either energy or soul power as its core to create a butterfly that would point towards the target if it still existed. The current situation, however, signified that the demon had been annihilated. Mu Yunlan's eyes lit up upon witnessing Feng Jiuxiu's secret technique. Although she possessed a variety of secret arts herself, most were sinister demonic spells lacking in practical utility. The black butterfly created by Feng Jiuxiu was evidently extraordinary, capable of locking onto targets through their energy signature. This technique was at least of the honored grade, possibly even an imperial-level secret art. If she stepped into the imperial realm, it might hold other uses as well. Feng Jiuxiu, I want to learn this. I'll use that ode favor, Mu Yunlan declared. She knew the value of favors diminished over time, and it was wise to seize the opportunity to exchange them for something beneficial. With the confirmation that the black bear corpse demon was destroyed, Feng Jiuxiu breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of who intervened or what changes had occurred, at least this creature would no longer wreak havoc. That, in itself, was good news. Hearing Mu Yunlan's interest in learning the technique, Feng Jiuxiu agreed without hesitation. Her intent was to guide Mu Yunlan away from demonic paths by teaching her righteous techniques, steering her towards a virtuous path. It was an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone by offsetting the favor she owed. Moments later, as Mu Yunlan successfully summoned a black butterfly in her palm, Feng Jiuxiao nodded approvingly. Your talent is indeed impressive. I hope you'll use your gifts wisely in the future and not stray down the wrong path. Mu Yunlan, fully aware of Feng Jiuxiao's message, was unfazed by the underlying implication. In her previous life, she was a saintess of the demonic path, and in this lifetime, she remains the same. However, given another chance, all her sins have been wiped away and her path is bound to be vastly different, yet she is still herself. Feng Jiuxiao left Tianyun City seated atop the back of a golden-scaled flood dragon, contemplating her next course of action. There are only two important matters to attend to. One is to find a master. In another month and a half, the patrol envoy Morong Bing will appear. In the past, Morong Bing had happened upon Feng Jiuxiao and was so astonished by her talent that he accepted her as a disciple. Although Morong Bing's cultivation was only at the 9th tier king level, he played an irreplaceable role in Feng Jiuxiao's growth in her previous life. Feng Jiuxiao would not miss this opportunity with her only teacher. The second task is to prevent Mu Yunlan from becoming a disciple. In another 3.5 months, a demonic path practitioner will arrive in the area between Lingshu City and Tianyun City. Feng Jiuxiao only remembers the approximate time and location when Mu Yunlan encounters the demonic practitioner, so she needs to prepare in advance and keep a close watch on Mu Yunlan. However, everything has already changed. On the 4th day after parting ways with Mu Yunlan, a figure emerged from the spirit-devouring forest at the border of Yunzhou riding a spirit beast. The man, appearing to be in his 30s, exhaled a long breath, his face showing a relaxed and expectant smile. Finally, he made it. He did not fail the sect's trust. True dragon, here I come. Several months ago, the rising dragon bell of the 9 Dragons Divine Fire Palace foretold the arrival of a true dragon. The entire sect became busy searching for traces of the true dragon. After extensive investigation, they finally focused their attention on Yunzhou. Zhao Changkong, who had just entered the 9th tier beast king level, took on the task voluntarily. Having grown up outside, he had never been to Yunzhou, but he knew that his ancestors were from the Zhao family of Fenghua City in Yunzhou. Many external forces have intricate connections with Yunzhou. Coming here fulfilled a lifelong wish for him. The 9th tier beast king level was the perfect time to visit, with just enough strength not to be weakened by the local rules nor trapped by the spirit-devouring forest. By bringing the true dragon back to the sect, he would be the one to make history with his own hands. Over 2 hours later, he arrived in Yunming City. After confirming the location of Fenghua City, he first returned to the Zhao family in Fenghua City to pay his respects. The arrival of a 9th tier beast king caused a stir in the Zhao family. No need to be excited, everyone. I'm here only to find someone. Once I find them, I'll return to the sect. Do you know where a true dragon's aura might have appeared in the past half year? Zhao Changkong's words dampened the spirits of the Zhao family. Zhao Mingquan, the current head of the Zhao family, spoke up recently at the Young Beast Master Exchange Conference. The Ling pet of Feng Jiuxiao from the Mu family transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon. If there is a true dragon aura, it would be from that. Zhao Changkong did not expect to lock onto his target so smoothly and immediately stood up from his seat. Where is Feng Jiuxiao? Lingshu City Mu family. Zhao Mingquan had just finished speaking when Zhao Changkong's figure vanished from where he stood. Alas, in the end he is an outsider. He cannot stay, nor should he. Zhao Mingquan sighed, watching the departing figure. Within and outside of Yunzhou, the difference is like night and day. Despite being closely connected, the rules that govern each are completely distinct. Since the early demise of the previous family head, Zhao Mingquan was thrust into the role of leader, and any longing he once had for the outside world faded. In Zhao Changkong, he saw a reflection of his younger, more ambitious self. Though he was only 10 years Zhao Changkong's senior, he felt as if he had already entered his twilight years. The following morning, Zhao Changkong arrived at Lingshu City, descending directly above the Mu family estate. Disciple of the Jiulong Divine Flame Palace. Zhao Changkong, here to pay a visit, he announced. Mu Yuan, hearing this, rose into the air and greeted him with a respectful nod, asking, "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, sir?" He had his suspicions, and Zhao Changkong's response confirmed his worst fears. "I am here for the true dragon. Please ask Feng Jiuxiao to meet me." Zhao Changkong's voice was loud enough for Feng Jiuxiao to hear. Never one to shy away from challenges, she stepped forward and declared, "I am Feng Jiuxiao. The true dragon is in my possession. I ask that you do not trouble the Mu family." Upon hearing this, Zhao Changkong urgently replied, "May I see the true dragon?" Feng Jiuxiao raised her hand and summoned the golden scale Jiao. Instantly a bell at Zhao Qiankong's waist began to ring rapidly. This bell, known as the dragon's roar bell, senses the presence of a true dragon, and the more intense the presence, the more urgent the ringing. The dragon-headed, three-clawed golden scale Jiao before them was undoubtedly a true dragon. Or at least one destined to become one. Zhao Qiankong laughed heartily. Indeed, a true dragon's bloodline. Then turning serious, he landed on the ground to speak to Feng Jiuxiao at eye level. Feng Jiuxiao, I formally invite you to join my Jiulong Divine Flame Palace. Within our sect, your true dragon spirit beast can swiftly grow and transform into a true dragon soaring above the 9 heavens. Mu Yuan couldn't help but voice his concern. Even if she joins your sect now, can you truly take her away? The beast king of the spirit-devouring forest faces great peril, let alone Mu Yunlan, a mere 4th-rank beast spirit master. Even with Zhao Qiankong, a 9th-rank beast master at her side, the danger is immense. Zhao Qiankong revealed a fan which when opened depicted a lifelike meadow with a spring and a tree. This treasure, called the Qianquan fan, contains a world within it capable of holding any living creature below the rank of beast king and transporting them safely. Zhao Qiankong paused, looking earnestly at Feng Jiuxiao. The true dragon is vital for the survival of my sect. This treasure is a great asset of our sect, brought out specifically to guide the true dragon. Accompany me back to our sect and this treasure will be yours. Mu Yuan's eyes flickered with a momentary glint of greed as he gazed at the Qianquan fan. Due to the unique nature of Yunzhou, he was acutely aware of what this fan represented to the outside world. It symbolized the ability to actively come to Yunzhou to seek out talent rather than passively waiting for the occasional few to venture out. However, it was apparent that within Yunzhou the fan held little practical use for its inhabitants. Despite its immense value once outside, it could serve as a pledge to any power, bringing immense benefits in return. Yet, Mu Yuan also understood that the fan was beyond his grasp and Feng Jiuxiao could not leave either. He was counting on relying on Feng Jiuxiao to obtain the divine beast bloodline legacy and nurture a new beast master for the Mu family to succeed him. If Feng Jiuxiao were to leave, he would have no idea how long he would have to wait for another opportunity. In Zhao Qiankong's expectant gaze, Feng Jiuxiao resolutely shook her head. I cannot leave with you, at least not now. Seeing her determination, Zhao Qiankong anxiously asked, can you tell me why? When will you be able to leave? Feng Jiuxiao looked into the distance and replied, when I become a beast master I will leave on my own. Only by facing danger can one become a true strong man. Zhao Qiankong hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, I will wait here. Taking you away is my mission. If I can't complete it, I can't leave. With that, he turned to Mu Yuan and respectfully said, I will be troubling you in the future as I must ensure her safety at all times. Feng Jiuxiao frowned at his words. She did not wish to be kept under protection. A true strongman must blaze their own trail through countless hardships to reach the pinnacle of the mountain. In her past life, she had grown under such trials and tribulations. Having once reached the imperial realm, she considered herself halfway up the mountain now. Relying on external forces would somewhat impact her future bid to become an emperor again, yet she was still weak, unable to fend off attacks from the strong, nor could she refuse their protection. Thinking of the imminent appearance of Morong Bing and the demonic sorcerer, she said, I hope you won't interfere with my normal training and activities. Zhao Qiankong was not angered by Feng Jiuxiao's lack of the typical deference a weaker party would show to a stronger one. Instead, he felt that a dragon's beast master should indeed be like this, possessing the pride befitting a superior. A noble true dragon was meant to be this way. Thus Zhao Qiankong settled at the Mu family estate, promptly relaying a message to the 9 Dragons' Divine Fire Palace outside Yunzhou. Their intentions aligned with his, to stay and ensure the true dragon's successful departure from Yunzhou. Mu Yuan's expression was grim. The conversation between Feng Jiuxiao and Zhao Qiankong indicated that Feng Jiuxiao would leave Yunzhou at the latest upon reaching the level of a beast master. This left Mu Yuan with very little time to acquire the divine beast bloodline and groom a successor. Initially he had intended to train Mu Tianqiu, but time was of the essence. Thus he decided to focus on Mu Nanshan, a 9th-rank beast master, to quickly cultivate a new beast king. Mu Yuan began to secretly plot. In the Song family manor in Tianyun City, Mu Yunlan listened intently to the information relayed by Lu Zhang and fell into deep contemplation. She was well aware of the 9 Dragons' sacred fire palace. Although it was considered a second-rate sect, it was an ancient beastmaster fairy sect. Legend had it that when the 9 dragons gathered, one could transcend mortality and ascend to immortality. above the imperial realm lay the immortal realm, a pursuit for all top beast masters. Yet as far as Mu Yunlan knew, no one had achieved immortality in nearly 30,000 years. In her previous life she had entered the demonic path, her only thought being to grow stronger and eventually kill Feng Jiuxiao. She had succeeded in killing Feng Jiuxiao once, and it seemed as if there was nothing left to pursue. Perhaps in this life she should aim for immortality. This thought suddenly emerged in Mu Yunlan's heart, and she felt as if the world had opened up considerably. Her state of mind had advanced, a rare occurrence and an unexpected gain. Zhao Changkong's emergence was currently the biggest disturbance caused by her rebirth. Originally, everything was under her control, but now it seemed that Yunzu's influence on the outside world was significant. Mu Yunlan's golden-scaled snake obtained true dragon blood, which directly attracted the attention of the 9 Dragons' sacred fire palace. It hadn't caused any notice in the previous life, indicating that the true dragon bloodline wasn't strong enough back then. How interesting. With the support of the 9 Dragons' sacred fire palace, Feng Jiuxiao, I am eager to see your growth. Despite such immense help for Feng Jiuxiao, Mu Yunlan still didn't feel she could be surpassed. After all, the 9 Dragon's sacred fire palace was just one step beyond Yunzu. Mu Yunlan had far higher aspirations. She wouldn't join any faction. With the resources from her memories, she was confident she could continue to outpace Feng Jiuxiao. This was not only a confidence in herself but also in her Six-Eared Macaque. Over a month quickly passed. One day Feng Jiuxiao arrived at an unnamed high mountain. Upon seeing a figure appear, he immediately stood up. Feng Jiuxiao possessed the true eye, which greatly enhanced his vision. At a glance, he recognized the approaching person as his previous life's master, Morong Bing. Almost all patrol envoys were itinerant cultivators because traversing the devouring spirit forest was no easy task. Moreover, many demons hid within Yunzu, posing significant danger. The criteria for becoming a patrol envoy required being an 8th or 9th rank beast king. Once they broke through, they couldn't serve, nor would anyone want to. After all, entering Yunzu post-breakthrough would cause one's cultivation to decline. The tenure of each patrol envoy varied, generally ranging from 3 to 10 years. Morong Bing had already been in Yunzu for 4 years. If all went smoothly, her spirit pet would break through to the esteemed rank next year, and she would be promoted to a 1st rank beast master. Once her term ended, she wouldn't return. This meant it was Feng Jiuxiao's only chance to become her disciple in Yunzu. She had to seize it. However, just as she stood up, suddenly a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Turning around, one could see a towering golden-armored giant ape nearly 100 meters tall, wielding a staff as mighty as a celestial pillar, striking fiercely at the ground. With a loud crash, a tier 6 beast, the turtle-shell cloud leopard, was instantly smashed into a pulp, its life extinguished completely. Witnessing this scene, Feng Jiuxiao's brow furrowed deeply. It was the Six-Eared Macaque. How did Mu Yunlan end up here? Beside her, Zhao Changkong wore an expression of utter shock. What kind of spiritual beast is this, to possess such formidable power? He instinctively inquired. Feng Jiuxiao replied, this is Mu Yunlan's divine pet, the Six-Eared Macaque, which is no less powerful than my golden-scaled Zhao. She had no desire to mention the humiliating defeat she and her golden-scaled Zhao suffered at the exchange conference. Zhao Changkong remarked, this divine beast's bloodline level is likely on par with your golden-scaled Zhao at the Xian-level divine pet tier. However, with the nurturing of our 9 Dragons divine fire palace, your golden-scaled Zhao can undoubtedly evolve into a Tian-level divine pet, a true dragon. Your future is certainly more promising than hers. Feng Jiuxiao paid little attention to his words, her gaze fixated on Morong Bing, a trace of bewildered panic crossing her face. She noticed Morong Bing had already flown towards Mu Yunlan. The chance encounter she had planned was slipping away right before her eyes. What was supposed to be a flawless plan was thwarted by an unexpected turn of events. In that moment, without a strategy to cope, she could only hastily fly towards Mu Yunlan. Morong Bing arrived in front of Mu Yunlan, her cold demeanor tinged with curiosity and surprise. What kind of spiritual beast is this, to wield such combat prowess? She asked. Mu Yunlan arrogantly retorted, who are you? Why should I tell you? Naturally, Mu Yunlan knew Morong Bing, having crossed paths with her multiple times. She was a woman of great inner strength. Due to her past life's focus on Feng Jiuxiao, Mu Yunlan had some understanding of Feng Jiuxiao's master Morong Bing. Compared to Feng Jiuxiao, who hailed from an outer branch of the Mu family, Morong Bing's upbringing was far more challenging. Morong Bing was born into servitude in a land ravaged by war. at merely 47 years old she had risen from a mere refugee to a ninth-tier beast master, experiencing untold hardships and witnessing countless darknesses along the way, struggles others could scarcely comprehend. In hindsight, she was truly a righteous individual. No matter the adversities faced, she continuously grew stronger while helping others. As a saintess of the demonic path, Mu Yunlan was extremely sensitive to such individuals, persistently treading the path of light and righteousness. She was practically saintly. Feng Jiaoxiao's character was certainly influenced by her to some extent. As one of Feng Jiaoxiao's crucial protectors, Mu Yunlan was intensely curious about the outcome if she were to take her away. Indeed, Mu Yunlan intended to seize Feng Jiaoxiao's master, despite the fact that this master might not be of much help to her. Once a formidable emperor-level cultivator, Mu Yunlan couldn't help but feel a surge of delight at the thought of taking away Feng Jiaoxiao's teacher. The joy of a sorceress was just that simple. Of course, she still had to pretend not to recognize the master at this moment. Morong Bing released an aura belonging to a beast-taming king and spoke with authority. I am a 9th-level beast-tamer king, the current patrol envoy of Yunzhou. Morong Bing, I could be considered a senior to you, so answer my questions and perhaps I can offer you some guidance and help. Morong Bing's tone was calm yet carried a sense of confidence. Mu Yunlan feigned surprise and responded, my spirit pet is a six-eared macaque. Even a golden-scaled flood dragon with true dragon bloodline was defeated by my little six-ear. Feng Jiaoxiao flew over just in time to catch the latter part of her statement, and his expression instantly darkened. Zhao Changkong, who arrived shortly afterward, was also momentarily stunned upon hearing those words. From Feng Jiaoxiao's face, it was clear that Mu Yunlan wasn't lying. Judging by her age, she should have received her spirit pet around the same time as Feng Jiaoxiao. If her spirit pet's combat strength surpassed that of a golden-scaled flood dragon, its bloodline quality might even exceed the level of a profound vein divine pet. Morong Bing, upon hearing Mu Yunlan's words, was about to say something when she sensed the arrival of Feng Jiaoxiao and Zhao Changkong. She immediately stopped speaking and scanned the two of them. Mu Yunlan, however, turned to Feng Jiaoxiao and said with a smile, you came at just the right time. Let out that little mudfish so my little six-ear can have another go at it, lest our senior here thinks I'm deceiving her. I didn't come here to fight you, Feng Jiaoxiao said, yet still summoned the golden-scaled flood dragon. He had to showcase his talent, hoping to earn Morong Bing's approval and successfully become her disciple. In contrast to the ordinary appearance of the six-eared macaque, the golden-scaled flood dragon exuded an aura of nobility and strength the moment it appeared. Its obvious features screamed of a true dragon bloodline. Such a spiritual beast was undoubtedly a divine pet. In the major factions and sects outside, there were only 2 or 3 divine pets at most. Each divine pet was extremely precious. Seeing the look in Morong Bing's eyes, Feng Jiaoxiao felt a surge of joy in his heart. An encounter by chance was no longer possible. He had to be direct. He suddenly turned his gaze earnestly toward Morong Bing and said, Senior, my name is Feng Jiaoxiao. I possess a Sunblow-level beast taming talent, and my first contracted spirit pet is the divine beast golden scaled flood dragon, which has the potential to transform into a true dragon. I feel a deep affinity with you. Please accept me as your disciple. Before Morong Bing could respond, the expression of Zhao Changkong behind her changed drastically, and he blurted out, no, you mustn't. Seeing Morong Bing turn her gaze towards him, Zhao Changkong clasped his fists and said, fellow cultivator, I am a disciple of the Jiulong Divine Fire Palace, and I came to Yunzhou to bring Feng Jiaoxiao into our sect. This is a significant matter for our sect, and I ask you not to interfere. When I leave Yunzhou, I will surely report to the sect to acquire some resources as compensation for you. As he spoke, Zhao Changkong released the aura of a 9th-level beast tamer king. Hearing this, Feng Jiaoxiao's face fell, but it was Mu Yunlan's words that finally extinguished the hope he held. Suddenly Mu Yunlan turned to Morong Bing with a smile and said, in that case, why don't you take me as your disciple? Feng Jiaoxiao glared at them with anger. Mu Yunlan, must you interfere in everything I do? You've already taken the six-eared macaque from me. You've won the top prize at the 12 Cities Beastmaster Exchange Conference. What more do you want? Yet Mu Yunlan seemed entirely unaffected by Feng Jiaoxiao's emotions. You need to understand, it was clearly I who met Senior Morong first, while you came later. Besides, it's obvious you can't become Senior Morong's disciple, isn't it? Mu Yunlan's words made Feng Jiaoxiao calm down. Being chosen by the 9 Dragons Divine Fire Palace was something she hadn't anticipated. With this unexpected turn of events, she realized it was clearly impossible to take Morongbing as her master. Morongbing followed her own righteous path, one that didn't align with any sex ideology. She wouldn't join any sect, therefore it was also futile to hope Morongbing would join the Nine Dragons' Divine Fire Palace with her. The revival plan of the Nine Dragons' Divine Fire Palace was of utmost importance. If she forced Morongbing to accept her as a disciple, it could only lead to conflict between Morongbing and the Nine Dragons' Divine Fire Palace, bringing trouble to Morongbing, which was far from her intentions. Suddenly a thought struck her: if Mu Yunlan really became Morongbing's disciple, wouldn't that mean she wouldn't seek out that demonic master? Having someone as righteous as Morongbing guide Mu Yunlan could indeed be a good thing. Though unable to have Morongbing as her own master, having a talented disciple like Mu Yunlan, who matched her in aptitude, could serve as compensation for her master. With this in mind, a smile unexpectedly appeared on Feng Jiuxiao's face. She looked at Morongbing and said, "Senior Morong Mu Yunlan's Six-Eared Macaque was the first spirit pet I chose, a divine beast with a powerful bloodline. Moreover, Mu Yunlan's talent is extraordinary, on par with mine, with the potential of an emperor. If you take her in, it would indeed be a wonderful thing." Seeing Feng Jiuxiao's sudden change in attitude left everyone around in shock, especially Mu Yunlan, because of the two ninth-tier beastmasters nearby. She hadn't let Lu Zheng eavesdrop on Feng Jiuxiao's thoughts, leaving her clueless about Feng Jiuxiao's inner reflections. Initially Feng Jiuxiao had looked like she was filled with resentment, yet now her attitude had transformed so drastically. Mu Yunlan couldn't help but ask in bewilderment, "Feng Jiuxiao, has something gone wrong with your mind?" To her surprise, Feng Jiuxiao looked at Mu Yunlan with a serious expression. "Mu Yunlan, I know you're determined to oppose me, but Senior Morong is a person of righteousness, undoubtedly an excellent guide. If it weren't for my current circumstances, I would certainly seek to take Senior Morong as my master. Even if I can't become her disciple today, I will treat her with the respect of a half-disciple in the future. You possess innate wisdom and extraordinary talent. With her guidance you are destined to walk a path of brightness. That's all I have to say. I hope you cherish this opportunity." These words left Mu Yunlan in a daze. It's back, everything has returned. This is the feeling she remembered. In her past life, Feng Jiuxiao often spoke to her in this manner, encouraging her to abandon the path of darkness and choose the righteous way. But by then it was too late. The scars from her childhood, compounded by repeated adult traumas, drove her to madness, deeper and deeper into darkness, until her hands were stained with blood. In this life, having been reborn, she found herself in a position of advantage over Feng Jiuxiao before succumbing to the dark path. It was only now that Feng Jiuxiao displayed this demeanor and spoke these words to her. Surprisingly, it felt familiar. Meanwhile, Morongbing, witnessing this scene, nodded approvingly, saying, "Your ideals resonate with mine. If you had not already pledged yourself to the Jiulong Divine Fire Palace, I might have taken you as my disciple, but since you have found a better place, I shall not hinder your progress." She paused, then turned to Mu Yunlan. "You carry a certain darkness, yet your nature is pure and you can still correct yourself. If you truly wish to become my disciple, I can accept you, guide and teach you, and be a mentor on your path." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunlan bowed deeply and said, "Disciple greets master." Her initial plan was to take Feng Jiuxiao's master, regardless of Feng Jiuxiao's reaction. The original plan remained unchanged. Having this master at least provided her with an additional layer of protection and a trump card against the demonic woman who would appear later. Seeing this, Morongbing smiled and said, "Well, I didn't expect to meet two such talented prodigies just as I arrived in Yunzhou this year. With your talents, you are sure to meet at the summit one day. I look forward to it." At this moment, Zhao Changkong stepped forward confidently, saying, "With the training from our Jiulong Divine Fire Palace, Feng Jiuxiao's golden-scaled dragon can quickly transform into a true dragon. By then Feng Jiuxiao's name will surely echo across the 13 continents." However, Mu Yunlan sneered, "No matter when, Feng Jiuxiao will always be my defeated opponent." Feng Jiuxiao rolled her eyes at this. She really couldn't handle Mu Yunlan's personality. Years in her past life hadn't changed anything, and in this life she didn't want to try anymore. Since she's already accepted a master, she decided to leave it to her mentor. Feng Jiuxiao gave a disciple's salute to Morongbing. Jiuxiao takes her leave. Morongbing smiled warmly as she glanced at the two girls, Feng Jiuxiao and Mu Yunlan. These two were certainly interesting. "Wait, why don't we make an agreement?" Zhao Changkong suddenly stopped Feng Jiuxiao from leaving. "Since this Mu prodigy is so confident, let's set a time." after leaving Yunzhou each of you will train and study for several years and then compete against each other. What do you say? Morongbing nodded with a smile and said, I have no objection. Yunlan, how long do you think it will take you to reach the rank of Beast Master? Mu Yunlan confidently replied, at most 1 year I will surely become a Beast Master. Although beyond the 4th rank there aren't any elixirs in Yunzhou that can quickly enhance cultivation, but that doesn't matter. She was the holy maiden of the demonic path, and although the righteous path seemed unattainable, she understood a thing or two about the crooked ways. Morongbing was somewhat surprised but chose to believe it, nodding in agreement. In that case, 3 years from now I will personally bring my disciple to visit the 9 Dragons' Divine Fire Palace for a duel between the two. What do you both think? Mu Yunlan raised an eyebrow at Feng Jiuxiao, sneering, a defeated opponent, do you dare? Feng Jiuxiao rolled his eyes again. You always use such boring taunts, but they work. I agree. 3 years later, at the 9 Dragons' Divine Fire Palace, I'll be waiting for you. Setting this challenge, Feng Jiuxiao also had other considerations. He intended to use this matter to warn Mu Yunlan to prevent him from falling into the demonic path. As for the victory or defeat, Feng Jiuxiao was absolutely confident. Leaving Yunzhou with the help of the 9 Dragons' Divine Fire Palace, Mu Yunlan had only Morongbing. Feng Jiuxiao was well aware of how many resources Morongbing had. 3 years later, Mu Yunlan would have no chance of victory. Zhao Changkong and Morongbing exchanged contact information. Then Zhao Changkong left with Feng Jiuxiao. Morongbing looked at Mu Yunlan, saying, I need a month to patrol the entire Yunzhou. Do you want to follow me or practice on your own? I will practice on my own, Mu Yunlan replied. The cultivation methods Morongbing had were certainly not as profound as what Mu Yunlan himself possessed. With his past experience of stepping into the imperial realm, Mu Yunlan believed he could cultivate faster. Morongbing's role was not in this moment. Very well, in the beast spirit realm, the focus is on solidifying the foundation of spiritual power and enhancing the bloodline of spiritual pets. Here is my command talisman. Once activated, I can sense you within 10,000 miles. If there is danger, I can arrive in time. After my patrol, I will come to find you. Mu Yunlan watched Morongbing leave, calculating the time in his mind. Suddenly Lu Zheng transmitted his voice. Why don't you join a sect? I don't want to be homeless and suffer hardships. Hearing this, Mu Yunlan snapped back to reality and smiled. Don't worry, follow me and I promise you'll taste all the world's delicacies. Are you sure it's not about stealing from the world? Lu Zheng asked suspiciously. Mu Yunlan feigned a surprised expression. Ah, you guessed it again. Let's go now, we're going to visit the lair of the fierce beasts. Mu Yunlan said, pointing in a direction for Lu Zheng, signaling him to take action. Lu Zheng showed a puzzled expression again. Your new master is so powerful. Why not let her directly protect you and seize the lair of the fierce beasts? Mu Yunlan didn't conceal the truth, chuckling. Because those fierce beasts are kept by someone else. At the end of the day, it's still about stealing, huh? Your master just told you to straighten yourself up, and you're such a good disciple, Lu Zheng casually teased. Despite the potential for personal gain, he prioritized filling his stomach over any consequences Morongbing might impose on Mu Yunlan. The intricacies and concerns of her being expelled from her sect did not trouble him. Utilizing his earth escape technique, they swiftly arrived at Lushao City, one of the 6 northern cities in Yunzhou which was under Lu family dominance. During a previous adventure in the 100 Treasures Mountain's secret realm, Mu Yunlan had slain numerous individuals from Lushao City. Her current departure was clandestine. Everyone in the Song family of Tianyun City believed she was in seclusion, while in reality she left a straw dummy animated by her own chi as a decoy in her stead. Making a grand exit would undoubtedly attract the Song family's protective measures, which could expose her actions such as theft. Secrecy was paramount. Being caught would negate the essence of stealing, yet venturing out alone posed its own risks, demanding heightened vigilance due to the many threats against her life. The 12 city families maintained only a superficial peace, with potential for ruthless betrayals if interests clashed, even among in-laws. Mu Yunlan fully grasped these dynamics, balancing audacity with caution in her endeavors. The Lu family meticulously bred a group of fierce beasts known as Xian Earth crocodile turtles. Adult turtles of this breed reached the 4th beast spirit realm, with each female laying 7 eggs annually. Such eggs were precious spiritual resources. The ferocity within the beast's meat merely sufficed to sate a spirit pet's hunger, but would taint the pet if used for enhancement. Conversely, the eggs contained minimal ferocity, abundant spiritual energy, and the unique growth essence of the turtles, making them ideal for nurturing spirit beasts. However, ordinary eggs alone would not lure Mu Yunlan to undertake a journey. Within the Lu family's herds, a unique 7th-tier turtle king existed, a female that had never laid eggs until a male ascended to the 7th tier 6 months ago, resulting in her successful conception. This period marked her imminent egg laying. A turtle king at this level conceived only once every 3 years, requiring over 6 months of gestation, approximately 7.5 months, to lay eggs. Such eggs were exceedingly rare, teeming with spiritual energy and growth factors capable of elevating spirit beasts below the 4-star extraordinary quality. Currently, Lu Zhang's spiritual cultivation, having fully absorbed a prime pill, had reached the 8th stage of the 4th tier. Consuming all 7 eggs could potentially propel him directly to the 5th tier. The challenge lay in the theft itself, as the Lu family closely monitored the Turtle King's egg-laying process. In a previous life, they used secret techniques to hatch and rear 4 eggs into 7th-tier Turtle Kings within 2 years, amassing an elite batch of Turtle King eggs for trade. The remaining eggs bolstered the spirit pet of Lu Gon, a family prodigy, aiding its swift growth and his eventual prominence. Beyond Yunzhou, Mu Yunlan, however, had no intention of waiting 2 years for such results. Now was the moment. She had to secure all 7 eggs, and the challenge was far greater than merely contending with the Lu family. There were also the numerous guards under the command of the Xian Earth Crocodile Turtle King to consider. If Mu Yunken were on her own, she wasn't entirely confident she could seize the King Turtle's eggs, even employing the secret techniques she had used to steal the white Cloud Peach might not suffice to snatch the eggs amidst such heavy protection and escape. However, with the abilities of the Six-Eared Macaque, Mu Yunken felt that nothing in the world could stop her from pilfering these King Turtle eggs. Come what made, these eggs would be hers. The scene shifted to a day later. Outside the marshy fish pond where the Xian Earth Crocodile Turtles were kept, more than 20 members of the Lu family had gathered. Leading them was Lu Zhanming, the head of the Lu household. Beside him was his 9th-tier beast spirit, the Golden Light Rabbit, poised to snatch the King Turtle eggs at a moment's notice. Obtaining the Xian Earth Crocodile Turtle eggs was no easy feat. Not only did they have to fend off the frenzied onslaught of the turtles, but in moments of dire crisis, the female turtles would consume their own eggs to replenish their energy rather than let them fall into others' hands. Therefore, to secure the King Turtle eggs, one had to overpower the 2 7th-tier Xian Earth Crocodile Turtles with absolute strength and forcibly seize the eggs. The moment had finally arrived. The eggs had been laid. A member of the Lu family couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming aloud. Lu Zhanming was equally thrilled. These turtle eggs weren't of much use to him personally, but if they could be propagated, they held tremendous significance for the entire Lu family. Achieving such a feat during his tenure would surely earn him the accolades of the ancestral elders. He was already aware of the connection between Yun Prefecture and the outside world. Once he left Yun Prefecture in the future, this contribution would guarantee him abundant resources and support from the Lu family. As the King Turtle laid her eggs, Lu Zhanming couldn't help but count them out loud. 1, 2, 3, 7 eggs in total. But wait, what was that crocodile turtle doing? Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the 7th-tier Xian Earth Crocodile Turtle King laid 7 eggs on the moist sandy soil. Each egg was as large as a wash basin, which was to be expected. After all, a regular 4th-tier Xian Earth Crocodile Turtle's shell spanned over 8 meters in diameter, while the 7th-tier Turtle King's shell was a staggering 12 meters wide. Naturally, such a colossal King Turtle would lay equally substantial eggs, allowing the observers to see them clearly and unashamedly. Just as they were reveling in their excitement, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. One of the guard turtles, appearing to be a 5th-tier Xian Earth Crocodile Turtle, suddenly turned and swallowed one of the eggs whole. Due to a blind spot in their view, the 7th-tier Turtle King failed to notice this. Lu Zhanming and his entourage were instantly alarmed. There were only 7 eggs in total. The moment the eggs were laid, still warm, did you really just swallow one whole? Immediately Lu Zhanming dispatched his Golden Light Rabbit to rush forward and seize the 6 King Turtle eggs. Not a single one more could be lost. As Lu Zhanming and his team charged, the 7th-level male mate of the Alligator Turtle King swiftly led other alligator turtles to block their path. Just then, a chilling wind arose, accompanied by swirling sand and stones that obscured the sky. Through the haze, Lu Zhanming vaguely saw several alligator turtles pouncing on the King Turtle eggs, beginning to devour them. He rushed forward to intervene, but couldn't locate his targets. When the dust settled, not a single King Turtle egg remained. Scanning the surroundings, he commanded gravely, "Search. Find out which alligator turtle ate them." This situation was too bizarre. The sudden Gust of wind, the seemingly crazed alligator turtles devouring the king turtle eggs, it all felt too strange to Lu Jianming. His instincts told him there was more beneath the surface than met the eye, yet he couldn't deduce the true sequence of events. Meanwhile, underground, 7 alligator turtles each clutched an egg, fleeing swiftly into the distance. Swallowing them whole was out of the question. Lu Jing didn't like eating eggshells. The scene that had just unfolded was merely a facade to mislead the Lu family into thinking the alligator turtles had gone mad and consumed the king turtle eggs, thereby delaying any pursuit or investigation. This way the risk was minimized as much as possible. After the doppelgangers had stolen the eggs, they promptly brought the king turtle eggs to an underground cave 200 miles away. Mu Yunlan, gazing at the 7 enormous dark earth alligator turtle king eggs before her, exclaimed excitedly, "Little Six Ears, I hereby declare you the greatest thief in the 13 continents, certified by none other than me, Mu Yunlan." Lu Zhang immediately protested, "I'm not, I didn't, don't slander me, it was all your idea. I'm just an innocent, kind-hearted little monkey." Mu Yunlan gave him a thumbs up, praising, "Good, very good, just say that if you ever get caught, I believe you." Lu Zhang leapt into her arms, biting her lightly. "Don't say such unlucky things, I will never get caught." Mu Yunlan scooped him up, giving him a fierce kiss. "Little Six Ears, I just adore you, come time to eat the eggs," she said, pulling out a hammer and striking the top of one of the eggshells, creating a hole. Immediately a rich spiritual energy accompanied by a fragrant aroma wafted out. Mu Yunlan urged, "Drink it up quickly, or it might attract other fierce beasts." Although Lu Zheng's doppelgangers are guarding the entrance to this cave, good things must be absorbed swiftly to avoid any mishaps. The Lu family had learned that lesson the hard way. Lu Zhang wasted no time. He used the magic technique to enlarge his body, then cradled the king turtle egg and poured its contents into his mouth. A massive surge of energy coursed through him. The taste was surprisingly delightful. "Fresh and savory," Lu Zhang remarked in astonishment. Mu Yunlan laughed, saying, "The higher the grade, the more delicious it is. The purer the essence, the more exquisite the sensation. Little Six Ears, if you want more delicacies, better and tastier ones, you'll need to grow stronger quickly." Lu Zhang didn't argue this time and nodded heavily. Having lived another life, he had no aspirations of ruling or dominating others. He simply wanted to live comfortably, and savoring various gourmet delicacies would undoubtedly enhance his happiness. It's something worth striving for. He hadn't forgotten that Mu Yunlan had mentioned a place called the Peach Blossom Sanctuary to him. They needed to go there to pick peaches. Keep eating, finish all 7 at once, and see if you can directly ascend to the 5th tier, Mu Yunlan urged. Lu Zheng snapped back to reality, pushing the thought of peaches aside. He picked up the turtle eggs and gulped down the remaining 6 in one go. A surge of energy released within him, easily propelling him to the 9th level of the 4th tier. However, when his spiritual power reached the peak of the 4th tier, it lacked the momentum to break through the barrier. The breakthrough attempt failed. Lu Zheng sighed helplessly. Gourmet food required formidable strength to compete for, but his level was difficult to advance, something Lu Zhang had noticed long ago. At the same 3rd tier level, his spiritual power was far denser than that of other extraordinary spirit pets. This meant that while others had a single unit of energy, his contained much greater density. Consequently, acquiring a second unit required accumulating far more energy than lower quality spirit pets. As his rank increased, this density disparity widened even further. At the 2nd tier, he was roughly on par with the golden scale Jiao. By the 3rd tier, his energy density was already double that of the golden scale Jiao. Now, at the 4th tier, it was even more pronounced. Breaking through to the 5th tier had become extremely challenging. Mu Yunlan, however, picked up the shrunken little monkey and comforted him. "It's okay, this just means you're truly strong. Besides, I have other methods. Let's head back for now, and maybe you'll break through in a few days." With that, she suggested Lu Zhang use his earth-walking technique to leave, but Lu Zhang asked her to wait a moment. He activated his gathering sand into towers talent, using the surrounding sand and stones to quickly grind the 7 eggshells into powder and blend them with the earth. Then, he used his sinking earth into marsh skill to turn the area into an underground river. Next, he launched a blazing fireball to burn away all traces. Mu Yunlan was stunned. "This method of destroying evidence, I didn't teach you that. You become self-taught." Lu Zheng chuckled and said, "Didn't you want me to take care of Ma Tianlin and Lin Yang, those 2 guys? I've been studying related knowledge lately. Do you think I only sleep all the time?" "Yes, I do sleep, but my avatars are learning all over the place. So don't call me Xiao Lu Air anymore. With enough knowledge in Reserve, I'm no longer small, call me Lao Lu. Mu Yunlan once again hugged the little monkey tightly and gave it a big kiss. No, you're so adorable, I'll call you little Six Ears. Lu Zhang could only silently endure the squeeze from its soft parts. Being cute wasn't his fault, it was simply his nature. Lu Zhang didn't blame Mu Yunlan. The first time he saw his reflection he too was charmed by his own appearance. If it weren't for his good looks he wouldn't have so easily accepted the fact that he wasn't human. For half a month after returning to the Song family estate, Mu Yunlan and Lu Zhang stayed inside focusing on cultivating their spiritual energy. Mu Yunlan advanced to the 4th stage, 9th level after their enhancement. She took out the final blood orchid she had obtained from the slumbering place of the Black Bear Corpse Demon. After refining and absorbing it, she successfully advanced to the 5th stage, 1st level. The energy contained in a blood orchid wasn't much, but thanks to the high quality of spiritual energy feedback from Lu Zhang, she managed to make a direct leap to the 5th stage. However, there was nothing that could help Lu Zhang break through his own limitations yet. Lu Zhang wasn't too fixated on this. During these days, he prepared to complete the task Mu Yunlan had previously assigned to him, to eliminate Ma Tianlin and Lin Yang. Based on the heart voices overheard by his clone, these two were always keeping an eye on Mu Yunlan's movements, looking for a chance to take advantage of her misfortune. But unlike Lu Zhang, they couldn't follow closely and eavesdrop on heart voices. As a result, they hadn't found the opportunity, but Lu Zhang had already taken the lead. Lin Yang possessed a moonlight-level talent and the quality of his spirit pet was not low, earning him the Lin family's focused cultivation. His spirit pet, the Gale Hound, aimed to become stronger, and the most suitable training ground was a secret realm called Shadow Wind Den within the Lin family's territory outside Lingshu City. This secret realm was open and originally a place where fierce beasts roamed, inhabited by beasts called Shadow Wind Toads. Later, it was occupied by the Lin family and turned into a training ground for wind attribute spirit beasts. The Lin family's ancestral spirit beast was the Black Demon Lion Mastiff, which had a wind attribute. Most of the other family members' spirit beasts also had wind attributes, and Lin Yang's Gale Hound was a variant of the Black Demon Lion Mastiff. Training in the Shadow Wind Den allowed the Gale Hound to make twice the progress with half the effort. With its first talent ability, the 10 Directions Shadow Wind, it could effectively handle the invasion of shadow winds. Most of the other clansmen could only let their spirit beasts venture 100 meters into the Shadow Wind Den, but the Gale Hound could now venture about 200 meters deep. The shadow winds were stronger there and the spiritual energy obtained was also richer. However, this place was still a gathering spot for fierce beasts and the Shadow Wind Toads hadn't been completely eradicated. The Shadow Wind Den was interconnected, and although the other exit was unknown, even if all visible Shadow Wind Toads were eliminated, new ones would eventually appear. In the dark and damp environment, the cries of these fierce beasts echoed occasionally. One day, as Lin Yang ventured deeper into the Shadow Wind Den, he suddenly encountered a group of Shadow Wind Toads. With only a 3rd stage, 2nd level spiritual power and the ordinary adult Shadow Wind Toads reaching the 3rd stage, 4th level, his expression changed drastically. Logically, with the Gale Hound's talent ability, it should have already sensed these Shadow Wind Toads approaching through the shadow wind. But now, there was no time to worry about such things. He immediately commanded the formidable Gale Hound to hold off the threat as he made a desperate dash toward the exit. Yet, as he turned to seek help, he felt the ground beneath his feet transform into a treacherous swamp and an overwhelming pressure bore down on him, rendering him immobile. Panic surged through him, leaving no time to contemplate the cause. He could only muster a desperate cry, hoping the 6th-rank beast master guard assigned to protect him would hear. However, the sinister wind had already been commandeered by Lu Zhang's avatar, preventing any sound from escaping. Lu Zhang's avatar was among the shadowy wind demon toads that had descended upon Lin Yang. Swiftly, Lin Yang was overwhelmed by the multitude of shadowy wind demon toads, and alongside him the enslaved Gale Hound met its demise. Without delay, Lu Zhang directed the remaining demon toads to charge towards the cave's entrance. By the time Lin Yang's protector, the Beast Master, had vanquished the sudden onslaught of demon toads and ventured inside, all that remained were tattered clothing, scattered bones, and Lin Yang's spirit beast pouch. Lin Yang's death seemed all too fitting. Strictly speaking, Lu Zhang's actions were not merely opportunistic. Without his interference, Lin Yang would have been in no danger. The Gale Hound could have warned him in advance, and even without prior warning, it could have held off the demon toads with its innate abilities. Even if it couldn't hold them off for long, Lin Yang's own strength would have sufficed to cry for help, allowing the nearby guards to come to his aid. yet under Lu Zheng's meticulous scheming, Lin Yang's demise appeared effortless and untraceable. Even if one possessed the divine ability to see all that transpired, it would be nearly impossible to deduce who orchestrated the events. In this world, there is no shortage of prodigies who meet an untimely demise. Once dead, their potential becomes irrelevant. The day after Lin Yang's death, another unexpected tragedy struck in the distant city of Faidu. Ma Tianlin's death was even more startling. The Ma family's legacy spirit pet was the Bloodhoof stallion, and nearly every direct descendant of the Ma family was a knight. Besides training and resting, they spent the majority of their time in mounted combat. Injuries were commonplace during these bouts, but they were always careful to avoid life-threatening harm. During a spar with his cousin, Ma Tianlin's opponent launched a straightforward thrust aimed at his left shoulder. This attack was easily avoidable and shouldn't have caused any harm, yet inexplicably Ma Tianlin's body shifted leftward, pausing just enough for the lance to pierce his neck. Worse still, the lance, initially wielded with restraint, suddenly gained momentum, driving through Ma Tianlin's throat. He died instantly. His cousin was in utter shock, unable to comprehend why Ma Tianlin had seemingly moved into the path of the lance. Throughout the process, everything seemed normal, yet it was a tiny disturbance that directly led to the tragedy. It was confirmed that Ma Tianlin was truly gone. Lu Zheng shared the good news with Mu Yunlan. Mu Yunlan held him in her arms, gently rubbing his 6 small ears with her hands. Little 6 Ears has killed 2 enemies and achieved a great feat. Let me give you a massage and then a nice bath to reward you. Lu Zheng closed his eyes, enjoying Mu Yunlan's service, and simultaneously transmitted a message. I've taken down 2 people. Have you thought of a way for me to break through to the 5th tier? Mu Yunlan frowned upon hearing this and whispered, I did think of one way. The patriarch of the Mu family, Mu Yuan, possesses a treasure called the boundary breaking ring. Simply wearing it allows any spirit beast below the 6th tier to break through a bottleneck. Lu Zheng interrupted her before she could continue. Then forget it. I'll rely on my own cultivation. I won't let you suffer any grievances by going back. Hearing these final words, Mu Yunlan felt a tingling sensation run through her body as if electrified. She stared blankly at the little monkey in her arms, suddenly letting out a peculiar laugh. In Mu Yunlan's memory, aside from her deceased mother, Lu Zhan was the only one who ever said he wouldn't let her suffer any grievances. While not exactly a person, others like Mu Nanshan would always tell her to endure. Why should she, if she couldn't even treat herself well, was living just to suffer? At that moment, Mu Yunlan felt incredibly moved. In her 2 lives, she never expected to be protected by a little monkey in the end. Meanwhile, in another part of the Mu family estate, Feng Jiuxiu faced Mu Nanshan, who spoke in a condescending manner. For the sake of the Mu family, Jiuxiu, you'll have to endure some grievances. Think it over well. The Mu family has not treated you poorly. With that, Mu Nanshan left. Feng Jiuxiu's face was solemn. She hadn't outright refused earlier, considering that the Mu family had indeed treated her well. Regardless of any ulterior motives, she had received the Mu family's resources, and that was a fact. But Mu Nanshan's request was too outrageous. He wanted the essence blood of the golden-scaled flood dragon. Essence blood is extremely precious to any flesh and blood creature, usually stored in the heart. A human possesses only a few drops, which can unleash potential beyond their limits in life-threatening situations, containing immense energy. In spirit beasts, the amount and quality of essence blood vary by level, possibly ranging from a few drops to a dozen, but never exceeding 20. Essence blood can not only be explosive in critical moments but also drive the energy flow within the body on a daily basis. Simultaneously, for spirit beasts, essence blood contains inherited information, and the essence blood of high-level spirit beasts often promotes the evolution of lower-quality spirit beasts. This essence blood can regenerate, and some major powers use high-level spirit beast essence blood as a trade commodity. However, its regeneration process is exceedingly slow, with no real way to accelerate it, relying solely on the passage of time. During this process, a spirit beast's strength is also compromised. Both cultivation and growth rates will be adversely affected. The task of extracting blood essence typically involves spirit beasts of the Beast King level or higher, as their recovery speed is notably faster. Rarely would anyone choose to take blood essence from a spirit beast at the beast spirit realm, as it would be an incredibly unwise act of weakening for the beast. Mu Nanshan, however, is asking for not just 1 drop but 3. Feng Jiuxiu speculated that these 3 drops were likely intended for the spirit beasts of Mu Yuan, Mu Nanshan, and Mu Tianqiu. In her previous life, Mu Nanshan had forced her to marry Mu Tianqiu. Now, with the unexpected Intervention of the Nine Dragons' divine fire palace. Mu Nanshan seems resigned to the fact that he can't hold on to her, thus seeking some compensation through the acquisition of spirit beast blood essence. Truth be told, Feng Jiuxiu is not someone who forgets kindness without reciprocation, but 3 drops of blood essence would be too damaging for the golden scale Jiao. After contemplating for a long time, she decided to release the golden scale Jiao from her spirit beast pouch. Little Jinzi, she said, I need you to endure this inconvenience for me. At first, the golden scale Jiao was naturally reluctant to give up its blood essence. However, after some persuasion and the promise of advancing its rank, Feng Jiuxiu managed to convince it. Eventually, she approached Mu Nanshan with her decision. Here is the blood essence of the golden scale Jiao, she said, but there's only 1 drop as a token of my gratitude to the Mu family. In exchange for another drop, I need the Mu family's assistance to help the golden scale Jiao break through to the 5th rank. Thanks to Zhao Qiangkong's help, the golden scale Jiao had already rapidly advanced to the 9th layer of the 4th rank. Just a step away from a breakthrough. Feng Jiuxiu remembered how Mu Yunlan had used an artifact called the boundary-breaking ring to help the golden-scaled serpent advance in her previous life, and thus she proposed this condition. Mu Nanshan hesitated after hearing her terms but eventually agreed. If it were before, he might have relied on the Mu family's influence to pressure Feng Jiuxiu. However, with the 9 Dragons' Divine Fire Palace's 9th rank Beast King now guarding Feng Jiuxiu within the clan, such threats were futile. Even if Feng Jiuxiu offered no blood essence, he had no recourse. The fact that she was willing to provide 2 drops was already a demonstration of her acknowledgement of past kindness. Ultimately, Mu Nanshan had never expected Feng Jiuxiu to reciprocate any favors. His aim had been to overpower her with force. After all, in the realm of Yunzhou, only the families of the 12 cities counted as people. The rest were insignificant. Mu Nanshan then took the 2 drops of blood essence to find Mu Yuan, who indeed produced the boundary-breaking ring. 3 days later, the golden scale Jiao successfully advanced to the 5th rank. However, post-breakthrough, its blood essence wasn't fully replenished, which meant its future cultivation speed would inevitably slow down. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Song family where Mu Yunlan resided, a small monkey was practicing boxing alongside Mu Yunlan. It was a serious type of boxing. That day, after being deeply moved, Mu Yunlan had a sudden flash of inspiration. She recalled a spiritual cultivation method she had encountered in her previous life called the 6 Harmonies Everlasting Fist. Although her mind was filled with various cultivation techniques, none were specifically designed for spiritual beasts. Traditionally, spiritual beasts relied on their innate breathing absorption and consuming the flesh of fierce beasts to cultivate. As a demonic saintess in her past life, Mu Yunlan had no secret methods for spiritual beasts. However, she realized that the Six-Eared Macaque, despite being a spiritual beast, had a body structure similar to humans. While a fish couldn't practice martial arts, a monkey could. Thus, she decided to teach this fist technique to Lu Zhang. With the help of 3 abilities, shared bridge, soul eavesdropping, and the power of contract, Lu Zhang easily grasped Mu Yunlan's insights into the fist technique. He quickly mastered it, capturing a fraction of its essence. Indeed, it was just a fraction. This martial art was profoundly deep. Mu Yunlan herself had only scratched the surface and hadn't mastered much, but it was enough for initial application. Once the basics were understood, progress would be swift. In just a day, Mu Yunlan could already see a spark of spiritual light manifesting on Lu Zhang. This martial art, when refined to its ultimate form, allowed one's entire being to burn brightly like an everlasting sun. In essence, it was a manifestation of endless spiritual energy. Observing the spiritual light emanating from Lu Zhang, it was clear he had skillfully mastered the fist technique. Suddenly, Mu Yunlan felt the little monkey before her light up like a candle, flickering like a bolt of lightning. The aura around it changed. It had broken through the 5th tier. Realizing this, Mu Yunlan excitedly scooped up the little monkey. Little Six Ears, you're amazing. You managed to break through the 4th tier's shackles and step into the 5th tier all on your own in such a short time. Most beast tamers help their spiritual beasts overcome barriers through various means for quicker advancement, as self-cultivation required much longer. Yet here was the divine pet, the Six-Eared Macaque, breaking through on its own merits. Mu Yunlan couldn't help but marvel. Feng Jiuxiu, you truly picked a powerful spiritual pet for me. After Morong Bing's patrol ended, he arrived at the Song family in Tianyun City. Upon learning that the patrol envoy had arrived, Song Tianran personally greeted him in the hall, showing utmost respect and hospitality. Patrol envoys at least held the realm of an 8th-tier beast king with prospects of advancing to beast sovereigns. Befriending such individuals was essential even when venturing outside in the future. No need for formalities, I'm here to find my disciple Mu Yunlan. Before she officially leaves Yunzhou, I might be staying here for a while, Morongbing explained. Like Zhao Changkong, he intended to protect the person he valued. Morongbing, aware of Mu Yunlan's rare talent and her extraordinary spiritual pet, felt it was his duty as a master to protect them. Song Tianran, having already been informed by his clan about the master-disciple relationship, nodded with a smile and said it's an honor to have a patrol envoy residing with the Song family. How could it be a disturbance? Please feel free to stay here, and whatever you need, the Song family will do their best to accommodate. Morongbing did not decline the offer, understanding that such treatment was befitting of a strong individual. Refusing would only make others suspect ulterior motives, which would be troublesome. Just as she finished speaking, Mu Yulan appeared before her, inquiring if her task was completed so swiftly. Morongbing nodded, explaining that she had patrolled the area without detecting any disturbances from demons, thus concluding her duty. She patrolled only once a year, as doing so more frequently would interfere significantly with her cultivation. After a month of vigilant guarding post-patrol, she would leave, ready to return if chaos erupted later. This was the tradition all patrol envoys adhered to. Yunzhou was vast, requiring over a month for a full patrol. Patrol envoys needed time to cultivate, making year-round patrolling impractical. Moreover, Yunzhou's scarce spiritual energy necessitated travel for effective cultivation. However, during the 11 months of non-patrolling, the likelihood of unrest was high, with some tragedies being irreparable, a reality each envoy understood. Yet, such occurrences were unavoidable. There were always places untouched by sunshine. The destruction of the Song family in the previous life occurred during Morongbing's 10-month absence from Yunzhou, and the one who led Mu Yulan down the path of demonic cultivation had appeared during the month Morongbing was training with Feng Jiuxiu. This similarity in the experiences of Mu Yulan and Feng Jiuxiu was striking. Both had apprenticed around the same period, but their paths diverged significantly. One was guided by the righteous Morongbing to become the empress of the righteous path, while the other fell into the demonic path, struggling in vain. This time, however, things were different. Morongbing had become Mu Yulan's master. The demonic practitioner must not meet a good end. There was a saying that Mu Yulan deeply agreed with. People of the righteous path were not necessarily good, but those of the demonic path were definitely wicked to the core. Morongbing settled in with the Song family, beginning to instruct Mu Yulan in cultivation. To her amazement, both Mu Yulan and a small monkey displayed extraordinary talent. Mu Yulan's cultivation of spiritual power progressed rapidly and steadily, and Morongbing acknowledged that she herself couldn't match Mu Yulan within the same realm. Meanwhile, in teaching beast combat, the small monkey mastered various innate talents, combining and utilizing them to manifest power that far exceeded the so-called fifth-tier combat power of the present. Morongbing, being pragmatic, realized that these were subjects she could not teach effectively. She decisively shifted her focus to other teachings, such as knowledge and perceptions and strategies for different types of beast masters in battle. She did not feel disheartened by her inability to surpass her disciple in certain areas. Instead, she endeavored to fulfill her role as a master to the best of her ability. Mu Yulan couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Feng Jiuxiu, in their past life, truly had a remarkable master. But now, that master belonged to her. Compared to Morongbing, the demonic sorcerer Mu Yunan encountered in her past life was worse than a beast. This time, she vowed to make him pay. In Yunzhou, the climate was perpetually spring-like, with no real winter or summer. Just over 2 weeks after Morongbing's return, Feng Jiuxiu unexpectedly arrived in Tianyun City. What brings you here again? Mu Yunan queried. Are you perhaps convinced that you'll lose the duel in 3 years and have come early to concede? Upon hearing this, Feng Jiuxiu couldn't help but admire her baseless confidence, but clarified, that's not why I'm here. I previously promised to teach you the 6 harmonies returning to Young formation, and after offering just 1 session, I intend to continue teaching you daily for the next month. Mu Yunan rolled her eyes dramatically. What a pathetic excuse. It was typical of Feng Jiuxiu to concoct such a flimsy reason. Mu Yunan knew well why Feng Jiuxiu appeared at this critical moment. It was to prevent her from joining the demonic path. However, Mu Yunan planned to deal with that demonic sorcerer herself. She couldn't allow Feng Jiuxiu to interfere. After all, the sorcerer had to be dealt with by her hand alone. No need, she arrogantly declined. I've mastered the formation completely. Do you really think your wisdom surpasses mine? This retort left Feng Jiuxiao momentarily at a loss, as she had worked hard to come up with that excuse. If it didn't work, she couldn't stay. By Mu Yunan's side. Feng Jiuxiao then challenged, "You claim to have mastered the formation more than I have, why don't we have a contest?" Mu Yunan waved dismissively, "I'm not interested in arguing with you. If you want a duel seeming in 3 years, I've never seen anyone so eager to teach a formation to another. You truly are one of a kind." Feng Jiuxiao, Lu Zhang, who was aware of the entire situation, could only shake his head in silence. Mu Yunan indeed had a peculiar sense of humor, always seizing the chance to belittle Feng Jiuxiao. It had to be some psychological quirk, but it didn't matter, as the only one getting hurt was Feng Jiuxiao. Since she had abandoned him before, it was no longer his concern. She deserved it. Despite Mu Yunan's mocking, Feng Jiuxiao seemed unfazed, her expression unchanged. Watching Mu Yunan turn away and shut the door, Feng Jiuxiao remained silent. At this point, Zhao Changkong, standing behind her, couldn't hold back. "Joshi, why do you let Mu Yunan insult you so? Why not just take action? Even if her master intervenes, there's no reason to stop a fight." Feng Jiuxiao casually replied, "That's just how she is." Clearly, she wasn't bothered by Mu Yunan's words, almost as if she was used to them. Zhao Changkong was momentarily stunned by her indifferent tone. He glanced at the tightly closed Song family door and then at Feng Jiuxiao, finding the situation odd. These two weren't just simple rivals. There had to be more to their relationship. "Let's find an inn nearby," Feng Jiuxiao suggested, choosing the simplest strategy of waiting. With Zhao Changkong around, even if Mu Yunan flew away, they would know in advance. 6 days later, in the afternoon, Mu Yunlan, under the guise of meditation, had the six-eared monkey escort her through the earth to emerge outside the city 500 meters underground. "Feng Jiuxiao, you're truly amusing. Did you really think that by staking out the Song family you could follow me?" she mused, feeling a sense of triumph as she glanced back at the city from a distance. For her, even breaking through to the Emperor realm couldn't compare to the joy of outsmarting Feng Jiuxiao. Observing this, Lu Zhen could only shake his head, thinking this girl was beyond saving. If Feng Jiuxiao were dead, would she not find life less entertaining? After collecting her thoughts, Mu Yunlan's expression suddenly turned serious. "Little Six-Ear, the enemy we face next is incredibly vicious," she warned. Despite her serious injuries and the death of all her spirit pets, the adversary was once an 8th-rank beast master. A person from the demonic path with insidious and venomous means should never be underestimated. "Do you understand?" Lu Zhen nodded, assuring her, "Don't worry, if things go south, I'll run faster than you." Mu Yunlan broke into laughter, losing her composure. She hugged the little monkey tightly, squeezing it firmly against herself. "Oh, how dare you think of leaving me behind and running away?" Lu Zhen, being the innocent type, couldn't handle this and immediately raised a white flag. "Let go of me. I'll take you with me when the time comes." Mu Yunlan finally released the little monkey and began to recount details about the demonic person. This individual was named Dao Yuan, a disciple of the demonic bone spirit sect. In her past life, Mu Yunlan had happened upon the injured Dao Yuan fleeing to Yunzhou and was deceived into rescuing and hiding him. After Murong Bing left, Dao Yuan nominally accepted Mu Yunlan as a disciple, but in reality intended to use her as a vessel to incubate a newly acquired demonic pet egg. However, growing up in an environment that fostered distrust, Mu Yunlan sensed something was amiss and seized the opportunity to decisively counterattack and kill him. At that time, though, she had already been implanted with the demonic egg. Later, the demonic aura from the egg leaked out, detected by Feng Jiuxiao, who then alerted the Mu family. Upon discovering Mu Yunlan was tainted with demonic energy, Mu Nanshan immediately expelled her from the sect, without considering any attempt at redemption. This expulsion was a driving force in her eventual descent into the demonic path. Mu Yunlan found herself near a cave, the very spot where she first encountered Dao Yuan. The difference this time was her deliberate presence rather than a mere chance encounter. She had some time to prepare her act. Mu Yunlan instructed Lu Zhen to transform into a fierce beast and engage in a mock battle nearby, presenting a modest display of talent, just enough to barely handle the beast. Suddenly, a black light flashed not far away, catching the attention of both Mu Yunlan and Lu Zhen. The transformed beast leapt over the golden giant ape form of Lu Zhen, charging towards the newcomer. Dao Yuan, having witnessed the fight, saw the beast rushing at him and casually flicked a black light to send it flying, choosing not to kill it. In the mysterious world of cultivation, those who walk the path of dark magic always strike with lethal intent. The fact that the attack had failed to kill its target could only mean one thing: the attacker's strength was insufficient. Suddenly, the ferocious beast they were battling veered off in a different direction, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Mu Yunlan, with a wary expression, turned her gaze towards Dao Yuan. "Who are you? How did you suddenly appear here?" she demanded. Dao Yuan seemed unfazed by the question. After all, anyone would be alarmed at the sudden appearance of a stranger. A lack of vigilance would be the real danger. "You are in no position to question me," Dao Yuan replied coldly, unleashing an aura that belonged to a beast master king. Mu Yunlan's expression shifted, but she understood it was merely a bluff. Nonetheless, she displayed apparent panic, her brows furrowed as she spoke in a low voice. "Senior, the beast master king of the Song family in Tianyun City is my grandfather, and I am from the Mu family in Lingshu City. You had better not harm me, or those who protect me will surely report this incident." "You won't get away with it." Dao Yuan intensified her oppressive aura, and Mu Yunlan pretended to struggle under the pressure, bending over but refusing to kneel. "You have some skill," Dao Yuan acknowledged, "but I've already investigated. There are no guards around you. Either you are not favored or you snuck out on your own. If I kill you now, no one will know." At these words, Mu Yunlan's body trembled. She gritted her teeth and growled softly, "Yes, no one cares about me, but I won't let you kill me without a fight. Even if I die, I'll make sure to splatter your face with blood." Witnessing this performance, Lu Zhang could barely resist applauding. The expressions, the tone, the emotion, she deserved an award. Life is indeed a stage. Dao Yuan, observing Mu Yunlan's display, suddenly laughed and withdrew her oppressive aura. "No one cares about you, abandoned, are you? Very well, you have some talent, little girl. I can help you become stronger, so those who disregard you will look up to you. If you wish, you could even kill them at any time." Before Dao Yuan could continue, Mu Yunlan interrupted her. "What do I have to give in return?" she asked. Dao Yuan nodded approvingly. "You truly are well suited for the path of dark magic." Mu Yunlan's expression changed and she took 2 steps back. "You practice dark magic?" she questioned, but Dao Yuan merely smiled. "Why? Are you unwilling to join the path of dark magic, or do you fear being looked down upon and abandoned even more?" These words caused a conflict of emotions to flicker across Mu Yunlan's face. Dao Yuan continued, "Only through dark magic can you quickly become stronger, even surpassing those so-called prodigies. Think about it, do you have any other choice?" Her words held a double meaning. One was about the choice to become stronger, and the other implied that since Mu Yunlan now knew Dao Yuan's identity, she couldn't be allowed to leave alive. "All right, I will join the path of dark magic," Mu Yunlan declared. Mu Yunlan gritted her teeth as she made her choice. Dao Yuan approached her, producing a dark red beetle. "This was a heart-eating insect, and without my control it will consume your heart in 3 days. Only by implanting it can I trust you." Without hesitation, Mu Yunlan extended her hand and Dao Yuan placed the insect in her palm. As it burrowed into her skin, Mu Yunlan didn't make a sound, which mildly surprised Dao Yuan. "This girl's resilience is commendable, but the demonic path knows no master or disciple, only raw materials and cauldrons." Watching the insect successfully nestle inside Mu Yunlan, Dao Yuan nodded with a smile. "I'll be here recuperating, and you must bring me the blood and flesh of fierce beasts as I require." Mu Yunlan, however, fixed her gaze on Dao Yuan and said, "Teach me the demonic arts. In 3 days, I'll bring you the flesh, but by then I must have learned something real, or you might as well kill me." She wasn't interested in dragging things out with Dao Yuan and wanted to expedite the process. Hearing her demand, Dao Yuan didn't hesitate either. "All right, it's a deal." After they were far from the cave, Lu Zhang suddenly asked, "What do you plan to do about the heart-eating insect?" Mu Yunlan smiled and replied, "No need to do anything. Once she plants the demonic egg within me, its powerful aura will kill the insect. That thing is quite fierce." Hearing this, Lu Zhang grimaced, "Really fiercer than me right now." Mu Yunlan embraced him and gave him a firm kiss. "Ha, you're so adorable, how could you be fierce?" Lu Zhang sighed helplessly but then asked, "Earlier, did it hurt?" Mu Yunlan maintained her smile. "It didn't hurt at all. What is pain compared to having you by my side?" The pain was nothing compared to the suffering she endured in her past life. Back then she faced everything alone, but now she had such a good friend in the Six-Eared Macaque. This made her truly happy and she felt no pain. The heart-eating insect wasn't demonic, so upon returning, Morong Bing didn't notice anything unusual. The next day, Mu Yunlan deliberately went out to buy some things. Feng Jiuxiao, as expected, followed her. She was clever enough not to tail Mu Yunlan directly, but had Zhao Changkong keep an eye on her while she followed from a distance. Zhao Changkong didn't understand Feng Jiuxiao's actions, but as long as it led to her willingly joining the 9 Dragons' Divine Fire Palace, he was happy to comply. Seeing that Mu Yunlan hadn't left the city, Feng Jiuxiu felt relieved, but she kept up surveillance on the Song family that night. Mu Yunlan still managed to leave through the underground passage. She ventured into a beast-infested area, summoning the Six-Eared Monkey to eliminate several 4th and 5th tier beasts to obtain their flesh. 3 nights later, she returned to the cave where they had met. "Here is the flesh you wanted. Now either teach me the dark arts or kill me, but if I die there is a high chance you'll be exposed," Mu Yunlan said, staring intently at Dao Yuan. Dao Yuan chuckled. "All right, I'll teach you a dark art right now. Swallow this." She handed Mu Yunlan an object resembling a cocoon. Without hesitation, Mu Yunlan swallowed it, fully aware that it was a demonic egg of the black sky centipede. A rare demonic pet from the demon realm. Unlike regular spiritual pets of dark beast tamers, this egg was already a demonic pet. Dao Yuan had fled to Yunzhou to safeguard this treasure. Likewise, Mu Yunlan kept Dao Yuan alive to obtain it. Dao Yuan then said, "Now I'll give you a secret method to aid your cultivation with this flesh. Don't be afraid." Mu Yunlan nodded, accepting the secret technique. However, it wasn't a cultivation method but a dark art for nurturing and hatching demonic pets known as bloodthirsty pulse. Dao Yuan instructed Mu Yunlan to sit atop a mountain of beast carcasses and began the ritual. As spiritual energy was consumed, crimson lines emerged from the beasts' bodies, entering Mu Yunlan and connecting to the egg. The egg absorbed the energy, beginning to breathe rhythmically. As it breathed, Mu Yunlan's spiritual energy synchronized with its rhythm, enveloping her in a mist of blood resembling a cocoon of crimson silk. Dao Yuan was slightly surprised at the efficacy of the technique given her. Severe injuries and limited spiritual energy. She had anticipated mediocre results, yet the synchronization was perfect. If this continued, what was meant to take 3 days might be achieved overnight. Unbeknownst to Dao Yuan, Mu Yunlan was also channeling the technique herself. 3 days was too long. She intended to make Dao Yuan suffer by dawn. Vast amounts of beast blood were absorbed into the cocoon. It was hard to believe that a fingernail-sized egg could absorb such energy, demonstrating the formidable power of demonic pets. Much like the six-eared monkey, which could grow from infant size to towering heights in battle, half an hour passed and the massive blood cocoon began to shrink. Seeing this, Dao Yuan forced a drop of her essence blood from her body. To form a bond with a demonic pet, it must be fed with essence blood. She planned to inject her essence blood at the moment of hatching, then control the demonic egg to consume Mu Yunlan, thereby completing the initial hatching process. The blood cocoon continued to shrink. At a certain moment, suddenly the blood mist vanished and all energy was absorbed by the demonic egg. Dao Yuan immediately injected her own essence blood into the demonic egg. Yunlan's body began to tremble violently, clearly experiencing immense physical pain, a natural response that couldn't be controlled by sheer willpower. It's like trying to forget hunger through self-hypnosis, impossible. Suddenly, a blood-red wound tore open on Yunlan's back and a dark red centipede about the length of a middle finger crawled out. The demonic pet had hatched, breaking through the body. Dao Yuan's face lit up with excitement at this sight, but her smile quickly faded. She attempted to control the black sky centipede through the demonic spirit contract, only to find she had no sense of it. Unable to resist, Dao Yuan moved to the side of the seemingly unconscious Yunlan. The tiny black sky centipede suddenly leaped onto her face. Dao Yuan instinctively reached to grab it, but it was too late. The black sky centipede crawled through her nostril into her body, reaching her throat, then her heart. Yunlan lifted her head, revealing a cruel smile. Dao Yuan clutched her chest in horror, staring at Yunlan. "Who are you really? You've taken control of the demonic egg. You're courting death." Yunlan looked coldly at Dao Yuan, who seemed fierce on the outside but weak on the inside. She was well aware of how severe Dao Yuan's injuries were in her past life. Even with the strength of a third-tier beast master, she could counter-kill. Now she feared no significant move from this woman. Without saying a word, Yunlan continued to gaze coldly at Dao Yuan. This silent confrontation was ironically the most terrifying. Dao Yuan could feel the black sky centipede rapidly devouring her heart's flesh, one bite at a time. After consuming half a ventricle, the centipede stopped eating her heart and instead moved towards other parts of her body, devouring her other organs bit by bit. "No, get it out." Dao Yuan's face was filled with fear and despair as she shouted hoarsely. Panic consumed Dao Yuan entirely. Already gravely injured, her internal organs were now being steadily consumed. It felt as though her life force was dwindling, with every painful sensation a countdown in her ears marking her remaining time. Finally, unable to withstand it any longer, she drew a dagger, not to kill Yunlanlan but to stab her own body. It wasn't an act of suicide, of course, as a person of the demonic path, her life was the most precious thing to her. Suicide was unthinkable. The fact that Yunlanlan had committed suicide in a previous life indicated that she hadn't completely fallen into despair. With a swift motion, Dao Yuan stabbed herself in the side, slicing open a large wound. A whole hand reached in, shrouded in a dark mist, attempting to seize the black celestial centipede, but the centipede darted towards her lower limbs. As it burrowed into her left leg, Dao Yuan's expression turned fierce and she swiftly swung her blade. With a sickening slash, her entire left leg was severed, blood gushing forth as her face grew even paler, yet she sighed in relief, for the centipede was still feasting on the dismembered limb. With a venomous glare, she turned to Mu Yunlan, certain that she was behind this treachery. "You'll pay for this," she snarled. Suddenly her body froze immobile. In front of her, Mu Yunlan wore a sinister smile. With deliberate slowness, Mu Yunlan placed the black celestial centipede onto Dao Yuan's face. Dao Yuan's pupils widened in horror and a scream tore from her throat. The moment the immobilization spell broke, the centipede burrowed into Dao Yuan's eye, obliterating the eyeball before consuming it entirely. In a past life, Mu Yunlan had endured unimaginable pain to seize control of a demonic egg, cutting open her own body to house it within her essence. Now, she sought to make Dao Yuan repay that agony 100-fold. Watching her nemesis writhe on the ground, one eye devoured, Mu Yunlan knew it wasn't enough. She commanded the centipede to emerge from Dao Yuan's other eye socket and then burrow into her ear. This time, it severed her spinal cord, and after a full hour, the centipede completed its feast, achieving initial metamorphosis. Its level ascended to the second tier, first stage. The greatest distinction between demonic pets and ordinary spirit pets lies in their rapid leveling, though the process is often gruesome and brutal. But that mattered little. Mu Yunlan saw this creature merely as a supplementary tool. Her true affection lay solely with her six-eared monkey companion. After dispatching Dao Yuan, Mu Yunlan felt her inner gloom lifted, a genuine smile replacing the earlier sinister one, as radiant as a girl's afternoon glance. Lu Zhang hurriedly unleashed his innate ability, Spring Breeze transforms rain. As the gentle breeze swept over, spiritual energy transformed into fine rain, healing Mu Yunlan's body instantaneously. The wounds vanished, leaving only the torn clothes and bloodstains as evidence of her recent ordeal. After changing into a fresh outfit, Mu Yunlan cast a sealing spell on herself, suppressing the demonic energy within. Upon forming a demonic contract with a pet, one inevitably produces demonic energy, impossible to eliminate, only suppressible through secret arts until the pet is summoned. Though cumbersome, it's the safest method. How could a righteous master like Morong Bing allow her disciple to be tainted with demonic energy? Better keep it a secret. Mu Yunlan, the saintess of the demonic path, couldn't possibly be without demonic energy. Her seal was so robust that even a Beastmaster sovereign, unless directly probing her arm, couldn't detect it. After all, she was once an Imperial Realm powerhouse. Carefully collecting Dao Yuan's belongings, she consigned the rest, along with the vicious beast's corpses, to flames. Lastly, Lu Zhang harnessed the power of the earth's veins and his talent for building from sand to move the soil. All traces had been erased. Dao Yuan had vanished from this world completely. The next day, Mu Yunlan went out shopping again, this time with Morong Bing by her side. Shopping, after all, was a natural inclination for women, and although Morong Bing preferred solitude and was nearing 50 years old, she graciously accepted Mu Yunlan's invitation. Not long into their stroll, Mu Yunlan whispered, "Master, I have a feeling someone is following me. Have you noticed anything?" Morong Bing paused, and utilizing some secret technique, her spiritual energy flickered momentarily. As she abruptly turned to face a certain spot, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, come out," she called. Not far away, a figure that appeared to be buying a pancake trembled, then turned around awkwardly. "Ah, Morong Taoist, what a coincidence," he stammered, yet Morong Bing offered him no respite, stepping forward with a cold demeanor and demanding, "Why have you been tracking my disciple recently? What are your intentions?" Zhao Changkong rubbed his hands together, clearly uneasy despite being a ninth ranked beast master like her, as if he were a child being scolded by a teacher. At that moment, Feng Jiuxiu hurried over from a distance. "Senior Morong, I asked Senior Zhao to follow Mu Yunlan. Please don't misunderstand him," she explained. Hearing this, Morong Bing frowned, while Mu Yunlan jumped forward, pointing angrily at Feng Jiuxiu's nose. "Ah, no wonder you suddenly came to Tianyun City claiming to teach me some formation technique. You had ulterior motives all along. What exactly are you trying to take from me?" Speak up, or is it because you're envious of my winning the Beastmaster tournament's top prize that you secretly plot against me? She ranted, seizing the rare opportunity to berate the future Empress Feng Jiuxiu. Knowing she wouldn't talk back, Lu Zhang, who was cradled in Mu Yunlan's arms, watched Feng Jiuxiu's face turn from green to red and couldn't help but feel a fleeting moment of sympathy for her. Just 3 seconds worth. I was trying to save you, Feng Jiuxiu blurted out, regretting it instantly, before she could craft an explanation to gloss over her words. Mu Yunlan retorted, save me? What a joke! You pushed me out of the Mu family to seize its resources, and now you pretend to come saving me. Who would believe your nonsense? Humph, I can't be bothered with you. Just don't let me see you again, or we'll fight every time we meet. With that, Mu Yunlan defiantly looped her arm through Morong Bing's, signaling the end of their confrontation. Master, let's go, don't bother with this stalker. Feng Jiuxiu watched as her master from her past life was led away by Mu Yunlan. Leaving her mind blank, I Feng Jiuxiu am a stalker. Zhao Chankong, seeing Feng Jiuxiu's desolate expression, couldn't help but speak up. Jiuxiu, let's go back. Even if Mu Yunlan is in danger, isn't Morong Bing there to protect her? Zhao Chankong was a straightforward person, and he believed that Feng Jiuxiu wasn't lying. She truly wanted to protect Mu Yunlan. Although he didn't know the exact reasons or what unexpected events might occur, Feng Jiuxiu's intentions were sincere. However, once Feng Jiuxiu came to her senses, she shook her head. She couldn't leave yet, but she also couldn't continue following. She decided to wait, and in half a month she would arrange another meeting with Mu Yunlan. Feng Jiuxiu was a person of great determination. Since she wanted to prevent Mu Yunlan from being tainted by demonic ways, she needed to persist to the end. At the same time, she had her own private reasons. Morong Bing had lost her disciple and couldn't afford to lose Mu Yunlan too. Feng Jiuxiu needed to ensure that Mu Yunlan could follow the righteous path in the future, becoming a righteous beast master alongside Morong Bing. Zhao Changkong could only sigh. What else could he do but continue to follow? As long as he didn't have to trail others again and be mistaken for a pervert, he was fine. A dignified 9th-tier beast king. The situation was truly embarrassing and humiliating at the time. Half a month went by quickly. Feng Jiuxiu visited again, using the Eye of Truth to confirm that Mu Yunlan didn't have demonic energy within her. In reality, her current level was too low, and even with the Eye of Truth, she couldn't see through the seals of an emperor-level being. 3 years later, I will wait for you. Leaving those words, Feng Jiuxiu departed. Watching her leave, Mu Yunlan couldn't help but laugh. This woman probably thought her protection was effective, acting as if everything was under control. Little did she know Mu Yunlan had already acquired a demonic pet and had gone out multiple times in the past half-month to hunt fierce beasts at night. By using the blood and flesh of these beasts to nurture the demonic pet, it had grown rapidly to the 3rd tier, level 3. At this rate, in another month it would ascend to the 4th tier. Soon it could even rival the Six-Eared Macaque, becoming a 5th tier battle pet. But Mu Yunlan wasn't in a rush to cultivate this demonic pet. It might be useful in the future, but for now it was just an ornament. Of course, its inherent power couldn't be denied, as the second demonic pet from her past life. This creature had contributed significantly to Mu Yunlan's achievements. A few days after Feng Jiuxiu left, Morong Bing was also departing. According to custom, this is my last year patrolling. Once I leave, I won't return, but in 10 months I'll come back. By then, if you've advanced to the level of a beast king, I'll take you with me. Don't feel pressured. I know it's unlikely. Even if you don't break through, I'll wait here and take you once you do. Do what you believe is right and stick to it. Morong Bing turned and left. Watching her retreating figure, Mu Yunlan showed a confident expression. Currently, the Six-Eared Macaque was at 5th tier, level 2. In her past life, even the formidable golden scale snake took a full year and 2 months to advance from the 5th stage beast spirit realm to the beast king realm. This was under the advantageous condition of late-stage demonization and direct power enhancement. Ascending to the beast king level is exceedingly difficult for spirit beasts, with only a handful of beast kings existing throughout the entire Yunzhou. Yunzhou is a place of sparse spiritual energy, making it challenging to nurture powerful existences. A normal transcendent spirit pet would take twice the time to grow to the 9th stage beast spirit realm compared to other regions, yet Mu Yunlan remained confident. If she were only relying on the advantage of reincarnation, there wouldn't be many shortcuts to take within Yunzhou, and she wouldn't have such confidence. But now, she had contracted the Six-Eared Macaque, a divine pet that had Never appeared before it for 10 months to ascend to the Beast King realm was not an impossibility. Little Six-Ear, are you ready for my rigorous training? Mu Yunlan said with feigned seriousness. Lu Zhang turned over, changed position and continued sleeping, paying her no mind whatsoever. Alright, you're so adorable, I can't bring myself to be harsh with you, Mu Yunlan admitted, a smile once more gracing her lips. Nonetheless, to quickly improve, they needed to devise a plan. Glancing down at the little monkey who paid her no heed, Mu Yunlan sighed helplessly. Fine, I'll figure something out myself. The six-eared macaque was perfect in every way except for being incredibly lazy. It spent its days either occasionally practicing martial arts with her or lounging in her lap, asleep. The key issue was that this little monkey wasn't exactly well behaved while asleep, always wanting to nuzzle and squeeze. Mu Yunlan pondered for half a day and finally came up with a makeshift solution. Yunzhou, being an absolute spiritual wasteland, had no secret realms to aid in cultivation. After reaching the 5th stage, there was only one place to go for rapid advancement: the Eye of Heaven. What? You want to train at the Eye of Heaven? No way, it's too dangerous, as Mu Nanshan sternly told Feng Jiuxiao. But Feng Jiuxiu was resolute, saying, I must go, Master Mu, I won't gamble with my life. I will traverse the beast horde with Elder Zhao, and once inside I have my methods to protect both myself and the golden scale. Zhao, destiny calls, time waits for no one. The Eye of Heaven was the name of a lake. Legend had it that the reason for Yunzhou's sparse spiritual energy was due to this very Eye of Heaven. It was the most spiritually dense place in all of Yunzhou, with energy levels more than twice that of other areas, almost comparable to many external non-secret realm-blessed lands, yet no beast tamer dared to cultivate there. It was widely known that both spirit beasts and beast tamers had spiritual energy that was not static, it constantly flowed. And during the process of energy operation it would also replenish, maintaining a dynamic balance. Upon entering the Eye of Heaven, spiritual energy dissipates at a rate of at least 10 times the normal speed. No one knows the exact upper limit, but the closer one gets to the center of the lake, the faster it drains. The entire surface of the Eye of Heaven is shrouded in spiritual mist, making it impossible to see what's happening inside from the outside. Those who ventured deep within have never resurfaced. It's speculated that most have sunk to the bottom of the lake. Every year some brave souls approach the Eye of Heaven to cultivate, as the rapid loss of spiritual energy is matched by an equally swift replenishment. However, this isn't necessarily beneficial. It's akin to a river with an extraordinarily high flow rate constantly eroding its banks, which can easily lead to breaches. The body exploding is a common occurrence, as the loss of control over spiritual energy is a terrifying prospect. Surrounding the Eye of Heaven, within the controllable range of accelerated spiritual energy, lurk numerous high-level fierce beasts. Thus, for ordinary people, entering the Eye of Heaven is extremely dangerous and challenging. Even a Beastmaster King wouldn't dare to guarantee they could come and go freely. Mu Nanshan instinctively tried to stop Feng Jiuxiao for this reason. Of course he had personal motives as well. He didn't want Feng Jiuxiao to advance too quickly. If Feng Jiuxiao left too soon, the benefits to the Mu family would be minimal. Yet, Mu Nanshan ultimately couldn't stop Feng Jiuxiao. Currently Feng Jiuxiao is accompanied by a 9th-level Beastmaster King for protection, and not even Mu Nanshan nor his father could stop him. As Feng Jiuxiao headed towards the Eye of Heaven, Mu Yunlan had already arrived. She didn't bother arguing with Song Tianran, knowing he wouldn't allow her to go alone to the Eye of Heaven. After all, without a 9th-level Beastmaster King by her side, they believed she couldn't even get past the fierce beasts outside the Eye of Heaven, so reasoning was futile. She had to go secretly. This journey would last 10 months, during which pretending to be in seclusion wouldn't work. Little Six-Ears, she sternly reminded, your clone better not do anything mischievous using my appearance, understand? Lu Zhang retorted, I won't, I'm just a monkey, what mischief could I cause? By the way, how many times a day do you bathe? Mu Yunlan immediately grabbed the little monkey's neck, embarrassed and angry. No baths. Not even once. Their escape plan was simple. Lu Zhang's clone would use its formless and shapeshifting talents to transform into Mu Yunlan's likeness, leaving another clone to act as the true form of the six-eared macaque. There would be no discrepancies in aura or appearance, making it indistinguishable from the real thing. After a playful scuffle with the little monkey, Mu Yunlan grew vigilant. As they neared the Eye of Heaven, the density of fierce beasts increased significantly. By this point, she could already feel the acceleration of spiritual energy dissipation, confirming they were within the Eye of Heaven's influence. Let's start from here, she suggested. We'll tunnel underground. near the Eye of Heaven's lake beast kings are present, and even if they don't encounter one, the blood and flesh mill formed by tens of thousands of fierce beasts isn't something a 5th level beast master like her can forcefully break through. Their only option was to rely on tunneling. While there are fierce beasts underground as well, their numbers are significantly fewer. Moreover, they could easily avoid them directly. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhang didn't hesitate and used the earth's spiritual energy to envelop himself and Mu Yunlan, merging into the ground. They descended to a depth of 500 meters underground without the need for Mu Yunlan's guidance, merely sensing the area where spiritual energy flowed most rapidly and proceeding straight to it. When they emerged from the earth, they found themselves directly within the lake water. As they entered the water, a circular bubble enveloped them. This was an innate skill Lu Zheng acquired from a water attribute spirit beast. The talent known as the water spirit bubble functions by consuming a certain amount of spiritual energy to create a bubble that allows free movement in water, absorbing the spiritual energy in the water. This bubble doesn't possess offensive capabilities nor much defensive strength, it can be easily popped. It's primarily an auxiliary talent intended to accelerate cultivation in water. However, Lu Zhang had long studied this ability. It can be infinitely layered, with one bubble nested within another separated by water to create a double amplification effect. This can be extended further, but it requires a high level of mental strength from the user to maintain the presence of water between the bubbles. The outer side of the water spirit bubble must stay in contact with water to be effective. With Lu Zhang's current capabilities, he could only activate 3 layers of water spirit bubbles. However, within the Eye of Heaven lake, where spiritual energy was exceptionally dense, the effect was significantly multiplied. A vast amount of spiritual energy surged into Mu Yunlan and Lu Zheng's bodies. Mu Yunlan sensed the sudden rapid flow of spiritual energy, her expression changing slightly, and she immediately began using her mental strength to control the spiritual energy within her body, casting a secret technique, the secret art of the demonic path, the fallen spirit blood curse. In an instant, a beam of blood-red light appeared, first enveloping Lu Zhang. She then cast it again, enveloping herself. Instantly, a layer of blood-red light appeared all over both of them, causing the spiritual energy passing through it to slow down. The fallen spirit blood curse, as the name suggests, is a demonic technique that curses the target, making their spiritual energy difficult to mobilize and slowing its flow significantly. In combat, using it on an enemy can even prevent them from releasing a complete skill in time. This was the first time Mu Yunlan had tried using it on herself. After all, in her previous life, she had never come here to cultivate. Usually, she would wish to accelerate her spiritual energy's flow, never considering using this blood curse on herself. But the effect of the blood curse was indeed immediate. The spiritual energy flow, which had initially surged to more than 80 times her body's capacity, was now reduced to just about 9 times. This speed was just right for her to bear. As they were about to start their cultivation, a shadow swiftly approached. Lu Zheng didn't dodge but instead released a clone to confront it. This external incarnation transformed into a fierce crab beast, meeting the dark shadow head-on. It was a creature with a fish head, snake body and scorpion tail. This oddity had no spiritual power within but possessed great strength, seemingly able to absorb energy attacks caused by spiritual power. Let's call it the fish-headed snake. Dealing with it appeared to require pure physical combat. Its combat ability is roughly equivalent to a 4th-level fierce beast. I can handle it, Lu Zhang remarked. He released several more clones to keep watch around them, then transformed into the creature's likeness. We shouldn't be disturbed further. Let's cultivate here and not approach any closer. Who knows what powerful entities might dwell in the lake's center and depths? Mu Yunlan nodded. Yes, this spot is sufficient. The fast water flow here allows for quicker cultivation than outside. Now it's your turn. Shall Lure show us your divine beast cultivation speed? Lu Zheng couldn't help but chuckle dismissively, keeping silent. He was, after all, a six-eared macaque. Divine beast, that was a tier below him. If it weren't for his current bloodline potential being limited by his level, reaching the Beast King realm with just a breath would be no issue. Calming his mind, Lu Zheng began to cultivate peacefully in the water. Mu Yunlan also started her cultivation. Although she could gain half of Lu Zheng's spiritual achievements, her own cultivation was also beneficial. Relying solely on the spiritual energy feedback from a spiritual pet would make her cultivation too superficial. She needed to refine it herself to truly convert it into her own power. After transforming into the fish-headed snake, Lu Zheng acquired its basic abilities, showing a hint of surprise. The fish-headed snake could be immune to most spiritual attacks. Moving forward, Lu Zheng could construct its outer skin using this ability, allowing him to largely ignore many spiritual impact skills in future battles. Moreover, he was already a figure of absolute physical strength, ignoring energy attacks and focusing solely on physical assaults who could stand against him. Additionally, Lu Zheng discovered another use for this transformation, one particularly suited for their current environment. Because the fish-headed snake's body could isolate spiritual energy and absorb spiritual attacks, it could create an absolute spiritual vacuum domain inside, whether beastmasters, spiritual pets, or fierce beasts. Maintaining cultivation strength required an environment filled with spiritual energy. In a no-spirit zone, the internal spiritual energy would gradually dissipate, leading to a decrease in spiritual cultivation. The inability to produce beastmaster lords in cloud state due to the insufficient spiritual energy density was a significant factor. The fish-headed snake's interior was a vast cavity. After consecutively slaying several fish-headed snakes, Lu Zheng noticed that as their energy level increased, their size expanded significantly. He estimated that a beast king-level fish-headed snake could grow to 100 meters long. It had no strong attack methods besides biting and ramming, except for swallowing targets to deplete their spiritual energy to death. Such creatures were unique to this place. Only beings unaffected by spiritual energy could survive here. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye, with Lu Zheng and Mu Yunlan immersed in their cultivation. At this moment, under the protection of Zhao Changkong, Feng Zhuoxiu had just navigated through the circle of fierce beasts and reached the edge of the Eye of Heaven Lake. The beasts would not venture close, as the flow of spiritual energy here was at a level that was hard to withstand. Even with Zhao Changkong's 9th-rank beast mastery, he could barely endure it. Casting a worried glance at Feng Zhuoxiu, even I can only barely control my spiritual energy here. If I withdraw my spiritual shield, you might not withstand the spiritual energy impact, leading to your body shattering. It's too dangerous, we should retreat. Feng Zhuoxiu shook his head at these words. To quickly enhance his spiritual power and cultivation, this was the only place where it could be achieved. Don't worry, watch me cast a spell. Zhao Changkong was momentarily dazed by the calmness on Feng Zhuoxiu's face, akin to that of an elder in the sage realm within his sect. Could it be that I am the junior here? Feng Zhuoxiu rapidly channeled his spiritual power, and in the sky golden lines of spiritual energy connected, eventually forming a spell. Despite his emperor-level mastery over spells, it took him a significant amount of time to succeed in casting it, a testament to the complexity of this secret technique. Zhao Changkong, having watched the process, couldn't discern what it was. As the final point of spiritual energy was cast, suddenly, it seemed as though a massive earthy yellow spiritual mountain descended from the sky, creating immense pressure. Feng Zhuoxiu explained this as the 10,000 Great Mountain Seal, capable of restricting and slowing the flow of spiritual energy in a specific space below. It's perfectly suited to suppress the spiritual energy here. Senior Zhao, you can withdraw your spiritual shield now. Amazed, Zhao Changkong looked at the mystical mountain overhead. For a moment he even felt as if this thing might crush him. It was unimaginable how Feng Zhuoxiu had mastered such a powerful seal. This was clearly something that shouldn't exist within Yunzhou. Even with his spiritual prowess as a beast master king, he couldn't fathom how it operated, yet Feng Zhuoxiu, only a 5th-rank beast master, could deploy it. Unbelievable, truly worthy of someone with a sun-like celestial talent. Zhao Changkong marveled at this and cautiously withdrew his spiritual shield. True enough, within the range of the yellow spiritual mountain's coverage, the flow speed of spiritual energy had drastically slowed. Please, Senior Zhao, stand guard for me and my spiritual pet, Feng Zhuoxiu requested, and with that he sat cross-legged and summoned his golden-scaled flood dragon to begin cultivating. The golden-scaled flood dragon was also thrilled by the rich spiritual energy here. As a creature with divine beast bloodline, its ability to withstand spiritual energy impact far exceeded that of a beast master of equivalent rank. At this moment, while Mu Yunlan had to concentrate entirely on controlling the spiritual energy to prevent harm to himself, the golden-scaled flood dragon absorbed the spiritual energy freely and enhanced itself without any reservations, unbeknownst to Feng Zhuoxiu. Not far from her by the lake, Yunlan and the Six-Eared Macaque were training at an even faster pace. Both the golden-scaled Zhao and the Six-Eared Macaque were at the initial stage of the 5th tier. Whichever one advanced faster would signify greater talent. 1 month, 2 months, in the blink of an eye 7 months had passed. After 2 months of training, Lu Zheng advanced to the 6th tier 2nd level. After 4 months, he reached the 6th tier, 9th level. By the end of the 7th month, he had reached the 7th tier, 9th level. Only 3 months remained until the agreed date in October. The 8th and 9th tiers were the most challenging to ascend. With each major tier advancement, Lu Zhang gained a new ability. The abilities obtained at the 5th, 6th, and 7th tiers were still incredibly powerful. One such talent was the Golden Eyes of Illusion Break, which, when consuming a certain amount of spiritual power, allowed the eyes to emit a golden light that could break illusions and nullify transformation skills. It also had the characteristic of extinguishing sinister energies. Previously acquired abilities like the Immobilization and Revelation talents also had transformation breaking effects, but they were not as direct as the Golden Eyes of Illusion Break. This skill was specifically aimed at malevolent spirits. With a single glance, any false illusion would shatter, directly annihilating them. Another ability was True Deception, which allowed one to transform into any observed target, mastering all their capabilities and replacing them in all related causalities, including but not limited to magical treasures and bloodline bonds. After transformation, the level and strength would be identical to the target. The greater the target's cultivation level compared to one's own, the longer one maintained the transformation, the more spiritual power it consumed. This talent was truly domineering. The formless beasts, formless and shapeless, could only be applied to living beings, gaining only their basic abilities. Yet, True Deception could transform into any target, mastering all abilities. It was simply outrageous. This meant that even when facing a formidable foe, Lu Zhang could transform to match their level. However, the duration might only last a few seconds, with his spiritual power insufficient to unleash a high-tier skill. Nonetheless, if his internal spiritual power was enough to release a higher-level skill, he could unleash attacks beyond his own level. However, this talent had a significant drawback. After transformations via formless and shapeless, his own skills could still be used without hindrance. But if True Deception was employed, only the transformed target's abilities could be used, even inheriting their shortcomings. For instance, if he transformed into a tree, a simple flame could easily destroy him. This skill carried certain risks. Each transformation required careful consideration, otherwise it could lead to disaster. Despite its flaws, it remained an incredibly powerful ability. The talent gained at the 7th tier was even more mysterious. Lu Zhang's 7th talent was neither a combat aid nor a battle-type ability, yet it was the one that most astonished Yunlanlan. Gift, Circular Light Projection. Effect: by consuming a certain amount of spiritual energy, you can release this ability at the center of a specific spatial point within a certain radius to reveal scenes of what has happened in the past in this area and to predict what might occur in the future. The longer the time span, the greater the energy consumption. This means that regardless of the situation, as long as there is enough spiritual energy, Lu Zhang can know what happened in the past and predict what will happen next. Knowing the past and the future provides clarity. This is the true skill of the Six-Eared Macaque. However, at the current stage, this innate ability is practically useless. Viewing the past is acceptable. For a space within a 10-meter radius, one can see events that occurred up to 6 days ago. Anything further back is beyond reach. As for predicting the future, it can only forecast up to 1 minute. Strictly speaking, it's less than a minute before Lu Zhang almost exhausts his spiritual energy. The cost of foreseeing the future is evidently high, yet even though it's only a short duration in battle, using this for preemptive strikes, even a 1 or 2 second foresight can influence the outcome. In summary, this talent is powerful. Lu Zhang eagerly anticipates what his next ability will be, but the barrier between the 7th and 8th tiers is not easily overcome. He turns towards Mu Yunlan. "Oh, my foolish beast master, it's time for you to think of a way. At this rate, in 3 months we are unlikely to rise to the level of Beast Master King." Hearing this, Mu Yunlan rolls her eyes. She finds that this little monkey is getting cheekier by the day, probably because its incarnations encounter various people and spirit beasts daily, learning too many and too varied things. As a spirit pet, it even went as far as to criticize its beast master. Well, it didn't exactly point at her nose, but this is practically rebellious. Although the words were a bit harsh, the truth is at this pace they indeed can't achieve the goal of ascending to Beast Master King within 10 months. Suddenly an idea strikes her and she releases the black sky centipede she had long neglected. This creature can quickly enhance its power by devouring large amounts of flesh. With so many fierce beasts outside, leveling up would be easy. You just need to use that ability to transform into the black sky centipede and can rapidly ascend in rank this way. Upon hearing Mu Yunlan's words, Lu Zhang nods. Human brains are indeed useful, he hadn't thought of this method. No, it's not that he's foolish, it's just that he never considered transforming into a demon. This is my first time becoming a demon. Will it affect me? Lu Zhang asks, somewhat worried. He doesn't want to fall into the path of demons, becoming a puppet that only knows killing and eating. Hearing this, Mu Yunlan also slightly furrows her brow. After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhang spoke up, I'm not entirely sure about this either. Why don't you give it a try and see? After all, this black celestial centipede is only at the third tier, third level. If you transform into it, you should be able to completely suppress it. It's a good opportunity to feel it out first. With a nod, Lu Zhang completed the transformation. Before them appeared an identical black celestial centipede. Lu Zhang sensed that his spiritual energy was gone, replaced by the demonic energy characteristic of a third tier, third level creature. The spiritual energy seemed to condense into another dimension rapidly, burning to sustain this impeccable transformation. This indeed differed greatly from shapeless and formless transformations. Unlike the latter, which is more like operating a character with a certain energy cost, the process here wouldn't be influenced by the character itself. Having confirmed this, transforming into a demon creature posed no further concerns. However, the current third tier, third level ranking was too low, necessitating an upgrade for this demonic pet. Let's go head out and hunt some fierce beasts, defeated Lu Zhang proposed. Mu Yunlan cradled the six-eared macaque, which had reverted to its small monkey form, and they left the lake, descended underground, and reached the outskirts of the fierce beasts' territory. The interior was teeming with 8th and even 9th tier fierce beasts, which were beyond their capability to handle. Their first target was a 6th tier fierce beast. To conceal their presence and avoid drawing a large-scale attack from the fierce beasts due to their spirit beast identity, Lu Zhang used his transformation skills to become an 8th tier fierce beast, dispatching the 6th tier one swiftly. The black celestial centipede devoured its flesh and blood and successfully advanced to the 4th tier second level. After consecutively slaying 6 6th tier fierce beasts for the centipede to consume, it reached the 6th tier. Impressive, isn't it? Mu Yunlan remarked, explaining to Lu Zhang that not all demonic pets could elevate their levels so swiftly through devouring. The black celestial centipede's unique trait allowed it to rapidly enhance its level by consuming flesh and blood, which was considered its innate talent. Unlike magical beasts that lacked innate abilities and relied on their unique traits, the centipede's transformation abilities could only be acquired through shapeless or seemingly real transformations. The next step was to hunt 7th tier fierce beasts for it to devour. Compared to 6th tier ones, 7th tier fierce beasts were much harder to kill. Although Lu Zhang could transform into a 9th tier fierce beast to exert high-level suppression, the transformation duration was short, consuming half of his spiritual energy with each battle, necessitating some recovery time. After a day's labor, they finally elevated the black celestial centipede to the 7th tier. The subsequent goal was the 8th tier, but then Lu Zhang suddenly realized something crucial. It seemed this method wouldn't work after all. He quickly explained to Mu Yunlan, since demonic energy and my spiritual energy cultivation are separate, it means that advancing in demonic energy has no relation to my spiritual cultivation, so trying to rapidly level up this way at best allows me to experience the breakthrough feeling but doesn't directly increase my level. Mu Yunlan's eyes widened at this revelation. Why didn't you mention this earlier? We've been busy all day for nothing. Lu Zhang shrugged. I trusted your wisdom and didn't bother to think for myself. This is the outcome. But it's not a total loss. After all, you'll need this creature to grow eventually anyway. Mu Yunlan was fuming as she grabbed the little monkey and stuffed it into her chest, all the while pinching its 6 tiny ears. Oh dear, we already have so little time, and now we've wasted more than a day. I don't care, you have to come up with a solution for me, or else I'll smother you with kisses, she exclaimed before launching a flurry of kisses at the poor monkey. Cornered, the monkey retaliated with a bite right on the tender spot, forcing Mu Yunlan to stop. Hold on, I've got an idea, Lu Zhang announced. Mu Yunlan, filled with excitement, replied, see, I knew you'd think of something. Quickly tell me. What's the plan? Lu Zhang took a deep breath, the air filled with a milky scent, before he continued, it's simple, we eat a Yuan Dan. Hearing this, Mu Yunlan rolled her eyes dramatically and seized the 6 tiny ears once more. Clearly, if Lu Zhang didn't provide a reasonable explanation, she was prepared to administer more punishment. Yuan Dan are only produced by spirit beasts and fierce beasts of the Beast King level or higher. Whether it's slaying a fierce beast of the Beast King realm or defeating another Beastmaster's spirit pet at that level, the Yuan Dan would dissipate. Only if the Beast King willingly separates the Yuan Dan before death could it be obtained. And now, where could they find a Beast King willing to offer up its Yuan Dan? With the pressure on, Lu Zheng quickly explained his plan. Outside the Eye of Heaven, there are numerous fierce beasts of the Beast King level. He could transform into the likeness of a fierce beast and incite a battle among these king level beasts. Surely in such a battle a Beast King would meet its end. Mu Yunlan nodded. This might indeed lead to the death of a Beast King level fierce beast, but if the beast is slain, the Yuan Dan will dissipate. How do you plan to capture it? Lu Zhang revealed his idea. My talent for deceptive illusion can substitute and establish causality with everything related to the target, including but not limited to magical artifacts, bloodline bonds, etc. A clone could transform into the appearance of that Beast King and, upon its death, inherit the bond with the Yuan Dan. Then the clone can extract the Yuan Dan. In theory, it should work. The method was indeed peculiar, something Mu Yunlan hadn't considered, but it was worth a try. After all, there were no better options at the moment. Such risky endeavors were not something Lu Zhang would personally engage in. Instead, he would send a clone. With his current cultivation level of spiritual power at the 7th tier and 9th level, transforming into a Beast King, even if only a 3rd tier one, could only be maintained for less than half a minute, and that was without using any other Beast King level skills. But that brief period would suffice. Once transformed into a certain Beast King, Lu Zhang launched a sudden assault on the nearest Beast King. With a swift surprise attack, he fled rapidly. When the pursuer arrived, it would be confronted with the true Beast King. A fierce battle erupted. During their clash, Lu Zhang's clone reverted to its original form, recuperating its depleted spiritual power. In the midst of a fierce battle between two Beast Kings, the surrounding ferocious beasts were inevitably caught in the crossfire, triggering a chaotic melee. Seizing this opportunity, Mu Yunlan unleashed the Black Sky Centipede to devour the blood and flesh of the fallen beasts, rapidly advancing its cultivation strength. After half a day, the Black Sky Centipede had ascended to the 8th tier's 6th level, while the intensity of the battle between the two Beast Kings diminished. Clearly, they realized that continued fighting would lead to mutual destruction, a scenario they wished to avoid to prevent severe injuries. However, just as the two beasts ceased fighting and parted ways, Lu Zheng promptly dispatched two avatars, each morphing into the likeness of the Beast Kings to provoke and reignite the battle. The skirmish shifted to a new location where it escalated into a relentless clash without respite. The full force of one Beast King unleashed terrifying power, engulfing several 9th-tier beast spirit realm creatures in its wake, also leading to their demise. This provided an advantage for the Black Sky Centipede, which seized the opportunity to consume copious amounts of blood and flesh, reaching the 9th tier's 3rd level. Finally, after another half-hour of intense combat aided by Lu Zheng's strategic interventions, the relatively weaker Beast King at the 3rd tier's 2nd level succumbed. Lu Zhang immediately had the two avatars drag its body underground to prevent it from being consumed by the victorious Beast King. Simultaneously, another avatar awaited in the subterranean chamber. Once the corpse was in place, it transformed into the deceased Beast King, biting into the area containing the origin core, devouring large amounts of blood and flesh alongside the dissipating core and integrating it within. Once the origin core fully merged, the connection stabilized within this avatar. However, this state couldn't endure for long, as maintaining such a realistic illusion drained more spiritual power. Lu Zheng seized the moment, beginning the separation of the origin core, racing against time. At the very last moment, as the avatar's spiritual power depleted, the core emerged intact, floating mid-air without disintegration. Mu Yunlan, holding the core, exclaimed with delight, "Wow, Xiao Lu'er, you truly did it! A complete 3rd-tier Beast King's origin core is undoubtedly a treasured asset for them at this moment." The energy contained within was far superior to the fractured core stolen from the Yi family. If all its spiritual power were refined and absorbed, it might even allow the Six-Eared Macaque to leap directly into the Beast King level. Enthusiastically, Mu Yunlan embraced the little monkey, showering it with kisses. Lu Zhang, playfully biting her, hinted for her to stop. "Let's cultivate quickly. The Beast King's flesh can also feed the Black Sky Centipede," he suggested. Mu Yunlan nodded, releasing the centipede to consume and evolve further while assisting Lu Zhang in refining the core and absorbing its spiritual power. Though Lu Zhang's current level was insufficient to directly consume and refine the intact core, even this relatively wasteful method significantly boosted their cultivation efficiency. Soon one could absorb enough spiritual energy to advance a small realm, yet the most time-consuming part lies in the repeated breakthroughs. Meanwhile on the ground the Beast King, fresh from its victory, realized its spoils had been stolen. Enraged, it wreaked havoc on the ground to no avail before launching a massacre on other beasts around it. Consuming these beasts was the fastest way for it to regain its power. The battle between the two Beast Kings had already caused a commotion, and now this Beast King's rampage threw the beast herd into even greater chaos, forcing some beasts toward the core of the Eye of Heaven. At that moment Zhao Changkong and Feng Jiuxiu, who were cultivating in peace, sensed something was amiss. Zhao Changkong quickly flew up to investigate and was taken aback by the chaotic stampede of beasts. He descended rapidly, warning, "This is bad, the beast herd is in chaos and many beasts are charging this way. We should leave quickly." Feng Jiuxiu, upon hearing this, showed a hint of surprise but remained unfazed. "No need to leave, let's go deeper. Once inside, these beasts' spiritual energy will rapidly drain away, perfect for the golden-scaled flood dragon's meal." Seeing Feng Jiuxiu's calm demeanor, Zhao Changkong couldn't help but feel a pang of shame. He hadn't considered such crucial information and his first instinct was to flee. Compared to Feng Jiuxiu, he felt like a novice unfamiliar with such grand events. This feeling was unsettling. At this time, Feng Jiuxiu had reached the 7th tier, 3rd level of spiritual power, allowing her to delve deeper into the Eye of Heaven lake with the 10,000 mountain seal. As she said, any beast that intrudes here would self-destruct from a spiritual energy overload without them lifting a finger. Let's continue cultivating. Once we reach the 9th tier we can leave, Feng Jiuxiu said, her gaze drifting toward Tianyun City. A thought flashed in her mind. "Mu Yunlan, I will leave Yunzhou before you. Don't disappoint me." According to Feng Jiuxiu's calculations, she and the golden-scaled flood dragon had at most 2.5 months to reach the 9th tier. After achieving the 9th tier of the beast spirit realm, she planned to leave Yunzhou. Reaching the Beast King level offers spiritual beasts a chance for bloodline purification. She had already decided to join the 9 Dragons' sacred fire palace to utilize its resources to the fullest for this transformation. She wouldn't waste this opportunity. Breaking through at the sacred fire palace would surely bring monumental change to the golden-scaled flood dragon. In her understanding, though Mu Yunlan hadn't yet fallen into demonic ways, her heart bore a demonic nature. Feng Jiuxiu wasn't sure if she would tread that path again. Having Murong Bing accept Mu Yunlan as a disciple seemed in hindsight an undoubtedly wise decision. Feng Jiuxiu knew she couldn't personally keep watch over Mu Yunlan all the time. Therefore she entrusted Murong Bing, a beast master known for her integrity, to supervise Mu Yunlan, which allowed her some peace of mind. Before departing, Feng Jiuxiu needed to ensure that Mu Yunlan hadn't succumbed to dark forces so she could focus on becoming stronger. Although in her previous life she was ultimately killed by Mu Yunlan, Feng Jiuxiu didn't view her as an imaginary foe. The real enemies and adversaries were numerous. Even if she hadn't been ambushed by Mu Yunlan, it was unlikely she could survive another day under the siege of demons. The situation back then was extremely dire, thus she couldn't afford to fixate solely on Mu Yunlan. She had to consider the bigger picture. Many tasks awaited her attention. The tumult caused by the ferocious beasts didn't concern Feng Jiuxiu much. She moved to a new location to continue her cultivation. Meanwhile, not far from her, in an underground cavern, Lu Zhang experienced a sudden change in his aura. 3 days later, utilizing the essence of a 3rd-rank Beast King, he successfully advanced, stepping into the first stage of the 8th-tier Beast Spirit Realm. This breakthrough granted him a new talent. The new talent, 6 Roots of Impurity, allowed him to expend a certain amount of spiritual energy to disrupt the 6 senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and spiritual perception of any target or even himself, to obscure others' perception of him. The concept of these 6 roots is fundamental to all beings' interaction with the external world. To fully transcend these roots would mean complete detachment. The very existence of creatures like the Six-Eared Macaque exemplifies this concept. This talent can be deployed in combat to disorient enemies or conceal oneself from danger, making it a formidable skill. Upon learning about this talent through their shared connection, Mu Yunlan marveled, "Little Six Ears, you're truly extraordinary." Generally, extraordinary spirit pets below divine beasts can possess up to 3 talents. Yellow Vein divine pets have 5 talents, Black Vein 6, Earth Vein 7, and Heaven Vein 9. With 8 talents already, awakening a 9th would undeniably qualify him as a Heaven Vein divine pet. Even if a golden-scaled snake evolved into a golden-scaled Jiao, it would remain a Black Vein divine pet. If Feng Jiuxiu knew you could become a Heaven Vein divine pet, one wonders if she'd regret abandoning you back then. Observing Mu Yunlan's maniacal laughter, Lu Zhang felt disdain for the so-called title of Heaven Vein divine pet. What level is that to even compare with us four monkeys of disorder, he mused. In the entire world only the Lingming stone monkey holds my regard. Other creatures like dragons and phoenixes to me are no different from ordinary beasts. As for Feng Jiuxiu, he thought, one day she'll kneel and call me sixth master. He advised Mu Yunlan, stop laughing and return to your training. This essence might not even be enough to elevate me to the Beast King level, so focus. Lu Zhang with a playful bite snapped Mu Yunlan back to reality, reminding her to stay grounded and diligent. Even the fiercest beasts might be startled by her. Fortunately I the monkey have a big heart, otherwise this jumpy girl would have scared me out of my wits long ago. Right, keep cultivating. Once you ascend to Beast King, we'll trample over the Mu family, Mu Yunlan exclaimed excitedly. Oh, what? A plan! The first thing you want to do after gaining strength is to destroy your own family. Truly you are a talent, it doesn't matter to me, as long as I'm not harmed anyone else can die. With the assistance of the elemental core, the entire cultivation process was incredibly smooth and rapid. In just over half a month, Lu Zhang skyrocketed from the first tier of the 8th stage to the 9th tier. He was on the brink of stepping into the 9th stage, unsurprisingly with ample spiritual energy and the core's aid. He broke through the bottleneck in just 2 days, advancing to the 9th stage. On this occasion his 9th talent awakened. All things known, the effect, by consuming a certain amount of spiritual power he could know any information about any target. The less information he possessed, the higher the target's level, the more spiritual power it consumed. At first glance, this talent seemed to overlap with the abilities of true sight and clairvoyance. However, in reality it was a powerful ability that created knowledge out of nothing. For instance, upon seeing any unfamiliar magical treasure, he could expend spiritual power to learn about it, including how to refine and use it. When encountering an unknown spiritual herb, he could discern its uses. In battles with enemies, he could use spiritual power to discover methods of restraint or find the opponent's weaknesses. As the saying goes, omniscience is omnipotence. Previously, Lu Zhang's talent was merely about stealing skills, seeing the essence of things and understanding causes and effects. Now, theoretically speaking, as long as he had sufficient spiritual power, he could even know how to ascend to immortality in one step. It could be said that the only barrier preventing him from becoming an immortal was the limitation of his spiritual power. Once his spiritual power caught up, he could become an immortal in no time. When Mu Yunlan saw Lu Zhang's talent, she was stunned for a quarter of an hour. With her perspective as a former emperor level powerhouse, she immediately recognized the immense potential of this talent. To know everything meant there would be no obstacles or risks on the path to becoming a strong person destined to stand at the highest point. Upon witnessing this talent, Mu Yunlan seemed to see the image of the little monkey sweeping across the 13 continents with a single swing. She was absolutely certain that one day this world would be shaken by this little monkey. All living beings would be in awe of his power. It was unbelievable that such an ability could be possessed by a spiritual beast at the 9th stage of the beast spirit realm. Little Six-Ears, Mu Yunlan sighed, you truly make me feel like worshipping. Hearing this, Lu Zhang immediately stood on high, waved his hand and said, I'm standing here, you can kneel now. Mu Yunlan immediately broke into laughter, rushed forward to grab the little monkey and gave him several kisses. She chuckled, when your fame resounds across the 13 continents, I'll fulfill this wish of yours.